You were originally a king of special forces, but unexpectedly crossed over to a primitive society, becoming a primitive child of only 10 years old. Here, not only do you have to go hungry for 3 days, you don't even have a pair of pants, yet you remain calm, relying on your past life experience. The key to surviving in this primitive society is to hold a knife in your hand. At this moment, several women wrapped in animal skins were staring at you strangely. This poor child is about to start self-harming. Ignoring them, you fiercely cut open the snake-bitten ankle with a stone knife, then stabbed the heated branch into the wound. After a miserable howl, you collapsed on the ground, hoping that your past life instructor hadn't deceived you, and that high temperatures could kill snake venom proteins. After a night of life and death struggle, you came back to life like a cockroach the next day. You took a piece of dried meat from a woman's hand and gobbled it down. Seeing that you could eat again, the woman called out to a few other women and they were about to leave. You quickly stopped the woman and gestured frantically, indicating your continued desire for food. The woman's response was, of course, impossible. After all, in this small tribe with just over 50 people, the food available each day was limited. Moreover, it was the season for storing food before winter, so food would be prioritized for the able-bodied adults. If food became scarce, the first to be abandoned would be those like you, with disabilities. Thinking of this, you could no longer remain calm. Watching the weather getting colder day by day, it was necessary to quickly figure out a way to store food for the winter. After careful consideration, the easiest source of meat to obtain now was fish. There was a small river less than a kilometer away from here, but the people of this tribe did not eat fish, so they naturally did not have any fishing tools. Besides the stone knife used for cutting wounds, the only thing in hand was a 3 to 4 meter long snake skin, the very snake that bit your leg yesterday. You cursed under your breath and set off to gather equipment, thinking of making a basket out of vines to catch fish. After all, in this primitive ecological environment where no one has ever fished before, there should be plenty of fish inside. Before long, you returned to the mouth of the cave with a large bundle of vines, ready to make a basket. A few friends gathered around, watching curiously, making incomprehensible sounds of awu-awu. Several women were nearby, drying thatch near the cave, which would serve as their beds and blankets for the winter. Suddenly, in the distance, a terrified scream echoed through the air, following the direction of the shouting. At the edge of the jungle to the west of the cave, the bearded leader and 2 men were each carrying a huge bird egg, running and howling loudly, accompanied by a few piercing screams. A 3-meter-tall terror bird was chasing closely behind the leader. You immediately shouted, "Quick, throw the eggs." Unfortunately, no one understood. The leader did not let go of the bird egg in his hand, and the terror bird did not let go of the leader. After a while, the leader was caught up by the terror bird and pecked fiercely, and died on the spot. Seeing this, the 2 adults who had run back quickly threw away the eggs in their hands, turned around, ran to the edge of the jungle, climbed up a tree, and thus escaped a disaster. The group of young companions by your side, being too young and never having participated in a hunt before, had never seen such a terrifying scene. They immediately screamed in fear. The fear bird lost its target, but the loud screams of the children caught its attention, and it instantly changed direction, rushing towards the cave. A few women in the cave quickly pulled your children inside upon seeing the situation. Then everyone together pushed a huge spherical boulder to block the entrance. Just as there were only 30 centimeters left to seal the entrance, a giant bird's beak suddenly reached in through the crack at the cave entrance, but its body couldn't fit through the small opening, so they were finally safe. Even so, a few children were still scared and crying loudly. You immediately shouted at them, "Shut up, whoever cries again will be thrown out." Although the children couldn't understand what you were saying, they were still frightened by your fierce appearance and immediately quieted down. The terror bird failed to break through the stone, squawked a few times, and could only turn around and leave the cave. Upon seeing the situation, you quietly approached the entrance of the cave and peered outside through the cracks. There was no one on the open ground at the cave entrance at this moment, but the terror bird had not left. It turned its head and began pecking at the body of the leader. Gritting your teeth, you decided to keep the terror bird there. It had already tasted human flesh and now knew the location of your tribe. In the future, there would be no peace in the tribe. However, you had no weapons at hand now. Going over with a wooden stick to confront it head-on would be akin to seeking death. Just then, as you saw the terror bird's 2 long legs, a bright idea flashed in your mind, so he immediately began to prepare, first finding 2 fist-sized stones, then untying the snake skin wrapped around his waist, and tying the stones on each side. After making it, he carried the makeshift slingshot and crawled out of the crevice at the cave entrance. The people inside the cave were shocked, wanting to catch him but afraid of attracting the terror bird back, so they could only anxiously watch from the outside like bystanders. You quietly hid behind the bushes, creeping forward until you stopped about 500 to 600 meters away from the terror bird. At this moment, the terror bird was still indulging in its meal, unaware that a former fearsome killer had set its sights on it. In the next moment, you stood up quietly, grabbed the midpoint of the snakeskin rope, swiftly spun the throwing sling, and 2 stones were flung out, instantly straightening the rope under the centrifugal force. The terror bird sensed the movement here, raised its head with a sharp cry, and charged towards you. As it got closer and closer, the women and children at the mouth of the cave screamed in fear, urging you to leave quickly, but you remained steadfast in place. Just as the terror bird rushed to within 30 meters of you, you suddenly threw the slingshot at it. The slingshot stone, released from the hand, spun rapidly. As soon as it touched the long legs of the terror bird, it quickly tightened, causing the terror bird, which was already within 10 meters of you, to lose balance and fall directly. Its 2 small wings flapped incessantly, unable to stand up. The woman at the mouth of the cave and her little friend were all dumbfounded, their mouths wide open in disbelief at the scene they had just witnessed. It's a pity that they are not modern people, or else they would definitely come to a sentence. This ing also works? Now is not the time to pretend. Luo Chong quickly circled around to the back of the dingo, tied a knot in the snakeskin on its legs, preventing the dingo from struggling to open the throwing rope in a while, which is reassuring, directly capturing a dingo alive. If the brothers of their own men are also here, then, surely we'll shout out, "Boss, you good grizzly o." But think of the current shape. Luo Chong lost the desire to pretend in front of his buddies. This is not gripping it. Gripping are thrown up. Even a pair of underpants are not. But also pretend what force. Luo Chong scanned around. It was all yellow soil and bushes. Not a single bigger stone. He turned around and went back to the cave entrance, and moved the big pebble he sat on in the morning to weave baskets, ready to end the life of the dingo with this stone. Luo Chong didn't intend to leave it behind. It was also impossible to tame this kind of carnivorous giant ferocious bird. It was better to kill it and eat the meat. The 2 boys who are more courageous to see the dingo cannot stand up. Also boldly one person moved a stone to follow Luo Chong. Luo Chong looked back at the 2. Did not say anything. A flick of the head, signaling that the 2 to follow. The 3 together came to the front of the head of the dingo. The dingo was still rattling about, its body struggling, fluttering its little wings, sticking its neck out and still trying to peck. The 2 little friends are still a little afraid, do not know what to do. Luo Chong signaled the 2 of them to follow the watch, and then raised the stone to the dingo's head. The dingo's head immediately blood splattered, splashing the trio are covered with blood. This stone down. The dingo is not dead, but has been a little dizzy, struggling much less. It is estimated to have a brain hemorrhage. The 2 little friends may have been stimulated by the blood. Also raised the stone to the head of the dingo. Bang bang 2. This time the dingo completely immobile. Luo Chong carefully went up to check. Once again raised the stone to smash the dingo's skull to open the dipper. Completely kill it. Save it pretending to be dead. Or did not die through the riot to injure people again. Don't think this is superfluous. The animal skill of pretending to be dead is innate. If you're not paying attention a little bit, it may suddenly come to life and slip away from your eyes. This is also Luo Chang's habit of doing missions in the past. Always make sure that the target is really dead. The 2 little friends looked at Luo Chong. Their eyes were filled with awe, but neither of them knew what to say. In fact, they could already speak. Their vocal cords and tongues were fully capable of supporting normal pronunciation. After all, this body of Luo Chong was the one that could speak. Luo Chong unraveled the snakeskin on the dingo's legs and re-wrapped it around his buttocks. And the stone also unraveled, pointing to the dingo. Dingo! And then let the 2 men follow and learn. The 2 men are now very obedient. Luo Chong how to do it, the 2 of them how to do it, and learn 5 or 6 times to pronounce it correctly. As long as the future often review don't forget on the line. The 2 were now just like a Luo Chong Jr., following Luo Chong together with the 3 of them, pulling the legs of the dingo towards the cave. Seeing the 3 people to catch back so big prey, the little friends in the cave cannot stay. Wailing from the cave rushed out. A group of people dragging the legs of the dingo back to the cave. There are a few 5 or 6-year-old children to Luo Chong to do the throwing rope of the stone also picked up. It's too pornographic. A few more women worked together to slowly push the boulder out of the way and greeted the children with smiles on their faces as they returned from their tribe's first ever hunt of that size. At the edge of the jungle in the distance, the 2 adult men hiding in the trees also witnessed the whole process of Luo Chong capturing and killing a dingo alone. Luo Chang's behavior also admired them. The 3 of them just stole an egg and died, but Luo Chong, a minor child, captured a dingo alone, and they were very convinced in their hearts. Primitive people don't have so many complicated thoughts, they just simply worship the strong. The 2 men descended the tree and carried the remains of the chief back as well. His stomach had been emptied, A few of the women and their young companions didn't say anything but stayed away. They didn't shed a tear or cry. Dead people were just too normal for them. Primitive tribes have the least number of adult males. There is a reason for this. Adult males are the main force in hunting. Without proper weapons, it is normal to die when encountering large beasts. A few people go out every morning, and if they come back at night or so much, it is worth to be thankful. Nowadays human beings are not at the top of the food chain. It is really too difficult to survive. Do you want to be the richest man in the family? Do you want to be handsome? Do you want to be beautiful? So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and vote. Recommendations, clicks, comments where? Chapter 005, Food in the Water, requesting favorites and recommendations. The chief's body was placed in the open space in front of the cave, temporarily covered with grass. In Luo Chang's memory, the dead of this tribe are usually cremated. Perhaps they have buried the body before, but buried shallow as will be dug up and eaten by wild beasts. It is better to burn it cleanly with a fire. But the funeral would have to wait until the clan returned in the evening to burn it together, and the two adults had already gone out to gather firewood. No one was paying attention to them for the moment. The little ones were all still visiting around the dingo, and a couple of the women were still working on how to break it down. They hadn't handled a prey that big yet. Luo Chong also thought for a while. It is impossible to use hot water to remove the feathers like a chicken. This is also not so big pot can boil water. Simply peel the skin directly. Luo Chong told them to leave the feathers for themselves. The rest let them do it themselves. To feather is not to do what feather crown. Later maybe do bow and arrow when used to. Anyway, now first save chant. Now or pour urine blood. Surely have to learn to live. Collect some materials later to do their own equipment. Now that the danger is lifted, everyone works and watches, and Luo Chong continues to weave his own basket. I don't know why. Luo Chong always felt that time passes especially slowly here. Today he experienced so many things in a day, but the sun has just risen to the middle. He always felt that the day here is longer than the previous day. This is a kind of intuition, to know that he used to carry out the tasks in the army are completed by the hour, which also directly led to his biological clock is more sensitive. Damn, maybe this isn't Earth. Maybe, the rotation time is different from Earth. God knows what the hell this place is. Not having the heart to continue thinking about this, Luo Chong seriously weaved baskets. Now storing food is the most important. He doesn't want to live that kind of 2 days to eat a meal. About another hour's time, Luo Chong weaved 2 baskets, but also twisted some grass rope. That is, with the small friends plucked grass. Vines are not used up. It is estimated that you can still weave 3 more. Mainly because Luo Chong weaved these baskets are used to catch fish, so the gap is relatively large. So use less material. Luo Chong with a basket loaded with the entrails of those dingoes, and went to the river. Are some inedible things? In addition to the heart and liver to stay, the other to be thrown away. The stomach cannot be eaten. Inside the estimate there is still the chief's meat. Intestines can also be left behind. Washed, dried in the sun can be used as a rope. The rest of the united by Luo Chong to get rid of it. He is ready to take these entrails in a while as a bait to use. The river is in the north of the cave, less than 1 kilometer distance. A woman saw Luo Chong to go to the river alone, but also told him not to go. But Luo Chong is very persistent. The woman had no choice but to follow him together. But she also carried a stone basin. That was the only container that could be used for water in the whole tribe. I don't know how many years it took to polish it before it was made. Since she was going to the river, she would make a trip to fetch a basin of water. And if she wanted to drink again after sealing up the cave at night, she would only be able to drink from the basin. In her heart she thought that Luo Chong was a very powerful boy. She must keep an eye on him and not let him fall into the river. The 2 boys who had just recognized Luo Chong as their boss saw him making another strange thing to go out and immediately followed. A group of 4 people then went to the river. The woman beat a basin of water and waited by the side. She also did not know what Luo Chong really wanted to do. Luo Chong stood alone and observed the shore for a while, and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, reminding him instantly of his junior high school textbook. Fish is what I want, and I am what the fish wants, and you can't have both, so you have to give up me and take the fish. Ahem. Of course, this is not the original text. The reason why I say so, because he found the river has carnivorous fish. He just stood on the bank for 5 minutes. Within the reach of the eyes of the 3 big fish eat small fish murder. This is if the case of falling into the river. It is really impossible to say in the end, who eats who it. But although this place is poor to piss blood, but have to admit that the ecological environment here is really good. The water of the creek is very clear. At a glance you can see the bottom of the water. The shallow part of the river is estimated to be more than a meter deep. The fish inside is also a lot of fish, although it is not as dense, but you casually look at a place. Within the line of sight you can see a few fish. Such density can already be said to be very large. At the very least, it is better than the Amazon rivers. There are more fish. Having chosen a spot, the dingo's lower water was first taken out and smashed, and then the basket was placed in the river, with 3 strands of grass tied to the top edge of the basket, and then to the center to form 1 strand again, so as to make it easier to pull it upwards. The woman saw that Luo Chong had no intention of going down to the river, so she didn't care about him and stood silently to the side to see how he fiddled with the basket, her heart filled with questions. Is your kid going to wash the basket? It was all for naught now. The fish had to be caught and told that it was edible before they would take it seriously enough to diminish their fear of the river. Luo Chong woven baskets almost more than 50 centimeters high. That is, the palm of the hand stretched out flat, from the middle finger to the elbow of the distance a little more. He chose a gentle slope near the river. The river is almost a meter deep. The basket sinks to the bottom is also slightly slanting a little bit so that the basket can be a little bit lower, easy to fish into. Grabbing a handful of smashed gut bait and tossing it into the basket, the smell of meat quickly permeated the water, and the fish in a 20-meter radius stirred and swam towards the center of the emanating smell. The first to swim over were 5 fish about 40 centimeters long, which dug into the basket and began to coax the awful scraps, muddying the water in the basket. Luo Chong, quick eyes and hands, instantly pull up the grass rope, dragged the basket out of the water. In the chaos of a fish escaped, fished up only 4, but this is also very considerable. A basket can be fished out 4, and the river fish not only did not escape, but also a swarm of fish gathered underneath the bait to fight for the bait, so that he instantly had a feeling of feeding koi carp in the park. Throw a handful of fish food, below a group of fish in the grab. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These fish don't have a brain. Such a simple trap can't be seen. Ha ha ha. Luo Chong laughed, his eyes can't open. This scene suddenly let him have a kind of cross-generation crushing IQ pleasure. It is estimated that he is the first person to catch fish in this world. The fish have never seen so play. The 2 little ones and the grown woman were amazed that they could get one of those legless things in the water up by pulling upward with that strange thing inside the water. But what it was for they still didn't understand. Luo Chong dumped 4 fish on the ground. The fish on the bank is still on the ground a jump. The woman and the 2 children also came over to touch. The fish jumped up, scared them, quickly retracted their hands. Afraid of fish? That's no good. We'll have to eat this later. Luo Chong took a piece of the bankstone to smash the fish, stunned, and smashed a pebble, looking for a sharp piece of broken stone as a stone knife, scraping the scales, gill picking, gutting and pulling out the internal organs. The action is skillful and incomparable. Although this is the first time he slaughtered a fish here, but in his past life this work cannot be less dry. Picking at the gills to clean the fish in the river, then placing it on top of a large rock. I cut off a piece of raw fish with a stone knife and stuffed it in my mouth, looking at the bright red blood coming out of the fish's belly, and the way Luo Chong was chewing on the sashimi. He was now a little cutie. It was also obvious that the fish was edible food, and the woman and the 2 children were just staring blearily from the side. Luo Chong didn't intentionally gluttonize them. In fact, eating sashimi like this, with no condiments, is not tasty at all, and he did it just to tell them that fish is edible. Luo Chong cut a piece of fish meat for one of them. A few people tasted it. They were happy to eat it, because they hadn't eaten the flavor of the seasoning, so they wouldn't think about it. In their opinion, as long as they could eat it, they wouldn't be picky about what they ate, and they had eaten the roots of the tree when they were starving, let alone it was still meat. Do you want to eat sashimi? But unfortunately there is no dipping sauce. Want to see Luo Chong to find the seasoning? The recommended votes, comments, collection smash over. Chapter 006, Integration into the Primitive, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Understanding the importance of the fish, and taking a look at the countless swimming fish in the river competing for the bait. The 2 children may not have known what this meant, but the woman's eyes were instantly lit up. This was a new food source, and there was plenty of it, and it wasn't as dangerous as hunting in the jungle, so maybe in the future it would become a staple source of food for the tribe. The woman was babbling and gesticulating, asking Luo Chong to teach her how to catch the fish. But Luo Chong didn't let her do that. He rearranged the tasks for the 3 of them, one child specializing in smashing those entrails, the woman in charge of slaughtering the fish, and the other child going to the small trees near the river to collect twigs and wooden sticks, and then use the grass to thread them in the fish's gills to hang the fish up. 3 people, clear division of labor. Luo Chong continued to fish. This time is really fishing. A bait spread down. The fish are gathered together. The basket or fish tops cannot be put down. Luo Chong simply squatting on the bank with a basket scoop. A basket down every time there is a harvest. The least is not less than 2. 4 people so dry an afternoon. Feel the fish less on a new place. Finally fished up too many fish. Luo Chong also intends to call it a day. He and the child smashed bait to help the woman with the slaughter of the fish. The final statistics harvest foot more than 200. the largest estimated to be about 10 pounds. The small ones are also the size of the palm of the hand. The three cannot take it back. Luo Chong sent a child to call those older children to help. The woman carrying a water basin. 2 children to carry a stick full of fish. Luo Chong himself also take a stick, as a flat burden like picking 2 baskets full of fish. A line of people hugely facing the setting sun back to the cave. The parties that had gone out to gather fruit and hunt had returned. They could not stay in the jungle at night. It was dangerous. They had to be back in the caves before the sun went down. And now they were still gathering around the skeleton of the dingo and the body of the chief, listening to the women who had stayed behind to tell them about the day's events. At that moment, the children came back with the fish, wailing and showing off with the adults. Today they also have a lot of harvest, not less than those adults get. Because of the lack of tools, the adults hunt mostly some rabbits, groundhogs, snakes, bird eggs, pheasants and other small animals, and there are not many. Originally those adults were still a little hard because of the chief's death, not because of how much they loved him, but because the tribe had one less adult laborer who could hunt. But when they saw Luo Chang's harvest today, they instantly became happy again, and the chief's tragedy was immediately put to the back of their minds. After cleaning up the day's harvest, all the clansmen went outside the cave. A large pile of firewood was piled up in the clearing in front of the cave entrance. The chief's body was placed on top of it, and an old man with 2 ram's horns on his head lit the pile of firewood, and a roaring fire soon engulfed the chief's body. The firelight reflected on everyone's faces. The little children were gagging at the smell of burning meat. They didn't feel sad at all, and the adults were calm because they had a new source of food. And Luo Chong also took the opportunity to take a good look at this tribe at this time. The present population of this tribe is 52, excluding the chief, who is lying on the fire. There are 8 adult men, 15 adult women, and 14 children over 6 years of age, of whom 6 are boys and 8 are girls, and 15 in all under 6 years of age. There were few adult men, and all of them were still crooked in Luo Chang's opinion, of which the one who had just lit the fire was the tribe's elder, just because he was the oldest and was recognized as the wisest person in the tribe. But now he might have to be ranked second, because Luo Chong was taking his place in everyone's heart. The elder has goat horns on his head and a goatee, a distinctive feature that puts him almost on par with the chief in the tribe. There was also a man with 6 fingers on his hands, whose preferred weapon was a wooden stick, and who was a bit of a fool. That much could be seen in his dull eyes, presumably the product of inbreeding. Next to 6 fingers was a guy with a feather necklace around his neck. Luo Chong named him Feathers. Feathers was a very smart guy who liked to use wooden sticks just like 6 fingers. Behind the Feathers was Stone wearing a necklace of bones and no weapon in his hand, so named because he usually used stone the most. A little away from the two of them was a 15-year-old boy, but already considered an adult here. This guy impressed Luo Chong the most because he only had one right ear, and he had 4 scars on the left side of his face, which were said to be from when he had once hunted bobcats alone, which had ripped off his left ear with one claw, and scratched his face, but he had also gotten the bobcats killed. The weapon that One Ear used was a pipe fork, which is a straight thigh bone ground from a straight thigh bone, hollow in the center and with a very sharp slanting stubble at the front end. Next to One Ear was 17-year-old Beast Tooth. The necklace of beast teeth around his neck was said to have been passed down to him from his father, who had been the leader of the previous generation, and held in his hands 2 saber-toothed tiger teeth over a foot in length as a weapon. There is also a all-fall tallest vigorously height of nearly 1 meter 9. In the primitive man has been counted very perverse, strong. The weapon is simple and rough, is a thigh bone. Do not know what kind of animals. Anyway, that bone is quite long. The last one is a cripple with a wooden staff. The cripple is a middle-aged man. His right leg has a disability, is a young hunting disabled, walking is no problem, is unable to run, now every day to follow the collection team to find fruit, responsible for opening the road and alert, and like to polish stone tools, although he is disabled, but he is strong. Crippled biggest ideal is to be able to grind a stone basin in his lifetime. One Ear, Beast Tooth and Power. These 3 should be considered the top fighting force in the tribe, not counting Luo Chong of course. The body of the chief was reduced to ashes in the blazing fire. These things will be packed up tomorrow, and a fire at the entrance of the cave will also keep the wild animals away. After burning the chief, the sky was dark, and so was Luo Chang's face, not because of anything else, but only because he saw 2 moons in the sky, a large one and a small one, the larger one moving from east to west, and the smaller one moving from north to south. This damn crossover, even if the result is not the earth. Also do not know that those things learned in the past in this place is still good or not. The people all returned to the cave to prepare dinner. The cave entrance has been blocked with boulders. Today's staple food is fruit and fish. The fruit is not easy to store, so eat it first, leaving behind our nuts. Luo Chong saw chestnuts from the harvest of the collection team. This thing is still quite high recognition rate. Previously it was the chief who distributed the food, but today an exception was made for Luo Chong to distribute it, mainly because everyone had never eaten fish before, so they didn't know how to eat it. Luo Chong took a stick inserted in the mouth of the fish to each adult issued let them bake their own, and 1,000 instructions, told them that there are fish spines inside, but also took a pre-baked fish to give them a demonstration of how to eat, how to pick the thorns. We also like to learn, eat a lot of flavor. Small children. On the other hand, a dozen people to eat a big fish. The bigger the fish, the bigger the thorns. Big thorns are easy to pick, not easy to get stuck. 29 children. Baked 2 more than 10 pounds of big fish is enough. One person and then eat a fruit. Eat all the very happy. Luo Chong picked the spines of the roasted fish and distributed them piece by piece to those 3 or 4-year-old children. The children were very honest when they ate, holding the fruits in their hands, their little tongues licking the corners of their mouths, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at the roasted fish and waited for Luo Chong to give them a share of the meat. The deepest part of the cave has a natural stone crevice that goes upwards, and that place is ventilated, and all the smoke from the cave drifts away from there. I have to say that this place was well chosen, secluded, safe, ventilated, and in these times of beasts and crises, it's really a rare haven. The firelight in the middle of the cave shone on the people, leaving many silhouettes swaying on the rock wall, a simple mural telling the rise and fall and history of this tribe. Elders with goat horns holding bird charcoal sticks painted a mural of Luo Chong fishing for fish by the river on the rock wall, and the children licked their hands after eating the fish without realizing what they were doing. Outside the cave, the autumn wind accompanied by vaguely discernible roar of the beasts around, the warmth of the cave, women humming a soft tune to lull their children to sleep. Crippled man is still playing with his stone pots to fight. A few little girls picking the bones of the fish. I do not know how to make jewelry to dress up their own. The only ear grinding his pipe fork. Luo Chong continued to weave his rattan basket. The warm scene made Luo Chong suddenly feel at home, and his strong adaptability unconsciously allowed him to integrate into the group. I got a signing station today, but I'm not panicking. Buzz, steady, steady, never make another mistake. Thank you for your support. That everyone's recommendation. Collection. Comments do not stop. Chapter 007 Chief Election, Seeking Recommendations. Seeking Favorites. Luo Chong was weaving baskets, and a couple of women from the gathering team were helping out in a deal. They came back in the evening when Luo Chong found out. These women are actually using animal skins loaded with fruit, which makes Luo Chong how can tolerate. Don't forget that he is still only a snakeskin pants. There are animal skins. Give him to wear, can't it? This is simply a waste. So Luo Chong took a basket used for fishing, added 2 grass ropes and converted it into a back basket to sell his handicrafts to them. The women quickly agreed by exchanging baskets for hides and teaching them to weave baskets. The animal skin can't hold much fruit, and it's not convenient to hold it. The basket holds a lot of stuff, and carrying it on your back frees your hands. In the past, when they picked fruit, but also put the animal skin on one side, and then one by one on the animal skin. One time to take too much in the hand will not be able to put, and thrown to the tree and afraid of the fruit fall rotten. Very inefficient. When traveling in the jungle, if they encountered wild animals, they had to put the fruit aside first, and then go to find weapons to defend themselves. But with the basket is different. Not only can improve the efficiency of picking, but also to free your hands. Carrying a basket, you can hold a wooden stick as a weapon. Walking with a wooden stick can be used to scare snakes. Encountered beasts can also be the first time to react to self-protection, greatly improving the chances of survival in the jungle. The benefits of simply do not want to be too much. Originally planned to weave 3 baskets, this time only 2, because it is used to fill the fruit, so the weaving is very dense. Is to fill the chestnut will not leak the kind. The straw rope of the strap is also widened. Carrying heavy things is not easy to strangle the shoulders. A few women took a look and liked it, and even took turns to try it on their backs. They picked 2 deer skins from the gathering team and gave them to Luo Chong, and agreed that tomorrow they would go to find Tang Man and come back in the evening so that Luo Chong could continue to teach them to weave their own, and strive for one for each hand. The women who didn't get a basket were envious, and their feelings for Luo Chong increased greatly. The collection team got the basket. Luo Chong got the deer skin. Become the first in the children to wear the animal skin. The small friends are also very envious. Luo Chong also did not stingy. That deer skin is very big. He himself cannot use up. He kept one, distributed to the children one, let the several 2 or 3-year-old children's mothers to make clothes for them. There were many things to do in the future, and they would still need their help at that time, and now was the time to pull goodwill, so they definitely couldn't be stingy. Their mothers were also very happy. Who doesn't feel sorry for the children they gave birth to? If there are rich animal skins, They also want to keep their children from freezing. So they are very grateful to Luo Chong. In addition to adult males in the whole tribe, it is the small children who die the most. The resistance of children is poor. In this era where there is no medical technology at all, it is possible that a small cold or fever can kill those children. It is not too much to say that a piece of animal skin is a human life. Primitives are not cuties either. They can also tell who is good to them. And if Luo Chong asks them for help in the future, they won't be wolves. Buying people's hearts is a good thing no matter which era you're in. It was late at night, and the people who had labored for a day had all gone to sleep. And in the cave only the firewood in the fire pit was still crackling. Luo Chong lay in the pile of grass, cradling the two little kids in his arms, his body covered with deerskin and grass, also slowly entering dreamland. The night was silent. Luo Chong, who had been busy during the day, slept soundly, plus the protection of the cave allowed him to relax wholeheartedly as well. But the biological clock that had been cultivated for decades was not so easy to disappear. Just as the sky was just dawning, Luo Chong naturally opened his eyes again like every morning in his previous life. This was his morning practice time that had never been interrupted in more than 20 years. Needless to say, when he was a soldier in his previous life, in the present primitive era where wild beasts are rampant, the physical quality of the individual is especially important. Without a strong body, the chief who died yesterday is the best forewarning. Of course, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. This godlike law is also interpreted by the chief. Luo Chang's morning exercise is not complicated. A set of military boxing. Everyone in the army will be down enough to exercise the muscles and bones. Stronger physical exercise is obviously not his child can eat. We must know. Long distance running, push-ups. These extreme exercise physical training is very consuming salt. And salt, this kind of thing, Luo Chong so far has not been found in the tribe. After a set of boxing, Luo Chong surprisingly in the fall morning sweat. He was thirsty again. This day and night. Want to drink a mouthful of water, still have to run to the river to drink. The night is even more, cannot even go to the river. Can only be a group of people to drink a stone basin of water. Oh, he is a little bit unable to drink in, and not forced to drink before. Urine on the point, can speak a little hygiene on a little hygiene it, but the container for water to find a way, or wait into the winter. It can only be smothered in the cave. What's more, who can stand to eat barbecue every day? It seems to burn some casseroles and stuff. If there is a bowl of hot soup in the winter, well, beautiful. Luo Chong in his mind thinking about the next plan. The sky is bright. The clansmen are also chattering out. See, Luo Chong outside the cave also froze for a moment. In general, to their kind of caveman rarely alone out of the cave, especially they are very afraid of the dark night. Clansmen did not rush to hunt today, but by the top of the ram's horns of the elders in the cave mouth of the clearing to gather male adults. He is carrying that belongs to the chief of the green feathers of the crown. Look at the meaning of this is to re-elect the new chief. Luo Chong had no intention of taking care of them. He was really not interested in that green feathered hat, not to mention that he was not an adult and was not qualified to participate in this democratic election. But the trees want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Luo Chong is planning to go to the creek to wash up, and drink a water. God, I did not expect that the one ear is carrying a pipe fork. The wind and fire towards Luo Chong chased over. I second Austria. You want to make things carrying a broken fork towards me to run. I am not your prey. One ear waved his pipe fork while wailing at Luo Chong, and within 2 steps, he ran to Luo Chang's side and grabbed him to bring him towards the elders. What is this? Looking for me is of no use. I am still a child. Luo Chong shamelessly thought, rejoining the 8 adults. The elder glanced at Luo Chong and began to deliver his speech, his mouth bubbling with the few words of the tribe as he gestured and narrated. Listening to the elders, it turned out that this time, calling Luo Chong here, really wanted him to participate in the chief election. In fact, the reason is also very simple. It is all forced. The adult men of the entire tribe have to go out hunting, but at this time there are 8 people left. Among them there is also an old man, a cripple, and a stupid 6-fingered. The remaining 5 main force but have to feed the entire tribe of more than 50 people. If the hunting team has no more fresh blood to join, it will be very difficult for them to hold out through the upcoming harsh winter. And although Luo Chong was underage, his strength in hunting the dingo alone yesterday had been recognized by the clan, knowing that it was the largest prey caught since the tribe's records began. In this era where humans are still very small and still fighting for food on a daily basis, a tribe of 50 or so people really isn't even a fart. And it's possible that any random flock of sheep would outnumber the tribe, and any random pack of wolves would be more powerful than the tribe's fighting force. Not to mention the trials from nature. Luo Chong even felt responsibility and pressure for a moment to bring these kind to live. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm printing out the signing contract, and for those of you who want to earn coins, report to the new book investment. and it will be changed to signing status by next Monday at the latest. So hurry up. That, you see, I have put such important information said. You are not to give some recommended votes, comments and collections and so on. Is not it all old iron guys? Chapter 008, Me, as Chief, Life. Those two words are simple enough to break down, be born and live. And Luo Chong is working for this word at this moment. To do all these, first of all, he has to get the status of the chief. New food sources, new hunting methods, new weapons, all these need him to reform. But if he does not become the chief, no one will listen to him. The chief's campaign is simple and brutal, bare hands, no weapons of any kind. No one is allowed to be seriously injured. And the one who is the best is the next chief. The elder will not participate in the competition. The cripple is also very self-aware. 6 fingers is a bit stupid, although the force value is not low, but he cannot lead the whole clan. Feather and Stone's force value can only be ranked at the back, but these two people are very resourceful. The rest is a competition between One Ear, Beast Tooth and Power. The clansmen had gathered in a large circle. Even the youngest of the brats had come to watch. A few of the 2- and 3-year-olds were already dressed in simple animal skin clothing that had just been made last night. Luo Chong also stood in the circle, but he didn't want to make a move now, and the others didn't intend to let him, a kid, be the leader, just letting him replenish the hunting team's personnel attrition. And Luo Chong does not make a move because he knows that his body is not dominant now. Now make a move to face is a wheel war, so he just need to defeat the last first place. This confidence he still has. If even a few primitive people cannot clean up, then their own previous life to learn the skills and tactics will be learned in vain. One Ear and Beast Tooth had already begun to wrestle. The two of them punched and kicked each other. There was nothing ornamental about the fight, nor were there any moves. Both sides did not have weapons. They would only punch and kick. At this time the comparison was who had more strength and who was more ruthless. One Ear and Beast Tooth had already tangled together, grabbing each other's shoulders and arms, trying to pounce on each other. If it is not these two guys are long as human-like words, Luo Chong think the scene in front of him is more like 2 bulls and then head. One Ear's stamina was not good, but his explosive power was good. After some entanglement One Ear was grabbed by Beast Tooth's shoulder and pushed backward, and One Ear, who kept retreating, stomped his feet on the ground to make 2 shallow indentations, until he stomped his feet on a rock, and only then did he find a chance to counterattack. At this moment the explosive power of the only Ear is reflected, only to see his legs stomped hard on the stone. His upper body took the opportunity to press down. A flying pounce on the beast's teeth pressed under the body. The beast's teeth struggled for a few times, did not turn over, the mouth huffed and puffed thick breaths, and can only unwillingly concede defeat. The 2 men climbed up one after the other. One Ear looked at the green feathered crown in the elder's hand and his eyes lit up. Not only was it a symbol of the alpha, it was a symbol of the strong. Beast Tooth nudged One Ear and pointed at Power, reminding him that there was one more. So don't get too happy. One Ear excitedly called a voice. Luo Chong did not understand what it means, but looked it should be to vigorously provoke it. Vigorously is also eager to try the look. There was dew in the fall morning. The ground was still a little wet and soft, like a heavyweight like vigor. It was really a puddle to step on. When the height of only 1 meter 7 more than a little bit of One Ear stood in front of nearly 1 meter 9 vigorously, at a glance let a person see the gap between them. This is not scientific. In Luo Chang's cognition, the early primitive people should be about 1 meter 5 in height on average, while the height of the adults here is far more than this data, and already in the modern height of the Earth's people approximate. He is not an expert in the study of ancient human beings, so he does not think much on this issue, and in the end, he can only explain this problem by the fact that this place is not the Earth, and there are 2 moons in the sky, so what else is there to dwell on? The 6'8" or so vigor stood there, like a small tower, giving One Ear quite a feeling that he had no way to start, that this was an unequal match. One Ear roared and took the lead in the attack, but the primitive people's hunting style is really bad enough. They usually use the most common way is to pounce on the prey, and then hit the prey's head with a stone. However, this led them to take the prey larger than their own size cannot help. The situation at hand was the same, as One Ear rushed to Vigor's front, wrapped both arms around Vigor's waist, and slammed his head against Vigor's chest, trying to pounce on him with a hold. Duo Air's explosive power was powerful, and this blow was really fierce, and the small tower-like Vigorous was also toppled backward a step, but it was only a step backward. Vigorously 2 feet back and forth apart, re-stabilized his stance. 2 small dustpan-like big hands at once grabbed One Ear's shoulders. One Ear failed to achieve a hit and wanted to quickly draw back, but did not expect to be instantly grabbed by Vigor, and before he could react, a loud roar came from his ears, followed by a feeling that he flew up. Vigorously grabbing One Ear's shoulders, he threw One Ear across the room with a horizontal swing. Put! After a muffled thud, One Ear flew straight out of the ring and plopped down on the grass to gnaw on the mud. The minions watched as One Ear groaned on the ground with a constipated look on his face, as if he knew how much One Ear was hurting. Fortunately, the open space in front of the cave is all earth, few stones. Not a moment to One Ear groaned and climbed up, but also the same proved that these primitive people physical quality, really resistant to beatings. However, in this battle for the chief, One Ear had already lost his candidacy. The record of being KO'd in less than 5 seconds was humiliating to say the least, and One Ear resentfully stood to the side and watched as the elder handed the feathered crown to Vigor. And Luo Chong finally made a move. He knew that in order to live well in this world, he had to get the leadership right now, otherwise no one would listen to him. And now, as long as he defeated this big man in front of him, everything would not be a problem. Vigor gladly took the feathered crown and giggled as the clan looked on at the freshly minted alpha, ready to listen to the first task the new alpha had set for them. Just then, a dissonant voice rang out, "Don't worry, there's still me there." Luo Chong took 2 steps to the side of Vigor and grabbed the feathered crown in his hand. Roar! Vigorously roared, with some anger in his eyes, next to the elders some surprise and doubt. Around the eating crowd is a face of bewilderment. How this is not yet finished. Quickly finished or let the new leader to assign the work. Do not collect a little bit of food. This winter can be how to live. Dolly was angry. A pull on the feather crown, but did not expect Luo Chong did not let go. Snapped. The 2 people in the middle of the floating down a few feathers, looking at the hands of the broken feather crown. Dolly bad. Pounding the chest rushed to Luo Chong yelling. Luo Chong was not to be outdone, and expressed his intentions to the elder in one of the tribe's few vernaculars. Me. Defeat him, and I'll be the chief. My dear handsome, beautiful readers, raise your lovely little hands and brush up on your recommendations and comments. Chapter 009 KO Vigor. The elder was a bit helpless about this. Originally recruiting Luo Chong into the hunting team was a special case. As a result, now this kid wanted to run for chief, but remembering the dingo bird he caught yesterday, and the new food in the water, if he could really beat Vigor, maybe it would be good to make him the chief. Just like that, amidst the astonished gazes of the clansmen, Luo Chong and Dolly walked to the center of the field. Dolly looked down at Luo Chong, who had only reached his chest, with confidence and disdain in his eyes, while One Ear and Beast Tooth were somewhat sympathetic. The onlookers were wailing and cheering Luo Chong, vigorously 2 legs apart slightly squatting, stood in a substandard horse stance, waiting for Luo Chong to take the initiative to send the door. Luo Chong is not hesitant, quickly rushed to the front of vigorously, just when vigorously grinning disdainfully, Luo Chong violently jumped up. His left foot stepped on vigorously slightly curved thighs, his hands grabbed vigorously's hair, and his right leg bent his knee and fiercely crashed into vigorously's chin. Boo! Just before everyone could react, Vigor directly lay on his back on the ground, rolling from side to side and groaning on the ground. The little ones were instantly dumbfounded. One Ear and Beast Tooth's eyes were dropping out, the elder's fingers were trembling slightly, and the cripple sat directly on the ground. You know that Vigor is the strongest warrior of their tribe. Even if he loses, he won't be seconded. And the opponent is still a small underage child. And that little child Luo Chong is silently pretending 13. The heart-smug laughter. Ha! As a person from the 21st century? Little cute. Only with you than the strength. You know the chin but the human body's vitals, by a heavy blow will be directly fainted. You can still lie on the ground to hum has been counted as your remarkable. The elder was very excited. He felt that something big might be about to happen in the tribe. Maybe this young man would lead the tribe to become stronger and stronger, so that the whole tribe would no longer starve, no longer freeze, no longer be threatened by other tribes. There was no basis for this. It was just a kind of intuition that came from the heart. Luo Chong beat Vigor and won the position of chief. The clan all agreed. No one belittled him because of his young age, as if that was how it should be, because Luo Chong had brought them so many miracles in the past 2 days that it gave the clan some inexplicable admiration. While Vigor was still shaking his dizzy head, the elder picked up the feathered crown that had fallen apart and looked at Luo Chong somewhat at a loss for words. Inherited for an unknown number of generations of the chief's credentials just lost. This embarrassing. The image of the new chief how to do. This if the other tribes to see but very embarrassing. But he completely did not expect Luo Chong was deliberately broken the feather crown. Joking. Let him had a circle of feathers. This is to be a non-commonwealth. It is said that the non-commonwealth but the luck is very bad. He does not want to wear that thing, not to mention that it is still green. Absolutely cannot be topped on the head. Dolly slowed down. Wobbly stood up, obviously still unconvinced. In the crowd shouts of surprise pounced on Luo Chong. 2 can easily grab Luo Chong head of the big hand first grabbed over. Luo Chong frowned. Some anger. This house still cannot afford to lose it. Annoyed. When Vigor rushed close, Luo Chong backhanded two of Vigor's fingers and wrenched them forward with force. Ow! Accompanied by a miserable howl from Vigor, Luo Chong grabbed Vigor's fingers with one hand, and with a sidestep went around to Vigor's back, and violently kicked Vigor's leg sockets. Vigor directly slumped on the ground, and was subdued by Luo Chong on the ground, and as long as he struggled, Luo Chang's force of breaking his fingers added a few more points. Not after 2 minutes. Strong as vigorously such a fierce man also had to succumb to the pain in the Luo Chong arm wrestling fingers. A snot and a tear of begging for mercy. Is too damn painful. Was broken 2 fingers? The whole arm cannot make the force. Feel the arm something to be pulled off the same. But also damn do not bleed. This is kind of how to get? Luo Chong let go of the snotty, stupid big man, letting him work out how to break his fingers on his own, and then scanned the circle of clansmen around him out of the corner of his eye. The clansmen's expressions were dumbfounded, intimidated by Luo Chang's powerful force, and none of them dared to stand out and oppose. The elder had quite an eye for handing a few feathers to Luo Chong at this time, but as a result, before this new chief could take them, he turned around and went back into the cave. This time the crowd got rowdy again. The bear children were cheering, celebrating their miner's first time to defeat an adult. A few mainstays of the hunting team gathered around Vigor to break each other's fingers and study why it hurt so much to do so. The women were discussing where they had seen the vines, and came back in the evening for the chief to teach them to weave a few more backbaskets. The elders, on the other hand, were staring at the cave with complicated gazes, not knowing what they were thinking. It was at this time that the new chief reappeared in a new look. Luo Chong was wearing a simple buckskin coat with left and right crossed fronts, a snakeskin belt tied tightly around his waist, and the biggest highlight was the top of his head, or more accurately, his hairstyle. The long black hair was pulled up in a bun high on the top of the head. The roots of the hair were fixed with a hairband cut out of snakeskin, and on top of it was inserted a hairpin made of the thin bones of a dingo. There was still some childishness on the clean and tidy face, but there was a maturity in the eyes that did not fit the age, and this styling instantly compared that broken feathered crown. Bunch of hair. This is Luo Chong carefully think about the new look. This Chinese nation inherited thousands of years of tradition. It is said that from the period of the Shang dynasty and Zhou dynasty, or even earlier, the earliest time actually does not have any special significance. The reason is very simple. The early farming nation, because of the cloak of hair planting inconvenient, began to bunch of hair. So this is also one of the important symbols of the Han dynasty, which is mainly based on agricultural farming. Of course, in fact, this is all Luo Chong to find an excuse for himself. As a local modern man, he also wanted to cut short hair, but there is no scissors. Can only be like this, otherwise the work is not convenient. The most critical is that he did not want to wear that feather crown. The new chief's dry look instantly attracted the clan, and amidst the starry gazes of the clan, Luo Chong stepped into the middle of the crowd. There were no long inaugural speeches, and no one could understand them if they did. All they cared about was how much food they could store before it snowed, how many children would be born this fall and how many would survive, and how many meals of meat they would get in the winter. The sun had risen, the morning mist had lifted, and Luo Chong, as the new chief, had begun to organize the day's work. The hunting team went out to hunt. Today Luo Chong will not follow. He has other things to be busy. For this also no one objected. Who let him now is the boss. The collection team was reorganized. The tribe now has a total of 15 adult women. 6 of them are pregnant. The remaining 9 plus the cripple is 10 people. But today Luo Chong only sent 8 women to collect. Now they have a basket. They do not need to cripple to protect them. A person with a stick. Do not seek to be able to hunt. Self-protection or no problem. Never underestimate the fighting strength of women, especially primitive women. Dare to underestimate these women, that is a little cute. The women's strength was much greater than that of the people of today. The 6 pregnant women stayed behind to watch the house and take care of the little 2- and 3-year-olds on the side, while the older kids went off to pull weeds. The remaining woman with 2 boys was arranged by Luo Chong to fish for fish, leaving behind a crippled man with limited mobility, whom Luo Chong intended to replace with a different ideal. Thinking about this man who vowed to spend his life grinding out a stone basin, Luo Chong felt pity for him. In order to leave a stone basin for the tribe, even if he could not use it in his life, he was still quietly paying for it. Therefore, Luo Chong was going to let him specialize in pottery burning in the future. The thing about firing pottery is that it's actually really simple. As long as you're not looking for good looks, just pick up some river gumbo, or clay, and you can fire black pottery. Not pretty, but practical. Everyone had a job to do, but the cripple didn't receive a task and looked a little frustrated, but not wanting to be idle. He once again took out his half-finished stone basin and began to grind it. Children know how to pull weeds, and as a grown man it's even more important for him to contribute to the tribe, or else you won't be qualified to eat the food that other people bring to the table. Ching Book Cheeky to ask for a recommendation vote. Comments. Collection. Everyone has what to give what it. On to 88 down to 3 months. I come to the person who does not refuse. Please feel free to smash to me. Chapter 010, Bacon and Burnt Pottery, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Luo Chong was going to arrange for the cripple to fire the pottery. But firing pottery wasn't that simple and required a lot of preparation. So he had to arrange something else for the cripple first. The fish caught yesterday hadn't air-dried yet, and there was no salt, so it wouldn't take long for them to rot in this kind of weather. So Luo Chong told the crippled man about the method of smoking, and cleared the underbrush in this open area around the cave. Then smoked the fish over a fire with those wet bushes. Smoked meat can be left for several years without rotting, and even in modern times. Some ethnic groups in the mountains use this ancient method. Luo Chong gave the cripple a demonstration, and then threw him no matter. He found a piece of flat land in front of the cave and began to dig a pit. Using branches and stones to dig the soil is quite laborious, but it is much better than digging by hand, and the soil here is very soft. If used to plant food is certainly a good piece of land, but unfortunately, there is no food to plant. The pit was dug in order to build a kiln. The kiln is not big, divided into upper and lower 3 layers, 2 underground, 1 above ground. The bottom is used to pull out the ash and wind, the middle layer of firewood to burn the fire, and the top layer of placing pottery. In fact, this is very similar to the army taught the field of smokeless stoves, only a little larger. The pit dug at the bottom is round, in which water and hay are added to make mud, and the soil from the dug pit is used to build the kiln, directly on top of the pit, which is made from local materials, and the kiln ponds with added grass do not crack easily. The kiln pond is almost 1 meter square and about 1 meter 2 in height. The top of the kiln is closed with a round opening so that it is easy for the kiln pond to gather heat, and there is a grate made of clay on the ground floor, which is an earthen plate with many holes drilled into it. The center of the fire pit and the wind outlet were separated by stone and bone sticks. Just this one kiln enough to spend 3 or 4 bells of time, mainly to go back and forth to the river with stone pots to scoop up water to live mud is too much effort. It is better to burn the pottery out earlier, or use a water is too much trouble. Wet kiln cannot be used. Luo Chong called yesterday with him to catch fish of the 2 small partners' fire, 3 layers together, and also piled up a layer of firewood outside, so that dry faster. The afternoon should be able to use. There are fires inside the caves, and the fires in the caves are not extinguished because they do not know how to make fires, and if the fires go out they have to go a long way to other tribes to borrow fires, or even to exchange things. Arranged manpower. Luo Chong personally go to select clay, pinch pots. Now this job cannot be directly to the cripple. Have not seen the finished product out. You want him to give up grinding stone pots is impossible. If the finished product is burned out, you do not let him do it, he will rush to do it. There is a lot of clay along the creek. In fact, the river is full of clay. Even if you run out of clay, these clays that are in constant contact with the water supply will become clay, so it can be said that it is inexhaustible. Nature is like this. As long as you are good at discovering what is useful, depending on whether you will use it, the soil can be used to burn bricks. Sand can be used to burn glass. As long as you are good at mathematics, science and chemistry, these are not a problem. Of course, cannot be difficult to a National Defense University graduates of the Luo Chong. Unarmed to build explosives, medicine is not dry. In the river to find a relatively smooth and flat large cobblestone, used as a workbench. From the river dug clay after wrestling, kneading, first pinch out a round mud cake, and then rolled some clay strips, layer by layer glued to the top of the mud cake. And finally the whole shape, with a hand dipped in water to the inside and outside of the smoothed out, and the seams are repaired to make sure that there is no gap. You can be placed on the side of the drying. A finished product made out is a small water tank. The bottom small mouth, the bottom diameter of about 35 centimeters, the mouth of the tank diameter of about 40 centimeters, the height of about 50 centimeters, a finger-thick wall of the tank, because there is no ruler. These data are approximate values, and is not accurate. But Luo Chong used a wooden stick to record the dimensions of this tank. It can be guaranteed that the redo can be the same as the size of this one. So 4 identical tanks were made and left to dry beside the cave, to be watched by the fire-burning boys and not to be touched by anyone else. But there were a lot of onlookers. A few pregnant women and children who had nothing better to do were crowding around. The most forward was still the cripple. He had nothing better to do when he put the fire on. He was observing the kiln when Luo Chonglei was there just now, but he didn't understand anything. He would like to take a closer look at these big pots that the new chief has made out of earth. This one looks very deep, bigger than the stone pot in the original cave. Just don't know if it can be used to hold water. The day is still very early. This is just afternoon. Luo Chong went to the river and pinched 4 double-ear casserole and ceramic bowl, and the pot lid with carrying handle on top. The pot is not big and not small. The diameter of about a foot, that is, 33 centimeters or so, the depth of a palm standing up, about 20 centimeters or so. In modern times has been a large casserole. Bowls or deep mouth. Look more like a temple bowl. The bowl mouth is a palm size. Do not want to be beautiful, only practical. This thing Luo Chong made a lot. About more than 20. There are also 8 spoons. He himself does not know how many finished products can be in the end. Things are done, cooled to half dry, then set to bake next to the smoker's fire. And wait until the afternoon is almost half over. Start loading the kiln. Pottery firing usually have 3 or 4 hours is enough. Now burning. Wait until the evening just cease fire. The 2 little friends and the cripple are watching around. The new chief actually got so many clay pots in one day, but I don't know if they can be used. Among the 3 especially the cripple is the most torn. That is, I hope that the clay pots can be used, but also hope that they can't be used, or else he sharpened so many years of stone pots is not a waste of effort. Luo Chong is loading the kiln alone. This work can't be helped by other people, and they don't know how to do it. Loading the kiln is also a delicate matter. Fired pottery must be inverted in the kiln so that the clay embryo has the largest area to contact the flame. The temperature is uniform, and the inside and outside can be burned. First of all, the 4 largest jar upside down at the bottom. A meter square kiln pond put down these very easy, and then stacked on top of the 4 double-ear casserole. The rest of the lid, bowl, spoon, are placed in the gap between the jar and the pot. Full of kiln. I hope to be able to produce a few more finished products. The fire was lit in the fire pit under the kiln, and the 3-tiered kiln chamber was well designed, with the fire pit in the center and the air intake below, and the flames blazed through the grate and into the 4-square kiln chamber, and orange-red embers sprang up to great heights, and the upper opening of the kiln chamber was steaming with flames, and the kiln opening above it was covered with wet twigs and dirt, leaving only a modest observation opening. Luo Chong sat under the fire, constantly fanning himself with the animal skin, adding some firewood after a while, hard baked out of the sweat in the afternoon of the fall, and before he could feel the cold, the sweat was baked dry again. In this way until the evening, the clansmen who went out returned one after another. The women's harvest was quite abundant. The back basket carried out were filled with unknown wild fruits. The animal skin bag was also filled with quite a lot of pine towers and chestnuts, and there were also big bundles of rattan manis, which seemed to be prepared for weaving the back basket. The men had a good day's harvest, too. There were 2 large birds, which looked about the size of turkeys, and I don't know what they were, and a dozen bird eggs, 3 snakes, and 5 large yellow-skinned rats, which must have been groundhogs of some kind of rodent, combined with the 100 or so fish caught today. The entire tribe had a decent harvest, and as long as they harvested more than they could eat that day, they could save the rest. Autumn is the season of the most food and the season of reproduction of all things. Seeing that those few pregnant women are about to give birth, it seems that primitive people also follow the laws of nature. Breeding their offspring in the season of the most food can greatly increase the survival rate of their offspring, following the same laws of nature as most animals. The fire in the kiln pond is fierce. Looking in through the observation port, the top bowl is red and white. It should be almost done. If it burns any further it is expected that the bowl will be melted. No need to add more wood now. Let it go out naturally, cool overnight, and the kiln will almost be ready to open in the morning. Ahem. So what? You guys should understand. I ask for recommendations. Of course. Favorites or comments. Ratings. I want them all. Give whatever. Chapter 011 Making Clay and Creating People, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. Humans are always easily satisfied. After a day's labor, although it is very tired, although it is hard, although it is full of dangers, but when they are gathered around the fire, enjoying the delicious food, they are always so happy and contented in their hearts, and smiles are hanging on everyone's face. 2 yellow mud-wrapped callow chickens. Well, let's just pretend it's a chicken. Use a wooden stick to crack open the thick mud shell. White tender chicken meat is fat and juicy. No spices, just a little coarse salt coated on it. It is said to be exchanged with other tribes. It's very precious. 2 large turkey-like birds, 3 large snakes, more than 10 roasted bird eggs covered with mud, a fruit after the main meal, a beautiful dinner. Delicious chicken won everyone's praise. Think about it, eat grilled meat every day. Dry. Who can stand it? I hope that those pottery can become a few more so that you can stew some soup. The leisure time after the meal was not wasted. The newly peeled snakeskin was torn into small strips by the women, following Luo Chang's example to tie the children's hair. After tying up the hair, the women began to weave baskets. After a day of experimentation proved that the basket is indeed very good. The number of people in the collection team is less today, but the harvest is more. The women's enthusiasm for weaving baskets obviously grows a large part again. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and 2 round moons, one large and one small, met in the sky, forming a bizarre silver ring, only for a moment, and then each of them left again. The clansmen in the cave are all asleep. Luo Chong is no exception. Busy all day long, he has long been tired. After all, the body is only a 10-year-old child, but the main thing is still a lack of salt. Work more than the body naturally cannot eat. Autumn wind swept the fallen leaves. The sun slowly rose from the horizon. The warm sunlight scorched the dew that covered the earth, steaming up a white morning mist in the air, like a dream before Luo Chong. Luo Chong this time has gotten up. Last night he did not sleep with those adults, but continued to embrace the two little kids sleep in the haystack. Holding the little meatball is actually quite comfortable, as long as do not wet the bed on the line. The women's backpacks have all been completed, and even exceeded the goal of one for each hand. So last night these children were all given animal skins, even if they didn't reach the level of one piece of clothing for each person. But a few children squeezed together, and at night as a quilt cover is still enough. Walked out of the cave. First played a set of military boxing. Physical training. Godhorse is exempt. No salt truly cannot stay up. The elders said that other tribes have salt. Then see if you can use pottery and then exchange some. After a set of punches, the sun had climbed up to the horizon in one piece. The fog had dispersed, and the clansmen came out from the safety of their caves to greet the new day's work, while Luo Chong went to check the results of the pottery kiln. The cripple was the first to pull the elder around, babbling something to the elder. Looking quite nervous, Luo Chong was actually quite nervous. It has to be a success. My broth, my big plan to change the salt. Brokenly chanting, Luo Chong touched the outer wall of the kiln pond. After a night of natural cooling, the outer wall of the pottery kiln is still warm, indicating that the thermal insulation performance of this kiln pond is still good. Luo Chang's confidence increased some more. In the crowd of puzzled onlookers, Luo Chong lifted the earth cover of the kiln roof with the mood of smashing the golden egg, and stuck his head above it to take a look. Oh, brother, are you guys here to get a room? Only to see two big snakes with black background and money pattern, intertwined with each other and coiled in the kiln pond. This Nima is to come to open the room while it is hot. You guys break my pottery when you snap. You're dead. Just then the crippled man on the sideline struck, picking the snake out in one fell swoop with the walking stick he never left his hand with, and just as it landed outside it was killed by one ear and stone. It was only then that Luo Chong carefully observed the situation in the kiln pond. The temperature seemed to be really too high. The surface of the pottery was already showing signs of melting, but it was not too serious, because there was no direct contact with firewood. The pottery bowl appeared bright earthy red, and the high temperature caused the surface of the pottery bowl to melt a little, but it was surprisingly smooth, as if it had been hung with a glaze reflecting a faint glow in the morning light. The cripple snatched up the ceramic bowl and whimpered out in excitement, stroking it up and down and back and forth with all the excitement of a modern man playing with a piece of superb emerald. He dropped the crutches that never left his hand and pushed his way through the crowd, stumbling all the way back to the cave with a gauntness that made one suspect that his limp had been faked before. And not 10 seconds later, he was seen wailing back with a bowl of water, happily showing off the beautiful container that could hold it to the clan. The clansmen all passed each other to see, while the cripple ran over to watch Luo Chong continue to pull out more, but he remembered putting in more than that one yesterday. One by one, the clay-red pottery came out of the kiln, bringing shock and excitement to the clan. The 4 casseroles and 4 small water jars were perfect because they were thicker, and the smooth surfaces were very successful without a single crack. 2 of the 4 pot lids cracked, probably because they weren't uniformly thick enough, so they chipped when they cooled down. Only 2 of the 8 spoons were finished. The rest burned and stuck to the clay bowls, and only 12 of the 20 or so clay bowls did not interfere with their use. This is still a high yield, and with a slightly shorter calcination time next time, the yield should be even higher. Beast teeth and vigorously hammed the fastest. One person holding a mouthful of tanks have run toward the river. Not a moment to hold 2 tanks of water. Although the elder was excited, he was still able to remain calm, and even gestured and spoke to Luo Chong to inquire how this was made. Before Luo Chong could answer, the 2 little friends who helped yesterday scrambled to explain that it was made of burnt earth, and Luo Chang's biggest concern was still the matter of being able to exchange salt. Luo Chong expressed this question to the elder, who actually looked at Luo Chong with an expression of looking at a loser. He pointed to the large and small pottery while pointing to the adults and children in the tribe, and painfully told Luo Chong in the vernacular how valuable this stuff really was, directly shocking Luo Chong. A small water jar could be traded for 2 grown women, or a grown man. A casserole could be traded for a grown woman, or 2 soon-to-be-grown boys. A bowl could be traded for a soon-to-be-grown boy, or 2 girls, and even a spoon. Well, the elder didn't know what a spoon was for yet, but at that price, I guess it could be traded for a little kid. This is like kneading clay to make people. It is catching up with Manhwa. All living things live near water, and human beings are certainly no exception. However, Containers for water are few and far between, and it is common to grind a stone basin for the rest of one's life. So in order to obtain more containers, some tribes will go to great lengths to exchange their population for them. What's the point of having a population then? It's also a waste of food. And if anyone thinks that, they're brain dead. Increasing the population increases the amount of food that can be obtained while consuming food, and it also increases the tribe's fighting strength, which allows for greater leverage in the harsh competition for survival. These benefits are still the most intuitive. Unseen, there is also the fresh blood that is incorporated. At least it can reduce the probability of the birth of a child like 6 fingers. There is such a good thing, how can not change? Anyway, this year's fish more. The cave is also big enough. A few more people Luo Chong can afford to raise. Change. Must change. Luo Chong immediately assigned the task of trading. Qing Shu yesterday night observation of the sky. Stumbled upon the blessed star descended. Qing Shu guessed that the book lover with the most votes and the best comments must be that blessed star. Whether you believe it or not. I believe it anyway. / // nabla / Chapter 012. After a simple breakfast, all 7 members of the hunting party, with the elder among them, went out with a water jar, a casserole, and 3 earthenware bowls on their backs to exchange for population and salt. Luo Chong explained the task. Do not want adult men. Not their own tribe is not easy to accept. You can use the water tank for 2 adult women. Adult women fighting strength is not low, but also can give birth to children. More cost effective than men. And still too, the casserole can be traded for 2 boys on the verge of adulthood. And it's still easier for the youngsters to fit in. All 3 clay bowls were exchanged for salt, and if there was no salt then the bowls were exchanged for girls, and it was still a good deal to exchange 1 clay bowl for 2 underage girls. The deal was with a tribe to the west of the tribe, which could be found over a mountain and across a valley. The whole journey was led by the elder, with the others responsible for protection, aiming to be back before nightfall. Today the hunting team does not hunt. Luo Chong let them collect some wooden sticks that can be made into spears on the road. Other than that, no time is allowed to be wasted unless the beasts take the initiative to provoke them. The kids all went and pulled weeds and cleared the open area in front of the cave of all those bushes and just burned what they couldn't get. The collection team is not going out today. All of them go to the river to fish or smoke bacon, and if they have nothing to do, Luo Chong also teaches them to rub grass ropes, and they have to teach the cripples to burn pottery. Except for pregnant women and little kids, no one is idle. In the jungle, an old man with a goat's horn on his head and 6 bundled-up men hurried along a goat path that had only been traveled by hunting parties on a regular basis. Once over this mountain, a valley less than 200 meters wide appeared before us, and on the other side of the valley was the site of another tribe. This tribe was larger than Luo Chang's Han tribe, with a population of about 80 to 90, and had some intercourse with the Han tribe. The 2 tribes had once lent each other fire, and the Han tribe had once sought them out with dried meat and animal skins in exchange for salted stones. A good portion of the morning had passed when the group of 7 finally arrived at the hill across the valley. Without arriving at their tribal settlement, the elder and the others encountered the other party's hunting party, which consisted of a dozen or so people, but they were not together, and they were all scattered to look for prey. It was a young man who discovered the elder's party, and just as soon as he saw the people he began to greet his companions in a loud voice, followed by one shout after another from the woods, and in not more than 2 minutes 12 men came running out and surrounded the elder. The leader of the other side is a middle-aged man. His bare upper body bulges with solid muscles. A wide skirt of animal skin surrounds his bare waist. If Luo Chong is here, he will definitely exclaim, "Third senior brother. Is that you, third senior brother?" Their leader was a sheik with a bald head, favoring a ring of short, self-curling hair elsewhere, which, if he wore a large string of Buddha beads, would be damn near identical to the sand monk. Xieding chief at first did not recognize these several tied hair, carrying a basket of people, but a closer look to find recognize, the top of the goat horns of the elders he has seen, the face of the grim one-eared he has seen. See is familiar. Xieding chief only put down his heart. The Shetland chief and the elder exchanged a meal of even gestures and words. What are you doing here? Xieding was very puzzled. The elder smiled warmly and took out a ceramic bowl from the basket on vigorous back and handed it to Xieding. Exchange this for salty stones. Xieding, bright eyes, took the smooth inside and outside of the ceramic bowl, but also looked at the sun. The ceramic bowl shining light shining, Xieding heart fluttering. This small red stone basin is a treasure, too beautiful, but also much lighter than the average stone basin. Okay, come with me to my tribe. Xieding graciously agreed, letting the hunting team continue to spread out to hunt, and only took 2 people to lead the elder and the others back to the cave, but did not have the slightest intention of returning the ceramic bowl to the elder. Xieding's tribal settlement is also a cave, and it is a cave. Inside the cave there are clear mountain springs flowing out of the rock crevices. In the depression gathered a less than 2 square meters of a small pool of water, which is their tribal water source. But in winter, the water here will be cut off. Then you can only eat the snow water, or go to the faraway creeks to fetch water. There were a dozen pregnant women watching the children near the cave, and those who were underage were nearby pulling weeds or gathering berries from the bushes. The group stopped when they reached the entrance of the cave, and Xiading asked his 2 juniors to go inside and get a small packet of salty stones for the elder. This is a bag made of groundhog's mouse skin. The salty stone inside is only half a bag. This point of salt can't be eaten for a long time at all, and it's all soybean-sized coarse salt particles. If you let Luo Chong purify it, it's even more, not much left. The elder took the bag and looked at it, then shook his head. This isn't enough. It's too little. We need more, and we want to change this time. Xiading was anxious when he heard this, frowning and gesturing. No, your stone basin is too small to be of any great use, and if we switch, we can't give you salty stones, and we don't have many salty stones. The elder laughed, his florid beard twitching, living like an old goat. He beckoned to vigorously bring out that water tank. We'll trade this for someone else. Xiading immediately straightened his eyes, and the circle of children and pregnant women around him ran over to watch. What a beautiful stone basin. Wow, this stone basin is huge. It's bigger than our tribe's boulder basin. Immediately, gibberish and an unintelligible indigenous language rang out around them. Xiading caressed that small water jar, and took the pottery bowl before to compare. Or the same kind of stone made. The surface is so smooth. How did they polish it? Such a large stone basin has to be ground for several generations. Trade this for 2 adult women. Or not. The elder let Vigor take the water tank back again and said to Xiading with a determined expression. Now Xiading hesitated. Their tribe really needed this kind of large stone basin. 2 women for one he thought was a good deal, but now it was the fall. 1 less person would have less harvest, so he was a little indecisive. Can you guys switch in the winter? Now that our people have to gather food, I can give you some more salty stones. Xiading said tornly. The elder shook his head again, stating no. If you trade us the men now, you'll save 2 men to consume during the winter, and it'll be fine to gather a little less food. Xiading heard. Right. Less people are not less mouth. Then do not have to prepare so many winter food. This deal is cost-effective. Alright, this large stone basin for 2 adult women, and I'll add some more salty stones for you. Xiading generously agreed to the elder's conditions. One of Xiading's minions pointed at the cave and gabbled, and Xiading smiled and nodded, telling him to go find someone. In no time at all, 2 naked, skinny women were brought over. A pair of sisters, the younger sister a young girl just coming of age, the older sister a couple of years older than her sister, and holding in her arms a 4-year-old butt-naked little boy, his eyes closed and motionless, his face flushed with redness, sick at first glance, and held by his mother with a saddened look on her face. We'll trade you these 2 for your large stone basin, and the little boy is yours. Xiading waved his hand with a look of disgust, seemingly urging the 2 women to hurry up and leave. That child is sick. Xiading let her throw the child away. Hurry to collect food. The result is that this woman is still reluctant. All day long, just hold that sick child to stay in the cave, and do not work, and her sister does not go out to work. Xiading has 2 days have not assigned food to the 2 of them. It is just that the day to drive away, but also can change a beautiful big stone basin. Do not mention how happy. The elder looked at the 2 weak women and didn't say anything. It was the season when labor was needed, and if he were himself, he wouldn't have traded out 2 strong women. Thank you for bookworms in love with you. Ice clouds and moon, 2 blessed stars, cast more than 10 recommendation votes. Really is the blessing of the book of the secretary. But also thank you for the support of other book friends. The number of people too much to list. You are just as important. I hope you bookworms continue to vote hard tomorrow. Blessings to you all. Chapter 013, Fever Reduction by Local Method, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. We also have stone pots with lids and small stone pots that you can trade for boys if you want. After trading the water bowl, the elder asked Stone to bring out the clay pot he was carrying, and the 2 remaining clay bowls. This time Xiading are stunned. How do they have so many good-looking stone pots? This stone pot has 2 handles on top and a stone lid. What is this for? After Luo Chang's explanation of the elders told them that this can boil water, but also can cook meat, he let Xiading's people get a tank of water and dried meat, and set up firewood. Duo Air personally teach them how to cook meat. Cut into small pieces of dried meat, add water and 2 salted stones. Set on the fire for less than 20 minutes. The strong aroma of broth wafted out of the pot, causing a circle of people to gulp. This is still Luo Chong morning now teach. One ear they themselves have not tasted. Now it seems that the chief is still powerful. The original meat can also be eaten this way. Duo Air lifted the lid of the pot. First scooped half a bowl of broth with an earthenware bowl, then stuck out a few pieces of stewed meat with a tree branch and put them in the earthenware bowl, and handed the broth to Xie Ding, telling him to drink it slowly. Xie Ding hesitantly took a small taste, squeezed his eyebrows and sipped his teeth. It smells good. Salty broth. Floating a layer of beautiful oil flowers, fresh and juicy stew. A mouthful of it. The whole person is soothed. Do not wear animal skins, do not feel cold. Delicious. The original meat can also be eaten in this way. The stone basin can also be used in this way. If there is a bowl of meat soup on a snowy day, no one will freeze to death anymore. Change. Must change. Not just a few children. Change. Children cannot hunt. Can only pull grass? Keep them for what? Only waste of food. After drinking the broth, Xie Ding finally generous, painfully give people, and let the little brother carry out a big bag of salted stones out, to vigorously fill the back basket. According to Luo Chang's request, this time, he exchanged 2 adult women, 2 soon-to-be adult boys, as well as 4 young girls and a large bag of salt, or salted stone, which was considered an overdose, and the other party also attached a child who was going to die. The elder is very satisfied, and Xie Ding is also very satisfied, but he thinks that the stone basin with a lid is a little bit small, and there are so many people in the tribe, it is not enough. As a result, just at this time, the elder gave him a satisfying piece of news. If you still want this kind of stone basin, you can go to our tribe and exchange it with salted stones or people. The price will remain the same. After saying this, the elder and the others left, or they wouldn't be able to make it back before dark. The party of 7 that came in, with the 9 bought in, became 16 when they returned, which was a good haul, and much better than a day's hunting. The group hurriedly rushed along, finally returning to the Han tribe in the evening. At the entrance of the cave lay 4 new water jars, 4 pots, and a large stack of sea bowls that Cripple had fired today, and Cripple was giggling at the pottery, the happiest day of his life. The women who had been fishing had also returned, and today there had been a large crowd, and a great many fish had been caught, and there was an eerie phenomenon. 400 of fish caught today were all alike, with very small scales, rounded bodies, pointed heads, and red bodies, and had come up from the lower reaches of the creek against the current. Luo Chong preliminary judgment. This should be similar to the salmon-like sea fish. Every fall swim against the current to freshwater to spawn. The size of the fish swarm is very large, inside the river everywhere. I do not know how far away from the sea here. Hundreds of half an arm's length of large fish hanging together to air dry. That scene is still spectacular. The women are smiling. It's all meat. They can also catch meat. The elders brought people back to see the scene. Those adults and children who exchanged back were dumbfounded. So many stone pots. Today they are using the stone pots to exchange back. But this tribe still has so much. This can be all of their tribes to exchange back. Right. There are also those strange meat hanging. No legs, and no hair. Are these for eating? It seems that it is not bad to go to this tribe. Think of the delicious pot of broth in the morning. Although they did not drink it, they still think that it is the most delicious thing. Do not see the Xie Ding chiefs all look intoxicated. Elder with a person to Luo Chong report work? Naked 8 people plus a naked child. This Nima really stingy. Cell people cannot be attached to a beast skin clothes. How are bareback? The new arrivals were surprised that the leader of this tribe they were about to join was actually a child with his hair tied around his head. The only thing that made him different from the others was that he had a bone stuck in his hair. Luo Chong squinted his eyes and smiled as he walked past them in turn. One by one. Skinny, malnourished, substandard at first glance, but it doesn't matter. I've got plenty of meat. I'll make it up to you in one winter. Finally walked to the woman holding the child in front of her, and carefully surveyed. The child was motionless, and his face was very red. Luo Chong frowned and touched the child's forehead. All caught up with the small stove. High fever. Luo Chong hurriedly greeted, collected the guy, went home to cook, and then tugged the woman into the cave. First found a beast skin to wrap the 2 women, let them sit by the fire to keep warm, while Luo Chong was in a hurry on the side. Reduce fever, anisin, cephalosporin. This nymphet's nothing. Physical fever reduction, not even in alcohol. How to do. Western medicine does not have that. Chinese medicine fever. Right. Scraping can reduce fever. Childhood in the old home. He sought his grandfather and master to others to cure. You can use a jade pendant or a scraping board made of cow horn, which are not available, but a bone chip should work, if you think of it. First in the fire on the side of a pot of stewed fish soup, and go to find can scrape the bone. Cow horns do not have, but Luo Chong have dingo bone. That dingo's big beak is half a meter long. This thing is not just suitable for scraping it. Natural bone pieces. Smashed to get a small piece is enough. The clansmen were collecting dried fish and boiling water for cooking, and only Luo Chong was bamming beaks deep in the cave. The woman who was holding the child didn't know what he was going to do. She only knew that this little chieftain was nicer to her than Xie Ding. He gave the mother and child an animal skin, and let them sit by the fire to keep warm, but he just touched his own child, and then frowned. He won't want me to throw the child away as well, will he? For a moment the woman silently shed tears, grieving for her child. The woman was not very old and this was still her first child. Just as she was shedding tears, Luo Chong walked up to her with a yellow beak fragment. Don't cry. I can help you save him. Give me the baby. Luo Chong squatted in front of her and said. Unfortunately, she couldn't understand a word of Luo Chang's Mandarin, and with fear in her eyes, this chieftain seemed to be asking her to give him her child. Nima, time is life cannot be so dry consumption. Luo Chong held a pile of thatched grass spread next to the woman, and took a piece of animal skin spread on it, pointed to the child with a smile, and patted the bed that had just been laid. Now the woman understood and gently placed the child in her arms on it, then looked at Luo Chong again, thinking to herself that the chief had given such a luxurious bed. It wasn't so much that she was going to throw the child away, and the chief was smiling so nicely. I've been saving myself 3 times a day. Do you recommend it? Do you recommend it? Do you favorite it? Comment? No? Why don't you hurry up? Tot. Chapter 014, Heading for the Jungle, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. In the woman's tearful cries, Luo Chong took the bone pieces and scraped out a red mark on the child's body. The sleeping child was still in pain and frowned. His little mouth kept emitting cries. The child's mother was being held down by the 2 women. She was desperate to get her child back. She didn't know what this alpha was up to. She only knew that her child was being scraped and hurt. The child was crying all the time, and she seriously suspected that this was some kind of bizarre way of cooking. After all, this alpha was very good at some kind of inexplicable way of eating things, such as boiled meat. But this chief was not so cruel as she thought. And after the little boy had been scratched with red marks on his front and back by him, he returned the child to himself. Luo Chong also gave her 2 wrapped-up animal skin, and from that cooking meat from the stone pot sheng a bowl of fish soup, spoon by spoon to feed her children. Each scoop of a spoon but also first blow a little bit. The fish meat should be first rotten and then on the fish soup to the children to eat together. The boy didn't know how many days he had been starving, and he swallowed it straight down without chewing it, 1 bite at a time. Not bad. We'll eat. There is still save. Thanks to today to buy this mother and daughter back, or wait another day. Afraid of this child can be thrown directly. Small half bowl of soup down, as long as a moment to cover a sweat. This little life is even saved. The woman was sort of completely put down, although she didn't know what this chief was doing just now, but it was impossible that he was trying to harm this child when he personally fed him food. This relaxation made her feel hungry herself. Her stomach that hadn't eaten for 2 days was roaring like a drum, and she gulped at the fish soup in front of her. Luo Chong gave her another big bowl of fish soup with a large piece of fish meat in it, and gave her 2 thin wooden sticks. Here, eat, we'll all be on the same tribe from now on. Luo Chong comforted her while showing her how to use the chopsticks, not caring if she understood or not. He would teach them to talk when he had nothing to do in the winter. Luo Chong took the child from her arms and held it in his arms and wrapped it tightly in animal skin. Watching the clansman clumsily eating with chopsticks, his heart was worried to death. A small fever can cause people to die. Now the problem of food is temporarily solved, but the clothes how to do. Originally the animal skin is less. Their own tribal people are not enough to share, and now came to 9 naked people. The few pregnant women look at the 2 months of the day, when the newborn child how to do, can survive and how many. According to this tribe also settled here for so many years, the animal skin should be saved a lot of right, but they do not know how to nitrate the animal skin. The result is that after 1 or 2 years of use, all rotten, there is no stock. It had been several days since he came here, and Luo Chong had never gone out. The biggest prey that the hunting party brought back every day was the lynx, or bobcat, but that depended on luck. The others were either gray-furred rabbits or groundhogs the size of rabbits. There had been no large animals he wanted to see. Of course, the hunting team did not have that ability, not to mention that equipment, pointing to take a wooden stick to knock down the large animals, that also have to catch up with without the proper weapons, want to hunt large animals, but also just think about it. Originally wanted to make a few spears, but the result of the wooden sticks they retrieved today are not a few straight. There are 2 that can be used in a rough and ragged, can wear off a layer of calluses on the hands. How the hell to use? To go out? This time to go out and find materials to make weapons by myself. And even worse, to make a few traps God forbid. And at the very least, to have a piece of clothing for each person before winter arrives. When everyone had finished eating, the little boy was sweating. Luo Chong fed him some more hot salt water to rehydrate him. Get a good night's sleep. and he'll still be a good boy tomorrow. When Luo Chong fed him water, the little boy woke up, struggling up in the animal skin, probably feeling hot. Luo Chong held him tightly. This time to catch a cold will really be hopeless. The salty water was not good, so he closed his mouth, frowned his little eyebrows, and stared at Luo Chong with his round black eyes. Luo Chong also looked at him and made him cry, and the child began to scream for his mother. Luo Chong handed him to the woman and told her to wrap him up, telling her that if she dared to unravel the animal skin, the child would die. And the woman understood that the meaning of unraveling the animal skin and dying was very simple, so she hugged the boy tightly. The child in his mother's arms twisted and twisted, but also kept glaring at Luo Chong. Luo Chong has been smiling at him. The child angry, no trick. I guess if he would have cursed a long time ago cursed. Luo Chong looked for others to ask for a snake belt, in the little boy constantly struggling to give him a bundle of hair, but also gave him a name called Go Sick. This really counts as a person's name. To know that others in the heart of Luo Chong also only a nickname. The women were happy. The chief of the new tribe had been kind to them, and had saved his child, who was half dead before, was now able to make noise again, and the chief had tied his hair the same way as everyone else's, which meant that he accepted them as his own, and she was really content. The new arrivals today also finished tying their hair with the help of the old man, the men tying their hair in a bun on top of their heads, the women all in ponytails, so distinguishable, at a glance different from the other tribes, and looking a lot more refreshed. After finishing these, Luo Chong began to build himself equipment. A dozen or so sticks were picked out as a better one, took out a dingo leg bone ground into a spearhead and inserted it into one end of the stick, then tied it solidly with snakeskin rope, and finally glued the seams with fish bladder glue, and a primitive bone spear appeared. There are quite a few fish swim bladder things. This thing is actually the fish belly of the fish bubbles. Every day to kill so many fish, use cannot be used up, plus a short blade sharpened from the beak of a dingo bird, which was also sturdy. With a large beak half a meter long, there was plenty left to make a dagger, and the rest was taken by the cripple, who had been sharpening his short blade during the afternoon's firing of the pottery. Equipment on these two. No dog in the opening and no equipment. What things have to be their own hole? Luo Chong feel that he may be the poorest ever crossed the line, and crossing the line is also a poor piss blood era. Early the next morning, after the customary set of Luo Junjun body fist, and after the clansmen had all gotten up, Luo Chong arranged for a new task. The crippled man continued to burn the pottery. The job would continue, first making sure each person had a bowl. The adult women were divided into two teams, one to gather wild fruits, one to fish, and the rest of the children stayed behind to help. Luo Chong personally led the team to go hunting, and there are a lot of people, the entire members of the hunting team. This time, do not bring the elders, so old it is better to stay and watch the family. 1 ear, beast tooth, power, feather, stone, 6 fingers, plus Luo Chong, and the 2 little friends who usually love to follow Luo Chong, Big Mouth and Monkey, and the 2 brothers, Big Hair and 2 Hair, who were just bought yesterday. A group of 11 men stride into the jungle with the sunrise. The customary request for votes. Everyone did not vote out today to seize the time. Today to vote out, please, a few minutes after the next day's votes for the book of the secretary. Thank you. Chapter 015, Hunting in Progress, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Once they entered the jungle, the hunting party spread out, with those adults hunting on their own, and Luo Chong with his 4 minions. Their group is the most equipped. In addition to Luo Chong, Dazue and Monkey, Dazhou Ermo, each with a backpack, a bundle of grass rope, a long wooden stick. In fact, they are here to give Luo Chong a hand. The jungle floor was soft, thick with piles of rotting leaves, and the dirt was all black. The whole mountain is a broad-leaved forest, with slender leaves like those of a peach tree, ash, oak, beech. All of these trees are about 30 meters high and nearly a meter in diameter, and they are all nut-producing trees, with a lot of them falling on the ground, and from a distance you can see some big birds pecking at the nuts, and even guillemots and dodo birds, climbing up to the sunny slopes of the ridge. There were also some straight fir and red pine trees that look like utility poles. In fact, this stuff used to be used as utility poles. Who made it look straight? These are good wood, especially cedar, is the best material to do longbow. But look at the diameter of more than a meter thick. Luo Chong take it at all. There is no metal tools. Tu ji Manhwa. Instead of hunting, Luo Chong should be said to be traveling. This journey was just observing and not hunting any animals. As a good hunter, the first thing you need to do is to figure out what's in your hunting ground. He observes just as carefully. The little friends following behind are a little impatient. A few times saw a nut-eating pearl chicken, and a bird that looks like a turkey. The little friends are eager to try, but unfortunately, Luo Chong just focus on walking, and every now and then look at the ground. Don't pay attention to them at all. While Luo Chong from the 21st century knew that there was a complete food chain in this big mountain. A grove full of nuts is full of nut-eating pheasants, squirrels, and rodents, and with these small herbivores, of course, there are no shortage of carnivorous predators, an arm-thick python, and a medium-sized feline, presumably a leopard or lynx, a bobcat or something like that. Well, look at the footprints on the ground to see what shape they are, how far apart they are, how deep they are, and by looking at those, you can determine the species, the size, and the weight of the target. There's also feces left behind by the animals, which are targets for observation. Luo Chong would like to find that kind of ball-shaped feces mixed with grass clippings, that are usually ruminant herbivorous large animals, such as sheep, deer, cattle and other animals, but unfortunately there is no here. He was now tracking a herd of boars. Well, just a herd. There were marks on the ground where they had been arched, two small pit-like footprints side by side, many, jumbled, and deep. This suggests that the target is an animal of the even-toed family, that is, an animal with two toes on its feet, and loves to arch and gather in herds, which shouldn't be anything other than a wild boar. Only a little let Luo Chong afraid of is, that footprint's too damn deep, weight should have thousands of pounds, or a ton. This Nemo will not be a giant pig, or is afraid of the pig or something monsterate. To know that this is a real primitive jungle he is really a little worried that he can't do it. Making his way towards the ridge and getting closer to his goal, Luo Chong had already found fresh feces, some of which were not even cold yet. Crossing the ridge, Luo Chong carefully advanced with a cat's back, trying not to make a single sound, and told his four little brothers not to open their mouths and not to speak. From advancing catatonic to crawling, Luo Chong finally went over the heights of the ridge, and his eyes lit up. The end of the woods was ahead of him, and the hillside was nothing but bushes, and a sparkling stream, and giant aloe vera. At the edge of the less than 2-meter wide stream, a dozen or so wannabe-toothed pigs were drinking, and a few half-grown piglets were searching for berries on the bushes. It was a complete family. The leading boar was about 1 meter 3 at the shoulder and weighed an estimated 500 pounds, followed by his first, second, and third milks, and more than a dozen youngsters the size of domestic pigs, sharp, long fangs, a high, bulging back, pitifully little fur, and long, pointed cones growing outward under each eye. Those were its most obvious markings. The little friend lying next to Luo Chong was so scared that his legs were shivering, not to mention that they were a few children. Even the adults didn't dare to provoke such an existence. Rushing over and doing it the hard way definitely won't work. It's better to make a trap to be safe. Luo Chong quietly stick to the ground and back into the woods again. The little ones are scared. They just want to play a pheasant, pull out a mouse hole or something. This kind of target, not to mention thinking, they do not even want to see. Luo Chong also did not count on them at all, and began to set up traps. Digging a pit is impossible. Too much effort. The pit is not dug well. The pig ran away long ago. Tie a straw rope directly to a large tree, and make a stick-shaped live sleeve at the other end, so that as soon as the pig's hooves step in, the rope sleeve will automatically tighten. And the more you struggle, the tighter it gets. This kind of trap is simple to make. Fast, that is, the chance of hitting is not big. Luo Chong made 6 rope sets, a dozen pigs. As long as there is a target to hit him, he will be satisfied, so that the probability of counting is still quite high. The noose is located on the footprints of the pigs in the woods. Animal instincts, generally accustomed to take the old road. In fact, people are the same. Every day back and forth in a few old roads. So now just let that group of pigs backtrack on the road will be fine. The little ones climbed up the tree directly under Luo Chang's arrangement. They couldn't help much down there. Instead they would be in danger. Arranging for them, Luo Chong himself quietly made a large circle to the other side of the creek, hiding behind bushes all the way, his body wrapped in mud to save leaking his scent. He climbed all the way up to 100 meters from the creek and began to prepare for a surprise attack. He wasn't going to go head-to-head with the boars, he just wanted to scare them away. Do not think that the boar is very powerful will take the initiative to find you hard. Basically the first reaction of all the animals in danger is to run away. Unless you push it to the end, it will play life counterattack. There are also techniques to scare the beast. First, you must be taller than the beast. Not tall enough can take something to make up for it. You must let the beast feel that you are very strong. Second, the shout must be loud. Do not show your cowardice. You must have a kingly air. If you dare to jump out and shout oing, then you will be dead. Luo Chang's small frame of less than 1 meter 5 wasn't much taller than a boar. So he held up 2 branches with his spear slanted behind his back and suddenly jumped out from behind the shrubs. Ho! Ho! Ah! Run thee away! Luo Chong yelled at the top of his lungs as he waved a branch and quickly ran towards the pigs. The pigs reacted very quickly, and at the sight of Luo Chong, who was waving a tree branch and covered in a color the same as mud, just popped up. They had already scattered and ran away. We can't afford to mess with it. We can't afford to mess with it. This is the first time we've seen such a monster. And its cry is so chic. So don't eat us, we'll leave right away. The pigs do not return to the legs of the wild run. A smoke in the woods. Luo Chong in hot pursuit, while shouting while running, are damn fast shouting off the gas. Finally heard the front of the wild boar's wail, slowly taking a few deep breaths. By the time he got to the trap area, he saw 2 trapped boars. The lead boar was clearly among them, along with a full-grown sow. Not sure how many milks she had. The boar's left hind leg was caught in a rope and was struggling for its life. Luo Chong planned to settle it first. That kind of ordinary grass rope he himself didn't know how long it could last. The wild boar saw Luo Chong holding a spear and approached. It turned its head toward Luo Chong and growled. Luo Chong had to lead it around the tree in a circle. Not 2 laps of the rope is not long enough. The wild boar can only struggle for its life. Luo Chong turned back. When it opened its mouth to roar, a gun poked violently into its mouth. The sharp bone spear directly penetrated the back of his neck. From the back of the neck probed out, and then forcefully pulled out the spear. The pig's blood sprayed out as if it didn't need any money. And the original hideous roar was leaking out because there was a hole in the back of his neck, and he was shouting, "Oh, that's outsmarting. Cootie, it's the hard way with you." Ching Shuboard face is very serious to ask a sentence. My recommendation votes nah? Super whispering, Chapter 016, Enforcement of Family Law. Blood kept splattering. The 1,500-pound big guy finally started to go weak in the legs. All 4 legs wobbled a few times and then completely couldn't support the huge body. The boar collapsed. His body was still twitching with and without a twitch. Luo Chong took out the bone knife to its carotid artery again. A knife stabbing finished. Blood completely released a clean. This time must be careful and cautious. The smell of blood may attract other predators. Luo Chong to the 4 little brother are greeted over. The little friends just watched their leader, alone to kill the pig's feet. The heart that worship but really walked to the boar in front of the time. Legs and stomach is still a little shivering. How the hell to get back 1,500 pounds even if the blood, at least 1,400, 5 children is simply cannot pull. Not to mention that there is a sow waiting to be slaughtered it. After thinking for a while, Luo Chong decided not to kill the sow first. He would use that sow to pull the boar back, just like just now. First take the sow around the tree circle. When it cannot move, first use a rope to put its mouth tied. 1 tooth pig bite is very strong is right. Does not mean that it opens the mouth of the power is also very strong. A pig with its mouth bound it can't bite. And even if it grunts it can only grunt with its snout. A couple of kids huffed and puffed and dragged the boar next to the sow, tied the 2 hind legs together, then tied the other end to the sow's waist, and used 2 other ropes to tie each of the sow's 2 front legs. Flush. Luo Chong holding a pig mouth to walk in front to guide the direction of the big mouth and monkeys a person holding a sow's front legs to walk on both sides. As long as the sow was found to have the intention of attacking Luo Chong, the 2 of them will pull the rope to both sides, directly to it to the splits, and immediately have to lie on the ground. And then again, it is dragging more than 1,000 pounds of dead pigs. Pressure is not fast, so this is just a precautionary measure. Damao Mao walked at the end of the line with a stick to guard against any animals ambushing them, and occasionally whipped the pig's ass with the stick to urge on the rush. This pig is also suffocating enough, obviously a pig, but also had to guest a role as an old cow. In the end or not free from the pain of a knife, is simply a great shame but also cannot resist. Don't look at this time to catch a live one. But Luo Chong pressed the thought of captive breeding this kind of 1-tooth pig. This species is too ferocious, not suitable for breeding at all. The animals that can be bred must be docile, at least can't attack humans. All the way home slowly and leisurely, walked all the way and did not see the group of escaped wild boars, and do not know where to go. A crimson mark was dragged through the jungle, and there was no telling how many pairs of eyes there were in the dense forest, coveting this fat piece of meat. But unfortunately, the team escorting the prisoners was so tough and perfectly formed that there was not a single direction in which they could sneak up on them, and so it was all the way over the ridge and through the thick jungle, and at last the tribe's cave was visible in the distance. The small group of friends who were out clearing the bushes were the first to spot the odd group, led by none other than their leader, covered in muddy paste, and unrecognizable if it weren't for that particular hairstyle. The little ones swarmed to welcome them, but they didn't dare to get close yet. They had never even seen this kind of creature before. Anyway, it looked horrible, and something like the wannabe tooth pig was, frankly, really ugly. The cripple was sitting in the mouth of the cave polishing his bone knife. The clay embryo had been pinched and was drying. Go to the sick wrapped in animal skin sitting on the grass sun. His mother sat next to him and sewing new clothes. Today his spirit is much better. a long way to see Luochong. They began to point to this side shouting. The cripple saw the chief return, and also limped to meet him, and when Luochong told him to go and prepare a tank of water and salt, he immediately limped off again. Small children and pregnant women flocked around to watch. None of them had ever seen prey that big, and the dingo from before wasn't even as big as these two hogs. Going to the sick also make a fuss to let his mom hold him to get together. Saw Luochong look at him, but also rushed to make a ghost face. The result was his mom patted his head, pouting and playing a temper. When the cripple brought the water tank over, Luochong dug a pit in the ground, and then placed the water tank in the pit, with the mouth of the tank just a little above the ground. The sow walked next to the water tank under Luochang's traction, then let Big Mouth and Monkey pull the rope together. The sow's huge body was directly lowered down. Big Hair Ermao tugged the pig's head and put it on top of the water tank. The boar was desperately wailing. It seemed to know what was about to happen. No surprises. Luochong gave it a final stab, directly stabbed in the carotid artery. The blood without a drop spilled all sprayed into the water tank. Not a moment later flowed a tank full of blood. Pour a bowl of salt water into the blood. Mix well. It won't take long to become delicious blood tofu. If there is a water carrot, cut into strips and pig's blood with lard fried. That is, 5 steamed buns Luochong can be eaten in. But unfortunately there is no. It seems that the night can only be boiled and drunk in soup. The job of slaughtering the pig still had to be done by Luochong himself. I guess they hadn't finished an animal that big yet. The hair of the one-tooth pig is very little, and the skin is very thick, but it is not suitable for making clothes, and it is not warm. But Luochong intends to knit to use it to make leather boots, or backpacks. 2 pigs of that size should be able to make many pairs. Skin below a layer of white flour plate oil is 4 fingers thick. This is all their reserves before winter, but now by Luochong all cut down. Fat, too many uses. Not only can do soap, but also can do candles, and can be synthesized explosives, the least of which can be eaten. A moment to put on the fire to refine a refining. Opened up the belly of the flowers and green flowed. Heart, liver, intestines, stomach, and 2 pig waste, which is edible. The lungs directly take to feed the fish. The rest of the body was dismantled. The bones were picked out, and the larger bones could be sharpened for a weapon or something. Slaughtering 2 giant pigs of thousands of kilograms in an afternoon was exhausting. Skinning, scraping oil, picking bones, turning intestines, boiling pig's blood, refining oil and tanning the skin with grass ash. It was a good thing that there were people to help. Otherwise Luochong himself would have been exhausted and spit out blood. The results are also delightful. Bacon racks filled with large and small pieces of meat, a tank of boiled blood tofu, 3 tanks of white refining oil, children smiling, constantly picking up the dregs of the oil, even go to the sick or eating very joyful, running around in front of Luochong in his new clothes. Just as the crippled man opened the kiln in the evening to fetch the pottery, the large force that had been busy all day returned. The fishing team's hundreds of identical fish, a basket full of swim bladders, 2 large tanks of fish roe, the hunting team's 3 pheasants, 2 large snakes, more than a dozen bird eggs, more than a dozen rabbit-sized groundhogs, and a basket of nuts, presumably which unlucky groundhog was copied out of the family. And even the people's underground stock of food was turned out. The gathering team also harvested a lot today, because a newcomer was added today. That is, the sister-in-law of Go Sick, that young girl who had just reached adulthood not long ago, and it was she who led the gathering team to find a new kind of food. A kind of very sweet tree root, with a taste similar to that of sugarcane. It is a floating root that grows in the ground, and there are also a few rhizomes on it, which are the size of a fist, and when you cut open the outer skin, there is actually natural amber-colored sugar syrup inside. My God, what kind of demonic plant is this? The amount of sugar produced is also too high. Right, collect a little more can be refined white sugar. For this Luochong also specially praised that young girl. Everyone had a great time eating, knowing how hard to come by sweets in their natural environment. But there was one person who just wasn't like everyone else. Only to see the elder's black face, his lips trembling with anger, his whiskers flaring as he took a thorny vine full of red thorns and whipped it after Go Sick's sister-in-law. That thorny vine Luochong had an impression, in the memory of the body's original owner. That vine was the existence of a similar family law in the tribe, specializing in hitting people who had made a big mistake. Small mistake fasting, starve you for 2 days, is considered a small punishment. If it is a big mistake that jeopardizes the life of the same family, it will be beaten with thorn vines. Draw a blood mark. There are also dense holes in the top. In this era of no medical conditions, it is necessary to be a full body rotting to death. How can this Nima, how watery little girl, or spend money to buy, dead old man how to lay hands on, and say people make any mistakes? You play life to beat her. Luo Chong stopped the furious elder and asked him the reason for beating him. There has to be a statement even if he executes the family law. As a result, he heard an unbelievable reason. The elder said that that kind of root was the root of the devil tree, and the sweet root was the bait of the devil tree, and the devil tree would kill all the people who stole the root, and then ate the people. Change signing status, sprinkle flowers. From today onwards this book can be rewarded. Looking forward to everyone's support. There are more trenchant book friends if you like the book, then quickly come to smash me. Chapter 017 Hanging Thorn Cannibal Tree, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations? TSK. This nymphette is too shocking. So frightened that Luo Chong hurriedly prohibited everyone from consuming this kind of tree root, and also stopped the elders from continuing to beat her. There's no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. Even stealing honey you have to risk being stung to death by poisonous bees, not to mention the roots of such a sweet tree. Luo Chong didn't think it would be easy to pick this, so he planned to check it out in person tomorrow. The man-eating tree demon Luo Chong did not believe in it. From the time he traveled to this weird world, until now he had not encountered a single thing that he could not explain with science. So the reason he wouldn't let it be eaten was actually because he was worried that it had some kind of poison, or a special ingredient that was hallucinogenic, addictive, or whatever. You know that nature is marvelous. Similar to the poppy, or hallucinogenic mushrooms and other poisonous mushrooms are not something rare. After all, this is not a mythological story, and there is no great experience of the divine farmer to taste all kinds of herbs. In this realistic and cruel world, human beings in the nature of every edible species, behind the bloody price paid, temporarily put aside these don't want to. Luo Chong left the laborious day's clansmen began to prepare dinner. Dinner is very sumptuous. Dragon and phoenix soup, is pheasant stewed snake, and roasted groundhog, wild boar meat and dried fish all the stock food. Storing food is like that. As long as the day's harvest is greater than the consumption of food, then the extra food will only be left for storage. During the night, Luo Chong hadn't fallen asleep and was still very alert. He sat cross-legged next to the fire pit, adding firewood while carefully feeling his body's changes. I can't help it. Who let himself ate that sweet tree root in the evening? The clansmen have no heart to sleep, but Luo Chong is still here waiting for God's judgment, whether it is death by poison or nothing. These are not under his control. The truth is, he is not in control of the situation. Have been sitting in the middle of the night, the moon in the middle of the sky, bored Luo Chong not only nothing, but also the more you sit more spiritual. Had to quietly drill out of the cave, copied a wooden stick, practiced a set of armed police in the army to learn the emergency stick method. This set of emergency stick technique is from the Shaolin stick technique variant. The power and its original version of the Shaolin little knife fork stick technique is not the same, but the moves are simplified, easy to learn, and more efficient. The whole set of stick has been changed to be more murderous, and lost the Buddhist nature of compassion. But of course, this is also the needs of the army. Shaolin stick method is the ancestor of the stick, which covers several small stick method is also very famous, especially the small nightstick, the most characteristic. This set of stick method is a stick method, but contains more, is indeed the gun intention. 3 stick, 7 points of the gun, although there is no gun head, but which pick, stab, poke, dial, all kinds of gun moves through the biting killing intent. Therefore, the especially evolved armed police emergency baton has carried forward this ruthless style, with moves that are wide open and look formidable. Luo Chong now put these cold weapon moves learned in his previous life. Pick up again is also helpless. This broken place does not have his familiar modern gun armament, can only rely on this half-ancient and not new cold weapon moves to arm themselves. Just as the sky was dawning and Luo Chong was juggling, a pair of big black eyes reflected 2 rays of light, like 2 ink-colored pearls, from the gap in the cave entrance. Luo Chong jumped up high, a downward diagonal thrust. The wooden stick without a spearhead directly pierced into the ground for more than a foot, firmly stuck in the ground. Going sick? Why aren't you sleeping? Luo Chong walked to the gap at the mouth of the cave. The small go sick lying on the ground is peeping picked up. This child yesterday saw Luo Chong killing pigs a little afraid of Luo Chong. Now also do not speak. Just bury the cold little face in Luo Chang's neck nest blowing bubbles to play. It wasn't until dawn, when the clansmen were out, that the boy clamored for a playdate. Today's work schedule was the same as yesterday's. The only difference was that Go Sick and his mom went to the fishing team, and Luo Chong went to the gathering team with 4 of his minions. He wanted to see how the demonic tree that the elder talked about actually ate people. Go Sick's sister-in-law cried all night yesterday, just arrived at the new tribe and was aggrieved. Luckily the chief saved her yesterday or she would have died a horrible death. The group circled around the back of the cave and headed into the jungle. And it was only then that Luo Chong realized that the location of the original tree was deep in the back of the cave. There weren't many tall trees on this mountain, but the bushes were very lush. there were quite a few fruit trees, and right in the middle of the march, Luo Chong found something that made him long for it. Chili peppers. Ha ha ha. Luo Chong, who found the chili peppers, couldn't help but laugh to the sky. There were a lot of semi-air-dried chili peppers that were already red. What variety he didn't know. Anyway, quite thin, a finger long, red piece, hidden in the bushes. But the clan never ate this. It didn't quench their stomachs, and the irritating taste made them think it was poisonous. It seems that you still need to come out on your own, or else you won't even know that the good stuff is right under your nose. The four little brothers did as they were told, and today they will be picking chili peppers here, and will not have to do anything else. Luo Chong followed the collection team to continue to move forward. Over a mountain beam, into the eyes is a basin. This land is very fertile, and nourished this basin is everywhere you can see the color of green animal skeletons. Gee, that's pretty creepy. It's like a mass grave. A pit of 10,000 corpses. In the center of the white bone-strewn basin, a strange tree about 60 meters high stood there. From a distance it looked quite beautiful, like a big golden mushroom. The huge umbrella cover shaded a distance of 200 meters in a circle. On the ground there were coiled and intertwined the kind of sweet floating roots, which covered an area of 500 meters in a circle. But the closer you get to the edge, the less of that rhizome there is, and the closer you get to the center, the more rhizome there is. That's a natural syrup in there, and such a pattern seems to be attracting animals closer to the trunk. Is it possible that the closer you get to the trunk, the faster it dies? Why else would it grow like that? Luo Chong wanted to get closer to take a look, but was pulled back by several women who said they would die if they got closer. TSK, this curiosity has been stirred up by Mud Meng, and now that he's not allowed to see it, it's as itchy as a cat scratching a dog in his heart. Ignoring the clan's opposition, Luo Chong insisted on going to find out what was going on. It was better to be careful if there was danger, and with his current stature, he was confident that he would escape with his life. Luo Chong was like a blind man, poking the ground in front of him with his spear at every step, so that there would always be no danger. Stepping on the tried and true with every step, slowly approaching the center. Just like that, Luo Chong was getting closer and closer to the trunk of the tree, and just as his spear poked into the area covered by the canopy, his intuition, cultivated from years of special forces, immediately told him that there was danger coming. 2 words: no. Hurriedly collect the spear. Original retreat. Just at this time, whoosh whoosh whoosh, broken wind sounds suddenly from the sky. More than 10 nearly 1 meter too long spikes straight into the ground. The target is exactly just now his spear touched the position. Nima, too ruthless. Right. Up as a wave of covering strikes. This dam just now, if you directly walk over, it is estimated that it will directly become a hedgehog. More than a dozen spikes were odd-looking, each one nearly a centimeter in diameter. The shortest was more than a meter long, light brown in appearance, smooth and shiny. The roots were straight and rounded, as if they had been turned out with a CNC machine tool. There is also a bowl-sized white flower at the end of the tail. Each flower is 4 petals. In the process of the spikes falling played a role in stabilizing the ballistic trajectory. This is a Nima, is a natural arrow. Those few petals is not a natural arrow feathers. After Luo Chang's careful observation and repeated death-defying experiments, he finally had a scientific note on this so-called devil tree. Demon tree is too exaggerated. Luo Chong gave it a new name. Hanging thorn cannibal tree. Even though it is called a cannibal tree, it doesn't just eat people. Other creatures, if they walk under the canopy, it will attack just as indiscriminately. Those spikes grew right on the crown of the tree, and the floating roots underneath were like a spider web sprinkled with bait. As long as any prey touched the area covered by the crown, the spikes would attack that area with an indiscriminate coverage. The dead animals would be turned into fertilizer for the tree, and if any of the ones that didn't die through the fluke were able to climb outside, the spikes on it would be taken elsewhere to take root and grow into a new cannibal tree. This was evidenced by the saplings growing out of those skeletons outside. To put it bluntly, this tree also has no brain, just like mimosa, pigweed plants, killing other animals' parasites, but also just a means of spreading its seeds. Reproduction of offspring is not something magical. Just the speed of this reaction arc from the roots being touched to the spikes falling from above is truly admirable. Ahem. Thanks. Battle the heavens with a roll. Ice cloud, whispering moon, a walk in the dark, and the client's bloodbath. The 4 book friends of the reward support. Xing book to you bow. Thank you for your support, and vote for the recommendation of everyone. Thank you. I hope that all the book friends of the recommendation of the vote, collection, comments, reward, the role of the bishop, do not stop. Continue to smash to me. What's that saying? As long as you can't smash it to death, just smash it to death. As long as you leave a breath for Qing Shu to keep writing books for you guys. Chapter 018, Born to be Useful. Since figure out the truth of the matter, there is no reason not to go to make use of it. That who did not say it? Born to be useful. Right. That Luochong do not go to use. That is still his little Luochong. Don't forget that his equipment can only be picked up by himself. Pity yourself for 2 seconds. And this is still pure natural, top quality arrow shafts. Luochong would not mind learning from Zhuge Liang. Give this tree a straw boat to borrow arrows. Said to do. Things are ready-made. Just use their own basket as a target. Tied a long rope on the basket. Thrown to the canopy below. Whoosh, whoosh. Inserted more than a dozen spikes. TSK. This density is too damn scary. Yanking the basket back. Pulling off the spikes and throwing another round. Another dozen or so. But looking at the dense shadows on the canopy that were as numerous as sweaty hairs, this stuff could only be considered a hair's breadth. I guess. That's how they got 2 bundles. Tied them directly with a rope. Picked them up with a spear and went back. Out of the time. Those women are still waiting for themselves. Luochong explained to them. The roots can be eaten, but only allowed to collect the periphery. To the bottom of the canopy. Unless you head over the pot. Otherwise it is a dead end. In short, is not allowed to go to the bottom of the tree. When he walked to the outskirts of the basin, Luochong collected another 100 saplings of cannibalistic trees that had already grown 3 centimeters thick. These were grown from the spikes that were brought outside by the animals. They would not lose their spines yet, but they grew straight, making them the best material for making spears. Moreover, this would also curb the development of the cannibal tree, and if it continued to reproduce unchecked, the mountain would not be used in the future. Calling to the 4 pepper-gathering minions, the 5 of them carried these saplings home together. Luochong hummed a little song the whole way. Looking happy, the 4 little brothers had no idea what the point of getting these wooden sticks was, but as long as the chief told them to do it, it must be the right thing to do. Back at the tribe, the children were again crowding around to see the new things the chief had brought back, but in the eyes of the pregnant women, everything they had brought back was useless. The chili peppers could not be eaten, and the stick could not be used as a weapon because it was not thick enough to hit the prey and kill it. But this didn't affect Luochang's mood to open his heart in any way. The rest of the time Luochong wasn't going to be running around. He was going to update his equipment properly. It turned out that there were no large herbivores nearby that he was looking for. It wasn't like he could fight leopards and tigers or anything, not to mention that there wasn't much of that stuff in the first place, and it wouldn't be able to provide for the entire tribe's need to be clothed. One has to look farther afield to find it. Sending his little brother off to dry the peppers, Luochong began to deal with the spikes. The surface of the spikes actually has a layer of skin on it, and by tugging the petals down from the end, you can tear off a strip of pliable bark, which is nice to rip off and rub on rope. The peeled spiked rod is white. The texture is fine and hard. Very smooth. The diameter is only 8 or 9 millimeters up and down. That is, it is about as thick as a cigarette. The density is very high. If it is made into an arrow it should also be a heavy arrow, although it will affect the range, but the penetrating power is powerful. The bored little Gosik was also helping Luochong to peel the bark of the tree, but he was doing it very slowly. A spike was longer than his height. The kid was just here to have fun, tearing the bark while tilting his head to look at Luochong. In the morning Luochong practiced his stick skills beautifully. He didn't know what it was but he wanted to learn it, but he was too small and that stick was going to be so much taller than him. 3 centimeters thick saplings to remove the head and tail, and then peel off the bark. Also white. After the surface of the moisture to dry, hold in the hand feel excellent, but unfortunately there is no metal head. Otherwise this is the sharpest weapon, because the cannibal tree system is hard and dense, so Luochong is not ready to install another gun head, directly with fire. Burn one end, wait until the appearance is carbonized, and then grind out a pointy end, although not very strong, but hunting is absolutely enough. As long as it is not stupid to poke the stone, then it can be used for a very long time. This job of sharpening the spearhead was given to the 4 juniors to do. It was very simple. They could all accomplish it, and Luochong was the first to be equipped with this new type of spear, or rather the standard spear, which all the men of the whole tribe would learn to use in the future. Now just missing a bow. The bow and arrow, this weapon ranked in the first of the 18 weapons, is one of the earliest weapons equipped by mankind, and the world's most outstanding bow and arrow is divided into 2 kinds. One is a small and delicate Mongolian sinew hornwood composite recurve bow, which is shorter and suitable for mounted archery on a horse, and used to strike fear into the hearts of heavily armored knights in Europe. But this kind of bow production is too laborious. As the name suggests, this short bow is made of cattle tendons, cow horns, wood pieces of a variety of materials glued together. To do such a bow is to spend up to 3 years long, and the nomads on the grasslands, in the child was not born, his father will give him to do a bow. TSK, not to mention that Luochong didn't have these materials right now. Even if he did, he didn't want to spend years making bows to play with, so he would have to go with the other option, the English longbow. The English longbow is an outstanding representative of the monoblock bow, which is famous for its long range, great power and simple production. The so-called monoblock bow is made of a hole would cut into, no complex structure, but the power is not weaker than the Mongolian bow. If you have to say the shortcomings, it is too bulky, 1 meter 6 to 1 meter 8 length, doomed to the long bow can only be given to the use of infantry. A skilled master bowmaker, with all the tools, can make a longbow in as little as 2 hours, and comparing that speed to a Mongolian bow is definitely, well, he's pressing for a comparison. Luo Chong didn't have a full set of woodworking tools, so he'd be amazed if he could make one in 2 days. Long bow material to cedar is the most, this kind of tree on the mountain there, as long as to find and not too big on the line. In fact, the most Luo Chong miss, or last time when hunting wild boar found aloe vera. Aloe vera is a plant in the genus agave, and the last time I saw one of those giant ones, it actually had a nickname. Sisal, silk orchid, aloe vera. In fact, all look about the same, and sisal is the biggest feature. Big, leaf roots at the widest part of a palm width. The shortest of each leaf has a length of more than 1 meter, and Luo Chong found that one is up to 2 meters long. From a distance, like a giant pineapple. Pineapple leaves are like that. Sisal leaf skin is rich in fiber, is the best material for making cables, even in modern times are also commonly used. Commonly used wire rope core is sisal cable. Car tires also use sisal fiber to make composite materials, and because of the sisal fiber acid and alkali resistant properties, it is the best material for ocean-going, marine cables, fish nets, sacks. It is not suitable for weaving cloth to make clothes, but Luo Chong does not care about this. Sisal weaving cloth, even if it is not as good as ramie, it is still much stronger than animal skin, right, and it is also very strong. And, although it is called sisal, it is indeed related to aloe vera, only growing larger, but the characteristics of aloe vera, sisal is just as much. The juice of the leaves can be used to treat wounds, anti-inflammatory and detoxification, and clear away heat and fire. The plump leaf flesh can be eaten, can also be fried, stewed soup can also be used to brew wine, sugar refining. The whole body is a treasure. So Luo Chong intends to, from next year to start large-scale planting. Everything has its use, as long as you are willing to find. You will not miss all kinds of good things. There is no cannot be utilized. As the saying goes, born to be useful, useless. That is only you have not found a way to utilize it. Ming people do not say dark words. I just want to ask for a recommendation, collection, reward, comments, ratings and so on. Everyone can help if you can help. Thank you. Chapter 019 Bow and Shoes, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Luo Chong was fortunate that felling the cedar trees was not so difficult as he thought, and after carefully searching through the cedar grove once, he found 2 young trees as thick as his thighs, and, not knowing what animal had knocked them down, laying across the hill, already shady and dry, just enough to be used for making bows, and it took the little ones 2 trips to carry them down. Due to the lack of tools, it was a bit difficult to make a good longbow in 2 days. As the saying goes, if you want to do a good job, you have to make good tools first. Stone axe, stone chisel, stone knife. It took a whole day just to make these things. After another full day of knifing and chiseling, a 1.5 meter cedar longbow was finally able to take shape. It was carefully corrected and polished for another day before it was considered finished. The bowstring is rolled out of sisal fibers, which are not at all elastic and are very resistant to tension. Otherwise you couldn't make a crane cable out of it. The arrows are all truncated to a length of 1 meter. The unit of length is not accurate. It is just an approximation. Take the width of the ring fingernail of an adult as 1 centimeter. With this base value, the rest will be fine. Luo Chong was definitely going to promote the centimeter system of length units in the future, which proved to be the most conducive to the development and progress of science. The arrows were not fitted with arrowheads. Stone arrowheads were not easy to sharpen, and there were no suitable animal teeth. The pig's tusks that we got last time were bigger than the arrow shafts and there were not many of them. All of them were given by Luo Chong to go sick to make necklaces. The arrow shaft was originally made of spikes. Killing beasts was not a problem, and now without considering the ability to break armor, this was enough. The arrow feathers were made from the blue-green plumes of dingoes, first fixed with sisal fibers, then glued with fish bladders, and more than 200 were made in one go. One evening 3 days later, when all the clansmen had returned, Luo Chong gathered everyone in the clearing. 30 meters away from Luo Chong was a grass target with a few groundhogs that had just been caught today. Luo Chong first gave a demonstration of spear throwing, a distance of 30 meters, the second time on target, and then the spear's close-range stabbing. The clansmen watched with excitement. They had never realized until now that all the chief had done for days were weapons. Luo Chong gave one to all adults, regardless of gender, and 3 to each member of the hunting team, 2 to throw spears and the remaining 1 to stab at close range, and even the children who were about to become adults, regardless of gender, had 1 each, and had to practice spear throwing every day in addition to pulling grass and playing. White pole spears are beautiful, smooth, straight, and you may not feel anything when you take one on its own, but when dozens of the exact same ones are put together, you're in for a spectacular sight that soothes even the obsessive-compulsive to look at. The clansmen were delighted and couldn't get enough of the standardized weapons, especially the teenagers who hadn't participated in the hunt and had a great interest in them. The hunting team was no exception. This was the first standardized weapon they were equipped with, and the only weapon that could attack from a distance besides throwing stones. With the white pole spear, Luo Chong believed that it wouldn't take long for them to bring back bigger prey. If spears thrilled them, bows and arrows had been worshipped as sacred objects. The distance of 70 meters, that is, about 100 paces, which is the distance of the Olympic Games. 5 consecutive arrows, all shot on the groundhog. Adults are dumbfounded, amazed, cannot understand what is the principle of this. Children are scrambling to squeeze over, just want to touch a hand, stars in the eyes, the hala are flowing out. However, Luo Chong was only giving them a demonstration, and was not ready to promote it now, just telling them that it was difficult to make, and that it would come later. Luo Chang's this longbow is only 1 meter 5 long, not suitable for everyone, if given to adults to use, at least 1 meter 8 length, in order to play out the maximum power of the longbow. As for pulling the bow does not open, that does not exist. Here casually pull out a woman, then the Earth's adult male strength. Then there is the problem of hit rate. Luo Chong shoots accurately, that's because the bow is all made by himself, the principle and performance of which, no one knows better than him, and he used to practice bow and arrow properly. In the future, if he wanted to promote archery, he would still need a lot of practice before he could do so. Right now, just having a bow in one's hand was not something that could be done in a short period of time. After successfully promoting the spear, Luo Chong started working on other things. The 2 black boar skins, which had been soaked in grass ash water for several days, had become very strong and tough after many steps of scraping, kneading and washing. If you can't make warm clothes, then use them to make leather boots. Cut out the soles according to the size and shape of your feet. Each sole is 3 layers thick. Stick them together with fish bladders, and press them tightly with stones. A simple leather boot is ready when the cut upper is glued on top. There were no steel needles or awls, and there was no way to sew them, so they had to be glued. But luckily the fish bladder glue was strong enough that it didn't interfere with wearing them. In order to let everyone wear shoes, all the fall only Luo Chang's boots are all made of pigskin. Others can only use pigskin to do the sole. 2 layers of pigskin, a layer of rat skin. Groundhog skin is with hair. The top of the upper is also made of rat skin, and are all hairy side inward, which is almost the same as the modern cotton boots. Go to the sick boots are Luo Chong handmade, with white rabbit skin. Pigskin soles, boots are very long, until the knee, wrapped around his calves very warm. The little kid showed them off to people every day, and smiled at anyone he saw. After Luo Chang's Atard operation, the original tribe's few small pieces of animal skins, but also be tossed out of the light. The weather is getting colder and colder. The demand for animal skins is imminent. Luo Chong himself wore the most, but it was only an animal skin robe, a pair of leather boots, and he especially wanted a pair of pants, or else he wouldn't be able to get out of the cave at all in winter. This was still the treatment of the chief, not to mention the little ones who were still naked. God knows how they endured it. It was a good thing that every day now, they could drink hot soup to warm up their bodies. Otherwise Luo Chong estimated that there would definitely be people freezing and falling ill. The crippled man had already burned a lot of pottery. The water jars and pots were increasing at the rate of 4 a day, and there were now dozens of them, and the pottery bowls had long since ceased to be burned, and 3 for one person were too much to use, and then 2 more batches of jars and altars, plates and such, and the pottery firing came to a complete standstill. Luo Chong gave him a new task: burn bricks, regardless of the number. The more the better. When there are more bricks you can build a bigger kiln, burn some big water tanks and things like that, or even use it to build a wall. The task of pulling weeds and clearing bushes that had been assigned to the little ones was pretty much done. The cave sits south and faces north, with a large open area in front of it, a small river 900 meters or so to the east, a jungle 1,000 meters or so to the north, and a jungle about 1,500 meters to the west. In the direction of the tribe that went to Xiading, there's only grass and bushes on such a large open area, and after it's all cleared, it's fine for either building a house or planting. It's just that there are no suitable seeds yet, so it's just a matter of planting some chili peppers. Luo Chong is not ready to plant the sisal here. That thing is a perennial plant. Just plant it once and then harvest it every year. No need to plow back and forth. So he is ready to plant the sisal on the back of the mountain, squeezing the survival space of the cannibal tree. After arranging these long-term tasks, Luo Chong was ready to go out on a long journey. He was going to look for large herbivores. Even sheep would do. Right now, Luo Chong wanted animal skins with fur. The more the better. He had been preparing his gear for a trip for quite some time, especially a pair of hard-wearing leather boots. Thanks to book friend 20180913115233701. Lit. Ice Cloud and Moon Speech. Book Club 20180913122908427. The reward support. Thank you all. In addition to the book's bounty plus rules, 10,000 reward plus 1, the site's unspoken rules. I will not be an exception. Whether people accumulate to 10,000 reward or a single 10,000 reward. All according to this go. Also, we look at their own situation. Do not blindly reward. After all, reward trench are a few. I do not expect to receive much reward. As long as you do not want a money recommendation, vote to me on the line, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 020, for duty's sake. Setting out, seeking favorites and recommendations. Arrow pots woven from beech branches. 50 arrows, any more would be too heavy. A longbow, a beaked dagger, a white pole spear, and a stone axe. A bundle of bark rope, a roll of sisal fibers and fine twine, a fist-sized jar of lard, a small bag of salted stones, a kindling tube, a small clay pot with a lid that was a bowl, sort of dual purpose, and finally a small packet of chili peppers. The kindling tube is a hollow pig leg bone, stuffed with wood shavings left over from making the longbow. Ignite the wood shavings to keep them in a simmering, no open flame, and when you want to light a fire, just pick out a little bit and put it on the fire starter and blow on it. It's kind of a low version of a fire starter. In addition to the weapon in hand, the other messy equipment are placed in a rectangular, with a lid back basket, or can be called a box, beech tree branches woven box. If one were to change into a Confucian robe and support a pergola on the box, it would be the same as the scholar who went to the capital to catch the examination in ancient times. Luo Chong checked his equipment over and over again, always feeling that something important was still missing. The rest of his eyes darted diagonally to the crowd, where a tiny figure in long boots and a pig-tooth necklace kept dodging to the back. Go sick and bring back my snakeskin water bag. The little guy was still hiding behind his mom, holding Luo Chang's water bag behind his back, only to be carried over by his mom. Brat, don't hide it. Give it to me quickly. Luo Chong rubbed Go Sick's head and said. Going Sick skimmed his lips, wrinkled his needy bun face, and handed the water bag to Luo Chong in an aggravated manner. Be good and stay home. Listen to your mom. I'll be back soon. Luo Chong took the water bag and pinched his little face, then picked up the basket and turned toward the distance. Whoa, no go. Little Go Sick wowed and cried, pouncing over and hugging Luo Chang's leg to keep from leaving. This child usually likes to pester Luo Chong, and knows that Luo Chong is good to him, and Go Sick is very smart. Under Luo Chang's deliberate teaching, he can already speak some simple words, and this is also the reason why Luo Chong likes him. Luo Chong helplessly turned around, picked up Go Sick, wiped his tears dry, pointed to the little ones who were bare-bottomed and freezing in the morning mist, and tugged on the little leather robe he was wearing. Look, you've got clothes for yourself, but they're still naked and freezing. What if they get sick? Have you forgotten that you almost died of sickness? Be good and wait at home for me to come back. I'm going to find clothes for them to wear. It didn't matter how much Go Sick could understand, but Luo Chong just loved talking to him, and Luo Chong believed that as long as he listened enough, he could always learn slowly. Little Go Sick sniffled and muttered, "You, go home and teach me. Stick fighting." "Oh, okay, I promise." Luo Chong smiled and scratched his cheeks, handing the little guy to his mom. Scanning over these poor primitive people carefully, it is so hard for them to live, since they take themselves as the chief. Then they must take the responsibility of the chief and lead them to live better and better, and strive to let every one of them die in normal old age, instead of freezing, starving, being sick, and being killed. Otherwise he would be disturbed in his heart, as uncomfortable as if his comrades had been sacrificed because of his own mistakes. So he plunged headlong into the morning mist without any hesitation. Tribal things. Luo Chong have made arrangements. The four little brothers are temporarily planned to the hunting team, but are not allowed to act alone. The cripple began to burn bricks. The women are divided into two groups. A group of fruit collection, a group of fishing. The elders stayed at home to sit in the town. The clansmen stared at Luo Chang's back as it disappeared into the morning mist, worry written all over their faces. The chief said he was going to look for animal skins, going far away, and would return before the river froze. but they had never seen anyone who could spend the night outside a cave and still be alive. The elders stood at the front of the crowd, facing the direction where Luo Chong had disappeared, and suddenly knelt on the ground, bending down to worship. He would pray for the chief, hoping that the chief would return to bring them more surprises. Others may not know, but the elder knows very well that the murals of knowledge on the rock walls of the cave, which have been passed down from generation to generation, have long since run out of things to paint. But since Luo Chong became the chief, he would draw what Luo Chong did every day after dinner: killing dingoes, burning pottery, cooking broth, making spears, making bows and arrows, tying up his hair, making leather boots, refining oil, weaving baskets, fishing for fish. Never stopped for a day. The elders of the previous generation told him when he was young that there were some very large tribes that had witches in them, and that the witches could communicate with the gods and spirits, so that the gods and spirits could bless their tribes to be better and better. But in the eyes of the elders, their tribe didn't need a witch, because they had a real deity in their tribe. Luo Chong was gone. He was heading northeast, where the upper reaches of the creek were, and he wanted to find a place where the river was narrow enough to cross it, looking for a place where there were no woods. Of course, herbivores can't be found in the woods. There's nothing in the woods for them to eat. Things like sheep, horses, and cows are supposed to eat grasses and plants like low shrubs, so they're supposed to be found in grasslands. And Luo Chang's current task was to first get out of this boundless jungle. After swimming upwards along the creek for a whole morning, the woods also became shorter and shorter, which made Luo Chong very happy. This was the precursor of coming out of the jungle. Noon was a break by the river, and lunch was a freshly shot pheasant, plucked of the useful plumes and tail feathers, then skinned straight away, rubbed with coarse salt, sprinkled with crushed chile, wrapped in leaves, and wrapped in a layer of mud, for a deliciously spiced and called for chicken, which held the stomach up to the ground. This is not something you can enjoy in normal times. Usually tribes never eat lunch, and Luo Chong this is also to maintain sufficient physical strength. Especially the salt is more important. After the meal, boil a pot of boiling water, fill your water bag, and then look for an opportunity to cross the river. It kept going upstream for another 3 hours or so before the whole sky turned violently dark. It was actually still light, but the woods around it suddenly became denser, 10 meters wide on both sides of the river, growing a dense unknown strange trees. The trunk is iron black, very thick, the diameter of 5 or 6 meters huge, but it grows 7 twisted, not at all straight, and very short. I say it's short, but it's actually more than 10 meters tall. But is it normal for a tree with a diameter of 5 meters or more to be just over 10 meters tall? But Luo Chong didn't care about that. He only knew that this place was very convenient for crossing the river. The trunk portion of the black tree was less than 5 meters high, and the upper portion was all canopy, with thick branches staggering horizontally and crossing over with those on the opposite side of the river, covering the entire surface of the river and forming a natural bridge. The canopy is very thick. The lowest part of the river is only 3 meters high, and even some of the thin branches have been hanging down into the water. There are only a few wisps of light on the surface of the river, or after layers of diffuse reflection down, can only barely see the surrounding situation. A dense layer of mist shrouded the river, hiding the underwater situation. Without a sound around, the eerie atmosphere is suffocating. Too quiet. This ing not right. So big woods. How can not a small animal at least have a sound of birdsong also line. Thanks to bookworms and love for the reward. And thanks for the support. Also, the customary plea for a wave of support of all kinds. Lewd development. Whatever you want. The Book of Emily has heard that people who love to give support to authors don't have bad luck. Teeth bared. Chapter 021. This is not Loch Ness. Darkness, quietness, oppression. These are all conditions that can turn people nervous, which is why humans yearn for light. Luo Chong also needed light. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous in these conditions. And let's not forget that this wasn't the modern era where wildlife was pitifully scarce. This was a truly pristine jungle. Using a stone axe, he cut a dead branch, split a cross-shaped notch at one end, chucked some thin twigs and hay inside, smeared it with a layer of lard, picked some kindling and blew on it, and word on it, and the bright torch finally gave him some sense of security. The lard on the torch crackled and burned, and there was finally some sound and light in the silent forest. Luo Chong packed up all his things and climbed up to that natural bridge with a torch in his hand. The branches of the black tree are very thick and sturdy. There is just one bad thing. It's too damn slippery, probably due to the influence of the fog. The bark, which is not so rough in the first place, is covered with a thick layer of moss. It was impossible to walk, but luckily there were plenty of branches up there to grab onto for balance, and just dawdled forward little by little. But the good times don't last long. Just when Luo Chong climbed to the middle of the river, a sudden change occurred. The lard on the torch burned very vigorously, crackling and popping chaotically, and a drop of burning lard fell into the river in a good way. There was a violent sound of water, as if some huge thing had turned over in the water, and the dense mist on the surface of the water shook a little, scaring Luo Chong. Luckily, I didn't choose to swim across the river. Who knows what kind of monsters will be in this prehistoric primitive river. The old man is so damn resourceful. Continuing to crawl forward, when he came to the junction of the two trees in the center, the branches of the trees were exactly twice as many, and Luo Chong had to stick his torch aside to open the way with his stone axe. The branches of the black tree were hard, with very little elasticity, and the axe smashed against the trunk, shocking his hand to numbness, while the unlucky torch, too, was shaken off going down. In Luo Chang's shocked gaze, the bright firelight pierced through the mist, reflecting a dazzling silver light beneath the surface of the water. In a flash, that silver light flashed violently, and a bloody mouth full of huge triangular teeth leaped out of the water, swallowing the burning torch directly into its mouth. Ow, poof, wow, ah, goo. This is a ing fish. How the fish still with screaming, whose fish is scalded and still can ow a voice, only to see that the owner of the big mouth just swallowed the torch, is ow a scream, and then plop a heavy fall back into the water, stirred up a huge wave of water. Directly Luo Chong from the branch of the tree lifted off. Fortunately, he grabbed the trunk of the tree, and now can still hang in the water cursing, but the big brother inside the water did not do. In the bottom of the flip around stirring the waves, scared Luo Chong vigorously stomping upward legs, swinging back and forth a number of swings, only to put the legs also hang on the tree. By the time Luo Chong had just hung his legs up and hadn't even caught his breath, the monster in the water was coming back up. The surface of the water shook fiercely. The silver light once again leapt out. Luo Chong used all his strength to pull his body up at once, but still, the monster bit the backpack with a mouthful, and with a fluttering sound, brought Luo Chong into the water as well. I said grunt 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 grunt. Your sister. Before the fear of going up the tree when the basket fell. So the Thai thief strong. This time even with a person with a basket directly pulled into the water. Let Luo Chong choked a big mouthful of water. The water monster's mouth is not very big. Just by the back basket stuck. Want to spit cannot come out. Want to bite and cannot bite. Can only fling back and forth head. Hope to the stuck in the mouth of the broken thing flung out. Luo Chong was also carried in the water swaying from side to side. Cannot break free. Nonsense. This is a basket made of beech tree branches. If it is that easy to break, why would Luo Chong go through the trouble of chopping the branches? The intense swinging shook Luo Chong to the point of vomiting. It was damn near more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Luo Chong struggled to pull out the bird's beak dagger in his boot, picking off one side of the straps and the rope tied around his waist, so that he could turn around with great difficulty. It was impossible to see what the hell it was in the dark river water. Luo Chong turned around, yanking the remaining strap with one hand in a death grip, and stabbing at the water monster's head with his dagger in the other hand. Even stabbed two knives. The water monster flung more amplitude. Top Luo Chong again high jump out of the water, and then Luo Chong heavily smashed down. Straight Luo Chong fell dizzy, and continuously filled several mouths of water. The water monster itself didn't feel good either. The 2-foot deep wounds on its head were lush with blood bubbling out, and it carried Luo Chong across the water. Seeing that the front is the river rocks, Luo Chong's spirit from the side rolled over to ride to the head of the water monster. Looking at the side of the head of the two eyes without eyelids, ruthless knife stabbed in, and also not outwardly pulling out the knife. Along with this force and even the arm also inserted into half. In the inside of the haphazard a burst of churning end. The frantic water monster instantly stagnated for a moment, and Luo Chong took the opportunity to pull out his sword, and a stream of red and white paste spewed out of his black eye sockets with a huff. Taking advantage of the water monster's moment of stagnation, poof, another slash, and the other eye socket was poked and blinded, punching a hole right through the sides of the head. Fresh blood and brain matter continued to gush out from the two eye sockets, muddying a large area of the river, and the water monster's struggles became less and less intense, finally turning directly into convulsions. Exhausted, Luo Chong lay on his back and floated on the surface of the water, not wanting to move at all. He just didn't believe that there would still be this thing in that little river. After resting for a while, the water monster was also dead through and through. Its silver-white belly flopped directly onto the surface of the water. But Luo Chang's backpack was still firmly stuck in the water monster's mouth. There is no way. Luo Chong can only swim up to the other bank first, find a strong tree vine, from the water monster's eye socket through, waste 9 oxen and 2 tigers to drag the water monster to the shore. Just recovered strength again consumed. Luo Chong lay beside the water monster gasping for air, and only then did he have time to take a closer look at the monster. It turned out to be just a fish, with a body shape somewhat like a catfish, red head and silver body. No scales on the body length of about 5 meters, body diameter of more than a meter. I do not know what kind of fish it is. Rest for a while. Luo Chong stripped naked clothes and boots. Copied the stone axe, began to knock the big fish teeth. Children palm-sized triangular teeth, more than 50. All knocked out before the basket out. After checking the contents, it was good to see that the chili and salt were in snakeskin bags and hadn't gotten into the water, and nothing else had been lost, except that the half of the chicken left over from lunch couldn't be eaten. What cheered Luo Chong up the most was that the kindling tube hadn't gotten water in it, and the tube made of pig leg bones had a wooden plug blocking the opening with wood shavings still simmering inside. Just as Luo Chong was thinking of lighting a fire first and roasting his clothes and boots, there was suddenly the sound of human footsteps coming from the woods. Luo Chong twisted his head to look. A woman with a cloaked head and miserable white skin, with a little girl, was looking at himself in horror. Two people yell, scattered legs and ran away. The ground also dropped around goo. Luo Chong walked over to see. Actually is a barrel. Multiple choice questions, 100 points. 1. If Ching Book would like to ask for a recommendation and collection, will you support? A. Must give, Europa. B. Can't give it, non-coms. Chapter 022, The Tree Tribe, seeking favorites and recommendations. The barrel that fell on the ground was big, almost as big as the small water tank Luo Chong burned himself. It was burned out of a whole section of logs, that is, a solid wood stump with a fire in the center, directly burned out as space out. TSK, it's really smart. Look at this. Just now those two women should come to fetch water. This directly through the barrel and ran away. Maybe in a while they will bring someone else. Luo Chong had to arm himself first. He couldn't care less about getting wet now. Put on his robe and leather boots. Put on his archery pot and longbow on his back, and put away the equipment in the backpack first, and repair the broken straps. A moment to see the situation. Even if you can't beat it and run away, you have to bring the most important things with you. Just as Luo Chong lit a fire by the river and was skinning a fish, a dense sound of footsteps came from the forest in the distance, followed by a flurry of torches. The two women who came to fetch water just now were certainly among them, and there came exactly 10 of them, 4 men and 6 women, dressed in white animal skin robes, barefoot, with cloaked hair, and skin as white as if they had been brushed with frosty toffee powder. The leader, a grown man, about 16 or 17 years of age, with a white face and a majestic figure, held a branch of a black tree, which appeared to be his weapon. A group of people in a semicircle around Luo Chong, looking at the big fish behind Luo Chong, are a little shocked. The scene is very quiet. Both sides did not say anything, only the crackling sound of torches burning. The other party was also sizing up Luo Chong, a bundle of hair, wearing boots and carrying a backpack. Kid, the man glared at Luo Chong and pointed to the barrel next to him. Gu, to barrel then you did not say earlier, causing me to blindly nervous half a day. Luo Chong rolled his eyes breathlessly, picking that barrel with his spear and handing it to the other party's leader, always keeping the front facing them. The chief took the barrel and handed it to a killjoy-style teenager, who then slowly went around Rashan to fetch water. At #UN% and star. The chief gabbled something in his mouth and pointed at the big fish behind Luo Chong. This foreign language would not be easy to understand, but seeing as he was pointing at the fish, it would be good to give it to them, as it was so big that he couldn't finish it himself anyway. Luo Chong sidestepped and let the fish out. A group of people on the other side suddenly rushed over and beat up the big fish, and a few of the women whimpered and cried out. The man in the lead had a smile on his face and hammered his chest with his fist before bringing it back towards Luo Chong. What the hell is this? A one-on-one? Luo Chong was dumbfounded, but seeing that the other party had a smile on his face and shouldn't mean to fight, he hesitantly touched his fist to the other party. The man laughed out loud and hugged Luo Chong warmly. Then he gabbled and talked and gestured to communicate with Luo Chong. Even if you can't speak the language, you can still communicate with your eyes and expressions and body language. Luo Chong told him that he had come from the other side of the river, and pointed to the clothes he was wearing, signaling that he was going to find an animal with horns on its head. The man nodded his head in understanding and then told Luo Chong that many people from their tribe had been eaten by this fish before and thanked him for getting this monster killed, hoping that he could invite Luo Chong to be a guest in their tribe. Luo Chong thought, anyway, now also to the evening, simply agreed to him. This tribe from their own tribe is also half a day's journey, but can first understand a little. If they have any specialties, later can also find them to do trade is not. Luo Chong signaled them to carry the fish on. This is something that can be eaten. The man's tribe expressed surprise, in their impression only being eaten by fish. When had they ever eaten fish? Because the fish was too big. It could only be slaughtered first before being divided and taken away. Luo Chong had to continue working. The silver-colored fish skin was peeled off. It was 4 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. It was smooth, and it was also elastic and waterproof. This must be put away. In addition to the swim bladder, other viscera are thrown away. But in the viscera inside Luochong actually found a lung. Holy, so it's the lungfish. The monster that supposedly can bury itself in the dirt for 6 months during the dry season and not die. The cleaned lungfish was cut into several large pieces and carried away. And Luochong picked the head of the fish and followed them back to the settlement. Their tribe was in the woods. After not 10 minutes of walking they saw a huge treehouse. 7 or 8 black iron trees in a large circle, with only one tree hole as the entrance and exit. The space inside wasn't very big. It was only about 100 square feet. And there was also a fire pit in the center of the clearing. They also burned holes in these large trees to use as small rooms. Not a big place, but big enough for them to live in. Really, because there were so few of them. 32 in all, from the chief to the suckling children. This tribe living in the tree hole is called the tree tribe by Luochong. The tree tribe adult men only 5. A half-dead elder, and strong leader of the big tree, not tall but very solid stump. A head of killing horse-styled barrels. It is said that those barrels is he burned. And the result is that his own hair is burned. And there is also a naive and honest look dolphin. There are 9 adult women, 11 teenagers over the age of 6, and 7 children under the age of 6, making it a truly sparse population. Since they had lived in this dark forest all their lives, their skin was white and they rarely got any sun, but that didn't mean they didn't know about the outside world. The half-dead tree elder led Luochong and Big Tree to climb up to the lookout platform, which was actually the roof of this huge treehouse, which they had woven from the branches of big trees. The lookout platform was a bit higher than any of the surrounding black forests, and could see far into the distance. The elder's eyes were slightly cloudy and he could no longer see very far. He squinted in the direction of the setting sun and then pointed his finger to the east, muttering something under his breath. The big tree next to him was also trying to translate for the elder. From that direction, out of the black forest, there is a mountain that looks like a cloud in the sky. Deshu pointed to the fiery clouds in the sky while translating. The last elder told me that there is an animal with horns on that mountain, and they are as tall as a man. Oshiki gestured at his head as if he had horns, and then compared his height. That animal runs as fast as the wind, has fur the color of the sky, and no one can catch it. Luochong looked at the big tree gesticulating with a dumbfounded face, even guessed and understood a general idea, and thought that it would be strange if you guys could catch it. 2 sharp horns on the head, blue-gray fur, as tall as a man. This should be a large antelope type of animal. Leopards are not necessarily able to catch. Can you catch up? You must set traps. Luochong looked confident, but neither Big Tree nor Elder Tree held much hope for Luochong. Big Tree looked at the elder without saying anything, just like Luochong recommending his own clothes. Luochong then noticed that the entire tree tribe all wore the same kind of animal skin-made clothes. According to the Big Tree account, this is a kind of body length of more than half a meter of the skin of the big rabbit, covered with snow white. They like to eat moss and mushrooms in the woods. There are a lot of them in this black forest. Luochong's eyes light up. The rabbit is a good thing. To know that rabbits such things and rats can give birth to a child of more than 5 are commonplace. Bunnies born 4 months sexual maturity can then be born, an average of 2 months a child, if it can be domesticated. If a pair of adult rabbits, a litter in 2 months, 6 litters a year, an average of 5 per litter, that's 30 ing. Even if the bunnies start mating and giving birth at 6 months, that's a geometric increase. If we can bring back 2 pairs of adult rabbits, that would turn into hundreds a year. Luo Chang's mouth watered as he fantasized about the plan to raise rabbits. Comrades, book lovers, Ching book request votes, collection and recommended to go up. Even leave a comment can be. This book is currently in the fantasy signing list 3rd, but soon to be the 4th dislike PG. Come to the rescue of my chrysanthemums. Chapter 023, Hunting Rabbits, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. The sun set over the horizon while nothing changed in the Black Forest. It was still as dark as ever. Luochong and the people of the tree tribe ate roasted fish together, and the people of the tree tribe were also very enthusiastic, and kept taking out some specialties to entertain Luochong. An oval-shaped, plum-like outer skin, tastes like an apple-like fruit, tastes sweet and sour, is also a specialty of the Black Forest. According to the Big Tree, this forest is not the only black iron tree. Other fruit trees also have some. Killmonger-styled wooden bucket, and also gave Luochong a bowl of tree sap. The bowl is a wooden bowl. The sap inside is as red as blood. Luochong a little hesitant, but looked at others have drunk. He also took a small sip. A little salty, not very good, but the tree tribesmen drink very happy. The Big Tree hammered the bulging pectoral muscles, told Luochong to drink this can become as strong as him. Luochong speechless. This is not brine. I still have salt, you want to understand. However, Luochong did not take out. Good things cannot show too much. In case of being murdered for money, how to do. After the meal, Big Tree arranged a tree hole for Luochong to rest in, and then told him that he was going to take his clan out hunting, and asked Luo Chong if he wanted to go. Luo Chong was surprised for a moment, but after a little thought, he realized that such things as rabbits are nocturnal animals that rarely come out during the day, and it is normal to hunt at night. So he agreed to him. A line of 11 people, counting Luo Chong, 5 men and 6 women. Tree tribesmen each took a black branch, very long and large, not a wooden stick, the branch on the branch horizontal, looking like the Ming Dynasty wolf brush. Luo Chong still had his own set of equipment, bow and arrow, dagger, spear. The back basket was not with him, but was placed in the tree tribe. He was not worried at all that those people would steal his things. If they did, then Luo Chong did not mind giving them an extermination of the gods and horses. Dashu liked Luo Chang's spear. The trees here were all crooked. He had never seen such a straight wooden stick, but he didn't have the heart to ask for it. As a chief, he also knew that weapons were usually not given away. Weapons were symbols of food. How could the eating utensils be given away so easily? And although Luo Chang's spear was nice to look at, he didn't think it could catch a rabbit. Luo Chong didn't make a move. He just wanted to be a quiet watcher and see how the tree tribe caught rabbits. Dashu led the men to gather some mushrooms first, which had a delicious flavor and were the favorite food of the snow bunny. Placing the mushroom underneath a black iron tree, the group hid nearby, and before long, a fat rabbit hopped over, looked around warily, and hearing no movement, slowly leaned towards the mushroom. Just then, the big tree rushed over with a group of people. 10 branches with dense branches quickly formed a fence wall, surrounded the unlucky rabbit. The rabbit inside the scared cooing, constantly stepping on the ground with its hind legs, making a booming sound of warning. However, the big tree led a rapid contraction of the encirclement until the rabbit was surrounded to the point where it could not move, which resulted in the rabbit being finished with a wooden splinter. TSK, this is roundup hunting, and the ones caught are still alive. Luo Chong instantly got the idea of trading with them. How nice it would be if he could get them to catch rabbits for him. Big Tree proudly grabbed the rabbit and showed it off like Luo Chong, and pointed at Luo Chang's spear, signaling that that weapon of yours doesn't work. If you're willing to give it to me, I can give you my weapon. Luo Chong rolled his eyes, signaling that he will not change, but the Big Tree also did not force, but still vigorously to introduce their own branches to Luo Chong, saying that their own branches to catch rabbits how good to use. Luo Chong was furious and laughed. Better than mine. Then you still change? Keep your own use. Changing the place to set up the mushrooms again, Dasuki pulled Luo Chong to hide behind a black tree, signaling that he would let Luo Chong follow him in a while, and that he would use a comparison test to convince Luo Chong of the benefits of the branches. Breathless, Luo Chong slung his spear behind his waist, took out his longbow, and pulled out another arrow. Deshu looked stunned, wondering what this was again. Just then, another rabbit came probing not far away, and there was still a dozen meters away from the mushroom. Dashu hurriedly pulled Luo Chong, signaling that Luo Chong was ready to rush over with him. Luo Chong ignored him, looking at the rabbit 20 meters away, as big as a small piglet. Bending the bow and arrow whoosh, the white arrow shaft broke through the air in the dark forest. Like a bolt of lightning, an arrow pierced through the rabbit's neck and nailed it firmly to the ground. Luo Chong smiled faintly, patted the dumbfounded Deshu, and walked towards the rabbit. Tree tribe of other people also came out. This set is not right. How to change the script? The director is not so arranged. A group of people do not know why in the end the rabbit suddenly died. Can only walk over to see the truth. The rabbit's neck inserted a wooden stick with feathers, and exactly the same as those carried by Luo Chong. They realized who changed the script, just do not know how he did it. Just now when Luo Chong shot the arrow only Big Tree saw it. Big Tree also walked over. His face no longer had a superiority complex, and he was no longer interested in the spear. Eyeing Luo Chang's bow and arrow, Luo Chong smiled and handed him the longbow, gave him another arrow, taught him to draw the bow hand in hand, and shot another arrow at the rabbit on the ground. Whoosh! The close-range penetration was powerful. Half of the 1-meter-long arrow was stuck in. Wow! There was a gasp from the tree tribesmen, in awe of this amazing weapon. Deshu knew that Luo Chong wouldn't exchange this magical weapon with himself, but he was happy to try it once with his own hands, and Luo Chong gave him a feathered arrow as a symbol of their friendship. The next hunt turned into a solo archery show for Luo Chong. A group of people followed him and watched as he kept bending his bow and shooting arrows, killing a dozen or so rabbits in half an evening's time. This quantity was something they didn't dare to imagine. Normally they would burn high incense if they could catch 3 or 4 a day, and at the same time, it also made the people of the tree tribe secretly speculate about the power of the Luo Chong tribe. After going back, according to Luo Chang's request, the prey harvested this time, the rabbit skin belonged to Luo Chong, and the meat belonged to the tree tribe, and they naturally didn't have any comments. Originally, According to Luo Chang's purpose of this trip, he was considered to have already reached it, and now as long as he stayed here for a while longer, he would definitely be able to save enough animal skins for his tribe, but now only a day out. Always feel a little sorry for their preparation of so many equipment. Since out, should go a little farther, to explore the world, and he is interested in the kind of tree elders say, and people as tall as the animals. Maybe live capture if you go back to pull the car is also good. For the rest of the second half of the night, Luo Chong stayed in the tree hole and rested until the next dawn. Replenished with jerky, fresh water and kindling, Luo Chong sought out Dashu to bid him farewell. Dashu was very reluctant for Luo Chong to leave. It was the season to store food. If Luo Chong had stayed here, he felt sure that this winter would be a little better. Luo Chong also felt that this tribe was good, and that he could trade with them in the future if he had something good. After a little thought, Luo Chong said, "Can you help me catch some live rabbits? Preferably 10 or more." Luo Chong held out 2 palms to count with him. "When I return, I'll exchange other prey with you. It won't affect your food storage." Dashu hesitated and asked rhetorically, "We catch it now. What if the rabbit dies when you get back?" Luo Chong was speechless, and explained to him that if he caught a live rabbit, he would lock it in a tree hole, and pull some grass and mushrooms for the rabbit to eat every day, and that he would be back soon, and that it wouldn't take much time. And only then did Dashu agree. The budding knew begging for recommendation votes, begging for support. Yesterday just finished the chrysanthemum is not guaranteed. The results of the back did not catch up. The front suddenly came to a parachute Big Brother insertion. This book can become the 4th. Heart stuffed. Everyone quickly come to a wave of recommendation collection to comfort me a little bit. Chapter 024, the Tartu sets his horse, seeking favorites and recommendations. Saying goodbye to the tree tribe, Luo Chong once again embarked on an exploratory journey towards the northeast. Moving through the dense black forest, it wasn't easy to keep walking in a straight line. Everywhere around was exactly the same environment. Luo Chong had to take out the bark rope and tie it around his waist. Dragging a long rope behind him as he advanced, he glanced back from time to time. As long as the rope stayed straight, his bearing was not off. And if the rope bent, he was off. Relying on this stupid but very practical method, Luo Chong hiked for 2 days, cutting some branches and sticking them on the ground as markers while walking, and finally got out of this dark forest. The black forest disappeared, turning into sparse woods and bushes and weeds ahead, and some footprints of even-toed hoofed herbivores appeared on the ground. Elder tree really didn't lie to me, Luo Chong secretly thought as he took out his bow and arrow and carefully felt his way forward. After walking for about 20 minutes or so, Luo Chong finally saw the kind of animal that Elder Tree had mentioned. It was a herd of blue roan antelope about the size of a domestic donkey, about 1 meter 2 at the shoulder, with a body length of 3 meters, and a pair of half-meter long sharp horns on its head, which curved backward. Sheep face, donkey ears, horse body, cow's tail, all blue-gray, with slender limbs and an inch-long mane at the back of the neck. TSK, this is not a problem if you get back to use as a donkey. Luo Chong instantly thought of capturing it alive, but it's not good. Donkey is a very docile animal, but the blue antelope is not the same. Just look at its head that a pair of sharp horns know is not good to mess with the Lord. Blue antelope nature of fighting. Is the female in order to fight for territory? And occasionally will be a single pick, the top of a horn of God. Then in case Luo Chong ran over, the results of their group attack, that Luo Chong on the break. This is a small herd of only 17. Herbivores usually gather in large herds in the summer, and it's now fall, their rutting season, so there is only 1 adult male antelope in the whole herd, and this is easy to distinguish. The one with the largest body size is the one. There were 8 adult female antelope, and 8 young antelope. This would be relatively simple. As long as they could control most of the adult blue horse antelope, the small ones would follow on their own. The young ones would not leave the herd alone. After a little thought, Luo Chong had a plan, and quietly retreated backward. The basket first put aside, Luo Chong wanted to make a simple stone-throwing rope. The results of this unlucky place even a stone are not. No way. Had to take 2 small snakeskin bag, filled with soil, tied to both ends of the rope as counterweight. A bundle of bark rope. Make a good retractable noose standby. Now is the rutting period. As long as the priority control of the adult male antelope, I do not believe that they do not obey. Otherwise find who to mating. Luo Chong lewdly crooked, once again touched up, quietly hiding behind a chest-high shrub. Luo Chong glanced out and grinned. Hot eyes, hot eyes, only to see that the male gazelle is riding the female gazelle happy chanting. This ing. Good chance. Taking 2 steps backward, Luo Chong quickly swung the throwing rope, and the whooshing sound of the wind startled the blue horse antelope herd for a moment, vigilantly gathering together, with their heads facing outward and their horns facing forward, shielding the young horse antelopes all behind them. with only the male and the female oblivious to the fact that they were caught in the G-spot and unable to extricate themselves. The propeller-like throwing rope suddenly hung with the sound of wind and flew towards the male and female. Whoosh! Pop! Plop! Hey puke! Ho 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 ho! The throwing rope instantly wrapped around the hind legs of the two blue horse antelopes. The male and the female were in a flurry, and with a shiver, they fell to the ground with a plop, followed by a howl. Not knowing whether they were feeling good or hurt from the fall, Luo Chong flung a rope circle in his hand and dashed out like a western cowboy in a movie. The blue horse antelope herd stirred, looking at this enemy in front of them, only one, not a wolf pack, and immediately made a welcoming stance. Their heads toppled forward and their sharp horns extended forward. This ing. Thank you. Oh, sticking your head out for a condom is just not too polite. In the spirit of the idea that there is a cheap knot to take advantage of, Luo Chong violently swung the rope ring, snapped a set on the horns of the two mare antelope. Oops, blunder actually did not set in the head. The two equine antelope obviously did not expect that the two-legged beast in front of them did not come over to tear them apart, but just threw a rope loop from a long distance away, and one of them charged violently, intending to wear Luo Chong into a sugar plum. But the result was that just as they took a step out, they were yanked back by the one next to them. Luo Chong quickly tightened the bark rope and tied the long horns of the two roan antelope firmly together. The other female roan antelope also quit and quickly rushed over. Her sharp long horns flashed coldly under the sunlight and flew towards Luo Chong and crashed over. Luo Chong quickly moved horizontally, nimbly jumping up and down in the middle of several mares and antelopes, and within a few moments, he had entangled the three antelopes together, and then pulled the rope fiercely, and used the strength of his entire body to fall downward. The remaining two females saw the situation and ran away with their 8 young ones. It would be foolish to rush up at this time. Hey, don't run, come back to me. Watching that group of equine antelope ran away, Luo Chong was anxious in his heart. This is not the same as his own anticipation. There are just a few small ones left. They shouldn't leave the group. This ing. Luo Chong looked at the 10 gazelles escaping speechlessly. No way at all. Helplessly got up, ready to take the 7 left behind to take the anger. First, he carefully went over and tied up their legs. Then he went to check on the male and the female, who were still lying on their sides twitching on the ground because their hind legs were entangled and hadn't been separated until now. Now that's a real stallion. No, that's a gazelle. TSK. I'll be a flirt even if I die. It's difficult to completely subdue wild animals, especially ones that have reached adulthood. And it's not as if they'll just honestly do whatever they want once your kingly spirit bursts forth. That's just whimsy. For an unruly, aggressive species like the blue roan, it is important to destroy its pride first. Ancient people have simmering eagle said, in order to tame the ferocious eagle, just captured back, a few days and nights do not let the eagle sleep, so that it is particularly sleepy, until it wore down its wildness. In short, a sentence, you serve or not, do not serve the capital will not allow you to sleep. But Luo Chong obviously didn't want to take that long. He directly and simply roughly used a stone axe, smashed all the horns of the blue horse antelope, and used red-hot coals to scald the cross-section of the broken horns, so that they would no longer grow. Knowing that the beautiful, sturdy horns are their powerful features and weapons for courtship and protection of their territory, breaking their horns now is as good as taking half their lives. And the 7 roan antelope went from struggling violently at the beginning straight to shriveling quail, a sign of loss of security. If it wasn't for Luo Chong to keep the male gazelle from mating, he wouldn't mind castrating the male gazelle. He didn't need wild blue gazelles, he just needed to make these gazelles work for him as oxen. Even the ancient war horses in the past were mostly gelded, just to keep them honest and obedient. A new day is coming soon. I hope you can give me a recommendation vote at the moment of midnight o'clock. I appreciate it. Thank you. Chapter 025, Wu Din and Simon. Luo Chong spent a whole day to pack them. First went to retrieve his own basket, and then cut down some small trees to peel the bark and rub the rope, and made some simple harnesses. The leading male gazelle had a cage head tied to his head, and the 6 females gazelles were divided into 3 groups, 2 side by side, tied with a rope around their necks to a short horizontal wooden stick, and bolted into a string by Luo Chong to form a 1-2-2-2-2-2-2 formation, so no one would want to run away this time. Leading the equine antelope team, Luo Chong found a small stream and stewed a pot of dried rabbit meat to solve the dinner. The equine antelope were on a farcical hunger strike. They hadn't eaten since they were caught by Luo Chong. They only drank some water by the small stream just now. Luo Chong lay by the stream, squinting at the evening sun in the sky. Shay, what kind of reserve do you pretend with me? If you have the ability, don't even drink the water. Luo Chong cursed disdainfully, not caring about their hunger strike at all. In the northeast direction of the creek, there was a colorful rocky mountain. The one elder tree had pointed out from the lookout at that time, and it was now very close to Luochong, just about 2 or 3 kilometers, not taking half an hour's journey. That mountain wasn't the color of the flaming clouds that Elder Tree had said, but it wasn't all wrong. There was indeed a part of it that was red, and the entire mountain was sparsely vegetated and extremely rocky, and huge granite rocks could be seen from a few kilometers away, reflecting beautiful purples and reddish colorfulness under the setting sun's illumination. The whole mountain was like a falling rainbow, with as much red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple as well as large areas of gray and white, all of which were distributed in bands that stretched all the way over towards the northeast. Hair, this ing absolutely have mine and only look at the color to judge. This is a variety of mineral symbiosis of the belt vein. Just do not know to which kind of mineral is dominated. Banded veins are mostly impacted by volcanic lava flows, and if they're due to geologic activity accumulating, most veins like that are layered, which is a good distinction, and it seems likely there's a volcano in the distance. The sky was completely dark, although Luochong wanted to go over to take a look, but he could only suppress his impulse. Rubbing those ropes during the day was also tired for the whole day, so he went to sleep early. The next day, the genius of the dawn, Luochong was woken up by a throat shouting, squinted and looked around. The fire slowly smoke. Only a few pieces of red charcoal is still flickering. Luochong added a handful of firewood into the fire in a while on the fire. The dim surroundings were instantly illuminated, and it also made Luochong excited for quite a while. He strongly resisted the urge to laugh to the sky, and lay down on the ground and started pretending to be asleep, only to see that in the grove where Luochong had tied up the blue gazelle, the 2 females that had escaped yesterday had returned with 8 young gazelles, and had abducted another adult male gazelle from somewhere. The male roan was riding a female roan tied to a tree, throatily demonstrating at the tied one. This is Pan Jinlian leading a child, bringing Shiman Qing to find Wu Dalong demonstration a Luochong lying on the ground to hold back the laughter. The body stifled a shiver. Luochong smashed the corner of the martial arts atmosphere can only look at it. Dry wife was Simon Qing ravaged. They can only surround the tree around, now not to mention that it is tied. Even if it is not tied to it cannot do people. The corner of the Luochong to get broken. Then Simon short of a large block. This ing take what with others to do. Luochong could not bear to watch Woda continue to suffer, quietly hid behind the bushes. This is all for nothing. Do not leave them all or sorry for their good intentions. Luochong didn't disturb Shiman's good deed, quickly made a few simple rope loops, ready to catch those 2 Panjinlian who loved to escape first. When he got hold of all the mare antelope, he didn't believe that Shiman would still run. The sky is still very dark. Luochong quietly to the back of the 2 Panjinlian. While they are still looking at Simon, a set of both their heads, the rope pulled back, directly so that the 2 of them crashed together. The 2 mare antelope once again run, but did not run out of 10 meters on the run cannot run. Luochong has already tied the other end to the tree. The young equine antelopes were still confused, and seeing that the female antelopes suddenly stopped running, they followed suit and stopped, only to be taken down one by Luochong. By the time Luochong came back to clean up Shiman, it had only just reached the peak of its antelope life when it was set on its head. Shiman was furious, collected his dick and toppled towards Luochong, only to find that he could only circle around the tree just like Wu did before he ran 5 meters. Naturally another violent corner slam follows, and to the sound of Wu Da's gloating guttural voice, Simon is caged as well, and can no longer be pleased with himself. After doing this, the sky has also brightened. Luochong in a good mood drinking salted meat soup with wild vegetables. Wild vegetables are those blue horse antelope eat a kind of plant similar to amaranth. Since they can eat, it must not be poisonous. Luochong put a little bit in the broth. The flavor is not bad. Waiting for the horse antelope herd and Luochong have eaten breakfast, the team continued to set out. Shiman packed Luochong, Wu De packed Luochang's backpack, behind the 2 big and 2 small rows of 8 rows, a line of 18 horse antelope, a juvenile team, straight to the east of the 8-colored mountain, the 8-colored stone mountains, called the 8 treasure mountains by Luochong. This place was indeed full of treasures, just lying there quietly, waiting for Luochong to develop them. There are a lot of big red mounds of earth on the mountain, not the hematite iron ore that Luochong fantasized about, just some termite burrows. But termite burrows aren't useless. This is all good weathered clay, and the pottery burned out of termite burrows will definitely be better than the clay from the river. The orange one is coxcomb stone, also known as andrographus, which has a very brittle texture and can be pinched into powder when pinched. It can be used as a medicinal herb, externally for snake and insect bites, or internally to treat internal parasites. Ancient China also has the custom of drinking Xianghuang wine on the Dragon Boat Festival. In fact, that's the worm medicine. And the mother let eat tartar candy when I was a child. A roll is a very easy to distinguish between the minerals, but this thing must not be burned. Andrographis' main ingredient is arsenic disulfide. Is a toxic thing, especially after the burning of the yellow smoke, an oxygen reaction into arsenic trioxide, which is the famous arsenic, highly toxic. The yellow one is chalcopyrite, with an oily surface, which is also mixed with a lot of chalcopyrite glittering with golden light, and the copper content in it is almost more than 80%, which is considered to be a copper-rich mine. This was the first metal Luochon had found. He was very excited and dug down again, wanting to see the depth of this mine. As a result, when he dug to a depth of 1 meter, the vein changed again, and some pyrite appeared underneath the layers, but it was very rare. Pyrite is easy to distinguish. It's yellow flakes of stone, all flaky, and the main component is iron sulfide, so it's not the same as hematite, which is dominated by iron oxide. It seems that the nearby volcano should be an acidic volcano, and the minerals that come out are extremely sulfurous, and it's normal to be able to find iron sulfide next to Andrographis. After all, Andrographis is sulfide, only there is too little pyrite here to be used for iron making. It should be in the form of a copper-rich companion ore. Without further ado, I'm begging for votes, favorites, comments, and character bishops, the serious kind, truer than gold. Chapter 026, The Scenery Under China Trust Mountain. The green color not far away immediately confirmed Luo Chang's guess. That is the color of malachite, and malachite is the symbol of copper mine. In fact, anyone who has taken middle school chemistry should know that copper sulfate solution is green, so most green stones contain copper, including emerald. China's Yunnan and Burma are rich in jadeite precisely because there is an acidic volcano there, the Tingchang volcano in Yunnan, and when the volcano erupts, a solution of copper sulfate from the Earth's core erupts along with the magma, and over tens of thousands of years, when it invades the stone, it turns into jadeite. So, if you have more money, you can buy a piece of emerald and smash it and burn it to make copper. But unfortunately no one does that. Digging a little further to the side, a lot of blue and purple blue copper ore came out, which is the natural crystallization of copper sulfide, a layer of indigo, a layer of dark blue, a layer of blue and purple, in a radial precipitation of crystallization, very beautiful, like a blue lingji with a circle of lines, and then over a small hill. Put the eye over into a large white. Luochong dug around half a day. White veins are very mixed. Most of the surface layer is guanine soil, also known as dolomite, also known as kaolin, is a fire-resistant clay, mainly used to burn porcelain, or to make crucibles for melting metals. Kaolin clay mixed with lime. Digging further down is also lime. There are white translucent mica, the bottom of the chalk and icosahedron, that is, calcite, colorless and transparent. Square and icing sugar looks like icosahedron. Square pure white opaque and hard is chalk. In fact, these things are lime, but because of the deeper burial, by the pressure of the larger so become a variant of the lime. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure I can do this. Over the beans of MT, Pat Pong, you are finally left with the gray granite and the tin ore that is symbiotic next to the granite, which is evident by the reflections of the silvery metal that oozes from the surface of the granite. After digging around like this for most of the day, Luochong lay down on a piece of granite on the east side of the 8 treasure mountain. The granite was warmed by the sun. Wu De and Shiman then took the herd of horse antelope and ate the low shrubs around them, while Luochong was inwardly thanking those professors of geology and chemistry from the National Defense University, thanking them for teaching him so much, or else he wouldn't know how to make use of it even if he were sitting on the treasure mountain. To summarize today's exploration, this is a copper-rich mine, and all the other minerals are just companion mines to the copper. But those companion mines were also useful. Tin could be made into a copper-tin alloy with copper, the famous bronze, and for now, bronze was the best metal Luochong could get. In fact, the bronze alloy has been widely used in modern times, generally used to make machine bearings, only most people do not know it. Thought the bronze should be in which the king's tomb. In fact, not. Bronze alloy is indeed superior to steel in some aspects, so even after thousands of years has not been eliminated. When Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, the Qin army was using bronze weapons, while the 6 kingdoms had already been equipped with a lot of iron weapons. But the early iron weapons could not even compare with mature bronze, so the 6 kingdoms lost not unfairly. Iron weapons to fully replace bronze weapons are in the Han Dynasty, when the early 100 refined steel technology has been more mature. After non-stop folding and forging of iron material is indeed sharper than bronze, but the use of bronze has not been eliminated because of the prosperity of iron and steel. Until the Ming and Qing dynasties, bronze was also used to make firearms. The Ming Shinji battalion of the cannons, red cannons, most of them are cast in bronze. There was very little iron sulfide in MT, Bobeo, not enough to support iron making at all, so Luochong would have to with bronze to the end in the future. Fortunately, The 8 Treasure Mountain is not far from his tribe. Walking is also 3 days' journey, a round trip to 6 days. If you use the Blue Horse Antelope to pull the car, the time should also be able to be much faster. The Blue Horse Antelope has a family donkey so big, pulling a car should not be a problem. Cannot be done? Then the 2-horse Antelope to pull a car. As long as you go back to the first bridge will be fine. Doing a good job of future plans. Luochong also have time to enjoy the surrounding scenery. Bobeo Mountain from a distance to see very beautiful. In the close look is to let a person's heart surging. A place that is full of copper, how can not let a person rejoice? The east side of Babeo Mountain has a well-developed water system, an endless wetland swamp, which can't be seen at the end of a glance. And at the foot of the mountain, the water and grass are fertile, and Wuda and Shiman are happily taking the herd of horse antelope to graze. Wetlands, land covered by a shallow layer of water all year round, with the water level not exceeding 2 meters at its deepest point, are a paradise for plants and animals, with waterfowl being the most popular. Here is certainly no exception. Knee-high ryegrass, waist-high clover, also known as four-leaf clover. This thing is too recognizable, for peach heart-shaped leaves grow together, in modern times known as the lucky grass. A lot of decorations also often appear four-leaf clover shape, is the favorite of a variety of herbivorous animals, but also the favorite of the little girl, who let it is peach heart-shaped it. Clumps of tall, upright reeds, sweet elephant grass that grew as tall as trees, each 6 or 7 meters tall. It was in this wetland grassland at the foot of the mountain that Luochong also saw herds of horses, but couldn't muster the slightest interest in capturing them. The horse here is just as high as his waist, not as big as a sheep, can't pull a cart, can't ride, the skin is not good looking, not warm, and it's not cost effective to raise it for meat, because it grows too slowly, and it's just a chicken ribs to the extreme for Luochong, which is not useful at all. There were no goats or sheep here either. Blue roan antelope were not rare. There were 3 or 4 small herds of 10 or more alone. Luochong very much hoped that Wuda and Shiman would fight for their honor and abduct some more females antelope. There were also beavers the size of domestic hogs in the grass, with oily brown fur that appeared and disappeared from time to time in the water and grass. There are also big snakes hanging on the mangroves. Skin. Just the faded snake skin is more than 10 meters long. The waist circumference of a child is so thick. TSK, but do not meet alive or else you really cannot do it. Luochong belly laughs. The python snake molt was nonchalantly laughed at by Luochong, who was now worried about not having a bag of some sort. The bag is intended to be used to contain grass seed, ryegrass, sweet elephant grass, wild clover, as well as wide-leafed water leek and watercress. Get some back to fry and egg meat slices of God's a proper supplement of vitamins. Of course, you can not just focus on their own food, but also to develop their own rabbit farming industry. And blue horse antelope, the future pulling carts count on them. Luochong does not mind a little bit of good to them. Tribal caves in front of the open space just used to plant these pasture grasses. Half an afternoon, Luochong tired of back pain, only to collect a bag of grass seeds, and did not classify, all mixed together, tied on the back of a mare antelope. The blue horse antelope ate to his heart's content. Luochong also hit his dinner, an ancient giant goose, florid white fur color. The whole is white. Plumes and head have mixed colors, more than 2 meters tall, bigger than the modern danding crane. The wingspan is more than 5 meters. Was hidden in the grass. Luochong shot 2 arrows before falling down. The feathers that could be made into arrows were plucked clean by Luochong, and after opening the belly, Luochong planned to roast it whole to supplement the dried rabbit meat that was already at the bottom of the back basket. Just as Luochong was squatting at the water bank to slaughter the goose, he suddenly burst into tears. The tears turned around in his eyes several times, but in the end, he couldn't hold back the flow, and the hot tears were full of his thoughts about the earth. People who have slaughtered chickens know that the chicken's digestive system is very weak, and what you eat will be kept in the stomach for a long time. Television drama in the Kanchi had let the imperial chef to do a bowl of chaff to him, but the palace where there is that thing, that are fed to the chicken stuff, and finally had to kill the chicken to take the chaff from the chicken's stomach. The chicken's digestive system can be seen from this. In fact, other birds were in a similar situation, such as this ancient giant goose. Luochong actually found small fishes and shrimps in its stomach, as well as rice that hadn't had time to digest. Chapter 027, Deep in the Swamp, Up. God knows how emotional Luochong was the moment he saw the rice, how aggrieved he was, how homesick he was, which directly led to the collapse of his tears. A man's tears are not light, but just not to the place of sadness. A good young man died before he had a wife, and somehow came to this ghost place, turned into a primitive man. No vegetable oil, no vegetables, no seasoning, no iron pot, no rice and white flour. Every day is either roasted meat or broth. He is almost vomiting. Although he could get used to eating meat every day, It didn't mean he didn't want to eat staples. Luo Chong wiped away tears. A pat on the head. Rice is rice. And rice is not rice. Wild rice of course should be grown in the swamp. The swamp is the nature of pure natural best water field. How early did not think of this point. Finding it was a decision that didn't even need to be thought about. How could Luo Chong ignore the first food crop he found in this world? Those rice grains in the goose's stomach had corroded the outer skin, revealing the rice inside. Luo Chong didn't know if such rice could still be planted, so he had to find intact rice seeds. And this kind of rice he has never seen at all. Each grain is a little bigger than a mung bean. I do not know whether it is not the reason that it has not been processed by modern mechanical polishing. A grain of up to 2 or 3 grains of modern rice, but he is absolutely convinced that this is rice. After eating the roasted goose, there was no time to rest in the evening. Luo Chong was nervously making the equipment to go deeper into the swamp. Now he had to harvest those rice grains before those animals. Even if he harvested one more grain, it could turn into hundreds of grains in the coming year. In the mangrove forest on the spot, with a stone axe cut some long branches and saplings of 2 centimeters in diameter, tied into a pike-shaped canoe frame with 2 pointed ends and a wide middle, wrapped underneath with the huge piece of silver lungfish skin, which is waterproof. Wrapped around the branch frame is a simple canoe, considering the need to carry a lot of things, so do more big, 4.5 meters long, about 80 centimeters wide, divided into the front, middle and back of the 3 compartments hopper, the middle of the seat, the 2 ends of the things, but also the limit of the size of this fish skin, with the length of the diagonal of the rectangular fish skin as the captain is just right. This kind of canoe is very light and can be carried by one hand. He has done it before, but then he used plastic sheeting and willow branches. Now he uses fish skin. This simple canoe can even be made with plastic wrap. As long as 2 more layers are wrapped around it, it can still sit on people. Very simple and practical. And find some fine rattan woven into a few rattan cards. 2 smaller ones are 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. With a rope tied to the feet can walk in the swamp. Tied to the feet in the middle of this simple flippers. The distance between the 2 feet is only 20 centimeters. Although a little twisted, but it does not affect the walk. And it can reduce the pressure to ensure that do not get stuck in the swamp is the way to go. There is also a larger rattan sign, 1/2 meter wide and 1.5 meters long. This is the last safeguard. If you accidentally fall down, just pad this big rattan sign under your body. It will surely save your life. After doing this, Luo Chong checked the equipment while tying a fence for the blue horse antelope. The fence was simple. Just set up a few stakes and put up a few cross logs. A simple sheep pen with pasture and a creek would be enough to feed them for the day. And he wouldn't stay in the swamp until dark. The next morning, Luo Chong drank a bowl of goose soup in the morning mist, cut some 6-meter-tall sweet elephant grass for Wu Din and Shiman, and set off with his simple canoe. Finding a spot slightly deeper in the water, he lowered the canoe and paddled a simple paddle in the shape of an inverted Y, wrapped in a layer of snakeskin, toward the depths of the swampy wetlands. And at the same time, in the tree tribe in the dark forest, the big tree was leading the clan to catch snow rabbits. And now they not only hunted at night, but even started catching rabbits during the day, because promised Luo Chong to help him capture live snow hares, but they themselves have to store food for the winter. Although Luo Chong promised that he would exchange with other prey, but what if there is no it? Holding in their hands is their own. Not that Dashu does not believe Luo Chong, but as a chief, he absolutely cannot joke with the lives of the clan. In order to meet the needs of Luo Chong and his own tribe, the tree tribe had almost the entire tribe out, leaving only the elders and children under 6 years old to watch over the house, while the rest of them caught rabbits for the rabbits, gathered mushrooms for the mushrooms, and some grasses that snowshoe hares love to eat, which were reserved for the rabbits. In order to increase the production, the big tree is no longer satisfied with the food trapping method. He even started the violent demolition. After finding the rabbit hole, directly digging, do not come out of the fire, smoke, but also really let him catch quite a lot. And even caught a couple of nests of young rabbits that were born not long ago. This result was something Luo Chong hadn't anticipated. Otherwise he would have thanked Big Tree properly. But what was even more unexpected was that Big Tree and the others ran into some enemies while hunting. In the fall, all tribes store food, no matter what, and the cannibal tribes are no exception. And their food is people, living people. Men could be used for eating, women could be left to bear children or work. Animals like people, without sharp teeth and claws or thick, strong fur, running and not running fast, are the best to catch. On the day Luo Chong went deeper into the swamp, a hunting party of a cannibal tribe encountered with Big Tree in them. This party consisted of all adult males, numbering 40, and they actually rode 2 dingoes. The 2 dingoes were not big, a limited number of points taller than a human being, and they were not yet old enough. They should have been captured and bred from a young age. The weapons in their hands are all stone axes and wooden spears, which can be said to be powerful, and the tree tribe in them compared to the whole tribe of men, women, and children combined are not as many as them, not to mention that the other side are all adult males. And the reason for the encounter was that they were attracted by the light of the fire that Big Tree used to burn the rabbit hole. In the face of such a powerful enemy, the Big Tree directly chose to run away, joking, "Is it holding a branch over hard? The other side of an axe can smash you to death." Not to mention the other side is still as riding a fear of elephants to come. That monster looks scary. The Big Tree fights on the home turf. Bah! No, it is running, because he is familiar with the terrain, so he immediately gathered the clan to escape. The cannibal tribe is in hot pursuit behind. The Big Tree specially picked the bad road to go. The enemy can't catch up for a while, but there are still some people who fell behind. A little girl, just 9 years old, who had helped out to pick mushrooms, out of fear, tripped over a tree root while running and fell behind, only to be hit in the back by a flying axe, and then immediately afterwards speared to death by the enemy who had caught up with her. And a group of savage cannibals gathered around and began to drink the blood with a laugh. Dashu's eyes were red as he watched. His teeth clenched, but he didn't stop. He knew that he was definitely not an opponent, even if the whole clan went into battle. In the end, he would only end up being fished by the enemy. Because of the dead little girl, the enemy's pursuit finally stalled for a bit, and Big Tree rushed back to the tribe's treehouse to talk to the tree elders about it. The enemy is too strong. Simply cannot fight. Only relocation of a road optional. But they have been living in this black forest for generations. And where can they move to? The outside world they do not know much. Wooden Barrel proposed to go to find Luo Chong, when Luo Chong left a feather and arrow, said that if there is any difficulty, you can go to his tribe to find him help, and just from the weapons Luo Chong used, his tribe should be very powerful. Dashu also agreed with this opinion, but they had no idea where Luo Chang's tribe was. They only knew that it was on the other side of the river, so how else could they move help? Seeing that the enemy was about to hit home, Elder Tree finally made the decision to let Big Tree lead his clan to the east of the Black Forest to look for Luo Chong. He himself stayed behind to slow down the enemy. Anyway, he was dying and couldn't walk, so he didn't drag his clan down. Dashu nodded sadly and hurriedly had his bags packed. Tree tribe each person on the body of a beast skin. Only a small amount of dried meat. More they cannot take. All the barrels in the tribe on their backs. The container is the most valuable thing. The barrels are also filled with a lot of live rabbits, which Luo Chong named. The Big Tree is also hoping that Luo Chong can look at these rabbits to help them, which is also considered a bargaining chip. Thanks to Ice Cloud Whispering Moon for the book reward and crab support. Keep asking for votes, smiley face, the fried serious kind. Chapter 028 Deep in the Swamp, Middle. The Tree Tribe and their party set off eastward in a hurry, without even a single fire. And a torch in a dark forest is undoubtedly telling the enemy where they are. Big Tree Heart is also a little bottomless. Luo Chong has been gone for several days. Where has he gone now? Is he still alive? These big trees didn't know, but now if he didn't leave, he could only wait for death. He had no choice. The enemy in the back had already found their tribe. The treehouse that had provided for their survival for generations had been turned into a sea of fire. The fire was lit by the tree elder. That was all he could do now, and he didn't know if he could burn a few of the enemies that had intruded into their tribe. The tree tribe, which had only 32 people, is now down to 30 after this turn of events, and more than half of them are minors. The adults carried barrels and rabbits on their backs. The smaller children were carried by the older ones, nibbled a little jerky when they were hungry, drank that strange salty sap when they were thirsty, and climbed up into the canopy to rest when they were tired. And the party drooped and hoofed it eastward toward the Black Forest. Originally, Big Tree didn't have much hope of finding Luo Chong, but he didn't expect to see many branches sticking diagonally into the ground all the way to the east, and they were all newly cut. This gave Big Tree a lot of confidence. He felt that this should be the mark left by Luo Chong. These marks were indeed left behind by Luo Chong, but when he first got these, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find his way back, and prepared them for his return journey. But he didn't expect that they would turn into a signpost for Big Tree to find him. When Luo Chong walked this path before, it took him 2 days, and that was because he had to keep correcting his direction, and he also had to keep cutting branches to make marks. But Big Tree and the others were different. They were looking directly along the markings, and, still, without knowing, when their pursuers would catch up with them. So it only took them a day and a half to reach the outskirts of the Black Forest. Just came out when it was already evening. The sky turned scarlet under the reflection of the setting sun. The small children of the tree tribe still saw the outside world for the first time, full of curiosity and questions. Not to mention them, that is, those adults have never traveled so far. Deshu also had questions. He wanted to know where Luo Chong had gone. The mark that Luo Chong had left was broken here. Where should he look? But after walking not much farther, Dashu saw some new signs. There were many branches on the ground that had just been cut down not long ago, and small trees that had been chopped down. All of these were made by Luo Chong when he was making the harness and stripping the bark to rub the rope. And by the creek at the bottom of the slope, Dashu also found traces of a fire, a pile of black coals doused with water. There were also quite a few animal footprints on the soft mud by the creek, including Luo Chang's, which was good to confirm. After all, there really weren't many people wearing those strange boots. But where Luo Chong went next, Dashu couldn't find out. He could only spend the night here with his clan first. He felt sure that Luo Chong would still go here if he wanted to go back. Speaking of both ends of the spectrum, just as Big Tree was leading his clan all the way east, evading pursuit while searching for Luo Chong, at this time, Luo Chong was also advancing into the depths of the swamp. In the endless marshy wetlands, Luo Chong, paddling a simple kayak, rides the waves. No, it's a thorn in the side, breaking through the water plants floating on the surface of the water. And that's actually the real danger of a terrain like a swamp, because you just don't know if it's water or silt underneath all this water plants. Luo Chong, who was paddling the kayak, slowly advanced while carefully surveying the plants beside him. And that careful eye was as hard as finding a grain of sand in a dense patch of millet. Maybe someone will say, is not just rice? Who has been to the countryside who have not seen? Even if the city people usually can occasionally see the scenic beauty of rice paddies on the internet, especially the kind of rice paddies in the shape of a ladder. Layered rice paddies, it is more beautiful. But that is planted with countless rice paddies that look exactly the same. Instead, Luo Chong is looking for wild rice hidden among billions of reeds. This one is easy to say, but it's really hard work, because wild rice is not uncommon. On the contrary, the probability of its occurrence is still high. The reason why modern high-yield rice can be successful can be said to rely on a kind of destiny. The father of hybrid rice in China, Master Yuan, is that destiny. Hybrid rice, as the name suggests, is with what thing to rice hybridization? In fact, is the unique eye of the bull Yuan grandfather stumbled upon a strain of odd-looking, vitality fried chicken exuberant wild rice. In and after the domestication of artificially cultivated rice hybridization, from then on there is a great eaters of the nation cannot eat endless high-yield rice, and it's not an isolated case. In the mid-1980s, a farmer in southern China, Mr. Chen, discovered a magical wild rice plant in the reeds of a saline field on the coast of GD. Instead of ignoring it, Moncler outlet store Chen, who has grown rice for half his life, immediately realized the importance of this powerful creature that thrives on the beach and is super saline tolerant. So he went up to the plant and jerked away the only 522 grains of rice. After repeated planting and testing, the hundreds of rice grains finally developed into an endless rice fields, so that China's coastal and inland hundreds of millions of acres of salt alkali land where grass does not grow. A direct solution to the hundreds of millions of people's food problems. See Rice 86. This type of rice seed is also famous overseas, and has become the world's countries competing for the object. And what Luo Chong was doing now could even rewrite. No, it's a transgenerational creation to create the history of this world, to make mankind shift from the hunting age to the farming age. Then, in this pristine swamp, the chances of this kind of rice appearing should be very high, right? And it is also a favorite food of waterfowl. So it is true that the emperor is not a man of the world. In Luo Chong took his spear and fiddled with the reeds beside him one by one, like combing his hair in a careful carpet search. He still didn't find. But this kind of beating the grass to scare the snakes, indeed, should be the poem. Scramble, 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 startled a shoal of gulls and herons. Luo Chong swept his stick through the reeds, and all of a sudden, a piece of waterfowl clattered up from the reeds not far away, startling Luo Chong. And then he turned his head to look, only to see not far away from a shallow mudflat in the reeds, there is a small piece of hanging spikes reed standing in a group of small friends. Luo Chong's eyes suddenly burst out of the light. The heart cannot help but a happy. It is, our good friend, the wild rice. Luo Chong, who found the target, grinned uncontrollably, and immediately paddled towards the shallow shoal in his kayak with great effort. Once, twice, just as Luo Chang's boat was looking to reach its destination, a human shout suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, hashtag $%, and asterisk, percent dollar, hashtag dollar at hashtag, and, percent dollar. What? Who the hell is yelling? Luo Chong followed the sound and looked back, only to see several naked primitives, holding a few pieces of driftwood floating in the water behind them, waving at him while yelling non-stop, looking very anxious. Chapter 029. Deep in the swamp, below. What? Are you guys here to take a dip? Obviously, not many people would take a dip in a place like the swamp, and those in the water were just a tribe that lived in this swamp. The Rin tribe. The Ling tribe has a small population of just over 50 people, and at this time, the Ling tribe's gathering team is also gathering their winter reserves. The rhombus, which is the kind of nut that grows a bull's head-shaped black shell with a white fruit inside. Many people have eaten this stuff, but few know that the rhombus actually grows in the water, especially in this shallow water system where it is most abundant in the marshes. Rhododendron is high in starch and rich in protein, and it is easy to store after drying, so this is the daily staple food of the rhododendron tribe. At this time, the diamond tribe's collection team is a person holding a piece of driftwood floating in the water. Everyone is very hard looking at the floating in the water grass. Grab the leaves above and turn over. A few rhombus suddenly appeared in the water grass on the root system. While they were busy and happy, a similar person suddenly appeared in their field of vision, only to see a young man with hair tied on top of his head and a bone hairpin inserted, sitting on a magical thing floating on the water, slowly drifting towards the forbidden place of death that the elders talked about. Out of the goodness of her heart, the leader of the Ling tribe's gathering team, a young adult woman, Ling Chao, panicked and shouted at Luo Chong, hoping that he wouldn't continue to float that way, but unfortunately the teenager didn't understand his own tribe's language. All she saw in Luo Chang's eyes was surprise and curiosity. In a hurry, Ling Chao hurriedly swam towards Luo Chong, yelling at him as she did so. Luo Chong, on the other hand, was in a daze, not knowing what this group of people who suddenly appeared in the water were, and what the woman who swam towards him wanted to do. Just when Luo Chong was in a daze, Ling Chao had already swam to the side of Luo Chang's boat as fast as a swimming fish, grabbing Luo Chang's boat with one hand and pointing at the reed bush where a lot of rice had grown with one hand to shout, with anxiety and fear in her expression. Seeing that the other party didn't do anything against him, Luo Chong also put down his heart, but looking at the woman's expression, it seemed that she didn't want to let herself go over, as if there was some kind of monster in that reed bush. Luo Chong gestured, opened his mouth and showed his teeth, grasped both hands in a claw-like manner, imitating a wild beast's cry, and then pointed at the reeds again. There's a beast in there? Ling Chao shook her head and pointed at Luo Chong, then pointed at the ground, then put her hand on the water and made a slow sinking motion. You get there, you'll sink. Good. You can give full marks for this gesture exchange. Oh, so it's a swamp. That's okay, I'm prepared. I'm scared. Luo Chong understood the meaning of the Ling Chao. For the other party's kind reminder is also very grateful, but in the case of preparedness, he is still ready to go to the trip. Rice is right in front of the eyes. How can you turn back at this time? Immediately, Luo Chong smiled at Ling Chao, indicating that he was fine with it, and then paddled his oar to float righteously towards the reeds. Ling Chao froze and immediately yelled at Luo Chong again, but she didn't continue to swim forward. She could have warned this stranger, but there was no way she could have done anything to help Luo Chong. She still had her own tribe, and her ungrown children. Ling Chao stared blankly at Luo Chang's back. Then suddenly, she was dumbfounded. Just see that the teenager in the soles of the feet tied two boards-like things, and then holding a foot-big square rattan sign, and then leisurely stepped on the forbidden land of death. There was a gasp of surprise from Hishagusa, who had seen the scene with her own eyes. God! It must be God! The boy walked into the forbidden land of death, but didn't sink. Accompanied by a burst of exclamations of surprise from Ling Chao in her own tribe's vernacular, the crowd of the Ling tribe's gathering team also turned their heads to look, and then all of them turned into a look of dumbfounded astonishment, to know that this kind of forbidden land of death can be cost the tribe countless lives to explore. The Diamond tribe has never seen people who can walk around in the forbidden land of death without sinking to the bottom. The seemingly relaxed Luo Chong, but his own family knows his own business. This swamp walk cannot be as easy as imagined. Below the reeds was all thin mud, although Luo Chong would not sink when he stepped on the flippers. The suction of the mud under his feet was so strong that every time he moved a step, he had to exert a great deal of effort to lift his feet up. As a last resort, Luo Chong had to take the second option, directly laying that rattan sign onto the silt in front of him, then stepping on the rattan sign and walking to the other side, then placing the rattan sign in front of his body, and advancing towards the rice with difficulty step by step. The crowd of the Hoshi tribe seemed to see the door at the moment. The boy had stepped on that board each time to move forward. That's why he hadn't sunk into the silt. But that was enough to surprise them. After all, no one had ever thought of that before. After a lot of effort, Luo Chong finally came to the piece of rice growing reeds before. Very surprised to observe. These rice were mixed with the meadows and reeds inside the silt, and if it wasn't for a few spikes growing on them, they would have been really easy to miss. Every single rice plant has a height of about 2 meters. The largest is even higher than sorghum corn is still a cut. The wind does not fall. Quite water sex is very strong. Each plant above is full of more than a finger of rice ears. The grain is plump, each full. At this time these rice just to the maturity period, already 95% have turned golden yellow. Just convenient Luo Chong picking. Taking out the pre-prepared snakeskin bag, Luo rushed up to be a wild jerk. Directly in front of the body can touch the ears of rice all jerked down. A brain stuffed into the snakeskin bag. Looking at Luo Chang's busy figure in the forbidden land of death, Ling Chao also stopped wasting time and hurriedly collected rhombus horns with her clan members, and from time to time, she also turned her head to look at Luo Chang's direction, her eyes full of curiosity. What's a hot blue man doing? Hishagusa, what is that man doing? Is he gathering food too? Could it be that there is still food in the forbidden land? A young girl who looked like she had just reached adulthood asked curiously. With a frown, Ling Chao's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she sternly lectured. Don't care so much, even if there is food in the forbidden land, it's not for us to take it, you've forgotten how your brother didn't have it. The young girl was startled by Hishagusa's harsh tone, and was a bit aggravated, but then she suddenly remembered. Her brother who got stuck in the swamp in order to dig out a bird's nest, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her face. That day, they went to gather food together, and the younger brother saw many birds' nests on the ground of the meadow, in which the eggs were large and round, and the younger brother of the maiden walked towards the meadow with a smile on his face, and said that he would take a few of the eggs to his sister for her meat. But when he reached the meadow, he suddenly sank in, and the silt turned to the boy's waist. The boy panicked, and struggled for his life while calling out to his sister for help, but the young girl was pulled back by a few of her clansmen, and watched as her brother sank into the meadow in helplessness and despair. From that point on, the Diamond Tribe had another piece of forbidden land. Looking at the young girl sobbing uncontrollably, the other middle-aged woman hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. Don't cry, your brother is a good boy. If it wasn't for him we wouldn't have found that forbidden place. He's the hero of the tribe. Ling Chao also felt that she had slipped up and shouldn't have brought up her brother. Glancing in Luo Chang's direction, she hurriedly changed the topic. You guys, look at that thing he's sitting on. Why can it float on water? It looks so magical. Or else we'll go ask in a while and see if he's willing to tell us how to make that thing so we don't have to keep soaking in the water. When the crowd heard this, they turned their heads toward Luo Chang's boat. Chapter 030, Meeting the Tree Tribe Again. Happy Lunar New Year. Sell the rice harvest. Luo Chang now is no time to care, but carefully jerked each spike, afraid of accidentally get rid of a grain of rice. To know, this can be the seed, is the hope. In half an hour or so, all the rice in this forbidden land, about 200 plants, each plant had grown a dozen or even 4 dozen spikes. Each spike was about 500 grains or so, plus this kind of rice was slightly larger than normal, so that would be really quite a lot. Enough to fill up 2 snakeskin pockets, about 60 pounds or so. Looking at the fruits of these labors, Luo Chong heart feeling a bit. We must know that when Yuan's dream is under the cool to come, want to get out of the rice higher than a person, because the body advantage, long tall, naturally nots more than it, but he has such good luck. The first time he found the primitive rice is actually so tall, did not learn the expertise in this area. He cannot explain this phenomenon, can only be attributed to the primitive ecological environment is good, the land is more fertile it. After all, those who have been cultivated for thousands of years in the previous life, the fertility of the soil can be imagined. If not for things like chemical fertilizer, I really do not know how much food production will be reduced. Without continuing to be sentimental, Luo Chong sold the 2 bags in the front and rear compartments of the kayak, respectively, and prettily prepared to paddle the boat home to open his farming era. But to his surprise, just a few meters after rowing out, his boat was surrounded. A group of clansmen from the Ling tribe, seeing Luo Chong put 2 bags in the 2 cabin buckets at the front and back of the boat, rowing the boat and getting ready to leave, were instantly brightened up. It turns out that this thing floating on the water can not only sit people, but also loaded with things. A few smart people instantly brainstormed that they rowed the boat to collect the scene of the diamond horn, could not help but exclaimed artifacts. So there was this scene in front of him. A group of people from the Ling tribe swam around his boat, and kept touching it, curiously surveying the structure of the thing. What it was made of clouds, it was almost like visiting a museum. Hey, what are you guys doing? Luo Chong looked at these people's curious behavior. Immediately as a burst of head, shaking around, I am damn fast by you guys shaking seasickness. But these people really do not have any malice towards him. He is not good to kill directly. Peace is the most important. Seeing that Luo Chong was vaguely showing signs of anger, Ling Chao hurriedly stopped the crowd from continuing their research, and asked if they could be taught to make this kind of thing while gesticulating with Luo Chong. Make a boat? Luo Chong looked around the circle of people soaking in the water. The skin is somewhat soaked and swollen. Everyone is struggling to survive, the same kind of people. In fact, Luo Chong is still willing to help this favor. Go out to make a good karma, nothing bad. And then again, this thing is really no difficulty. Luo Chong do this kind of kayak. In fact, with the paste lantern almost, first with a tree branch tie a frame, in the mask on a waterproof skin on the good, but the problem is in this skin, this thing which is so good to get, on this fish skin or he got by chance, you still want to do a lot of this boat, unless you have a plastic sheet. After Luo Chang's comparison and explanation, Ling Xiao also understood roughly. Then she also realized the problem of the beast skin, which let them go where to find such a large beast skin. The two looked at each other, both wrinkled their brows, but when Luo Chang's eyes swept over the driftwood they were holding, all the problems were solved. Since kayaking couldn't be done, what about a raft to understand? Luo Chang gestured for them to gather everyone's driftwood together and line them up, and then got some reeds to use as grass ropes, tied all these driftwood together, and then let Ling Qiao climb up. Sure enough, Luo Chang's assumption was right. After Ling Qiao climbed up, the row of a dozen or so pieces of driftwood still held her smoothly above the water. The first time to try this floating feeling, Ling Grass is also very excited, hurriedly greeted the clansmen up to try it together, but unfortunately this row is not much, can only sit down 2 people, and then on one is expected to be pressed over. Those who did not get on the raft were a little envious of Ling Qiao sitting on it, but Ling Qiao was exceptionally happy, because she knew that this kind of raft is very simple to make, and the materials will not be limited. Driftwood and grass rope, these things in the tribe is still very good to get, and she even foresee that after she drove the raft back, the tribe will immediately rise a raft building fever. Thinking of this, Ling Qiao looked at Luo Chong gratefully and warmly invited him to be his guest at the Ling tribe, but he was rejected by Luo Chong. Spending the night outside was impossible, knowing that there was still a herd of blue horse antelope waiting for him outside of the swamp. In case something went wrong and those antelope were allowed to run away, it was estimated that Luo Chong would cry himself to death. Got the refusal of the answer. The diamond grass also did not force, just handed Luo Chong an egg-sized giant diamond horn as a token. Agreed that in the future, if encountered difficulties, you can take this diamond horn to the diamond tribes to the group to ask for help. But there is a kind of Luo Chong and the big tree parting gift of arrows meaning. Luo Chong smilingly received the diamond angle. The heart wildly cursed MMP, gave a food thing as a token, but also ing do not allow to eat. You are deliberately it. Saying goodbye to the Ling tribe, Luo Chong hoofed it with 2 bags of rice seeds and rushed back to the grassland at the foot of Mte Babao. So far, after a full day of emergency harvesting, Luo Chong total of about 60 pounds of grain, but he could not eat one, just want to hurry to transport these babies home. However, he couldn't plant this year, but that didn't stop him from preparing for next year's spring plowing. Since he wanted to plant, farming tools were naturally indispensable, so he would also need to get some more copper and tin ore back. On the very evening of the day when Big Tree was out of the Black Forest, Luo Chong and the others, separated by a mountain of 8 treasures, were eating fat and spicy roasted beaver on the small meadow by the swamp, weaving large baskets, and making preparations for tomorrow's digging work. But the Big Tree on the west side of Mte Babao is miserable. They did not bring a fire when they ran away. These 2 days since they just gnawed some jerky, and there is no fire at night to warm up, but also always worry about whether it will be dangerous or not. And jerky is almost eaten, but they usually catch a rabbit, and they have not caught anything else. Can only a group of people slightly gnaw some dried meat? Drank some cool water from the creek. The women gathered into a group. The children are protected in the middle, gathered around to keep warm, and the Big Tree and their 4 remaining adult men, but also to take turns to stand guard on sentry duty. A time can be described as miserable. At the dawn of the next day, Luo Chong, who had eaten, drunk and slept beautifully, with a radiant face, led Wu De and Shiman, and advanced towards the west of Mount Babao. Wu De and Shiman, these 2 goods are very useless. Would have expected them to hook up with a few more mare antelope. The results of a no. Every day in addition to eating Luo Chong give them ready forage, is and around a few mare antelope snogging. Throat endless. Asterisk. 2 useless stuff. The rabbit also knows not to eat the grass around the nest. You can't stop picking up the chicks around you. If you have the ability to engage in the outside to go, make them all pregnant and can't do the work. See me next year's spring plowing when I don't exhaust you too. Luo Chong smacked Wu De and Shiman's asses with a tree branch while breaking his heart. In fact, he was still quite happy in his heart, pulling the team of these 18 blue horse antelope. Looking at them carrying grass seeds and rice seeds, his heart was full of satisfaction. It was all hope, and the Big Tree at the foot of the western side of Mount Babao was distributing the wild fruits that had just been collected to the clan. And it was at this time that Stump, who was on sentry duty, saw Luo Chong on Mount Babao. 8 Treasure Mountain on the vegetation is originally less. Most of them are low shrubs. If only Luo Chong a person that is not very conspicuous, but plus 18 blue gazelles that is particularly conspicuous. Especially they are also lined up 2 groups of neat team. Which dam except geese, who wild things will also be queuing up. So when the front of the leading Luo Chong was immediately recognized, the stump ran to the big tree in a hurry, gesturing and yelling, big tree, Luo Chong, over there. Chapter 031 Invitation from Luo Chong, seeking favorites and recommendations. Instantly, everyone in the tree tribe followed the stump's finger and saw Luo Chong, who was on the mountainside. And Luo Chong also heard people yelling blindly at the creek at the bottom of the mountain. And he especially heard someone shouting his name. When he first communicated with them in the tree tribe, Luo Chong had taught them the Mandarin pronunciation of his name. So they all used Mandarin when saying Luo Chang's name. Following the direction of the voice, Luo Chong also saw the tribe of trees next to the creek on the hill. Why are they here? Luo Chong thought in wonder. The 30 pairs of eyes at the bottom of the mountain and the 19 pairs of eyes on the mountain are relative. Confirming the eyes, they are all people who know each other. And only the unrecognizable Wuda and Shiman started to throw blindly screaming, and were honest after Luo Chong smoked 2 tree branches. Luo Chong looked at the big tree at the bottom of the mountain and beckoned to it to let them come up. He himself didn't want to make another trip back and forth. He would have to dig for minerals in a while. It was only after more than 10 minutes that Big Tree brought a group of people up to the hillside, and it was only then that Luo Chong got a good look at them and couldn't help but frown. Why is this whole thing so miserable? Dragging the family, even the children came together, dirty, and not as white as I saw before, just like the beggar. No, even worse than the beggar. Big Tree had a tired face, but when he saw Luo Chong again, he was astonished. He knew that Luo Chong had come to look for an animal with horns, but he didn't expect to really let him catch it, and it was still so much alive. If a few people from the cannibal tribe riding 2 dingoes gave him the feeling of being unbeatable, then Luo Chang's behavior could simply be treated like a god. You first do not care about the size of its head. Let's just say that this 2 to 18 number, it is not the same order of magnitude. Not to mention that Luo Chang's blue horse antelope is not small. Well, are and modern donkeys about the same size. Luo Chong look at their face embarrassed look. Each hand also hold a wild fruit. This is even meat cannot eat it. Really do not know how they get so miserable. Rush from a horse antelope carrying a large basket. The huge goose and roasted beaver did not finish eating out to share with them, and gave the stone axe to the barrel. Let him go to get some firewood. Light a fire to keep warm. Dashu watched Luo Chong pour some smoking wood chips from a bone tube, put it in the hay and blew, and it caught on. Then it was a novelty. So this can also be done. And he couldn't help but admire Luo Chong for a few more points. In the tree tribe clansman's surprised eyes, Luo Chong took out another earth red clay pot with a nice shape and a lid and put it on the fire. Cut some slices of meat into it, put in some wild vegetables, add water, salt and chili pepper, and in less than 10 minutes the aroma of the wild vegetable roasted meat soup came out. Because the meat is roasted in advance, it doesn't need to be stewed for long. The water boils. Luo Chong asked the wooden dolphin to bring a wooden bowl and gave him a big bowl, letting them take turns passing it around, each person taking a bite. Big Tree first came to a mouthful, salty, and their sap is almost the same, but also a little spicy. Drink a mouthful of body heat. The whole body is not cold. The soup and meat, the top floated thick oil flowers, the wild vegetables lined with a very flavorful, a mouthful of mouthfuls of flavor. The meat can be eaten this way? Everyone eyed Dashu with a look of enjoyment, and Dashu finally came back to his senses, scratched his head in embarrassment, and hurriedly handed it to the others to drink. After everyone had enjoyed a round, the soup was gone. The pot was too small. It was meant to be used by Luo Chong alone. But everyone looked at Luo Chong differently. The magical fire, the magical pottery pot, the magical way of eating, the magical soup, and the team of blue horse antelope. Now they looked at Luo Chong simply like they were looking at a god. Luo Chong waved his hand carelessly. He had long been numb to this kind of surprised expression, so he casually asked the reason why they were so miserable. The big tree immediately poured up the bitter water. Others also spoke 7 words even compared to Sayad. Luo Chong this only know the original reason. Cannot help but suck a mouthful of cold air? This neighborhood actually cannibalism. Where do they come from? To know the tree tribe from Luo Chang's Han tribe is only a day's journey. Since the cannibals have arrived at the tree tribe, then how far away from their own tribe? No, must quickly go back. At this time Luo Chong has some return to the heart of the arrow. He is also worried about his tribe was attacked. Hope that the river can block them a few more days. I still have to prepare some things today, so I will go back tomorrow. What are your plans? Luo Chong made his decision and asked about Dishu's plans again. Big Tree didn't know how to answer for a split second. Yes, what else could they do? They had fled in a hurry. They hadn't brought anything with them. Where else could they go? The treehouse had been burned down in a fire, and winter was not far off, and now there was no place to stay, and there was no way to get back to the forest, and there were still enemies there. and who knew when they would come back again. For a while the entire tree tribe lowered their heads. They had nowhere else to go. If Luo Chong hadn't given them some roasted meat just now, it was estimated that they wouldn't even be able to eat the meat. And now that there was no more food reserves, what about this winter? Otherwise you guys join my tribe. Your people are really too few. There is no way to protect yourselves when you encounter enemies. And you definitely won't be able to get through this winter now that you don't have a place to live and food for the winter. We have enough food stored for us to eat together for a winter. There is absolutely no problem for you guys to get to my tribe. Luo Chong invited to Big Tree. Yes, Luo Chong has a lot of food. There is definitely no problem to feed his tribe for a winter. Deshu looked at the blue horse antelope that was nibbling on the shrubs not far away. So much meat. 30 of them could not finish eating for a winter. Deshu was a little heartbroken. If Luo Chong knew that the Big Tree was thinking this way, he would definitely be so angry that he would spit blood. He had gone through so much effort and managed to catch a group of live blue horse antelope. How could he possibly use it to eat? The clansmen of the tree tribe were already tempted to agree. They had been completely bowled over by the pot of soup just now. Especially the children. They had never eaten anything so delicious. The only hot food they had been exposed to in the past was barbecue. Where had they ever had broth stewed? And they couldn't put their barrels on the fire, either. Moreover, they had seen Luo Chang's weapon. With that thing called bow and arrow, there would be no lack of prey. Not to mention they would not be bullied by their enemies. At least they could defend themselves. Now they all looked at the big tree with burning eyes, hoping that their leader would agree. Deshu also knew that this was already the best way, but he was still a bit uneasy. Luo Chang's person he thought was not bad, but would his people accept his tribe's people? After hesitating for a while, he still asked, "You invited us to join, so will your chief say yes? Will your people say yes?" Hearing this, Luo Chong laughed. At first, because of the defense against them, Luo Chong did not tell them his identity, nor did he tell them the exact location of his tribe. He just said that it was on the other side of the river, and now it's time to explain it properly. Chapter 032, Moment of Crisis, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, because I am the chief. As long as I agree, my clan won't object. And my clan is also very nice. As long as you are willing to join, you will definitely get the same treatment as my clan. What? You're the chief? Big Tree asked incredulously, but a little thought. He was relieved. Yes, although Luo Chong is a little younger, but his ability is not weak. Say those blue horse antelope. An adult may not be able to catch, and he is actually a person who can live in the wild for so long, but also more than they live nourishing. This is not the average person can do. After some thought, Oshiki added, "So, then you'll issue us the same weapons?" For Luo Chang's weapons, Deshu had been envious for a long time. No matter it was the white pole spear or the long bow and feathered arrows, they were all things he had dreamed of, and as long as Luo Chang was willing to give them weapons, then he definitely had no intention of harming them. Just ask. Who would give such a good weapon to a hypothetical enemy? Luo Chong smiled slightly and directly brought his spear and handed it to the big tree. The stone axe was given to the barrel, and also gave the 1.5-meter rattan sign to the tree stump, which did not grow very tall but was very sturdy, so it was best to let him hold the shield. Okay, now I have all my weapons for you. There is only one bow and arrow right now and you can't use it very well, so when we get back to my tribe, we will give each of you a weapon. Good, I promise to join your tribe. With the spear in his hand, Dashu no longer hesitated. He did want the bow and arrow very much, but he had tried it himself last time. The bow and arrow really wasn't easy to use. Luo Chong hadn't lied to him. A breakfast meal down, the tree tribe directly annexed. The big tree they are also to the end of the road. This is not much resistance. And look at Luo Chang's appearance. Joined his tribe will certainly live better. Big Tree also showed Luo Chong the snow rabbits he had caught. There were more than 30 of them, big and small. But the small ones were mostly small and the big ones were not more than 10. Luo Chong is very happy. Remembered the rabbit 2 months to produce a litter of speed. He could not restrain the excitement. His requirements are not high. As long as no less than 4 nests per year he can accept. After all, 2 months a litter of production speed. Although theoretically not a problem. But the rabbits did not have much good. Born more than one always have to nourish the body. He himself also gave the rabbit time to sit on the moon. Labor is really a good person. Luo Chong thought shamelessly in his heart. After breakfast, the big tree thought Luo Chong will immediately go back, but I did not expect him to actually dig up stones in the mountains again. Dashu asked him what he wants these for. These stones are just nice to look at. Take a piece or two for decoration is not good. But he actually saw Luo Chong in a basket. How much is this going to get away? With these stones, I'll be able to make better weapons, and food that I can't eat 3 times a day until I'm bursting at the seams, Luo Chong said in a firm tone. Really? Really? Big Tree and their whole people are confused. Eat 3 meals a day to eat until you can't finish it. What is the concept of eating 3 meals a day? Dashu, they haven't tried it. Not to mention them, that is, now the Han tribe clansmen have never eaten 3 meals a day, and even eat 1 meal in 2 days in the worst winter time. The other thing is the weapons. These stones can actually be made into weapons? And it's actually better than bows and arrows and spears? What the hell are you waiting for? Let's dig. In the spirit of trust, or rather blind faith. Yes, it could be called faith now. In the marvelous magic Luo Chong had shown, it was something only a god could do to be able to play with a stone in so many ways. With the others on board, the digging went much faster, and by noon all the large baskets had been filled. Instead of taking a share of every kind of ore this time, I got mainly a few, with the copper-rich chalcopyrite and tin ore being the most abundant, and a good deal of red termite burrow and kaolin, which is used for making crucibles and pouring molds. Since we were doing all the physical work today, we had another meal for lunch, which was a way for them to get an early taste of what it's like to have 3 meals a day. Toward the afternoon the procession began to move out, and the formation of the blue roan antelope became a line of 18, each carrying on its back 2 rattan baskets, large or small, containing ores, forage, rabbits, and seeds. This time, the crowd brightly lit torches and marched all the way to the west, not walking very fast, and Luo Chong also walked while teaching Dashu and the others how to use spears, throwing stone axes, and shields for defense, and in the meantime, shooting some more rabbits to replenish their food and animal skins. Said this Luo Chong on the gas, last time he left from the tree tribe, the rabbit skin to the big tree to dry, said he will come back to get. The results are now those cannibalism robbed, or was burned. He also want to play more rabbits back to the line, otherwise this trip will be a waste of time. Their initial goal is to find the skin of the beast to come. Cannot forget the original intention. All the way to the evening, the people began to make dinner and rest, arranged the shady sentries on duty, and fed the roan and rabbits with grass. So everyone took an early rest. The first half of the night was fairly quiet, with only the crackling of the campfire burning. It was just a little windy this evening. It was getting colder and colder. It was a good thing everyone had clothes and a campfire and hot soup to keep them warm, or they would have surely gotten a few sick. Until the latter part of the night, lying on the ground, Luo Chong suddenly felt the vibration coming from the ground, the muffled sound of thuds and thuds, as if there was something huge moving. Luo Chong instantly remembered the kind of thing that Dashu had said, the cannibals riding the long-nosed monsters. Get up! All get up! Alert! There is an enemy! Put out the fire! Quickly! Luo Chong even kicked and pulled all the people up. Immediately put out the fire. Fight the night battle or encounter. The most taboo is the enemy darkness. They are surrounded by torches. Others can clearly see you, but you cannot see others. That is not looking for death. Luo Chong pulled out firewood with fire from the campfire and threw it far away in the direction where the loud noise came from. Deshu and the others also all took their weapons and blocked the children behind them. Well, oh, accompanied by 2 sharp and still slightly childish elephant roars, 2 huge figures suddenly appeared in the distant firelight. Dozens of people with torches in their hands, holding stone spears, bone lances and stone axes, their faces painted with hideous designs in red and white paint, and bone ornaments made of human bones hanging from their necks, rushing towards this side in a ferocious manner. The leader, a man riding an elephant, holding a bone spear, with a ring of finger bone necklaces around his neck and a palm-sized skull pendant dangling below, waved his big hand, and a group of his minions wailed and started charging. Take the men and run. Go around the north side of them. Looking at the formation, Luo Chong pointed one hand to the north and immediately gave the order for Big Tree to bring the clan and the horse antelope team to go around the north side of the other side. Silently tearfully ask for a wave of recommended votes. Basin friends, you this week how not to give the ranking of the book of the secretary have fallen A. Heartbreaking cannot F suction. You have a vote of hurry to support it Any support can Recommended votes. Comments. Collection. The role of the heart. Really, I do not pick. Chapter 033, Annihilating the Enemy in Motion, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations? At this time it was definitely unwise to fight hard from the front. The number of people on their side was originally small. The weapons were even less pathetic. The other side also had 2 dread elephants charging. If the other side was allowed to get close to within 50 meters, as long as a round of throwing spears in a covering attack, their side would have to be reimbursed for at least half of them. And Luo Chang's advantage is only a longbow. The longbow's range of 100 meters is certainly no problem. If the feather arrow plus steel armor breaking arrows, 100 meters to shoot through a layer of plate armor and a layer of pike armor are no problem. If it is a 1 meter 8 longbow, the longest range of the parrying can reach 350 meters. Although Luo Chang's longbow is not qualified, The feather arrow is also no armor-breaking arrows, but within 100 meters to shoot the target of the unprotected it is still possible, and the other side only throwing spears and stone axe type of throwing weapons. The average person also throws a 30-meter distance, even if he is skillful. Natural strength. Throw a 50 or 60 meters will hold up, as long as the distance. Luo Chong can completely in the other side of the range outside to finish them. Honest wooden dolphin, because he had no weapon, led Shiman and Wu De, leading the group to escape around the road, while Big Tree, Wooden Barrel and Stump followed Luo Chang's rear. Deshu looked a little nervous as he watched the enemy storming over on elephants. His hand holding the spear was shaking slightly, but when he looked at Luo Chong next to him, he looked calm. Deshu gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Luo Chong, on the other hand, was eyeballing the enemy's distance at this time. 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. Rashan began to raise his bow. 100 meters. Hitching arrows. 80 meters. Draw the bow and aim. 70 meters. Release the arrow. With a whoosh sound, the white arrow shaft spun and broke through the air under the drive of the tail feather. An enemy who rushed at the front holding a stone axe was about to throw it, but as a result, he was penetrated by an arrow through his chest. The blood at his heart found a breakthrough to the outside, and a stream of blood arrows soared out in a poof, and his whole body fell headfirst to the ground. The surrounding enemies froze for a moment, watching as a spiked wooden stick appeared on their companion's back, sprawled on the ground twitching and convulsing, a quick pool of blood flowing out from underneath them, and in the blink of an eye, they were dead as a doornail. Just a moment of concentration. Whoosh in 2 arrows. The body near the 2 have also been hit by arrows fell to the ground. One of them was shot in the throat, fell to the ground struggling helplessly. No matter how he played hard to breathe, always feel suction is not enough as if, struggled a few times on the immobility. At that moment, the captain on the elephant spotted Luo Chong in the distance, the kid with the tied-up hair who had thrown that little wooden stick with a strange weapon, and with a roar, he greeted his boys to continue the pursuit, rushed up, and threw a round of stone axes first. Run, hurry up, they're going to throw stone axes. Seeing the enemy continue to charge, Luo Chong pulled on the still somewhat dazed Dashu and dragged him to chase in the direction of the large force. The enemy continued to pursue. Luo Chong pulled the big tree and ran in front. The stump held up a 1.5 meter long shield behind him, only to hear that elephant-riding leader yell out. And all of a sudden, dozens of stone axes whirled and flew from behind. Luo Chong has been aiming behind the afterglow skimmed to this scene. Cannot help but pupil shrinkage. A pull on the big tree directly hide behind a tree. The barrel see the situation is also like to follow the example of hiding. Instead, the stump made a lunge to the side and crouched his legs slightly, blocking the rattan sign behind him, then only heard poo 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 poo, clang a muffled sound. There are 2 stone axes directly smashed in the shield, so this shield is thick rattan, but according to this smash method is not expected to last a few times. Hidden behind the tree barrel saw the stone axe that fell to the ground. Immediately he picked up 2 stone axes with quick eyes and actually threw them back. The enemy obviously did not expect the 4 people in front of them to dare to counterattack under such an attack. The dense charging formation. Instantly 2 people were smashed and fell to the ground, but whether they died or not, they do not know. Seeing the effect, the barrel picked up 2 more stone axes and made a gesture to throw them, but was pulled back by Luo Chong. Run, don't tangle with them, pull back and fight. In this way, the 4 men took the road in front and ran wildly. The enemy was in hot pursuit behind them. After pulling away a distance of 100 meters, Luo Chong stopped and fired 4 arrows in a row, once again putting down 4 people. The enemy also rushed up again. Another wave of stone axes and throwing spears struck. The stump also once again took 3 shots of stone axe hard against the large shield, and 1 throwing spear, the stony tip of which penetrated the shield instantly, though only 1 spear tip came through and did not injure the stump. The barrel also took advantage of the gap between the enemy's strikes to throw 2 stone axes and hit 2 more people. This time one of them was hit in the head on the spot, and it directly smashed open the dipper, and the man's head was also instantly bloodied and his brain burst out. Big Tree, as a former tree leader, naturally also not willing to be lonely, pulled out the shield on the stone spear also threw back. The Big Tree was already tall and strong, this time, and sent a fierce, actually threw the stone spear out of the range of nearly 60 meters, all of a sudden thrown to the other side of the pile. On the spot zapped an enemy, live diagonally nailed to the ground. Want to fall cannot fall. Run, the shield can't carry it anymore. Luo Chong pulled the 3 people who killed the Red Eye to continue to run. He himself is nothing. In his last life as a soldier killed a lot of people. Has long been calm. But Dashu, this is the first time they kill the same kind. Whether it is nervous or stimulation in the heart, or excitement, it is easy to lose their sanity. It's just like a lot of new recruits. The first time you kill someone you're nervous. The second time you feel excited. The third time you start to get excited. And then you start to kill Red Eye, and immediately fall into a state of bloodlust that doesn't want to die. As for the discomfort of killing, feeling sick or scared or whatever, oh, sorry, that's all after the battle. Who has the time to think about that when the nerve lines are all tight and about to snap on the battlefield? After tossing back and forth like this 4 times, Luo Chong stopped with 3 guys who were panting like cows, and Dashu and the 3 of them rested on the ground with the stone spears they had picked up supporting them in their hands. The rattan shield had long since been thrown away somewhere, only remembering that the stump had 2 stone spears stuck in it the last time he had raised it, and fortunately he had only suffered a few bruises, and that life-saving bind sign that Luo Chong used to reduce the pressure in the swamp was honorably sacrificed in less than 3 days. The pursuers behind them weren't much better, tired and sticking out their tongues like dead dogs, and one of them had run and thrown up, and was holding the elephant's leg and puking his guts out, and then all at once he lay down on the ground, his chest heaving like a bellows. Originally 40 people in the team, now there are 7 people left. The others are either dead or injured. Follow up, the people also do not have much fighting strength, estimated that at this time and then let them throw a spear, are enough to throw out 20 meters. Only those 2 riding an elephant still have the power to fight. The 2 sides are about 80 meters apart. The head of the elephant riding saw Luo Chong they do not run, still a little puzzled, and then look at their own side. There are only a few people left, but also all tired, half dead, suddenly exploded with anger. There were only 4 people on Luo Chang's side, and they were also exhausted. The head elephant rider wondered if he could charge again. After all, it wasn't just about food anymore, it had risen to the level of hatred. He wanted to charge once more now. Even though there were only 7 people left on his side, there were still more than the other side, and their shields were gone. So what were they going to block with this attack? Take a dip, sign in, and then ask for a recommendation. Why? Smiley face, why? Chapter 034, I can't afford to support you. At that thought, the head elephant rider hollered again to his minions, and with a jerk of his spear against his back, he charged again. Luo Chong raised his bow and arrow, aimed at the one riding the elephant, stabilized his breathing, and released an arrow when he was 70 meters away from himself, hitting his right eye at once. Ah! That head fell off the back of the elephant, and was stepped on by the advancing dingo with its hind legs, and its intestines were squeezed out, and it died. The dingo's back suddenly lost its controller, and felt as if he had just stepped on some soft, unknown object, and looked back in confusion, and then the whole elephant was bad. What did I step on? When did he get under my feet? A dumbfounded dreadnought was a bit overwhelmed and actually stood still. The group of minions next to him were also a bit confused. This how the boss suddenly died, but the forward charge did not stop. Counterattack, charge forward and throw spears. Watching Big Tree and the others finally catch their breath, Luo Chong also took advantage of the other party's frozen moment to send out the order to countercharge. 4 people pulled away and rushed towards the enemy, advanced 10 meters and stopped to throw spears. At this time the distance between the 2 sides is also more than 40 meters. The enemy also rushed to stop to throw spears, but still a step too slow. Dashu and their 3 throwing spears and Luo Chang's an arrow to take the lead to fly over, instantly killed 3 more people. This time the enemy is still alive to the remaining 3. They began to panic. Luo Chong drew another arrow from the arrow pot and rushed up again, frightening the 3 people to turn around and run away, in which the one riding the elephant also controlled the dingo to turn around, and then felt that it was too slow and jumped down directly from the elephant's back. The result is that before he landed on the ground, he was put through the chest by an arrow, and then ran backward for a couple of steps before he flopped down directly on the ground. The 3 big trees also rushed over from behind Luo Chong, and 3 stone axes flew out with the sound of wind hanging from them, taking care of the last 2 remaining enemies as well. So far, this jungle chase guerrilla warfare finally drew the curtain. Luo Chong to stumps and barrels, 2 people lightly wounded at the cost of the use of range advantage, and guerrilla advanced tactics, and 3 tribes of the terrain of the home field advantage. Perfect annihilation of the enemy. The 3 of them, Big Tree, couldn't believe it now. Just the 4 of them had taken care of a party of 40 people. Oh yeah, and 2 dreadnoughts. Luo Chong spun around and looked at the 2 big guys who were standing still, somewhat dumbfounded, before giving a new order. Stump, you wait here. Barrel, you go get the clansmen back. And Big Tree, you come with me to patch things up. Mending? What's a mending? Dashu asked in disbelief. It's to completely kill the ones that weren't killed. Just now there were some enemies that were injured by the stone axe, but they're not dead yet. We can't let them still be alive. Luo Chong carried his longbow on his back, picked up the bone spear of the enemy's head, and stuck the corpses on the ground one by one again. Dashu gave an O of understanding and followed Luo Chong back towards the route he had just chased, killing some of the corpses on the road again, with the feathered arrows being retrieved and the intact stone spears and stone axes being collected. As a result, those two unattended dread elephants, however, kept following Luo Chang's back, and Luo Chang stopped and turned back, and one of the dingoes came over and poked Luo Chang's chest with his trunk. What does this mean? Who will translate it for me? The big guy in front of him stared at Luo Chang with big, dull eyes, his long eyelashes flickering like a small fan. But don't follow me even if you're broad-minded and cute. Luo Chang thought breathlessly. This is a real dinosaur. Before Luo Chang only saw the skeleton of the dinosaur in the museum. This time is to see the living. Although the dingo is a giant elephant species along with the mammoth woolly mammoth, it also stands out in that the mammoth elephant looked pretty much the same as modern elephants, just bigger and with longer hair on its body. Dread elephant is different. Other elephants' tusks are long on both sides of the lips, forward, the end of the upward cocked, but the tusks of the dingo is long in the lower lip, downward stretching, and then curved backward, and not as long as the mammoth's tusks. If it grows so long tusks, a low can be pierced through the chest, so the thing is very high recognition. Belong to the elephants of the most bizarre kind of long, although the two little guys are only 2 meters tall, or young, but the adult dinosaur is 8 meters long, more than 5 meters tall, weighing about 15 tons of beasts. Hard against the Tyrannosaurus rex are not false species, just in the Tyrannosaurus rex is not a period only. To that station with a 2-story building, which is a damn one day to eat. How many things? Luo Chang pulled its nose away and said, "Go away. Now you're free. Don't follow me. Brother can't afford to feed you. If you want to get into farming you have to think about the returns, bringing in more value than you consume. So what do I want you for?" Luo Chang plans to raise rabbits. That is for meat and skinning. And rabbits don't eat much. They are born fast. And they don't attack people. So they are very suitable for breeding. Raised blue horse antelope is intended to take it as a donkey to make use of, and can pull a cart, but also can plow the land. Set on the mill can also turn around. The amount of food Luo Chang can afford. But you a dingo to come to make a fuss. Is it used to pull the mill? That mill has to be how big? Used to plow the land. The ground has been stepped out of the pit. Used to pull a car. I guess it has to be a container trailer that level to match its size. But this is everywhere is a mountain. Our jungle. You let my trailer to where to drive. In summary, Luo Chang had no intention of adopting these two little guys. He really couldn't afford it. So he didn't pay any attention to it. And the big tree continued to move forward to make up for it. All the way to the place where the two sides had just made contact, which was Luo Chang's campsite. But there were only 36 corpses along the way. According to Big Tree's statement there should be 40 people, but now there were 4 missing, living without seeing a person and dead without seeing a corpse, which gave Luo Chang a bad feeling, like letting the target run away while doing a mission. But there was no way to find it now. In a dark forest that big, if someone wanted to hide, even if they mobilized 10,000 people to search, they wouldn't be able to find it. After tossing and turning for the latter part of the night, it was dawn before the stumps and barrels brought the brigade back. Fortunately, neither the numbers nor the supplies were missing. When all the people were sitting down to rest, Luo Chang asked Deshu to hand out all the captured stone spears and stone axes to everyone, except for the children. Each person had a weapon for defense, and only then did he start to let everyone eat breakfast. Breakfast is roasted rabbit. There is no water source nearby, but the barrels do not know where to get some red salty tree sap to, sort of for everyone to replenish a little salt and water, but also with the extra sap to wash the wound. According to the Big Tree, with this kind of sap to clean wounds faster, not easy to die. TSK, it seems that this thing also has anti-inflammatory and antiseptic effects. In Luo Chang's knowledge, only the sap of the modern dragon's blood tree has this kind of function. As for the primitive era of those ancient tree species, he really did not know much. Blue horse antelope and rabbits still eat their own pasture. Our Luo Chang from the swamp side of the good bundle, but now actually came to the two strange big guy to rub the food, which makes Wu De and Shiman unhappy, but it too can only hold back the size of the people than the other half of the shorter. When eating grass was squeezed to the side of the other people, and do not dare to even a fart, honest as a quail like. Seeing that the grass that could still be eaten for 2 meals was gone at once, Luo Chang wanted to curse his mother. The early morning update, the industry conscience, ask for support, ask for recommendations, collection of comments do not stop. Chapter 035, you're still following me. I'm home. Fogweed. You two go away, please, I really can't afford you. Woo woo woo. Luo rushed over and pushed the butt of the two of them, but it turned out that the people did not even shake. Nope. Flicked his tail a few times, then continued to roll the grass with his nose and eat it. This ing. I'll beat you to death. Luo Chang circled around to the front of them, aimed at its eyes as an old punch. The results have not gone down hand. Nima. The fear of the elephant with big innocent eyes looking at Luo Chong, saw the fist over also do not hide, a look of aggrieved eyes are about to cry out. MMP, whatever, I can't really get down with bullying kids. Luo Chong closed his hand and turned around, was about to leave, that the dingo actually rolled a handful of grass with his trunk, and then handed it to Luo Chong. Look at the meaning of that. Obviously as you also quickly eat very delicious stay huffing and puffing with big eyes. Droll and droll. Ha, good boy. You're so good. Eat it yourself brother won't eat this. Luo Chong revealed a smile that was worse than a cry, and helplessly took the grass and shoved it back into its mouth. All pack up quickly, we'll leave immediately. Making sure to get rid of these two cowries. Luo Chong secretly gritted his teeth, packing up and rearranging all the unfed gazelles as well. Wada and Simeon were unhappy with their throaty grunts. Luo rushed up to be two slaps. MMP, just now when people robbed you of your food why don't you scream? Now screaming have the ability to go to rob with the two of it yourself. After everyone and the gazelle set off for the river, Luo Chong stayed at the very back and held 2 more bundles of grass for the 2 dingoes, leaving them to eat slowly before scattering himself. Waiting out of a long way, Luo Chong saw 2 dingoes still continue to eat grass, cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. Also do not know how those cannibalism in the past is raised. Give them or fed what? Actually a look of a starving ghost cast. The party walked west for another full morning before finally seeing the tree tribe that had once been there. The huge treehouse was still smoldering with white smoke. The inside had been reduced to ashes. The circle of large trees outside hadn't burned down much. There was no gasoline here, and it was still pretty hard to completely set a living tree that big on fire. Dashu and the others were all a little sad, but the days had to go on, didn't they? And since they were still alive, they had to live better. So the road had to go on down the road. When they reached the tree tribe, it wasn't far from that river, and after another 20 minutes or so of walking, they arrived at the place where Luo Chong had fought the lungfish in the first place. But there were no more lungfish here. Big tree, they have never been to the other side of the river, and do not know what the opposite side is like, but crossing the river is not difficult for them. The natural tree bridge above the river is the best way to cross the river. Luo Chong in the first place from there, only to go halfway down the fall. But not everyone can get on trees, e.g., blue horse antelope. Chief, how do we get over there? What about those 4-legged beasts? The barrels looked at the herd of roan antelope and fretted. They were fine on their own, but what about those roan antelope? And the stone that Luo Chong said would allow them to eat 3 meals a day. There's no need to rush. They can swim on their own. Just swim over. You guys go ahead and cut some long branches, Luo Chong said calmly. 20 minutes later, in the eyes of a crowd of surprised people, Luo Chong retied another fish skin canoe, and also tied ropes to both ends of the canoe. Have Big Tree climb over the tree bridge to the other side of the river first, then grab the rope at one end of the boat. Put one of the big baskets that Ma Antelope is carrying inside the boat. Big Tree pulls the boat across the river, carries the baskets out, and Luo Chong pulls the empty boat back. In this way, one big basket at a time, then one person at a time, slowly all the boat right over. So the river is not very wide, only 10 meters. The speed is still very fast. It is a little bit of trouble. In the end, there is only one person left, Luo Chong and 18 blue horse antelope, in order to let the gazelles cross the river honestly, or Luo Chong stripped naked and jumped into the water, one by one leading them to swim across. When those equine antelope had all shaken their fur dry and rebacked their baskets, and Luo Chong had gotten dressed, the group continued on their way. The scenery on the west bank of the creek is different. There are no dense black iron trees here, only tall and straight broadleaf forests and coniferous forests. The sun is warmly sprinkled in the forest, and the autumn winds are mercilessly jerking the big trees. A piece of leaves are inhumanly jerked by the autumn winds, and at the same time some nuts are brought to the pheasants on the ground who are looking for food. Whoosh! Luo Chong shot another pheasant, which was happily picked up by the barrels. Following the new boss no longer need to worry about food. It was until late afternoon when the sky turned dusky and the sun was about to set. Little Go Sick was following his mother to wind up by the river, glancing to the north from time to time. Since Luo Chong left, he had followed his mother to fish by the river every day, just to wait for Luo Chong here. His mother had told him that the chief had left from that side, so he had come to wait every day. Seeing that it was about to get dark, his mother had started to pack up the fish she had caught, but the chief had not come back again today, and he was a little disappointed that the chief's brother, who had been especially kind to him, had not come back yet. Mom, does the chief not want us anymore? Gosik tugged on the hem of his mom's shirt and asked his mom in the native language of his former tribe. No, he won't. He's the alpha. He won't leave us behind. The woman rubbed Gosik's head and smiled. The woman's heart did sigh. Luo Chong is indeed the chief, is not false, but in her eyes is only a minor. Went out for so long, Who knows if he is still alive? Outside so dangerous. That is, adults are afraid to go out alone. However, she didn't dare to say these words to Goji for fear that Goji would be sad. The woman picked up 2 baskets of fish on a stick and slung them over her shoulder, and glanced worriedly to the north. But at this glance, she actually saw several figures in the woods in the distance. There's someone over there. Get a weapon. The woman suddenly pointed to the north and shouted. The women of the fishing team hurriedly put down their catch for the day and each took out a white pole spear and pointed it to the north. And little Going Sick was also pulled to the back. Mom, it's the chief. Go Sick stuck out a head at the back. And the sharp-eyed one recognized that the one walking at the front was the leader of his tribe. Go Sick, I'm back. Finally arriving home. Luo Chong saw them and shouted with a happy wave of his hand as well. Well, oh, suddenly, 2 loud and clear elephant roars came from the other side of the river, drawing the attention of a crowd of people. You're still with me. I'm home. Luo Chong want to cry. Walk so far or not get rid of those 2 dinosaurs. This is really too tautaya. How much to eat every day? I am this as a previous life owes you? Those 2 dread elephants actually followed Luo Chong all the way on the other side of the river with their tails, only coming out of the woods when they reached the Han tribe. Luo Chong is still meditating. Don't come over. Don't come over. But how can an 8 or 9 meter wide creek stop an elephant, which is born to swim well? Only to hear 2 sounds of plop plop plop. Both dingoes jumped into the river, splashing a huge wave of water, and without 10 seconds, they climbed back up from this side. Luo Chong was square then. The dingo babies were angry that Luo Chong actually gave them the grass and then left them to run away on their own. Luckily they had a developed sense of smell, which allowed them to chase them all the way. Thank you for the book friend 20180526001625670 reward. Thank you for the support of the book friends, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Today there is no recommendation vote for a variety of also quickly brush a brush of the recommendation vote. Has been voted out of the do not forget to leave a comment. Chapter 036, The Inventor of the Han Tribe. The 2 dingoes had just landed on the shore and trotted over to Luo Chong, spraying him with the water they had just sucked up in their trunks and pushing him with their trunks. Luo Chong helplessly wiped a handful of water on his face and patted their noses. Since you're in my territory, if you want to eat my family's food, you have to work for me. I won't raise you for nothing. Do you all understand? Whether he heard it or not, Luo Chong didn't know. But the 2 dingoes patted Luo Chang's head with their trunks and didn't know what it meant. Those women from the fishing team were shocked to see those 2 giant beasts running towards their chief. Then they realized that they didn't attack the chief. Instead they looked familiar with him, which made them surprised. The chief is really powerful. He can even subdue such a big monster. Gosek had already run over at the first opportunity, hugging Luo Chang's thigh affectionately, not afraid of the giant beast next to him in the slightest. Luo Chong told them that the new arrivals were all new to the clan, and then led these people back to the cave with him, also putting little Gosek on Shimon's back for a ride, while the 2 baby dingoes were already spreading their wings and running wildly across the clearing. Both the clansmen of the Haruki tribe and the fishing party were sizing each other up. The fishing party's eyes were basically on the 18 blue roan antelope, while Dashu and the others were observing the women of the Han tribe, looking at their hairstyles, their leather boots, and the baskets of fish and the white pole spears that were one for each of them. This is the big tree's favorite white pole spear. They actually have one each. Really let the big tree envy a hand. But the thought of their own now also joined the Han tribe. There is a little bit of hidden excitement as how to fertilize for. The mouth of the cave was also very busy right now. It was dusk, and all the people of the entire tribe had gathered here. They had already seen Luo Chang's figure coming back, as well as the 2 big monsters that were spilling out of the cave. Chief! The crowd stood up straight and shouted in unison when they saw Law rushing over. Well, I'm back. I've brought quite a few things this time, and these are the new additions to the clan. In the future, treat them like your own people, and those 4-legged beasts, don't kill them, that's not for eating. Luo Chong came to the middle of the crowd and explained. The crowd expressed their understanding, and then Luo Chong explained that everyone would cook dinner and make more today. Clever Gosek consciously as a narrator. Small mouth bar to the big tree they introduced all kinds of things. The big tree they set a blank stare. The pot that is even bigger than the one Luo Chong used. There are actually dozens of them here, as well as beautiful ceramic bowls, altars, and jars, all of which look like they were carved out of a single mold, making them embarrassed to take out their wooden bowls. Moreover, everyone in the Han tribe had leather boots and tied their hair, but Luo Chong was the only one who inserted a hairpin. The mouth of the cave also held today's prey, countless fish, and a one-toothed pig with a dozen or so holes inserted all over its body, weighing more than 1,000 pounds. It seemed that the hunting party had been able to flexibly use their spears. This point was a great relief to Luo Chong. Dashu and the others also had a rough idea of the strength of the Han tribe. and the food stored by this tribe was indeed enough for them to eat over the winter. The little children were also very diligent. Standing on a grass hill next to them, they were confronting the baby dingoes. That was the grass they had pulled up these days. Looking at the size of this pile of grass, it should be enough for the blue horse antelope and these two dingoes to eat for the winter. When Luochon left the arrangements for them to clean up the open space outside the cave, the children finished very well. The open space, in addition to some grass, bushes and other plants, have been Luochon pleasantly give them each reward 2 rabbit skin. The children are also happy to find their mothers to do the clothes to go. The baby dingoes also finally had a cuddle with Grassy Hill, and everything was unloaded from the blue roan antelope, releasing them to climb Grassy Hill together. Not far away from a vacant lot, has piled up a large pile of red bricks. Crippled to Luochon report, he can burn 4 kills every day, and he also made a kind of tool for the children, probably held out for Luochon to see the cripple out of the tool. Luochon directly was stunned, dumbfounded. The cripple took to him as actually a wooden simple nail rake. Well, with the piggyback of that almost, the cripple also gave Luochon demonstration of how to use the nail rake cradle grass. Nima, I said how to get out a grass mountain. So it's like this, cripple. This will engage in inventions. Brain enlightenment. You have the potential to be an inventor. Luochon heart-shocked, but also very happy. This is progress. Complimenting the cripple a few times and then explaining that he could stop burning bricks tomorrow and burn another batch of pottery out for the new clan members. The cripple nodded his head in understanding. Speaking of pottery, the elder next to him said that he had something to say as well. The elder told Luochon that a few days ago, Xia Ding's tribe in the west came to trade pottery once more. The elder told him that he could trade with his people, but Xia Ding didn't agree to it, saying that their people still had to gather food, and offered to trade salted stones, which they could double. The elder agreed after a moment's reflection, and replaced them with a water tank, 2 clay pots, and Xia Ding paid for a lot of salted stones, enough for the Han tribe to eat for a long time. The elder also reminded Luochon that Xia Ding's tribe had also learned to weave baskets, and that the things they used to carry salt this time were rattan baskets. Hearing this, Luochon couldn't help but stare, but quickly smiled and faintly said, "It's fine. Don't mind them. Weaving baskets is really not technical. Look carefully at the structure of the basket. The smarter can learn. This thing is not difficult, and very practical. Learn to go. It does not matter, and is not something important." After inspecting all the work, Luochon made arrangements for the animals brought this time. The rabbits were arranged into the corner of the cave. A circle was built with some stones and yellow mud, and hay was laid inside, so that they could spend the winter here for the time being. More than 30 rabbits, 9 of which were large, and 3 of which were already pregnant, began biting the fur on their bellies shortly after they were put in their pens to expose their boobs, as well as making nests out of their fur to keep the soon-to-be-born bunnies warm. The other bunnies are only a month or 2 old, but they're the size of cantaloupes, and they're growing so fast that by the beginning of spring next year, they'll be the new birthing machines, and the rabbit population will explode right back up dozens of times. Baby dread elephants don't need to care. The 2 of them have already relied on Luochon. Looking at that pile of grass mountain, I guess they won't leave even if I drive them away. The blue roan antelope were all tied to a tree not far from the cave entrance to make do for the night, and then tomorrow arrangements would be made to build pens and haylofts for them so that they would not freeze to death in winter. After getting this done, dinner was almost done, and before the meal, Luochon held another simple ceremony of joining the newcomer, tying his hair. The people of the original tree tribe did not resist this. It would have been a good thing to be accepted by the new chieftain, and in the future everyone would be the same, and the chieftain would not deliberately target anyone. What's more, they themselves also feel that the hair bundle does look more spiritual, much better than the cloak and dagger look. Today hunted a giant pig. The pig's blood in the evening is naturally indispensable, together with the meat and wild vegetables. Stewed several large pots, and the pheasant Luochon shot today, made a pot of chestnut stewed chicken, a cold chicken, a dozen freshly roasted fish, and a sweet and sour fruit for each person. A sumptuous dinner instantly brought old and new members closer together, and everyone had a good time talking and laughing. I have to say, my great dynasty of table socializing that is quite bull 13. Do not know it is okay to go to the hotel to eat a meal on the acquaintance. Not familiar with it is okay to go to the hotel and then eat a meal on the acquaintance. Not enough iron it is okay. Half a caddy of white wine under the belly, to ensure that you call me old iron. There's nothing a bottle of white wine can't fix, and if that doesn't work, then 2 bottles. Gee, it's a shame that there just isn't any liquor. After the meal, Luochon explained that the old man in the tribe helped the newcomers to make leather boots, so that the newcomers could learn how to do it together, communicate and exchange more, and soon they would be a family. While others made clothes and shoes, Luochon took a blackened charcoal and wrote and drew on the rock wall of the cave, with diagrams, numbers, and words. Luo Chong looked at those things and was dumbfounded, doing thinking, and didn't even notice the surprised elder at the back, and the curious go sick, and the big tree that was becoming more and more reverent towards Luo Chong. This blue man is not simple nah. Chapter 037 Paddy Rehabilitation Program. Painted on the rock wall of the cave was a sketch, and the elder could already see that it was the terrain outside the cave, with caves, creeks, jungles, and things that weren't there in the first place. As for Luo Chong at this moment, he was thinking about this large open space in front of the cave and how to plan for it in the future. The cave sits south to north, and from the cave entrance, the creek is over 900 meters to the east, the jungle is over 1,000 meters to the north, and the jungle is about 1,500 meters to the west, which is the direction to the tribe at Xieding. Then this piece of land is very big, 2,400 meters long from east to west and about 1,000 meters wide from north to south. According to 667 square meters an acre of land, this piece of land is nearly 3,600 acres, equivalent to the area of 333 soccer fields. Fertile fields, this if they are all planted with rice. It is estimated that the people of all tribes cannot finish eating until they die. Of course, it is impossible to plant all the rice, not to mention planting all of it. Even how to plant it is now a problem, knowing that although this area is now large, it is all dry land, and rice must be planted in paddy fields in order for it to work. It will be a big project just to convert all this dry land into paddy fields. With sufficient food and a safe environment, the number of human beings will grow geometrically. The original Han tribe has only 52 people, plus the 9 people bought, and the 6 children just born in the past few days while Luo Chong was gone, plus the new 30 people from the tree tribe. Now there will be a population of 97 people, and the caves of the Han tribe have gradually failed to satisfy the conditions of habitation. So in the future there will be houses to be built on this land, residential areas, rice paddies, pepper paddies, wild vegetable paddies, farms, hayfields, large warehouses, grain silos, bronze smelting areas, timber processing mills. So many facilities will be placed on this land, and it has to be planned properly to be able to do so. The first problem to be solved was the matter of remodeling the paddy fields. Planting rice required a lot of water, and the pastures also needed water very much. Otherwise how would the pasture be bountiful, and how would the 2 budding tautai be raised? Dry land into paddy fields. The best way is to dig ditches to attract water. This is relatively easy, but want to water so big a piece of land or watering one side that is unrealistic, unless the ditch is widened and deepened into a river. So an artificial river is necessary. This is what the Han tribe really need. The simple plan is to build a small square city in the middle of the clearing with a side length of 400 meters, and place the residential area, farms, warehouses, granaries, metal smelting area, and timber processing plant all in this small city, which is expected to provide a minimum of 5,000 people with a maximum ceiling of 8,000 people living together. This scale is undoubtedly huge for the current Han tribe, but Luo Chong also did not intend to build it at once. The modern engage in real estate also know the project staging it. No reason Luo Chong will not can be completely with a few years to complete the time. Around this 400-meter square small city digging moat, dug out of the soil used to build walls. Walls do not want to be more advanced. Earth package brick structure on the line, within the rammed earth, outside the bread layer of bricks, so that both effective protection of the rammed earth is not eroded by the rain, but also does not use a lot of bricks. You can save a lot of brick burning workload. It is not a small number of people. All aspects should be taken into account. Then with the moat as the center, an artificial river was dug to bring the water from the river, and another circuit was dug, and the water from the small river flowed into the moat, and from the moat back into the small river, thus forming a huge water network, along which some small canals were dug to irrigate the whole plot of land. The width of the moat and the artificial river is preset to be 4 meters, so that by diverting the 8 or 9 meter wide creek from the east, the water flow will remain unchanged. But the river channel is narrowed by half, so theoretically, the speed of the water flow in the artificial river will be increased by more than double, which will facilitate the installation of some water conservancy facilities, such as water wheels and other water conservancy facilities. Digging an artificial river would produce a lot of earth, but earth could not be piled up indiscriminately. The earth dug out of the moat did not need to be carried and could be rammed into the ground to build the city, while the earth dug out of the artificial river that diverted the water was used to burn bricks. The specific plan is to take the cave as the center line, take 200 meters on each side for the site of the small town. 900 meters east of the cave is the small river, minus the 200 meters taken up by the small town, so that you need a 700 meter long, 4 meter wide, at least 4 meter deep artificial river to bring the water over. The first phase of the project is to dig through the 700-meter-long water diversion river, digging out the earth directly burned into bricks, for the subsequent construction of the city to prepare. The city cannot rush to build first, but the water must be diverted first. Cannot delay next year's spring plowing? He does not want to plant rice next year when he still have to pick water to water the land. For the need for long-term diffuse irrigation of rice fields, that is simply unrealistic. The second phase of the project was the excavation of the moat, totaling 600 meters in length on all sides, 4 meters wide, and 4 meters deep. But there was no hurry with this, and the cave was still habitable now anyway, so there was no need to put up such a fight. The third phase was to ram the wall, which was pre-designed as a trapezoidal shape with a base width of 4 meters, a top width of 2 meters and a height of 5 meters, with 4 gates, one on each side. The top of the wall had a 1.5 meter high arroyo on the outside and a wooden fence on the inside, so that from the outside it was 5 meters high, and from the inside it was 5 meters high, and with a width of 2 meters at the top of the wall. It could easily accommodate 3 people walking side by side. With such a thick and tall wall, plus a 4-meter wide moat outside, in this day and age, there was absolutely no way anyone could attack. In fact, people are not the most terrible. Luochong main defense are beasts. In case of a dingo or saber-toothed tiger or something, if it is just a simple 2-meter high brick wall, that is not as high as the dingo. There is a fart. Luochong does not want to think of the time when the city's small children are playing, suddenly jumped from the outside of the wall to come in a dingo to eat the children. Or what beasts break through the wall and enter the tragedy? What do you need a wall for? A wall is for defense. The fourth phase of the project is the 700-meter-long backwater river, where the excavated soil can be burned into small bricks and used to build houses and various facilities in the town. The entire project was expected to be completed within 3 years at the slowest. Otherwise Luochong was afraid that no one would be able to live in the cave. This is if there is a large excavator, digging this total length of 3,000 meters of the creek. That is, at most half a month. But Luochong needs 3 years. The 4-meter thickness of the wall is occupied within a 400-meter area, which means that the actual area inside the city is a square of 396 meters square. The city consists of 4 15-meter wide main roads, intersecting 2 by 2, in the shape of a well, divided into 9 areas in the shape of a 9-pattern lattice, with a square in the middle, used for rituals or gatherings, and for drying rice. The household structures are all 1-story brick houses, each occupying 100 square meters, which is a small square of 10 meters by 10 meters. The house faces south, and the space of 5 meters wide and 10 meters long can be divided into 3 houses, removing the thickness of the siding, each of which is 3 meters wide and 4 meters long, about the size of a modern bungalow. At both ends are bedrooms, and in the center is the kitchen-cum-dining room. The bedrooms at the 2 ends are built as kangs, which are connected to the kitchen stove in the center, so that as long as the stove in the center keeps the fire burning, the bedrooms at the 2 ends can be heated at the same time. The rooms are all big, con-like bunks, and each bedroom is expected to house at least 5 people. Such a household could accommodate 1 adult man and 2 or 3 adult women, plus 6 or 7 children, a minimum of 10 people in a household. There was no way to distribute them in this way. Adult men needed to hunt, and there were so many deaths and injuries that the ratio was already seriously out of proportion. The remaining yard, 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, can be used to build a thatched hut or a small storage room to store firewood, food, tools or weapons, and a toilet. This is all up to your own preferences. You can make it look like whatever you like. Within the 400-meter long and wide city wall, excluding the 4 15-meter wide tic-tac-toe main arteries, there is also a 16-meter wide ring road, plus the thickness of the wall of 4 meters. The periphery occupies a total of 20 meters wide, not counting the thickness of the walls of the net size, but also equivalent to the current 4-lane road. In this way, it is divided into 9 square areas with a side length of 110 meters, and the vertical column can be lined up with 11 10-meter square brick houses, leaving a 5-meter wide alleyway between every 2 rows, which can be lined up with a total of 9 rows of 11 households each. So there are 99 households in a district, and with a minimum of 10 people living in each household, a district can be home to 1,000 people. The 9 districts of the city, except for the center where no houses are built to be reserved for the square. The 8 outer districts can be built in this way, so that the city can be inhabited by up to 8,000 people. But Luochong did not want to live in all 8 districts. He is not even 100 people, so the house will not be built so much at once, when there are people and then build it. According to Luochang's budget, this city only lives 5,000 people on the line. The remaining 4 districts were built into the warehouse district, metallurgy district, breeding district, carpentry district, The 9 urban areas were built in batches, taking their time over a decade or so. Request for votes are 2 words I say twice a day. I know you only show it with your actions. Renewal for a lifetime. Keeping the persistence. It's never too late to pay. Chapter 038 Opening the Bronze Age, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Rome was not built in a day. Although the scale of the building planned by Luo Chong is not even comparable to a Colosseum, but he can only take one step at a time. After a dreamless night, Luo Chong resumed his daily morning practice at the dawn of the next day, and his physical training became even harder because he had been given enough salt and food. After experiencing this cannibalism incident, Luo Chong was also considered to fully recognize this world, where there was not only the threat from wild beasts, but also the threat from human beings could not be ignored. Although there is no large-scale war here, but localized small-scale disputes cannot be avoided. This is not any ambition, just to survive, in order to protect themselves. With the current state of the Han tribe, Luo Chong couldn't put any ideas into practice even if he had any. After the morning exercise, the clansmen also came out. There were a lot of things to do today. There were a lot of things to get. The manpower would be a bit insufficient, so Luo Chong stopped gathering food altogether. When the clansmen had all eaten their breakfast, they all went to the entrance of the cave and waited for Luo Chong to assign tasks. The cripple was set to fire pottery today, and the children continued to beat the grass, and to do so in bundles as demonstrated by Lakan, so that it could be easily stored and carried. The 4 of them, Big Mouth, Monkey, and Big Hair and 2 Hair, went to the back of the mountain and cut back all the saplings of the cannibal tree, whatever was suitable for making spears. The women were divided into 2 teams. A team of more people to go to the valley where Luo Chong first went to collect sisal, that is, the kind of giant aloe vera. Each plant above to cut off at least 100 leaves. That thing next year will also grow new leaves. Luo Chong is not the slightest bit worried. It was just expected that there would be a lot of sisal collection. So Luo Chong again had the wooden dolphin lead 6 blue horse antelope, carrying a few large baskets to take care of the transportation. Another smaller group of gatherers also went to the jungle, but all they had to do was scrape the bark off the ash trees. The ash tree, named because it attracts ash bugs, which suck the sap of the ash tree and then excrete a white secretion left on the bark. The white bug wax was the main raw material used by the ancients to make candles, so the word candle is all about the bug character. Modern candles are made of paraffin wax, which is refined from petroleum. In ancient times, there was no such thing, except beeswax or insect wax. Luo Chong asked them to collect bug wax not to make candles, but to use bug wax to make molds for casting bronze. The rest of the men are all drudgery, arranged by Luo Chong to cut down the trees. They cannot have a bald strong chainsaw, so using a stone axe to cut down the trees is indeed drudgery. First, he cut down some trees that were about as thick as his legs. The trunks of the trees were reserved for building animal shelters, and the branches of the trees were all split into firewood. Luo Chong needed a lot of charcoal for copper refining, so the firewood must be stocked up. In the future, as long as the copper refining things into the right track, then there will only be a shortage of charcoal. Will never run out. The cut down trees are pulled back by blue roan antelope, and if they can't pull them back, they go to the baby dingoes for help, so they can't eat them for nothing. The clansmen were puzzled by this. They felt that it was only right to store food in the fall, but Luo Chong told them that the food stored now wouldn't be enough to eat until the beginning of spring next year, especially the fish. Although 100 people weren't so bad as to eat the fish in a river to extinction, even if it wasn't that bad, it was estimated that it would take a month or 2 to restore the current size of the fish population. You should know that the fish fished up during this period of time, but there are a lot of stomachs with fish roe. These eggs have not yet turned into small fish before they are fished up. The number of fish in the future of this small river will be more or less affected by the number of fish, so it's better to let those fish recuperate first. When the clansmen had all gone out to work, Luo Chong himself was working, and he was busier than the others. The first is to burn charcoal, make a few big piles of firewood, paste mud on the outside, and leave a few air holes on the top and bottom. Light the firewood from the holes left on the top, and when the fire burns to the holes on the bottom, seal all the holes, so that the firewood stews in the lack of oxygen inside, and then turns into charcoal after it naturally goes out and cools down. Then he finely ground and mixed the high age and anthill clays he had brought back, mixed them well, and made mud, and needed several crucibles and spoons for purifying and making alloys. The mixture of refractory clay is then used to make a mold, which looks like a flat plate with sunken rows and rows of small compartments, each as large as the other, so that copper and tin plates can be poured that look like chocolate plates. When the time comes, you can adjust the ratio of copper to tin as needed to make tools for different uses, and break off as much as you need like chocolate. Bronze alloy has been widely used since before recorded history. Its low melting point, easy casting characteristics also make it the earliest human mastery of the metal. The earliest can be traced back to the Xia and Shang dynasties, widely used in weapons, agricultural implements, tools, cooking utensils, musical instruments, ceremonial instruments. The development of the peak in the end of the Qin dynasty and early Han dynasty until the Han dynasty has a mature 100 refined steel technology, only a large number of being eliminated. Bronze. This kind of thing is copper tin alloy. Some will also add lead, but Luo Chong does not add that thing. One is he does not have, and secondly, lead is also poisonous. If you do tools is okay, if you do cooking utensils will not work. Different proportion of copper and tin synthesized bronze effect is also very different, but this does not need Luo Chong to experiment again. The ancients have been in thousands of years ago to play out the bronze flowers. Some processes even modern cannot be surpassed. There were different ratios for different uses. For casting bells and tripods, the ratio of copper to tin was 6:1, for casting axes or hammers. The ratio was 5:1, for casting gorges and halberds. The ratio of copper to tin was 4:1, for bronze swords. The ratio was 3:1, for clusters of arrows, or arrowheads. The ratio was 5:2, and for bronze mirrors, the ratio was 1:1. To summarize, the higher the copper content, the softer the bronze, the more resistant to beatings, and the more yellow in color. Which is why there is the saying of jingoism in the ancient poems, because bronze is golden. And the ancients also called it gold for this reason. Ancient times sometimes the emperor to ministers to reward, not moving on the reward gold 10,000 taels. In fact, the reward is copper. The higher the tin content, the harder the bronze, the lighter the color, or even whitish, but the more brittle the bronze is, and it will crumble when struck by a heavy blow, or when two bronze swords are cut against each other. Therefore, bronze is never used to make swords, only to make spears, guns, swords, halberds, bow and other stabbing weapons. Can only stab, cannot cut. A cut will be broken, so the movie with a bronze sword against the cut, that's pure nonsense. It was also this fatal flaw that made bronze weapons completely obsolete by steel weapons. With charcoal, with a mold, Luo Chong began to do smelting furnace. Ordinary clay plus some pottery slag or brick end, and then mixed with some crushed grass and into the mud, built into a diameter of more than 40 centimeters cylindrical furnace, although not good, can only make do first. After all, is not a large-scale smelting? There is no need for the entire blast furnace out. Such a stove Luo Chong hole 4, when the time to fire together, can save a lot of time, because there are no metal tools now, so there is no way to make a wooden push-pull bellows, only to use the snakeskin of the python to make a few simple push-button leather blower. What can be made up now, and then upgrade the equipment later when there are tools? Luo Chong took the blower and tried it under the pottery kiln, and the effect was still good. Cripple didn't know what Luo Chong was up to, but just by looking at those molds and blowers, he thought it was something more advanced than firing pottery, and in his heart, he was more excited about what new things the chief would come up with this time. Luo Chang's side of the preparations are done. The world's first set of the most primitive smelting equipment is also completed, just waiting for tomorrow's charcoal to be burned in the furnace to dry out to start work. That what? Ching book here with everyone to ask for a vote, or collection. Comments can also be. Shelves before the new book period is very important. Thank you for your support. Chapter 039 Gold and Silver Plates, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations? Big Mouth and Monkey and the others had gotten a day's worth of work and hundreds more white poles that could be made into spears. But the adults who had cut down the trees were miserable. After a tiring day, less than 10 cedar trees were cut down. Not all of them have been pulled back yet. A few are still lying in the forest, and 3 of the stone axes used to cut down the trees have chipped. But Luo Chong told them without mercy that they would continue tomorrow, but whoever did a good job would be given new equipment. New equipment? The crowd was a bit puzzled. The stone axe was already the best tool they had ever seen. What could be better than a stone axe? After dinner, everyone started their after-dinner recreation time again, while Luo Chong started boiling the wax right by the fire, melting the picked wax cubes in a pot, then skimming off the impurities with a spoon, pouring them into the large clay molds prepared beforehand, and recoalescing them into a whole block of white wax. It is then cut into small pieces and cut with a bone cutter into the shape of tools, such as axe heads for hatchets, small hammer heads, planing knives, chisels of various sizes, and clamping pliers. The wax blocks were carefully sanded to a 1:1 size ratio to the real thing, and then these wax models were wrapped in clay, leaving only a small opening, and then pressed down so that the clay and the wax blocks were in complete contact, leaving no gaps. Then leave it to dry, and when the clay is completely dry, put it on the fire and heat it so that the wax lumps inside are remelted, and then pour out the wax liquid inside so that you get a hollow clay cast. Whatever shape of wax block is wrapped in the mold leaves a space inside in the shape of an axe. For example, if the inside is wrapped in an axe made of ash, Then melting the block into a wax solution and pouring it out leaves a space inside in the shape of an X. Moreover, a thin layer of wax remains on the inside of the mold, so that the mold can be removed when the casting is completed. The lost wax method of molding is a little more cumbersome, but it is more accurate, does not waste material, and the poured wax can be reconsolidated into a large block that can be reused over and over again. The women who were collecting the insect wax didn't understand what they were looking at, but knew that the chief did need the stuff, so they would just keep collecting it tomorrow. Dashu and Cripple, however, were a bit different. Dashu could see that it was supposed to be a weapon, but couldn't understand how something so soft could be used as an axe. The Cripple's focus, on the other hand, was on the clay casting molds. He was a pottery burner himself, so he felt that the molds should also be burned in the fire. Was the chief going to use the clay as a weapon? All explanations are futile to tell them. It's better to show them what's really there. Early the next morning, the clansmen took all the blue roan antelope away, and with Luo Chang's tireless efforts to instill the concept, they finally understood that the beasts could not only be used for food, but also to help mankind work, and all you had to do was to pay for some of the grasses that were all over the place. Big Mouth, Monkey, Big Hair, and Ermao all stayed behind. Their task today was to operate the blower for Luo Chong. The charcoal is ready. The heavy wood is very light after burning into black charcoal. The crippled man also burned his pottery yesterday, and today he is dedicated to giving Luo Chong a hand. The cripple is very smart, otherwise he wouldn't have researched the nail rake by himself, so Luo Chong intends to give him the method of refining copper. This kind of work can't all be done by Luo Chong alone in the future. It's better to find an apprentice, and the cripple, a handicapped person, is the best candidate, because there's no need to run around to do these things. The 4 stoves were already dry, and this time 2 were lit together, with Big Hair and 2 Hair pressing the blower, and Big Mouth and Monkey loading the charcoal. In the roll of the blower, fire from the mouth of the furnace out of a good high, a layer of crushed copper ore, a layer of charcoal, and so pile up 3 layers. The cylindrical hearth polytropic effect is very good. Not for a while, the hearth of the ore began to red blinding, and then slowly melted. The copper water flowed down the gap to the bottom of the hearth to gather together, turned into a pile of slag mixed with the lumps of copper. Next to it, at the same time, was the tin mine, and that one was even faster. Tin ore has a very low melting point, and melts in a few minutes under a fierce fire. With a twig, from the ashes under the hearth, he pulled out 2 pieces of metal laced with a lot of impurities. The lack of a blast furnace is just inconvenient to get pure copper water directly. To these 2 furnaces continue to add charcoal and ore, so that the furnace has been to maintain a high temperature state, non-stop refining copper. Just now Luo Chong personally looked at a furnace, once only out of a child's fist big impure metal, very slow. It had been smelting for 7 or 8 furnaces, about 3 or 4 hours or so, and finally a bunch of impure gold and silver lumps had been saved, because Luo Chong brought back chalcopyrite with a content of more than 80% this time, so there was a lot of crude copper. If it was malachite and bluish copper ore, then the copper rate was definitely not that high. Tin ore's tin rate is also not high, but inside the bronze, tin does not account for a large proportion, but it is enough. Then lit 2 furnaces, and when the temperature rises, put crucibles made of refractory clay in the furnace, put crude copper and miscellaneous tin in the 2 crucibles, and increase the fire with a blower, and wait for the copper and tin to melt into a liquid state, because copper is a heavy metal with a high density, so that impurities of a lighter mass will float to the top of the metal liquid. Then use a clay spoon to skim off the surface impurities, but don't throw them away. You can store them for now. There is still some copper on top of these impurities, and when more are saved they can be piled up for secondary smelting. With a pre-prepared clay stick, the skimmed pure copper liquid is brought out with the crucible and poured into a lattice-shaped clay mold and left to cool down. Liquid tin operates the same way, only faster. Tin has a melting point of just over 200 degrees or it wouldn't be used as a material for soldering circuit boards, and when copper and tin are mixed together, it also lowers the melting point of the alloy. Cripple, along with his 4 buddies and Luo Chong, were watching the metal liquid in the mold slowly solidify and cool down. They didn't understand how it worked, so they looked surprised and wondered why something like water could come out of the stone, and that this boiling hot water would get harder and harder as the temperature dropped. The elder had nothing to do today, so he came to observe as well. He wanted to draw all the things Luo Chong had done and pass them down to future generations, but this copper refining was too complicated. He didn't know how to draw it that way, so he frowned all the time as he watched. Has waited until the copper and tin plate is no longer hot. Luo Chong cannot wait to pour out the metal plate. At this time in the middle of the day, touching the metal plate is still a little warm in the sunlight, reflecting the dazzling light. The golden copper plates, the silver glittering pewter plates, horizontal on one side and neat little cubes in rows on the other, are very pretty. The cripple, the elder, and the 4 little ones, all looked at the metal plate with their mouths wide open. They had never seen anything so beautiful and shiny before. The expression on that face was nothing less than the obsession modern people have when they see a gold brick. Even Go-Sik, who was playing, was attracted to it, touching this one and looking at that one, which was still hot on it. "Chief, what is this?" Go-Sik picked at a protrusion on the copper plate and tilted his head to ask Luo-Chong. Luo-Chong rubbed his head. "This one is called copper. This one is called tin. You watch here. I'll go get something over." Go-Sik nodded and whispered the words copper, tin to the cripple and the others. Instead, Lakan carried over a bunch of tool casts, and a couple of large, thin clay boards with a very shallow layer of grooves on them that were for making rulers, as well as a board saw. Luo-Chong, who urgently needed metal tools, did not rest and immediately began the casting of bronze. Take out a new crucible, put in the copper block first, and when it has melted into a liquid, then add the tin block. Copper has a much higher melting point than tin, and the tin just goes in and melts in less than a minute. Stir it well with a clay rod, and then it is ready to be poured. The first pot of casting is the axe and hammer, but the ratio is slightly changed. The ratio of copper to tin is 5 to 1. 5, that is, 20 copper ingots, 6 tin ingots, because Luo-Chong is afraid that 5 to 1 ratio is not sharp enough, and also too soft. The hot alloy melt was poured into the mold. A white smoke came out of the hole reserved for the casting mold. Then a small fire rose, shook twice, and went out with a poof. "I'm going to check in with you 3 times a day. Vote or not? Do you vote? Do you comment? Do you compare your heart? Lastly, I'm going to ask for a reward in a small voice. And send me a red envelope for the new year, super small voice." Chapter 040 Establishing Units of Measurement, Request for Favorites and Recommendations. When the temperature was slightly lowered, Luo-Chong couldn't wait to smash open the casting mold with a stone, and in the clay debris, a big axe head that was light gold and shining with light was quietly lying there. The head of the axe was slightly larger than that of a fire axe, and it had a reserved hole for inserting the handle. The work of polishing the axe blade was left to the cripple to complete, while Luo-Chong began to prepare the second furnace for casting. 4 to 1, 5 ruler and board saw, 5 to 2 carving knife, 4 to 1 chisel, 3 to 1 planer, 4 to 1, 5 hand drill, 4 to 1 quadrangular bit. A hand drill is a flat piece of bronze cast into a T-shape. Then the drill part is heated in a fire. After it burns red, the drill is clamped with 2 square bricks, and the piece of bronze is twisted like a twist to form a spiral drill. And then after it cools down, the sharp edge is polished, and a wooden handle is added to bore holes in the wood. When the clansmen all came back in the evening, all the work stopped. For small clay furnaces, 2 smelting, 2 purification, the output is very low. A day down, charcoal consumed most of it. Out of the copper plate and tin plate is only about 40 pounds. However, Luo-Chong brought back a small amount of ore. For the time being, it can still make do. A large golden axe with a sharpened edge, a handle made from a sapling of a cannibal tree inserted, and the joint glued in place with a fish bladder, a large golden fire. No, the tree chopping axe is finished. There were also 2 board saws with glued-on wooden handles, 1 large and 1 small, 1 for 2 people and 1 for 1. Luo-Chong called the tired and half-dead logging team. Today they chipped 4 more stone axes, which were still captured from that group of cannibals, and now there are not many left. Big Tree and the others immediately gathered around when they saw the big golden axe, and the board saws they also saw, but didn't know how to use them. What is this made of? What a beautiful axe. Dashu's eyes were glued to it. Oh, there's also this. Luo-Chong laughed and took out another white pole and gold head lance. The bronze head of the lance was in a flat 4-pronged cone shape, 30 centimeters long, with a round tubular groove at the end, inserting a white wooden pole smeared with fish bladders, with a total length of 2.5 meters, and it looked like a murderous aura. The clansmen's eyes went straight as they watched. Was this still a spear? This was too beautiful, especially Beast Tooth and One Ear. They had gotten used to using wooden spears for a while, and now when they saw this gold-headed spear, their mouths were left watering. "Chief, what's this made of? Is there any more? Any more for us?" The clansmen couldn't wait to ask, but they also knew that if there was only one, it would definitely not be their turn to use it. Luo-Chong smiled and took out a piece of chalcopyrite and handed it to Dashu. "It's made from this kind of stone. There's not much of it yet. You know we didn't bring back much." The people of the original tree tribe were stunned. They had followed the digging of this kind of stone, but the things made out of this were not the same as the stone. "How do you look at it? It doesn't look like it's made of stone. Wooden dolphin is the most honest and direct. Since there is less, let's go digging again. Chief, let's go digging for some more rocks. We know where they are." Luo-Chong nodded, but told them that digging like this was too little. He had to make something first, and when this winter was over, He could dig back many, many more, and then everyone could have one of these lances. For now work well first. The clansman calmed down. The chief's words were still believable, and since he said everyone would have it, then surely everyone would have it. Then Luochong took them to the wood he had cut back and taught them to use the board saw and handsaw, a slab saw pulled by 2 men, hitched to the end of a round log, pulled back and forth. Sawdust like dust drifted down, and it didn't take long to saw down a round piece of wood that made everyone look at it in wonder. Another hand saw, used with one hand, was used to clear the branches, and a side branch as thick as a wrist was sawed off in less than a minute, and the breaks were flat and not pitted like those made by splitting with a stone axe, so that the timber was much more efficiently utilized, and with less labor and speed. A meter-long big axe is also very smooth to use. Swinging up can use the whole body strength. If the Han tribes vigorously use, human leg thick tree cannot be cut down a few times. Luochong checked the axe blade, and since it was thicker, there was no sign of chipping. When the crowd had learned how to use the tools, Luochong let them go to eat and rest. After the meal, the clan came together to listen to the cripple talk about copper refining, while Luochong began to formulate various units of measurement. As long as there is a unit of measurement, only later can we slowly develop civilization towards industrialization. No, it's towards agrarianization. Otherwise, when rice is planted next year, how do you calculate the area of an acre of land? How do you know how many pounds of grain an acre of land will produce? Of course it's easy enough. As long as there is a length standard first, nothing else is a problem. Luochong used a carving knife to carve out a scale on a copper ruler, using the width of the ring fingernail as 1 centimeter to carve out a 1 meter long straight ruler, brushing melted tin water into the engraved marks of the straight ruler, and polishing it once more, so that there was a gold ruler with a silver scale. Area unit in the length unit on the basis of the establishment of square centimeters, square decimeters, square meters. 667 square meters is equal to an acre, and then the big one now cannot be used. Later, with this standard of units of length, it is possible to measure the volume and set the units of capacity, which are liters, or 1 cubic decimeter, and 125 liters equal to 1 bucket, or 1/8 of a cubic meter. Weight unit is much easier. Junior high school physics textbooks have said, 1 cubic centimeter of fresh water, the weight of exactly 1 gram, half a liter of water is 500 grams, that is, a pound. A liter of water for a kilogram, 1,000 kilograms for a ton. Angle unit is also easy to find. A circle circumference of 360 degrees, as long as you find a standard right angle on the line. Get a water tank, and then a piece of twine tied to a stone made of lead. Sink the stone into the water. The vertical twine in the horizontal plane to form the angle is the most perfect right angle. With this right angle, and then use the formula for the sum of the interior angles of triangles, you can get a variety of angles. Luochong had always felt that, as a traveler, obviously having a mature and scientific measurement system, he still preferred to engage in the eliminated unit system of inches, feet, and zheng, which was simply looking for abuse by himself, and it has also been proven that decimal units of length are the most favorable to science. Anyway, he's the boss now. He's the one who sets the standards in this world, so why bother making things difficult for himself? The women's gathering has stopped. The worm wax is now enough. The sisal has all been picked, and they are now concentrating on preparing the rope. Small children are lying outside the rabbit circle, are watching the inside of the rabbit to give birth to baby rabbits. 3 pregnant big rabbits are born, and born are quite a lot. Each litter has 6 or 7, and another 20 little life born. More than 30 rabbits group nearly doubled, but also let Luochong had to marvel at the rabbit's ability to reproduce. The cripple has a long time of pinch pottery experience. Now help Luochong carving wax mold is also competent. Round head shovel or called copper shovel. This is to batch casting, whether it is digging a river or planting. A lot of things can be used. There is a Luochong to give samples there. Crippled by the gourd to draw a dipper is still no problem. As for Luochong himself, he is working on the most crucial thing, the plow. Something he has really little contact with, and can only figure it out with his limited memory. And he was going to make 2 sizes. The big one for the dingo and the small one for the roan. The one for the roan was for plowing the land, while the one for the dingo was for digging the river. I definitely need to use both of them to dig the river, or else I will eat so much grass for nothing every day. Luochong is not willing to do so. I got a notice yesterday that I'm going to test the waters on the 3rd, so I'm adjusting the update times to 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. starting tomorrow. I heard from someone else that daytime updates have a higher catch-up rate. For the time being, I'm still doing 2 shifts a day. I can't really do that much during the new book period, but I'll add more on Chinese New Year Day. Thank you for your support for such a long time. Tomorrow we'll test the waters. The book's results how to look at you. Everyone has a recommendation ticket, remember to give me to stay a stay. Xing book bye bye. Chapter 041, Xia Ding's Ambition. On the following day, the women were partly working on rubbing the hemp rope and partly cleaning the ground. Luocheng had just drawn an area for the women to clean up, and they would start building the corral in a while. Refining copper. Luocheng now regardless. There are cripples and 4 small partners is enough. They are now 5 people, just keep casting copper plate, tin plate, specific alloy casting steps, because the proportion used are different, so also have to Luocheng guidance to work. And Luocheng is now leading the women to build the corral. The logging team cut back a lot of trees already, all about 20 centimeters in diameter, but very long. Each one is more than 10 meters high, like a utility pole, cut off the length of 4 meters, all sawed into stakes, 2 meters away from a stick into the ground, surrounded by a rectangular circle, the gap tied to 2 crosswood fixed, and then use the branches to prepare a fence, fixed to the wooden fence, made of simple wall, and finally smeared with a layer of mud. Even if the work is finished, inside the corral there was a wooden shed that sat north to south. The canopy was 4 meters high, to be able to house the baby dingoes as well. The shed was made of a lot of wood, lined up tightly, and smeared with a thick layer of mud, sort of a real wall. The south-facing side has a row of small holes, outside of which is the trough where you can stick your head out to graze. But of course, 2 of the cargoes don't have to use it. They just stick their noses out and everything is taken care of. When it's all built, all the grass hills piled up outside will also be baled and yarded into pens to prevent them from being destroyed by other animals or people. The people of the Han tribe were busy in their own way, and the tribe of the Xia Ding was not idle. Xia Ding's tribe originally consisted of 92 people, which can be said to be much larger than Han's tribe, but after the last time he took 9 people and exchanged them with Han's tribe for pottery, there weren't that many people left, swapped away 9, and sickened 2 small children, and an adult male was gutted by the lynx. The population dropped dramatically. Now there are only 80 people, not as many as the Han tribe now, but Xia Ding did not know about this. When he came to trade the last time, Luocheng out of the door has not yet come back, so he did not know that Luocheng has brought back 30 people. Xia Ding's tribe didn't have any elders, and there was not much knowledge to pass on, but Xia Ding was very good at imitating and learning from the Han tribe's basket weaving, and spears, and they also made their own stone-tipped spears, and Xia Ding even wanted to learn to make pottery. Xia Ding's tribe lived in a cave. Deep in the cave there are mountain springs seeping out of the rock crevices, on the ground convergence into a very small pool of water. The area are less than 2 square meters. That is their daily life of the water source. Normally it's fine, but in the late fall season, that mountain spring above the waterhole will cut off, and then they'll have to go to the creek 3 kilometers away to fetch water, which is inconvenient, so they'll need a lot of containers to store water. In order to obtain pottery, Xia Ding had used up all his salty stones to exchange with the Han tribe. Without salt, at most, he would have no energy, but he wouldn't die, and he could also replenish some of the salt by drinking the blood of the beasts and eating the animals' innards. But no water will not do, especially since Xia Ding has fallen deeply in love with the flavor of broth. So the last time he personally came to trade with the Han tribe just so he could exchange more pottery, but he still didn't get what he wanted, so he got up to the idea of taking it by force. To Xia Ding's way of thinking, there were less than 10 adult men in the Han tribe, while there were 15 of them, and it shouldn't be much of a problem to beat them and take their pottery and food. As for snatching the people back as well, Xia Ding hadn't thought about it. More people would consume more food, and Xia Ding didn't think he could get that much food to feed more people, or else he wouldn't have exchanged the population for pottery. That morning, Xia Ding brought all the adult males in the tribe, plus himself 15 people, each with a few spears, and marched to the Han tribe, ready to crush the Han tribe's hunting party in one fell swoop, and then go to their settlements to plunder a lot. By midday, Xia Ding's frontline scouts, who had scouted where the Han tribe's hunting party was, went back and immediately told Xia Ding that they were cutting down trees in the forest. Cutting down trees? What's the point of chopping down trees? A doubt appeared in Xia Ding's heart, but Xia Ding didn't think much about it. I don't care what you do, as long as I defeat you guys. And at that moment, in the coniferous forest at the ridge, Big Tree and Beast Tooth, they were still chopping down trees. Today they were working fast. 3 big axes, and 2 long saws, and 2 hand saws. With such equipment, a tree with a diameter of less than 30 centimeters could be dried down in less than 15 minutes. Spend some more time clearing out the branches and you'll basically have a clean log in half an hour. And this is only a group of speed Han tribe in addition to the elders, Crippled and Luocheng, the remaining 6 adult men plus the original tree tribe's 4, a total of 10 people. A group of 3 people, 1 person to watch the blue horse antelope, each group a big axe. Basically within half an hour, you can dry down 3 trees at the same time. Today's look at the roan is a wood dolphin. 6 roan are grazing on the hillside right now, and later they will work in pairs to haul 3 logs home. Just at this time, from that mountain across the valley suddenly ran a group of people. Each also took a spear. The wooden dolphin, who had once witnessed the attack of the cannibals, naturally knew that these people did not have good intentions, and immediately rushed to the ridge and shouted, "There is an enemy," then immediately pulled up the reins and dragged the blue horse antelopes back. For this kind of vernacular, Big Tree could naturally understand it, and immediately told One Ear that they had an enemy with gestures and words. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, copied their weapons and prepared to fight, and surprisingly not a single person escaped. This would be interesting. Dashu had once killed people with Luo Chong and was no longer the Dashu of old, so naturally he would not be a deserter. As for Beast Tooth and One Ear, they are simply desperate militants. Ask how a teenager who had his ears torn off by the lynx and scratched his face full of blood, and still dared to fight the lynx head-on. Wooden Dolphin led 6 blue horse antelope to seize the road and run wildly. Xia Ding then led the people in hot pursuit behind, until it reached to the ridge. Whooshing sound of broken wind came from the back of the wooden dolphin, immediately followed by throaty screams. The last 2 gazelles were shot by the spears and fell to the ground with a scream. The other 4 tied to them were still running wildly, dragging the corpses of their 2 companions all the way to the grassy mountain of the Han tribe. "Wooden Dolphin, get over here," Dasuki shouted at the front before pulling out the stone axe at his waist, and waited until the wood dolphin ran to his side. Xia Ding had already brought his men to within 50 meters. The Han tribe people hiding behind the tree had drawn a stone axe from the back of their waist, glanced at each other, and suddenly scurried out from behind the tree. And in an instant, the 9 stone axes swirled around and pounced on Xia Ding and the others. Whoosh! Ah! Help! Poof! Poof! Under the blows of the 9 stone axes, Xia Ding instantly killed 3 people, and 2 others were injured, leaving only 10 people still continuing to advance, something Xia Ding had not expected. In his opinion, the Han tribe's hunting party should only have around 6 or 7 people. Seeing that they brought so many people over, they should have fled in fear. How did they still dare to fight back? And also, what was that they just threw over? How come it wasn't a spear? Xia Ding got angry. Things shouldn't be like this, so he immediately gave the order to throw the spear again. But just as the 10 throwing spears flew out, Oki and the others hid behind the trees again. Whoosh! Put! 10 spears slanted into the ground that was covered in rotting leaves, making a plopping muffled sound, and Xia Ding and the others ran to a range of 30 meters. The spears had just landed on the ground when One Ear and the others flashed out from behind the trees once again. This time it was a neat 10 white pole spears. Realizing that Luo Chong had given 3 of them to each member of the hunting team, a whoosh of cracking sounds rang out, and 4 more of Shetta's tribe fell instantly, the others ducking behind trees just in time. One Ear and the others also hid behind the tree again, waiting for the enemy to attack again, but they were slow to hear the sound. Attack is impossible to attack again. Killed will not attack again. Xia Ding has been in this short 2 exchanges of fire under the broken guts. How he did not expect this result. The enemy in front of him is too terrible, and he suddenly realized that there were more people from the Han tribe than he had expected, probably more than 10, and he himself was now left with 8 people, 2 of whom were wounded. Fighting was definitely not an option, and whether or not he could run away at this point in time was a question, so he immediately fled back to the cave with the rest of the people, and at this time, if he returned to the cave, he might still be able to retrieve a life. Marks with votes, marks with favorites, comments clicking on characters then hearts. Chapter 042, Those Who Go Against Me Die, Testing the Waters for Support. By noon, the Han tribe's corrals were finished, and Luo Chong had herded all 12 of the equine antelopes that had remained with the tribe into the corrals, and was now taking a piece of the sweet root of the man-eating tree and seducing the baby dingoes into the corrals. Gosek also took a piece of sweet root and put it under the dingo's trunk, only to have it rolled up and eaten in one bite, and then stick out his trunk again to ask for it. Going to be sick laughed straight and tilted his little face to Luo Chong and asked, "Chief, what are they?" "They are dingoes, with long gray skins, and 2 large tusks, and long trunks. Their trunks are as flexible as their hands, and they are grass eaters." Luo Chong also picked up a piece of tree root to feed another dingo. "Oh, and do they have names?" "I'm called Go Sick." "What are they called?" I haven't named them yet." "Why don't you give them a name?" Luo Chong scratched his hair. He was having naming difficulties. Letting him seriously pick a name. He really couldn't come up with one for a while. "Really? Let me name them. I'll call it Meat then." Go Sick jumped to his feet and said excitedly, "Oh, really? Image is not a big pile of meat." The corner of Luo Chang's mouth twitched, and he mentally slandered. "Okay, then this female. Let's call it Meat. What do we call the other male?" Luo Chong nodded his head in agreement, while Meat mindlessly continued to ask for food. not caring what he was called. The other one, called, Gray Mountain, because it's gray, like a hill, and it's bigger than meat. Go Sick said as he patted Gray Mountain's big thick leg, while Gray Mountain cocked his head and looked to the west, and suddenly threw back his head and roared, startling Go Sick. Luo Chong also looked to the west, only to see 4 blue gazelles dragging the corpses of their 2 companions all the way to Luo Chang's place. The blood behind them flowed all the way, dragging a red mark, and there were several spears sticking out of the corpses of the 2 gazelles. They weren't from the Han tribe, which used all the standardized white pole spears. Is this under attack? How come the lumberjacks didn't come back? Are they all dead? Luo Chong was shocked in his heart. As soon as he picked up the sickness, he ran to the cave, shouting as he ran, "There is an enemy! All of them go back to the cave, take the weapons, and quickly call all the children back." The cripple who was smelting copper by the cave was the first to reflect, and immediately stood up and yelled that there was an enemy, and told Big Mouth and Monkey to hurry up and call the children who were making hay. Luo Chong placed Go Sick in the cave, took out his own golden spear and bow and arrow, and carried out all the 200+ arrows in his inventory. In not more than 3 minutes, the little children returned with their nail rakes, and the women went to the entrance of the cave, and each went and got a spear, and the elders and the crippled man went to Luo Chong and waited for orders. Luo Chong looked at the clansmen gathered in front of him, took a deep breath and said, "The children all went into the cave. The elders watched over the house. The women also went into the cave, sealed up the cave entrance. Don't open it until I come back. Cripple, take Big Mouth and the 4 of them to the corral and drag the 2 dead gazelles in there, too, and guard the place. No one is to go in till I come back." "Chief, where are you going then?" Elder and cripple asked together, and Going Sick poked his head around behind his mom to look at Luo Chong. "I'll go see why our hunting party hasn't returned. You guys keep an eye on the house," Luo Chong said with a frown. He was now worried about the situation of the hunting team. Surprisingly, none of them had returned. Were they all dead or captured? Either way, the enemy would not be too few, so Luo Chong decided to go and see for himself. More than 200 arrows were divided into 2 bundles and hung on Gray Mountain's neck. Luo Chong put a longbow on his back and jumped on Gray Mountain's back with his white pole golden spear. The spear pointed forward to the blood on the ground and Gray Mountain roared and charged forward. The meaty one also trotted after him, and just after 2 steps, he turned back and rolled 2 pieces of sweet tree roots with his nose. The 2 baby elephants should have grown up in a crowd and weren't afraid of people, and weren't averse to such things as being mounts. Apparently having done so often, Gray Mountain carried Luo Chong all the way, following the blood trail right into the jungle, with meat following right beside him. 1 person and 2 elephants went all the way to the west, ran for not a while. A group of people suddenly appeared in front, the leader of the several carrying a golden axe. It was clearly the big tree them. Luo Chong froze, patted the Gray Mountain's head, hurriedly let it stop. Big Tree and the others also saw Luo Chong and rushed over. "What's going on? Met the enemy?" Luo Chong couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that all 10 people were here and not injured. Big Tree didn't recognize those enemies, and gestured for Beast Tooth to speak. And Beast Tooth immediately said proudly, "Chieftain, it's the people from that tribe in the west, the one we traded pottery with. They started it, and killed our horse antelopes, and then we counterattacked twice, and killed them." So many people. Beast Tooth thought for half a second and held out 7 fingers. Xie Ding's side? Luo Chong was a bit puzzled. Why did Xie Ding and the others attack their tribe? Did they want to annex themselves? Then where are they? Luo Chong asked with a frown. "Ran off. Probably went home. They ran off after a few died." Big Tree replied. "Actually ran away. Ran away on the ing, alright. Is the old son of the horse antelope killed in vain? That is not easy to get back. Let's go. Chase after them and kill them. Any clan member who dares to attack me must die, even if it's a horse antelope that dies," Luo Chong said with a wave of his spear, pointing to the west. Solo ear they naturally have no opinion. The chief said to take revenge, then of course to go. Just now the chief said how domineering, dare to attack their own clan are to die, no matter whether it is a person or a horse antelope. Hey, not right In the end is the person is important or the horse antelope is important, but no one answered his question at this time. The others had already set off after Luo Chong, and One Ear hurriedly followed. Until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Chong they arrived near Xie Ding's tribe. From a distance, the open space at the mouth of the cave was actually not a single person, and the mouth of the cave was blocked by a boulder, but there was still not a small gap, and a few pairs of eyes were secretly looking out. Xie Ding is one of them. He is most afraid of the other party to come back to take revenge. He was still lucky to think that the other party did not lose this time. Will not come, but I did not expect the other party really came. And still this lineup. The leading man had his hair bound in snakeskin with a bone hairpin, and held a gold-headed lance with a ho-ho rise. his face sullen, and at his hip rode a long-nosed gargoyle taller than a man, and there was another next to him. This ing knew that the other side is so powerful. He still play a fart At this time Xia Ding incomparable remorse, hate to immediately come to a session. The city under the alliance or something, in front of this godlike man to send away. Luo Chong was also confused. He had thought that if there weren't many people on the other side, he would directly beat them into submission and then annex all the rest, but they actually didn't come out to fight with him. What should we do now? Call for battle? Both sides can't speak the same language. No one will understand if we call out. Looking at the eyes peeping outwards from inside the cave, Luo Chong slammed his lance into the ground, removed the longbow from his back, bent the bow and strung an arrow with a whoosh. Asterisk. Lousy just shot an arrow how to scream so many times. Wearing sugar plums? The corner of Luo Chang's mouth twitched, a little uncertain. In fact, Luo Chong really only shot one person, also happens to be Xia Ding himself, was shot through the eyes with an arrow, from the back of the head to reveal half of the arrow, stuck in the skull, and did not hurt the back of the person. The other people followed the screaming, that are scared. There was no way around it. It was too close, not even 10 meters away, and the penetration was just that powerful, and if it was paired with a metal arrowhead, it would definitely fly out the back of the skull. Chapter 043, The one who shuns me will prosper. Power. Stone. 6 fingers, you guys go push the rock out of the way. Luo Chong pointed to the boulder at the entrance of the cave and said to the 3 of them, while he himself knocked another arrow aiming at the gap in the cave. The 3 of them started to go up and push the boulder, and the 3 of them put their strength together, and the boulder at the entrance of the cave ground out a clicking sound, but it didn't push much, and it slowly toppled back. This blocking the door is alright? How can it be? Kill the old man's horse antelope actually do not want to pay the price. Luo Chong drew a few arrows from his pouch, jumped off the elephant's back, and walked to the side of the cave entrance, where a long slit was just enough to see inside. Behind the boulder several adult males were pressing against the boulder with deadly force. Luo Chong could see the deformed expressions on their faces from the exertion. Bending his bow again, he swished an arrow. This time it really pierced 2 people. The arrow went in from the side. The target was no more than 2 meters, and it pierced 2 people directly from the side ribs. There was another scream, and the few others who had topped out behind the rock ran straight away in terror, no longer daring to stand at the entrance to the cave. No one topped the door. Vigorously 3 people smoothly pushed away the stone. The stone behind the 3 corpses that had not yet swallowed their breath were also crushed and bloody, and in the twinkling of an eye there was no sound. The portal of the cave was open, and a dim fire glowed within, and deep within it a group of women and children cowered in a huge haystack, and of the 5 remaining grown men, 3 stood in their way with spears, and 2 others, wounded before, wailed in the haystack. Luo Chong walked in with his spear, the golden head of the spear reflecting an eye-catching light under the firelight. Deshu and the others also swarmed in with their golden axes and spears, begging for mercy now. Have you taken a weapon and begged for mercy? What did you do earlier? Weren't you the ones who attacked our tribe first? Luo Chong swung his lance, knocking all the spears in the hands of the 3 to the ground, stretching out his lance and pointing it straight at the 3 of them to ask in a drunken manner. Right in the middle of the man was almost swept by the tip of the gun in the nose, scared to sit on the ground, pointing to Xia Ding's body, actually whimpering and crying out. The mouth of the house walla set a pass. Next to the 2 people also kneeled at the feet of Luo Chong, pointing to Xia Ding's body cursing. Well, should be cursing, anyway, look at the expression is not what good words. Gee, that means dumping the pot on Shetty. He came up with the idea. Didn't you guys participate? Luo Chong despised a few people, saw a wounded man in the back, quietly picked up a stone, actually want to resist. Instantly the gun head swing, forward a pass, poof, it pierced a hole in his left chest. Blood directly don't need money like sprayed out. All of you kneel down and die if you resist. Luo Chang's eyes glared, suddenly bellowed, and in the solitude of the furled sound, Luo Chang's bellowing with echoes echoed in the ears of the crowd over and over again. The small child in the back of the scared wow cry. The women how to coax cannot be coaxed. Luo Chang pointed at the 2 kneeling men, and the others immediately followed their example and knelt down. Big tree, go find the food they have stored and get it all out for me to take away. Also, see if there's any salt. Luo Chong instructed Big Tree in the back, while he himself began to persuade the group in front of him to surrender. We came here because your leader attacked my people first. Now your leader and most of the men are dead. But that's not enough. We'll take away all your food as a punishment for you, Luo Chong said as he gestured. Luo Chong had a reason for saying this. He wanted to annex this group of people, but both sides had already fought a battle and he had killed their people. Then they were bound to have hatred in their hearts. In that case, absorbing them into his tribe would become an unstable factor. So he also went along with the trend of dumping the pot on Xie. It's your chief's fault, so you can't blame me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have beaten you. As long as they could understand this meaning, they wouldn't hold much grudge against Luo Chong. But Luo Chong clearly overestimated their loyalty to the tribe. They didn't care if their leader was dead or alive. They only cared that Luo Chong was going to take their food. A group of women watched as Dishu led the men to move away their stored jerky. They were so anxious that they wanted to cry. But Luo Chong was still standing there and they didn't dare to move. So they could only plead to Luo Chong in a hurry. Honorable chief, it wasn't our idea. It was all our chief's doing. Just kill him. Please don't take our food or we won't make it through the winter. Please. A slightly older woman ruthlessly pushed away the three men in front of her and crawled on her knees to plead in front of Luo Chong. Luo Chong gave the woman a faint look and walked over to where they kept their pottery, picking up a clay pot to carry in his hand. That's a good problem to solve. As long as you join my tribe, I can give you endless food so that you can have broth every day. Any of your chiefs could trade you for pottery like this, but when it comes to my tribe, there are so many of these that you can each have one, and no one will freeze to death in the winter. And I won't trade you for anything, and all of my people are priceless. How about it? Those who would like to join our tribe and become my people can stand behind me now. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he casually threw the clay pot in his hand onto the ground, and with a snap, the pot shattered all over the place. As a cross person, Luo Chong knows the way of pretending. Look at you as if the treasure of pottery. In the old man here is garbage. The old man wants to build as much as how much. Now is to give you a chance to evening big money. You must know how to cherish. A group of people stared dumbfounded at the stone pot that took two women to exchange back, was casually thrown on the ground by Luo Chong, and this little chief in front of him also said that as long as they arrived at his tribe, they could each have one. This guy's so rich? This is worth two people say throw away, even if you are rich, but please do not waste good. The women froze after watching Luo Chang's show of wealth. Fearing that this loser would drop another clay pot at the drop of a hat, they hurriedly got up and picked up a water jar to stand behind Luo Chong. There is a first, there is a second. Slowly more and more people pick up their own belongings to stand to the back of Luo Chong. The three adult males also quietly climbed up to the back of the Luo Chong. Luo Chong pretended not to see. He does not want to kill so many people now. Kill also no benefit, as long as willing to return to the obedience of the, or to stay to work better. At the end of the day, there was only one more seriously injured man still lying there. This guy's leg was broken by the stone axe, and it was an open fracture. The broken bone spurs pierced through the flesh. He had already fainted from the pain, and with the current medical conditions, it was obviously hopeless. Luo Chong led these newly joined clansmen out of the cavern, explaining that Beast Tooth had finished off that man and then burned the cavern. Beast Tooth led the way, and together with One Ear, they threw all the several bodies onto the haystack in the cave, stabbed the badly wounded fellow to death as well, and then took burning wood from the fire pit and threw it on top of the haystack. A time in the cave fire. Smoke. Xie Ding and his tribe has been reduced to nothing. A plea for recommendations. Help top it off. Bookworms. Chapter 044 Large Excavators. The revenge and annexation operation went well, except that Luo Chong didn't gain much else besides population. Before, when Luo Chong was not yet the chief, the Han tribe was very poor to piss blood. Xie Ding's tribe is of course not very good. In addition to the population, there are some dried meat and fruits left. Animal skins are not stocked at all. There is not a bag of salt. Pottery is even exchanged from the Han tribe. It is simply poor. Back in the Han tribe, the integration of the newcomers went smoothly. With the population that the Han tribe had previously traded from Xie Ding as a base, after all, they were all related to each other. Although the situation of the Han tribe did not have one clay pot per person as Luo Chong said, there were still quite a lot of clay bowls. After all, the pots did not need to be so many, and a few people would be fine with one. There were indeed a lot of food reserves, and with what was captured this time, it was no problem for 200 people to eat for a winter. It's just that the population carrying capacity of the cave has reached the top line, so you could say it's crowded, but it's warmer to be crowded. And seeing as winter is coming, no one is saying anything. And what surprised these people even more was the fact that the Han tribe actually raised wild beasts, especially giant monsters like Neat and Grey Mountain, giving them a new understanding of how powerful the Han tribe was. But now they were also proud that they were now part of the Han tribe. The women have been rubbing ropes these days, and also split out a team to continue collecting nuts and fruits. It is estimated that such things will be consumed a lot in the future. After all, eating meat every day will also eat boredom. Of course, only Luo Chong himself thinks so. The other clansmen but hate to eat meat every day. The men continued to cut down the trees. The trunks stayed to be used as building materials. The branches were used for firewood. The charcoal was no longer burned. Now the charcoal reserves were enough to finish refining the ore Luo Chong brought back. Now the firewood was kept for the kiln. Ore totaled back less than 1,000 pounds. Copper and tin together can be refined out of 500 or 600 pounds is good. For small clay furnace fire together, every day can only be out of a 30 or 40 pounds or so, according to this speed, but also need to refine half a month in order to consume these ores. Refining the copper and tin are cast into the gold and silver plate storage. Luo Chong these days is not idle. The need for carpentry tools like the same to do out, and then poured 50 shovels. No, is a bronze shovel. Only the shape is made according to the shovel. 40 of them are rounded, easy to digging. There are 10 is flat. This is used to in mud is very convenient. A shovel head with less than 2 pounds of material. 2 days of bronze production will be enough to use. With digging tools, Luo Chang's first phase of the diversion of artificial river project must begin. The transformation of paddy fields cannot be delayed. After all, time waits for no one. Delayed next year's spring plowing would not be good, since it is a project. Of course, the location of the project needs to be mapped first. An extra-long hemp rope compiled by the women served as a ruler. Luo Chong first measured the location of the built-up city directly north of the cave, and then buried a log in each of the 4 corners of the city site as a marker, as a way to find the best location for the river. The location of the river was also marked with wooden sticks, and then it was time to build the brick kiln. As soon as the river digging project started, a large amount of soil would be produced, so Luo Chong was prepared to dig the river and make brick embryos at the same time, and the brick kiln site was built right next to the creek. The purpose of building a brick kiln near the river is telling, as it was a kiln built to fire green bricks. Modern society to engage in construction mostly with what cement bricks, hollow bricks, green bricks have been listed as banned items, and then even ordinary red bricks are also banned, because the burning of green and red bricks should be used with clay, especially in the rice paddy fields for a long time by the water covering the soil is the best, which also led to a number of private kills, in order to take the soil to burn the bricks and the destruction of farmland, and then there is a ban on the sticky order said, although the green brick and red brick is made of the same material, but the effect is a world of difference. The modern red brick aging resistance is very poor. Decades of the old house bricks are crispy. With a hand to gouge can gouge down a piece. This is because red bricks are light in weight, low in density, and low in resistance to both oxidation and atmospheric erosion. So in order to protect the house and extend its life, those who are in a position to do so will apply a layer of cement on the brick walls as a protective layer, or even stick a layer of tiles on them to prevent the red bricks from being directly exposed to the air and exposed to the wind and rain. The brick is different, since ancient times can still be preserved to the modern ancient buildings. Most of them are built by the brick. And in the absence of a protective layer of the case, the brick is directly exposed to the air, can still remain immortal for thousands of years. The brick's resistance to aging can be seen. The biggest difference between green bricks and red bricks is not in the material, but in the craftsmanship. Clay contains a high level of iron, made into a brick embryo after high temperature firing. After natural cooling, the iron in the embryo will turn into iron oxide, so the brick will become red, which is also known as red brick. Use the same clay to make the brick embryo. After high temperature firing, do not wait for it to cool down naturally, but when the kiln temperature is the highest, fill the kiln with water. The red-hot brick embryo and the kiln water and fire produce a lot of water vapor. It will be squeezed out of all the air. This is the time to start sealing the kiln, so that the kiln is kept in a sealed anoxic environment with stagnant water and steam, and the iron in the brick blanks will turn into ferrous oxide when it cools down, and thus the brick embryo will become green bricks. In a nutshell, the process of green and red bricks is that one is air-cooled and the other is water-cooled. Only in the final cooling process is different. The rest is the same. But the density of green bricks is much greater than red bricks. The same volume, green bricks are much heavier than red bricks, and accordingly more solid, although not as strong as granite, but compared to flint is not weak a few points. So Luo Chong will choose to make green bricks, which is the reason to build brick kilns in the river, because of the convenience of irrigation. The cripple fired a lot of red bricks some time ago, and these bricks are just right for building a kiln. A brick kiln right next to the creek, cylindrical in shape, gradually closing up and making an arched top, leaving a smoke outlet on top, not very big, and easy to be sealed when the time comes. The brick kiln was a semi-underground structure, most of which was underground, with only a small portion above ground. The entire kiln took 5 days to build, using all the laborers in the area, and it took most of the time just to dig the pit. It took some more time to saw the round logs into planks and make some brick molds before the preparations were complete. Luo Chong spent many days to build the giant plow. Also finally debuted, a 2-meter wide wooden frame. The following installed 4 bronze giant plow. As long as this thing pull up, can once plowing 2 meters wide land? Turning depth is up to 40 centimeters. Such a thing was of course not used for plowing the fields, but specifically for digging the river. And as for the power to start this thing, it was of course Meat and Gray Mountain. These two goods had eaten themselves for nothing for so long. They had to be given something to do. The two giant plows were side by side, with Meat and Gray Mountain in front of them, pulling the giant plows forward together, turning over all the 4-meter-wide river directly behind them, and in less than an hour, the two loads had loosened up the entire 700-meter-long river by 40 centimeters in depth. Luo Chong is simply overjoyed. According to this speed, perhaps their own plan to build the city will not need 3 years. These two goods every day to plow the ground once a day. To come on the 10 days, there are 4 meters deep. This is simply digging machine and only eat grass, also do not need to burn oil. New Year's Eve. In this resignation of the old and welcome the new occasion, Ching Book is very grateful to be able to spend time with all the book friends, but also very grateful to those who have been supporting the Book of the Readers. Thank you for your support, and I wish you all a new year. Can be like Han Tribe is getting stronger and stronger, the more and more better the day. In all industries can be as invincible as Luo Chong. New Year's Eve. Shang Book no gift can give you. Only 10,000 words of updates to offer. By the way, to all the book friends to ask for a good luck. Today, Shang Book does not ask for rewards, only ask for red envelopes. Want to support the book? Please put the reward of the starting point of the coins directly, send the recommended ticket red envelopes, so that the book's results grow a long time. Thank you all. Chapter 045, The Wheel That Poses, Chinese New Year Explosive Shift 1/5. The ground was first turned loose once, and then a small ditch was opened to bring in the river water, which immediately turned it into a muddy ground. But such mud could not yet be used to make brick embryos, and had to be stepped into mature mud. In the past, if you had the conditions to tread mud, you would use oxen to tread, and if you didn't have oxen, you would use human beings to tread, while Luochong was more personalized, and directly used an elephant to tread. Meat and Gray Mountain. These two little guys in the end is young and playful, especially step on the mud of this sport. Simply have a natural attraction to such creatures as elephants, all the way in the mud rolling wildly, play with the work directly as a game. Want to pull them out are not easy. Then wild boars to the mud of the feelings of the more obsessive. It was hard to hook them up with sweet tree roots, which turned both of them into mud elephants, and to take them to the river for a bath, which drove them away to rest. When the work of Meat and Gray Mountain is over, the work of man begins, putting the trampled cooked clay into the mold and compacting it, then turning it into a piece of brick embryo, and then just leave it to dry. Now is still only making brick embryo. Luochong is not ready to burn bricks now. The work of burning bricks can wait for the winter to do again. Winter all idle, nothing to do, and burning brick kiln will be very warm in winter. Is a happy job. Then the summer burning bricks is definitely much happier. The bricks were large, and this large batch was all set to be used to wrap the rammed earth walls, so there was no need to make them too small. It's just that the work has slowed down quite a bit, not because of the time wasted pressing the brick blanks, but because most of the time has been spent moving clay and brick blanks. Build the city's brick length of 40 centimeters, width and height are 20 centimeters. Is a standard positive rectangular, but the self-weight is extremely heavy. Such a large piece of wet mud, at least 30 or 40 pounds. One person at a time with a rattan basket or stretcher to move a large piece of mud, and then sent to drying site, pressure molding drying. People were tired and inefficient, so a convenient and fast means of transportation had to come out right away. When you think of transportation, it's natural to think of something like a car, which saves labor and doubles the load, and the soul of something like a car is the wheels. With the current conditions, Luochong basically has no choice, only the wooden wheel a road to choose, but the wooden wheel how to do is a problem. In his previous life, Luochong had changed tires for cars and repaired tracks for tanks, but wooden wheels, he had really only seen on TV. I remember that this kind of wooden-wheeled vehicle in the country basically cannot be found, even if you occasionally run into a horse-drawn carriage. The top with rubber tires, only that the British Empire still retains a lot of these antique things, especially the Queen's seat. The main structure of the wooden wheel should be 3 parts, and the bicycle wheel should be about the same, just less a tire. A set on the shaft of the center of the circle. Luochong do not know what that thing is called in ancient times. He called the wheel center. Easy to understand, wheel center will be inserted on top of a lot of wooden sticks used for support. The bicycle wheel is called clockwork. Luochong also managed to call it clockwork, and finally the outside of that wooden circle, that is, the most difficult to make the part of the wheel. Language class learned wood straight in the rope. Wheel band for the wheel. Ancient wheels are bent with straight wood, and then baked and shaped, but the ancients are no longer bullish, but also cannot directly bake the straight wood into a circle out, so the wheel is usually segmented. Small diameter wheel with a minimum of 2 segments of wood for the outer ring, or 3 segments. In short, the more segments, the smaller the curvature of each segment, so that a circle is broken down into multiple segments of the bow. The circle is not good to bend. The bow shape is always no problem. Or how to bend a long bow into a curved shape. Roasted wood wheels, luochong has not seen, but baked oak wine barrels luochong is seen. Wine barrels are generally bent and baked with oak boards to set the shape, while luochong took the oak to do the wheels. A new project is launched. Looking for apprentices is naturally the first rule, and the most talented of the Han tribe for carpentry would have to be counted as a barrel. This guy can think of using red-hot charcoal to burn a barrel on a round wooden stake. So naturally, he is not an ordinary mortal. The other is Wood Dolphin. Wood Dolphin, this person is very honest, do not love to communicate with others. Combat strength is not high, nothing outstanding features, but is such a silent person. If focus on one thing, then his achievements must not be low, so luochong called him also. In the future, the two of them are the Han tribe's full-time carpenter. Helpful little brother has, but the main work is still luochong do it himself. After all, you let others to calculate pi. That is not realistic. This also have to teach slowly later. Han tribe's first car, a gray bucket truck built according to real needs, mainly used to transport mud, a pair of wheels in front, 2 legs at the back, and 2 long handles, a hand-push type 2-wheeled cart, the same as the carts used to push cement on construction sites nowadays, except that it is an all-wooden structure. The wheel is not big, the diameter is only 70 centimeters, and the ancient kind of one-person high big wheel can't be compared at all. The center of the wheel is made directly from a piece of round wood. The center of the round wood with a red-hot copper rod directly through the hot, and then hand-drilled to expand a little, polished and smooth. The joints of the strips are then equally divided on the outer diameter of the wheel center, and the holes are still punched by means of red-hot brass rods and hand drills, just to increase the speed of production. The outer rim of the wheel is made of 2 sections of oak baked, that is, 2 roughly semicircular, baked oak of course. There are also instructions to put the bark side of the outside, because the wood layer near the bark is more hard. Put on the outer rim of the first is wear resistant, and the second is the heart of the tree material is softer, suitable for inward extrusion and contraction. First sawed oak strip drenched in water, put on a section of pre-prepared thick log shaped, and then with a thick hemp rope set into a rope circle to tighten the oak strip on the log, and finally put a fire under the ceramic pots, while the fire heated, while using a wooden stick twisted tight rope circle, so that the oak strip gradually bending and shaping. 3 people with a full day to build this cart. The wheel of the clockwork only 10. On this or 1 by 1 with a planer planing out. The speed is too slow. Luochong intends to improve the process next time. The 2 sections of oak on the outer rim, with U-shaped brass nails at the joints to hold them in place, and the axle, also of wood, which pushes fairly smoothly, are topped by an ashtray made of planks, with all mortise and tenon rivets at the seams, and all wood except for 4 brass nails on the wheels. The first cart was built and immediately delivered to the engineering team for use. And Luochong was experimenting and observing where to improve from. After the first day of use, the clansmen are very interested in this newly appeared means of transportation. Since Luochong came up with the basket weaving, the Han tribe is considered to say goodbye to the shoulder and hand carrying mode, and change to the back of the back basket or picking the stretcher mode. And now appeared the car, which will be another reform. The clansmen are very happy, but Luochong is not optimistic. Because of the primitive simplicity of the tools, this cart can be described as crude. Performance can only be said to be able to walk only, that is, pushing will turn around, but definitely not long to use. The frame will fall apart. The clockwork is too small. 10 clockworks are not enough to support a circle. The ancient wheels have more than 20 or 30 on top of them. The clockwork is too small to support the outer ring to keep the circle, and the outer ring will be in danger of chipping or deforming when the load is large. There is also the fact that the wheel center is not wide enough and the length of contact with the axle is too short, causing the wheel to wobble from side to side as it rolls. So next time I'll have to lengthen the wheel center to make it work. Requests for recommendations, favorites, comments, and rewards. Chapter 046, Completion of Water Diversion River, Chinese New Year Explosion February 5th. Once the problem was identified, development of the improved model began immediately, mainly by lengthening the wheel center, and by drilling the axle holes more carefully. The smaller the error, the smoother the car would be, so that it would not wobble. Then there is the problem of increasing the number of clockwork. Not Luochong is not willing to increase the clockwork, but now there is no lathe. Want to get a few clockwork can only rely on the knife and axe chiseling. The speed is too slow, into the wheel production in the slowest part of the process, but also cannot guarantee that the quality of each one is the same. Later on, Luochong simply gave up on making his own clockwork and directly used the spikes of the cannibal tree. That is, he took the arrow shafts and used them as clockwork. But that thing is thin. so you can only increase the number to increase the support capacity. And that's still the inspiration from bicycle wheels, which have even thinner clockwork, about the same as a brazier for grilling meat. But there are at least a couple hundred of these thin clockworks on a bicycle wheel, and they can support 2 people with no problem. So the second car was made much faster. And although the clockwork was increased to 32, they were all natural wood poles, and could be installed by cutting them to the same length. The speed came up and the support was again insufficient. The arrow shafts were only about 1 centimeter in diameter to support the structure of the wheels, which was fine for an empty car, but not when loaded with a heavy load. It showed to be rather thin and not strong enough. However, the wheel center of the second car was a success, and it no longer wobbled. By the time of the third car, the wheel became a double-layer clockwork. The number of clockwork in a wheel directly from 32 to 64. In a double-layer structure connecting the wheel center and outer ring, the effect is naturally too good to be true. So the third car was designated as a mass production type. Began to batch production. The first batch of the first 30 out. Now men and women together. Dozens of adult labor force is certainly there. This kind of gray bucket car is specially used for pulling soil. In the future will certainly be used in large quantities, especially when ramming the city wall. Now a little bit more to be prepared for any problems, but also to do a larger car to accumulate experience. Cannibal trees simply can't use up enough spikes, and a spin under a cannibal tree with a grass target on top can drop a lot of them. The carpenter's work was still 3 men for the time being, but the most troublesome clockwork step had been omitted, and the building of the carts was still fast, and at the rate of 3 carts in 2 days a team of engineers was being equipped, with the ash bucket wheelbarrow, the bronze shovel, the giant plow, and the 2 munchkins who love to tread on mud. The first phase of the water diversion river project is also proceeding at a rapid pace. The brick-making work, which was slowing down the progress before, has also become faster because of the wheelbarrow. It was not until the 18th day of construction that a long ditch 700 meters long with a minimum depth of 4 meters appeared in front of Luochong. Luochong was naturally overjoyed. He himself didn't expect the progress of the project to be that fast. It was just that the clansmen were not sure why they were digging this long ditch. Most of them just thought that Luochong was digging the soil in order to ask for those mud blocks, but they didn't have any idea about Luochang's real purpose. After all, there are still 2 meters of the present diversion river that has not been dug through with the creek, and there is no water in it now, so in most people's eyes, it's just a deep ditch. Although now the Han tribe is not lack of food, but the clansmen for Luochong arrangement of this, do not go to collect food, every day digging to do the arrangement of mud block or quite a few words, which is the original Sieding tribal people the most serious, although they dare not oppose, but cannot stop the private discussion. The Han tribesmen naturally listened to Luochong unconditionally. They were used to the strange things Luochong often did, and no matter what Luochong did, in the end it would be something good for the tribe. Luochong, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He thought that any explanation was futile. You told a group of primitive people about farming. Could they understand? They only care about whether there is food or not. Nothing else will not think about. Nothing to do with food. Then well, exempt from negotiation. In fact, it was also true that it was all because Luochong had brought this evolutionary process forward hard, or else it would have taken many years to develop into the farming era by themselves. The normal history of human development would have begun with the mastery of the use of fire, and the eating of cooked food would have promoted brain development. And then mankind mastered stone weapons and learned to cooperate in roundups, which led to the mass extinction of wild animals. And with less and less to eat, mankind was forced to look for new food sources. During this period, humans learned to grow crops, or raise animals, as a way to obtain a large and stable source of food. Humans who did not learn to plant and farm, on the other hand, were submerged in the long history of human evolution, either starving themselves to death, being eliminated by nature, or being annexed by farming and nomadic tribes, thus becoming one of them. As for Luochang's tribe, it was still in the era when there were no stone weapons and they could not round up their prey, and when they first came here, the hunting party was still chasing after their prey with wooden sticks. But it doesn't mean that the humans here are stupid and won't do farming and breeding. They are just missing an opportunity for reform, and Luochong is that opportunity. So he has only been here for 2 months or so, and he has directly accelerated the process to a farming mode, and by next year, it will even be rice. Although the clansmen still do not understand Luochang's approach, but this cannot blame them. When they see the results will be good. Wait for the next year. They all wear rabbit skin clothes, eat rice and fish every day, rabbit meat, holding bronze weapons, go out to drive a donkey. No, it is the horse antelope car. Then I don't believe they will still say Luochong is not good. The digging of the river work is completely stopped. The clan is back to normal life trajectory. The men continue to logging went. Wood is not afraid of more? In the future, no matter whether it is to build a city, or build a car, build a boat, or build a house, all need a lot of timber, and just cut down the wet timber can't be used. It has to be dried out before it can be used. The women, on the other hand, went to collect food again, and even went fishing. There was no way. Luo Chong couldn't stop them. They thought it was fine if the food couldn't be eaten, but it definitely couldn't be less. If you have to find something to do, go for it. The big thing is to play hard to get food in the winter. The building of 30 carts was also completed, and now the barrels and wooden dolphins were being tried out under Luo Chang's guidance to make bigger carts that could be pulled by horse antelope, in preparation for the future mass mining of copper. The appearance of the new horse-drawn carriage is to use the European four-wheeled car modeling. Chinese and Western ancient early are two-wheeled carriages. The front of the two long poles hanging on the horse's back go up the car is very bumpy, and the burden on the livestock is very large. Two-wheeled carriage, livestock not only to bear the forward pulling force, but also to bear the weight of the entire car. While the four-wheeled carriage is different, even if there is no horse, the car can also bear its own load, and the horse pulling the car only need to output forward force on the line, directly reduces a large part of the burden. Moreover, the new type of carriage will be equipped with a large number of bronze parts and the key parts because of the consideration of load capacity and service life. Speaking of bronze, the ore Luo Chong brought back this time had been refined, and now there were more than 400 pounds of copper in tin reserves, not including the weight of those that had been poured into items, which was more than 400 pounds of all gold and silver plates. These days, Luo Chong was also making bronze alloys to try and build a plow for normal plowing. Please recommend, please collect, please comment, please reward, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 047 Language and Words, Chinese New Year Explosion March 5th. Suddenly, the spring breeze came in the night, and thousands of pear blossoms bloomed. That morning, when Luo rushed out of the cave, the first thing he saw was this scene. The open land in front of the cave was all white, and the jungle's big trees were covered with snow. The long-awaited winter had arrived. The goose-feather-like snowflakes were still falling. The sky was gloomy, and there was no telling how long it would take. Luo Chong practiced his usual set of gun techniques and moved his muscles. The clansmen also came out for a moment of convenience. The men's logging ceased, and the women, instead of making a fuss about gathering food, simply went to the corral and fed the roan antelopes some hay. Neat and Gray Mountain don't need to be fed. The two of them aren't tied up in the corral. These two goods are too strong. Luo Chong is afraid that the two of them will drag the corral down, so he didn't restrict the two of them to be free, but they can only move around in the circle. When they're hungry, they'll go to the haystacks in the circle by themselves to look for food. But the problem of drinking water was something that needed to be solved, and Luo Chong had someone build an earthen stove in the corral and used a clay pot to boil some snow water for them to drink. As soon as the corral opens in the morning, these two run out into the snow. Dinosaurs' long legs don't slow them down in the snow, and although they don't have the long hair of mammoths, their thick skin and fat will keep them safe through the winter. When Meat got tired of running, he went back to the corral by himself and stayed with Gray Hill by the side of the dirt stove where it was still hot. It's snowing outside. Burning bricks is not yet possible. Wait until the snow stops. The clansmen are all nestled in the cave. Days, man-making, polishing jewelry. Small children are watching the rabbits eating milk. The newborn 20 rabbits have already had a month. Growing fast. The cave is warm. Eating, drinking, pooping, and someone to wait for them. Comfortably not. There are a few original tree tribes and Xie Ding tribal girls. Take the initiative to find Luo Chong to build people. This ing can do. Although Luo Chong is the chief, but only 11 years old. Although this time can also be that it. After all, the primitive people are precocious. But Luo Chong is now really not this idea. And then again, Luo Chong cannot look at them. So Luo Chong began a long plan to popularize Mandarin and writing. Winter time is so long. Can't just waste it like this. Have to seize the time to learn. Communicate with each other. All rely on gestures and guessing. Such communication Luo Chong has had enough. If it wasn't for the fact that every time Luo Chong communicated with others, he would speak and gesture at the same time, he was worried that he might not even be able to speak. In fact, the Han tribesmen had now mastered some vocabulary, especially go sick. Small children are the strongest learners, and he had more contact with Luo Chong, and some simple words he could now say. And most of what the ordinary clansmen had learned were some of the terms Luo Chong had instilled. Language is actually a very simple thing, and there are only a few things that make up language. Nouns, verbs, adjectives, and abstract words are the major categories. Once you have mastered the nouns and verbs, you can do simple communication. It's just like a child learning to speak, first knowing the names of various things, or nouns, and then adding some verbs to make up language. As an example, let's say I eat meat. I is a noun representing myself. Eat is a verb, and meat, the name of a food, is also a noun. 3 simple words like this is a language made up of nouns plus verbs, so it's no problem to do simple communication with more vocabulary. In fact, Luo Chong usually also in this aspect, subconsciously changing them. Human beings when encountering new things, especially never seen things, will instinctively want to know what it is, and Luo Chong is the one who gives them the answer. For example, the first time people saw a basket, this kind of thing was very useful, but they didn't know what it was called, so they learned the term basket from Luo Chang's mouth and then memorized it. The next time someone says the word basket, others will be able to know what is being said. All the things they couldn't name, they could get the answer from Luo Chong. The Chinese language had developed for thousands of years, and up to now there was nothing that couldn't find a name. Everything had a corresponding language to express it, and what Luo Chong wanted to teach them now was how to use nouns and verbs together. As for Chinese characters, it is not practical to teach them simplified characters now. It is too difficult to understand, and Chinese characters develop over several periods of time, from the primitive era of sketchy drawings, also known as murals, to the Shang and Zhou period of animal bones on tortoiseshell oracle bone inscriptions, and then the Warring States period of the small seal script, and then to the Qin Shi Huang unification of the Great Seal script. The Great Seal script, although also known as the written word, but also known as hieroglyphics, the font is very complex. Not carefully look at it will be easy to see the wrong drawings of what is it. Read the Great Seal script. Basically, is to rely on a combination of guessing, and some people write their own thing, and then put on a few years to look at it again. He himself he doesn't even recognize it. By the Han Dynasty, with the official script, writing was much more standardized, and although it was also in traditional characters, it was much different from the painting thing, and at the very least, the thing where you write something that you can't recognize yourself, that doesn't happen anymore. And clerical script is also the nearest generation to hieroglyphics. Still can see a lot of hieroglyphic shadows, which at this point will be easy to be accepted by the primitive people. They can even be in the font, to find out what corresponds to it, for the meaning of the word will be very easy to understand. Modern simplified characters are different. They no longer have anything to do with reality. You can't possibly find the meaning of a word in its shape, and if you didn't learn it as a child, it's hard to understand. On this point, foreign students have the most experience. It is really hard and difficult to learn Chinese simplified characters, but when foreigners are asked to learn hieroglyphics, or even the recent traditional characters, they can learn them very quickly, and this is the advantage of ideographs. Chinese characters are ideographs, completely different from the phonetic characters of Japan, Korea, Europe and the United States, and can even be said to be the language of 2 planets. English, in particular, is an ideograph, with only 26 differently pronounced letters that make up a variety of vocabulary and sentences, which is simply the simplest script compared to the complexity of Chinese characters. Ideographs you don't even need to know how it's pronounced to know what the word stands for from the shape of the word, whereas Japanese, Korean, and American Pinyin, alphabetic characters, you can only literally see the pronunciation, but have no idea what it means. Therefore, if there is an alien civilization, the probability of using Chinese characters, which evolved from pictures and are the only kind of characters on Earth whose meaning can be understood by looking at their shapes, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the universal characters of the universe, is on the high side. Luo Chong taught them as the clerical script. Do not require to know how to write, but to recognize. Now to learn to speak. Writing is not high requirements. Learning words is something that small children must accomplish, and the amount of homework is not large, and it is also based on recognizing words, and learning simple terms that they have mastered so far, which are common words. Now there is no pen and paper, not even a place for each person to set up a sandbox, and it's not practical to try to get them to practice writing. Luo Chong can only take the blackened carbon stick and write it on the rock wall of the cave, letting the clansmen read after themselves, checking their homework once a day before dinner, having the dinner for those who can't read, and rewarding the ones who learn well, such as Luo Chang's sugared chestnuts made with syrup from the root tumors of the cannibal tree. This greatly stimulates the enthusiasm of the trainees to learn. After all, who has a grudge against food? They do not want to starve themselves to watch others eat delicious food. Please recommend, collect, comment and reward, *omega***. 4th shift at 6 p.m. 5th shift still at 23:50 p.m. Chapter 048 Bird Guns for Guns, Chinese New Year Explosive Shift 4/5. The snow stopped and the plan to burn bricks was launched. The brick kiln built by the river is not big. It can only burn a few thousand bricks at a time, because it is the bricks used to build the city, so it is relatively large. If the bricks used to build a house, it is estimated that it can hold more than 10,000 pieces. After Luo Chong personally observed 2 kills of bricks, he left it to the clansmen. In fact, not every day to work, basically 3 to 4 days only once. First, the kiln is loaded. Then firing takes a day. In the irrigation water cooling takes another day, and then it is into the brick out of the kiln. In loading a new kiln of brick embryo, Luo Chong had thought that no one would be willing to do this job in the winter, but it turned out to be a surprising fact that the clansmen all rushed to do it. Later Luo Chong only figured out the reason inside, because moving bricks is a physical job, so for people who move bricks, Luo Chong will not withhold their food, and people who participate in moving bricks, you can eat 3 times a day, and do not go to move bricks of people. You have to stay to learn Chinese characters, learn not good dinner but also have, so we all rush to move bricks. This ing. Simply, the days went by like this, learning Chinese and Chinese characters, feeding the roan and rabbits, and moving bricks every few days. Ordinary but fulfilling. When we are not busy, we will use Chinese to chat. Want to not use cannot, because many things are only Luo Chong taught Chinese can express. With the original tribal vernaculars simply cannot say those new things. There were also people making jewelry to decorate themselves, and it was mostly men, with bone necklaces, stone necklaces, feathers, and whatever else they could put on their bodies. Luo Chong did not know why, but later on, the elders told him that in order to prevent inbreeding from leading to the degeneration of the human race, many tribes would get together at the beginning of spring and hold a blind date, in which both men and women who had just reached adulthood were allowed to participate. If the woman sees the man's eyes, she will follow him to the man's tribe. And the criteria for this smoothness is to see if you are strong enough, how strong the tribe is, how much food you have, and to see that you can look at the bone jewelry on the man. If you are carrying a particularly long thigh bone as a weapon, then your tribe must have the strength to hunt large beasts, and it also means that your tribe will not lack food. If your body is full of bone jewelry, then it means that there is a lot of food in the tribe. Otherwise, where would you get so many bones? The first is to make sure that you have a good understanding of the situation. Said good damn reasonable. Luo Chong actually speechless. In fact, this is similar to the meaning of animal courtship. Deer will compare whose horns grow bigger, cows and sheep will top each other's horns, and even young birds will build a beautiful nest before they can attract the mother bird to come back to the nest to lay eggs. Humans are the same, except that nowadays, the most important thing for humans is how much food they have. But the Han tribe lack of women? Obviously there is no shortage of good. Now the Han tribe lack of men. A person are blind positive what? Their own tribal women are not enough? Luo Chong despised them. Only this time is considered Luo Chong wrong blame them. We all know that their tribes have more women, and is from 3 tribes, it is not even close relatives. Press simply do not need to go outside to find, just grow so big. Every winter to do jewelry has become a habit, and this year Luo Chong also gave us a problem. Before we have a lot of jewelry are worn on the head. The results of this year are all bundled up. We do not know how to decorate the hair, can only do some necklaces hanging on the neck. Now in the entire tribe, only Luo Chong had his hair tied up with a snakeskin hairband and then inserted a bone hairpin, and the others had even less adornment on their heads, just a random band to tie their hair, not even a hairpin, just to differentiate them from the chief. Luo Chong himself feels as if something is missing. The ancients also have the habit of wearing hats. According to the style of the hat, you can see what this person is doing. In addition to the hat and a variety of hairpins, yes, there is a crown. So, Luo Chong and the crown this kind of jewelry to get out. In addition, because the carpenter tools also built, Luo Chong and let the barrel whole batch of wooden comb, crown, also known as the hairband, bundled hair on top of the head for the bun, and the crown is set in the bun on the hairband. The crown of the material is mostly gold and silver, or leather, jade. There is also a mix of what the gold inlaid with jade, leather inlaid with jade, a variety of styles. It is a very good looking ornaments. It's fine if everyone wears a crown and wants to differentiate themselves from the chief, as long as the style material is different. Gold has been a symbol of nobility since ancient times, and the Han tribes didn't have gold, but they did have copper and tin, which were the same color as gold and silver, so Luo Chang's crown was made of copper. First with a wooden board carved out a crown. Above can be carved some pattern text, open work carving or something. Luo Chang's crown is open work carving. This is also to reduce the weight. If you get a copper hoop directly is too heavy. There is also a Han word on it. The plate is carved, and then an indentation is pressed out in a block of clay to be used as a mold. It is then cast in burnt copper water, which is poured out as a hollowed out thin copper plate, which is then rolled on top of a wrist-thick wooden rod, hammered into a round shape to fit, and secured with a copper pin. Head wearing a gold crown. Luo Chong natural and tall on a cut. This time is also a bird's eye view. Their own change, cannot let the clan's head what is also nothing. So again to the big tree with tin to do a silver. Above the pattern is a tree. The big tree is very like the other adult males, under Luo Chang's guidance, also made some hair bands made of leather, and even wooden hair bands, as well as bone hairpins, or wooden hairpins. Luo Chang also sent them the big teeth of the lungfish that he got back from his last trip, and they were all ground into various shapes and glued onto the hairbands. From then on, there was a new rule in the Han tribes that children could only have their hair tied up, or wear hair bands, but could not have hairpins inserted. Adult men could wear crowns, or hair bands, and had to have hairpins inserted as a way of distinguishing between adults and minors. Women had combs, and no longer just ponytail hairstyles. Adult women had to coiffure their hair, and could use wooden combs or hairpins as headdresses, and underage girls could wear ponytails, or drape their hair, or braid it, and also use hairpins as decorations. As a strategic material, it was impossible for each person to use it for jewelry, so Luo Chong gave out metal jewelry as rewards, as long as they were meritorious to the tribe. After a series of reforms, in the Han tribes, a glance at the head now shows the person's status and age class, or whether he or she has done any service to the tribe. The hairband for Gosik was also made by Luo Chong, a python skin wrapped in wood, with a copper clasp with a cloud pattern on top, awarded to him in the name of being the fastest learner of Chinese characters. He was so happy that he touched the bronze buckle on his head, the first of the children to have metal jewelry. In fact, Luo Chong didn't just work so hard on the decorations to differentiate the clansman's class, but for that blind date. Of course, he wasn't there to go on a blind date, but to meet the other tribesmen and see if he could do some trading. In the past, the Han tribe relied on trading salt with Xieding's tribe, and now Xieding's tribe was no more, so Luo Chong wanted to find a new seller before he found a salt mine. You know, the pottery of the Han tribe is very valuable. Luo Chong not only want to use pottery for salt, but also want to buy some population back, counting on the current less than 200 people to live on their own. The next life is not stuffed with Luo Chong a city. Please recommend, collect, comment and reward. Oh, amazed face. Oh. Chapter 049 Dare to Kill My Meat? Spring Festival May 5th. Winter is a diet season. Animals will feed themselves fat in the fall, wait for the snow, then to their nest, a beautiful sleep for the winter. The name, hibernation. There is another class of animals that cannot eat themselves into fatness in one season, so they have to stock up on extra food and leave it for the winter to eat slowly. And they don't hibernate, but rather move around in small areas near their nests, such as the little squirrels, or, for example, the Han tribe. However, not all tribes are able to store enough food for the winter like the Han tribe, such as the Black Rat tribe to the east of the Han tribe. The Black Rat tribe is a medium-sized tribe with a population of over 150, slightly less than the Han tribe's current numbers. One major difference between their tribe and the Han tribe is their beliefs. The Black Rat tribe has its own belief in the gods, but also has a special wizard who is responsible for communicating with the gods, and there is no position of elder in their tribe, so the job of passing down knowledge is also done by the wizard. An unknown number of generations ago, when the Black Rat tribe numbered less than 50 people, and lived just as hard as the Han tribe once did, until one long winter when they encountered a crisis of food scarcity, and the tribe's hunting party had to go out in search of food during the bitterly cold winter. They were lucky though, just as they were about to fail to hold on, the then elder of the Black Rats stumbled upon a large rat with black fur, and the elder trailed it all the way to the Black Rat's burrow eventually. Hungry and cold, the elders had no power to catch the Black Rat, but had to dig up its nest, which had escaped, but left a hole full of stock, a nut with a thin outer skin, which was delicious, and the tribe of Black Rats escaped with their lives. The Black Rat elders believe that the Black Rat is a god. It knows the crisis of the tribe, specifically to guide the elders to rescue them. From then on there is a Black Rat tribe that believes in the Black Rat. Their elders also because of the guidance of the gods to become a witch. Such a belief system is very much like shamanism, where one eats what one encounters and what one eats one believes, except slightly different from shamanism, where by shamanic standards they should believe in nuts. This winter, the nth generation Black Rat which claimed to have received guidance from the gods that this winter would be even longer than previous years, and he was so worried that there wouldn't be enough stored food to last him until next spring that he asked the chief to lead a hunting party out in search of food. So, the leader of the Black Rat tribe, Rat Big, went out hunting with 19 minions. A group of 20 people at first just hunted near the Black Rat tribe, but the catch was quite small. They still liked to dig up the rats' holes to store food, which they were quite good at, but soon they discovered a strange phenomenon. Just at the end of the jungle to the west of their tribe, there was often a thick black smoke that rose for a day, and it was also very regular. Every 3 days it would rise for a day. This strange phenomenon soon attracted their attention. You should know that now is a cold winter. If it is, the summer is drier when a fire that is still reasonable, but now is full of snow. Not to mention the burning is so regular. It must be human beings intentionally burn. But when was there anyone in the West? A long time ago. They had walked to the edge of the jungle to the west, but there was an 8 or 9 meter wide river there that they hadn't had the ability to cross, so they hadn't walked that far since. Now, looking at the location of the smoke, it was clearly near the river. Mouse Big immediately told the Black Rat Witch, which is not so surprised. Someone is not someone. Their tribe is not small. Do not need to be afraid of others. The witch is not at all concerned about this point. On the contrary, these people are very interested in burning fire. In the Rat Witch's understanding, fire is used to burn food, often burning fire that is not their food a lot. Otherwise burning fire for what? If for warmth, then why not always burning? The Rat Witch was puzzled, so he had Mouse to take a look to see what the other side was, what they were doing, if they were burning food, and if possible, make contact with the other side to see if they could maybe learn something. Mouse thought about it for a moment, and rightly so, since they were neighbors, they should always get to know each other. So he set off with his team to complete the operation, which was diplomatic in nature. And on the Han tribe side, Luo Chong is holding language and math exams in the cave. In front of him there are 2 tanks of freshly fried sugar-fried chestnuts. Next to him there is a large bowl. Inside the bowl there are about 20 chestnuts. In front of him there is also a crying candidate standing, watching Luo Chong take away another one from the bowl. The content of the examination is the more than 500 commonly used characters written on the rock wall, all of which are accessible to everyone at this stage. In fact, there are only 3,000 or so commonly used characters in Chinese, and the rest of the tens of thousands of them are all rare characters, some of which can never be seen in a lifetime. Candidates bring a ceramic bowl to the Luo Chong front. Luo Chong first gave him a bowl of fried chestnuts, a bowl of about 80 chestnuts or so, and then point out from the wall of 80 words for the candidates to read out. Read a wrong one will be deducted a chestnut. If there is still left at the end, let the candidates count the number of chestnuts remaining in the bowl. If the number of wrong, the chestnuts are all confiscated, and dinner is halved. The trainees dreaded these exams. They were too hard, and the chief was just trying to save food in a different way. Luo Chong does not think so. This has been learning for almost 2 months, just 500 words, and not let you write, just ask for recognition. Also, is it hard to count from 1 to 80? I haven't asked you to do addition and subtraction yet. It's just counting, and if you can't even count it, you can't even eat. The entire tribe of clansmen are crying with a sad face, incomparably envious of the 6 fingers and barrels that are burning brick kilns outside. These 2 people are special cases. The 6 fingers belong to the kind that was abandoned by Luo Chong, because of the natural intellectual disability caused by the inbreeding. You can't blame him for this, and the barrel is too smart, although the word is not yet recognized. But counting have been able to count several hundred. Luo Chong just taught them to count to 100. This guy will be able to raise their own. Think of the back of the 200. 300. So this guy is also a special case. Now Barrel and 6 Fingers were leisurely eating sugar-fried chestnuts, checking the fire in the kiln for nothing, and throwing a handful of firewood into it after a while. This work is not tired, is more boring, and not cold, although it is winter, but it too guarded in the kiln mouth. The heat is still sweating it. Luo Chong took into account the situation of the 2, also divided them some pine nuts and chestnuts as snacks to eat, considered the welfare of the work. 2 people from last night until this afternoon. This time the temperature in the kiln has been very high. From the observation port, the brick embryo has been burned to the degree of red blinding. It is time to fill water to seal the kiln. The wooden barrel patted 6 Fingers and told him to go back to the cave to call people to work, and he himself is still here to watch. 6 Fingers nodded and climbed down the slope above the ground, heading all the way to the cave without looking back, leaving the barrel by itself in the underground burner. Stunned. Oh, just as the barrels were left alone in the gap, there was a sudden yell from meat next to the kiln roof, followed by the sound of meat running, and then there was the sound of wailing human shouts, and barrels, unsure of what was going on, climbed up to the ground through the underground burner. Just after revealing a head, he saw a dozen spears swishing and flying towards Meat, frightening Meat to scatter his legs and run wildly, rushing towards the cave while shouting oh. Luo Chong also got the report from 6 Fingers, and was about to bring people to flood the brick kiln, but as soon as he came out of the cave, he saw the scene of Meat being chased by people. Asterisk. Who the hell dares to kill my family's meat? All give me a copy. 12,000 words burst more finished. I hope you can read a lot of fun. Thank you for your support. Look okay book friends, please leave the recommendation of the second year of the first 2 to me. Thank you. Chapter 050, Luxury Lineup. Turns out, these 2 months every morning when the corral is open, Meat and Grey Mountain will run out to play for a while, once just in time for the brick kiln and the fire. the brick kiln above the hot air, the surrounding, even the snow has melted. Meat is curious to walk to the brick kiln side, and then completely fell in love with this place. If not to go back to the corral to eat grass, I guess it would have been there to rely on. From then on, every morning when the wind was let out, Meat would first skulk by the brick kiln to see if the fire had burned that day, and if the kiln was still hot, he would lie there all day, and not go back to the corral until supper time in the evening. And today Meat is not so lucky. Originally intended to come to engage in diplomacy, Ratbig, with a group of juniors, walked most of the day's journey. It was not easy to walk to the side of the creek. I thought I could see what people in the fire. The results of the arrival of the place to look at. A person is not there. Only to see the riverside there is a small round earthbag in the thick black smoke. Small earthbag next to the line, a large piece of meat. At first, in order to fill the kiln with water for convenience, the brick kiln was built by Luochong as a semi-underground structure, and the barrels for burning fire happened to be underneath, so it was not discovered by the rat. But instead, the meat lying next to the kiln roof was taken as a target. Why is the small earthbag smoking? The Ratbig cannot figure out. He also does not want to figure out, and did not see people, only see meat there lying on the ground to warm up. Then do not do it and wait for the wool. Realizing that they were supposed to be out hunting and doing diplomacy just in passing, now that they hadn't found a single person and had seen such a big animal, could they not be impressed? So Mousy led the way across the creek where the ice was thicker and quietly launched an attack on Meat. But Meat so big ears will be a setup. In the Ratbig group of people crossing the river found them, and still have not seen the strangers, so it stretched out its nose and yelled. The result is that instead of scaring the people back, but also invited the other side of a dozen spears. Scared, it rushed to escape in the direction of the caves. Mouse Da's group of people were in hot pursuit, but as a result, they had just run near the cave and threw out the second round of spears, when they saw Luochong leading a group of people out of the cave, and Mouse Da and the others froze at that moment. The Han tribe's clan heard their own chief's cry of copying. Men and women of all ages ran out, 70 to 80, regardless of gender. All adults, even minors around 10 years old, ran out, and each person also held a weapon in their hands, and wailed and rushed out, and directly surrounded Mouse Da and them. The rat's big mouth was open, only to see a group of people in front of him being ferocious, and the young man in the lead had a cold face, wearing a golden crown and a golden hairpin on his head, and holding a white rod golden spear glaring at himself. The back of the lineup is even more blinding. 50 Huahua rising glory of the shovel. No, is a bronze shovel. That thing lifted up like dozens of mirrors. Yellow-orange flash of human eyes cannot open. Copper shovel is a tool, yes, but the same as a melee weapon. Can cut, can shovel, can shoot, can cut, is really a migrant worker to fight the necessary weapons of the group fight. The three of them, Dolly, Stone, and Six Fingers, who were following Luochong by half a body length, also each copped a fire. A bronze axe. And even those who didn't have bronze weapons had a white pole spear each. Forget about the combat power for now. Just this luxurious lineup was enough to make Mausta and the others too scared to move. TSK, still bronze less. Otherwise I can also try the feeling of a city full of golden armor. Luochong looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but stink. Meat at this time also saw his boss control the scene. Bumbling ran back again, standing behind Luochong. Dog fight. The elephant in the battle of human power stretched out its nose and yelled at the rats in the encirclement, shocking Luochong to his ears numb. Luochong patted its nose, signaling her to be quiet, and turned his head to Rat D. This elephant, it's ours. Who are you guys? Mausta was a bit confused. Although he couldn't understand what Luochong said, he still read Luochang's meaning. This big fat long monster was from this tribe. After all, Luochong looked like he was familiar with this monster. He didn't expect that this neighboring tribe could control such a big monster. And the number of people was quite a lot. It looked very powerful. But what he didn't expect even more was that Grey Mountain, who was one size bigger than Meat, also heard the commotion and ran out of the corral, standing up next to Meat and looking curiously at the people surrounded. Mouse Big and a bunch of minions are scared to pee. I'm second to none. There are actually. Seeing that Rat D and the others all had stunned expressions, Luochong frowned and said to the elder next to him, Elder, go ask them what they are and why they came to us. Communicating with people who don't speak Chinese is troublesome, and there are also gestures to be made. But Luochong is holding a golden gun and pretending to be an X, which frees up his hands to do this. The elder led the order and stepped forward to speak and gesture to Mausta, translating what Luochong had said and introducing Luochang's status as the chief. Mouse Big can become the chief that is not a meal. Naturally understand now, good man, not to lose the truth. Hurriedly let their own little brother put down their weapons. In fact, they do not have a few spears in their hands, all in the earlier attack on the Meat when thrown out. Hearing the elder ask the question, Mouse bowed his head to Luo Chong to apologize, and again explained with gestures that they were the tribe on the other side of the river, and because they saw that there was always black smoke from this side, they went over here to take a look, and as a result, they saw meat, and he didn't know that it was a monster from the Han tribe, and he didn't see any people either, which is why they attacked meat, and he hoped that Luo Chong could let them go. Luo Chong read the meaning of the rat big, but there is some hesitation. These people have fallen into their hands, naturally cannot easily let them go. Luo Chong is now very short of people but what about leaving them behind? They certainly won't be of one mind with themselves, they can only be used as captives, as slaves. However, such slaves are not safe to use but also to find people to watch them, but reduce the number of laborers of the Han tribe. The loss is not worth it. What's more, there is a strange tribe behind them. If they are more powerful than the Han tribe, what if they run over to seek revenge? Luo Chong was hesitating to release the people, but the rat is not a little cute, although the language is not clear, but the eyes are the windows of the soul. He has seen Luo Chong eyes several times flashed ruthless light. This is to be unfavorable to them. Mouse Big hurriedly stepped forward to gag. With a sincere smile on his face, he pointed at the smoking brick kiln by the creek and asked, "Is that the fire you lit? Are you burning food? If you have a lot of food, our tribe can take something and exchange some with you." Mouse said, but also secretly used his afterglow to look at the two big pieces of meat behind Luo Chong. If their tribe got ahead, it would be enough for the whole tribe to eat for a month. Make a deal? Luo Chong didn't expect the rat to say this. If he really had something Luo Chong could look at, it wasn't impossible. After all, even if he left these people behind, Luo Chong didn't have a place right now. There was no food left over to feed them, and he had to waste manpower to watch over them. So what do you have to trade? If it's not useful, we won't trade it, Luo Chong asked tentatively, then let the elder translate. A New Year's plea, a second day of the year plea. Squinty-eyed grin. Chapter 051 Strategic Materials, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Yeah, what do we have to trade? Mouse thought somewhat guilty. He had just said this just to divert Luo Chang's attention, hoping that Luo Chong wouldn't kill them, but when it really came to a deal, what were they going to take for a deal? Shall we exchange the stone basin? Mouse hesitated and said, the stone basin is an essential living thing that every tribe needs, and although the Black Rat tribe doesn't have many, there are a few, so it should be cost-effective to take one or two of them out and exchange them for some food, and it would be nice if they could exchange them for that long-nosed monster. With a giggle, Luo Chong laughed disdainfully. Stone basin. This thing old me more than enough. Want as much as possible. This time, before Luo Chong could speak, the elder had already spoken, and directly told Mouse the stone basin his tribe has plenty of. If you want it, you can also take something in exchange. Salt, population, whatever. This time it was Rat Da's turn to be dumbfounded again. The other party actually had a lot of stone pots and could exchange them for himself. Really? When the elder saw that Mouse didn't believe him, he asked some children to carry a set of pottery out. Within 2 minutes, the children had brought out a water jar, a pot, and a few bowls. There were even a few children who were watching the fun, standing at the mouth of the cave with a bowl of broth and sucking on it, just short of carrying a pony. It made Mouse look blank, and the little brother behind him smelled the aroma of the broth, and his stomach growled uncontrollably. So, what's that? Mousy asked, pointing to the broth at the kid's end. It wasn't that he had a craving. They had eaten in the morning after traveling for most of the day since the morning. This would have been long hungry. Smelling the aroma of the broth that they had never tasted before, they were naturally curious. Luo Chong thought for a moment and had a bowl of broth served to Mouse. After all, without tasting the broth you don't know the real purpose of the pottery, and it's not good to sell it, is it? Mouse carefully served the broth, looked at the white vapor rising from the top, inhaled it like a child, and was instantly warmed from his throat to his stomach, and after a while, his whole body was warmed. This broth is Luo Chong specifically boiled out of the cold. Not much meat inside, but added pork bones and chile, meatless soup, usually as white water, nothing to drink 2 mouths. Winter can also live comfortably. The elder also introduced Mouse to the use of clay pots, in which you can put meat and water on the fire to make this broth. Mouse Big Herd immediately understood the benefits of this pottery. If the tribe's dried meat, all made into broth to drink, not only can warm up the body, the key can also save food. If he only ate roasted meat, then how much would he need to consume per day? But making it into a broth would be able to fill up with water, which was a disguised solution to the problem of lack of food, and Mouse immediately became interested in this red pottery. The Black Rat tribe also had stone pots to make broth, but there was only one that was slightly larger than a ceramic pot. The others were smaller, and they had never used them to cook anything. they were simply used as containers. And one stone pot was obviously not enough to make broth for all of the 150 people. So Mauste immediately said that it could be exchanged, but really talked about the details of the transaction. The rat beg and worry. Han tribe now want to exchange the most is the salt, but the black rat tribe has never eaten salt, also do not know what is salt. Well, it was understandable. After all, you could maintain a small amount of exercise without eating salt and not die. But Mauste did want to change some of the stone pots back, so Luochong offered to exchange animal skins or people as well. But the black rat tribe, where there is any extra animal skins, if there are more animal skins, will there still be a lack of meat? The rat begged helpless, and finally had to agree to exchange with the population. Then the elder went over the offer of trading pottery from the old days, 1 clay pot for 2 underage boys, or 1 adult woman, and 1 clay bowl for 1 underage boy. As for the small water tank, Mauste said that he couldn't afford it, and that he only wanted more clay pots now, and even the bowls could be dispensed with. Mauste agreed with the price, but this time they didn't bring any women or children at all, so they couldn't exchange them this time. But Mauste was eager to bring back a clay pot. After all, he still needed to convince the mouse witch and the clan with this thing, then asked Luochong if he could let him take one away first, and they could give the people next time. Credit? Credit, this kind of thing Luochong never thought of. Although a pottery pot for Luochong fart does not count. But, lousy with you, very familiar with it. In case you reneged on the debt. He did not want to be treated as a little cute. He was a good friend of Luochong, but he didn't want to be treated like a cutie pie. Mauste looked at Luochong waving his hand and was about to refuse. He hurriedly gestured to, "We will definitely bring someone next time. This time we didn't bring anyone. See if we can trade food for one first." Mauste beckoned and fetched a bulging animal skin bag from one of his juniors and handed it over to Luochong, then said, "Inside this is food. It's not much, but we only brought so much with us this time out. I hope that you can let us take a stone basin first, and next time, we'll still return this one with a human." Luochong did not care to glance at the animal skin bag. "What is the meaning of this? Even if you deposit chant, sincerity is enough, but I lack this food. And this bag bulging, look, is not meat things, but is very like nuts, god horse." Luochong opened the bag haphazardly and glanced inside, then another glance at, then a glance at, and then, well, his eyes went straight to the bag and he couldn't move from where he was rooted in it. The bag is indeed loaded with nuts, like yellow shells. The skin of the Sierra has a lot of small pits. The shell is gourd-shaped. The 2 ends of the big center is slightly thin. Gently pinch the shell from the middle of the crack. There are 2 wearing a red coating of the fruit grains. Peel off the coating, which is a yellowish kernel. The middle of the seam, gently touch to crack into 2 halves. This is not a peanut, what else can be? Luochong had instantly floating through the in many peanuts. Fried peanuts, salt water boiled peanuts, fried peanut kernels, peanut butter, peanut oil. Peanuts, also known as longevity fruit, is a very high nutritional value of nuts. Eat more, not only health, but also improve intellectual development. Especially children and the elderly can eat more. Crucially, peanuts are also an oil crop. What is the concept of 50% oil content and how much oil can be extracted if grown on a large scale? With grease, you can make soap, make candles, make explosives, medicine. If there is no peanuts, you can only collect animal fats and oils, but how much oil can be cut out of a year? So it is not too much to say that the peanuts are strategic materials. Luochong suppressed his excitement, endured for a long time before regaining his composure, smashed his mouth, pretended to be uninterested and said, "This thing, can you eat it? How do you eat it?" Mauste hurriedly nodded, took out a peanut and put it in his mouth and ate it, then proudly compared it with Luochong. "This kind of nut is very delicious." It was the first witch of their tribe who found this kind of food under the guidance of the gods. God? Witch? Luochong does not believe in this thing. He is now curious about where the other side of the peanuts is. The collection of wildflowers, or they grow their own? Is the other side of a farming tribe? Luochong also asked the source of this thing, which is from the mouth of the rat, to learn. The original he called God is the black hairy rats, and peanuts are dug out from the rat's nest. They will not be planted, but they know where to look for peanuts hidden rat holes. So peanuts are not something rare in their tribes, and you can find some every year. Ask for recommendations and support. Although a few short words, but contains a book of endless heart and soul. The next week's recommendation is placed on the cover exhibition, or placed in the nooks and crannies of the snow, depending on the book to give or not to give. Please support. All kinds of support, even if it is to water a comment or the book of the secretary, please. Chapter 052, Fortifications, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Figuring out the source of the other side's peanuts. Luochong secretly nodded his head. The peanuts' fruits were all growing underground, and the top was growing like grass. For people like Luochong, who had only eaten peanuts but had never seen a peanut field at all. He probably wouldn't recognize the peanuts even if they were right under his feet. It could be said that Luo Chong was lucky this time. Otherwise he would probably have missed out on this important crop. He didn't have the skills of a black rat that specialized in digging peanuts out of the ground. Luo Chong pretended to taste one and said he liked it, telling Mausta that peanuts could also be used to trade for pottery, but only if the shells were intact and undamaged. He just looked at the peanuts in the bag. Some of the shells have been broken. The peanut coating is also off. Even the kernel is also cracked into two halves. Such a peanut to eat is not a problem, but Luo Chong is to be used as a seed, so the more intact the better. Otherwise the planting does not come out of the fun can be a big deal. Luo Chong had a large basket of chestnuts brought out and told Mausta that a basket full of peanuts and their shells could be exchanged for a pottery bowl. Mausta couldn't believe that Luo Chong would actually offer such favorable conditions, and was instantly ecstatic, hastily promising to bring more next time. At the end of the day, Mausta took away the large basket, as well as an earthenware pot and an earthenware bowl, and Luo Chong also presented a spoon. And only then did they leave in a hurry. As for how they spend the night in the jungle at night, what to eat along the way, it's none of Luo Chang's business. Luo Chong now only cares about peanuts and population, and fortifications. Speaking of this matter, Luo Chong wanted to slap himself. This time he was actually raided by an unfamiliar tribe to the entrance of the cave. Fortunately they were not rushing at people. Fortunately their people were not too many. If they came specifically to attack the Han tribe, then even if the Han tribe could hold them off, it might cause casualties as well. Before Luo Chong also had plans for fortifications. That is the city, but that big wall which is said to be built up, it takes too long, and this defense gap must first get a fortification that can be relied on before. Luo Chong first asked Deshu to bring people to flood the brick kiln and seal the kiln. So he stood at the entrance of the cave and thought about it. Now it is winter. The land are frozen hard. Digging is not convenient. Thai wooden platoon cannot be inserted into the soil, and the defense is not high enough. The construction of the earth wall also need to dig the earth. Not practical. Finally Luo Chong set his sights on the brick kiln. The brick kiln has been burning for 2 months, and now a large number of city bricks have been piled up. The building of the city will not start until next spring, so now these bricks are not all idle. Thinking of this, a simple and fast fortification appeared in Luo Chang's head. Said to do it, anyway, winter is idle. Since none of them want to learn to recognize the word, then toss it. Life is not in tossing. Early the next morning, Luo Chong called all the adults together and told them to move bricks in the past 2 days, so they can not have to study. The clansmen immediately cheered, which makes Luo Chong helpless. Is it not good to study? Wait for the old man to find something to make paper. To see the old man does not toss you to death. Luo Chong first used the rope in the cave entrance to enclose a side length of 150 meters of the box. In fact, only 3 sides. One side is the cave, is tantamount to 3 walls to enclose the cave. Only in the east side left a 2-meter wide door. Even the corral is also surrounded inside. The entrance used a 3-meter high horse reject as the gate. The horse reject was made directly from wood, with 4 layers of spears tied side by side on the front. That is, Meat in Grey Mountain didn't dare to easily bump into it. This job was guided by Luo Chong, and operated by wooden barrel and wooden dolphin. This simple wall is made directly with green bricks piled up. No bonding agent is used, just pouring water on the brick wall. So cold days, splashing into the brick cracks of the water will quickly freeze. The bricks are all in one. Brick resistance to water. So dry on the bricks also has no effect. And so on the next spring after the weather warms up and thaws, these bricks can still be used to build the city, and does not affect the use, just temporarily give it a different place to stay. The bricks were readily available and just stacked in yard, and with all the adults of the clan working together, along with the wheelbarrows and so many tools, the height of the fence skyrocketed rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. The Han tribe side had a sense of crisis because of the Black Rat tribe's arrival, and was building a fence as fast as they could. On the Black Rat tribe side, Mausta was also cooking broth in an earthenware pot and briefing the elders on what he had seen and gained from this diplomatic operation. Mouse Big brought back with pottery pots, pottery bowl, and a large back basket for chestnuts. These things are rare. The mouse which expressed great interest in this, especially the rattan basket. This thing is very simple to make. The material is also very good to find, but it is very practical. And the Black Rat tribe, to date, is still loaded with animal skins. It's very inconvenient. So the mouse witch immediately called in a few smarter women for imitation. When the arrangement of the backpack was done, the broth had also been cooked. Mausta and Mouse Witch had a bowl each. Mouse Witch was very satisfied with the way the broth was eaten. Not only could it warm up the body, but also it could save food. The roasted meat that could originally feed one person could feed 2 if it was made into a broth. which was equivalent to indirectly doubling the amount of food storage, while drinking a mouthful of broth. Rat big. Expression is strange. He cooked broth clear soup, and there is a fishy smell, although drinking can also warm up the body, but it is very bad. With the Han tribe to drink the bowl of taste is far from it. The taste is poor, that is for sure. Luo Chong stewed big bone soup. Inside is salt and pepper. That taste can be the same. After drinking the broth, the rat witch and let people take their own tribal stone pots to try. The results of the stone pots can also be used, but the heat is very slow, and there is no lid insulation. Just to boil the water will take a long time, and the larger stone pots only one, so it still cannot be used. You have to look for the Han tribe to exchange. Next, Mouse Day gave Mouse Witch a brief introduction to the Han tribe, which had about the same number of people as the Black Mouse tribe. But of course, this was just Mouse Da's own opinion, and he hadn't seen all the people in the Han tribe. The Han tribesmen all wore their hair tied on top of their heads, and their leader was a miner who wore a glowing object on his head, like the sun, and their weapons glowed like the sun. The rat witch was bluffed by the rat big, and his mind unconsciously brainstormed the scene of the Han tribe with a small sun on each person's head. The Han tribesmen all still wore boots, the kind of boots that were nice to look at, didn't just wrap the animal skins around their feet, and didn't fall off without strings. Their tribe still had more food than they could eat. There were two big monsters with long noses, much taller than a man. Just one of them could feed the whole tribe for a month. The key was that those two monsters were still alive and very obedient to the Han leader. Mouse Witch, listening to the description of the rat big, has fallen into a fantasy. The head of the small sun, riding a tall trunk elephant. If the Mouse Witch has read The Journey to the West, then certainly will burst a foul mouth. I second Austria. The head will be glowing, riding an elephant. That is not Rulai under the seat of the Puxian Bodhisattva. How are you guys upstairs? Shake it up with me in the water. Raise your hands for recommendations and slam them all down on me. Chapter 053, This Must Be a Miracle, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Listen to the rat big, a flurry of smallpox description. The rat witch suddenly gave birth to the idea of personally going to the Han tribe to see. Han tribe is actually so good. Then they will not be blessed by the gods. Mouse Witch already do not know how many generations of witches he is. It is said that only the first witch has ever seen the gods, and got the guidance of the gods. But what about the later witches? Who has seen the gods? At least he himself has not seen, although he will not say it. But there is no god. But his own heart is still a little bit of C number. That's why he was so interested in the Han tribe. We are all the same 9-year compulsory education of primitive people. Why your tribe is living so well? It's ing unscientific. So, unscientific, then there must be a god to help. Otherwise how can this be explained? And so the entire Black Rat tribe began to nervously prepare their supplies, waiting for the first official trade with the Han tribe, when the Rat Witch and the Rat Assembly would go to the Han tribe with them, in preparation for an in-depth friendly visit. In fact, there is no preparation, mainly imitation backpack. In addition to picking up the complete shelled peanuts, peanuts are not rare, although delicious, but also cannot be consumed as a staple food, can only be a snack, or when the key time to save an emergency only. In the fall, the Black Rat tribe's gathering team dug out a lot from the holes in the ground, and it was no problem at all to put together a few baskets for the Han tribe. After all, a basket of peanuts could be exchanged for a pottery bowl, which was already equivalent to the price of a boy who was about to reach adulthood, and if it could be exchanged without people, then surely it would be exchanged without people. But there were people who wouldn't think so. I heard that these pottery and backpacks are exchanged from the Han tribe. Then the Han tribe will naturally not lack this thing. And the Han tribe also has endless food, and good-looking shoes, and shiny golden weapons. Thinking about this, there are already people who have developed a sense of anticipation for the Han tribe. Rather than staying in the Black Rat tribe and suffering, it would be better to join a more powerful tribe. The women were looking forward to endless food, and a good safe environment, while the boys, on the other hand, were interested in the glowing weapons described by the hunting parties, who had been surrounded by dozens of bronze shovels in the first place, and the glittering reflections were still fresh in their minds. And in the Han tribe, the makeshift wall had been completed, 3 meters high and nearly half a meter thick, enough to keep out any human attack, unless, of course, cannons were used. Build the city with a large green brick, each 40 centimeters long, 20 centimeters high, 20 centimeters wide, is a standard large rectangular, burned large green bricks. Yardage speed is very fast, the top and the pouring of a layer of water to fill the seams. Night time, the wall has a thick layer of ice, 40 centimeters thick green brick wall, plus the thickness of the ice layer, it will be nearly half a meter thick. Behind the wall also piled up some steps with green bricks, easy to stand behind the wall for defense. Simple ice brick wall built. Defense weapons naturally also need to be prepared. from the last encounter with the Black Rat tribe can be seen. The Han tribe clansman with what? Shovel. Well, is the bronze shovel? That thing although can also be used as a weapon, but can only be used for melee. But as long as the melee, it is easy to cause casualties. So long-range weapons is the focus of development. Before the hunting team used the stone axe and Siedings tried to do a fight. At that time, it was considered to be fewer than many, but the killing power of the stone axe is limited. The probability of being directly smashed to death is not very high. The possibility of being injured is a little higher, so it is still more stable to use the throwing spear. As long as it is hit, then it is surely a certain death. Before the Han tribe's throwing spears or wooden spears, directly burn the saplings of the cannibal tree at one end, carbonized and then ground into a spear tip. Not enough penetration, and not durable. But Luochong now there are several hundred pounds of gold plate and silver plate. So what are you waiting for? And directly began the transformation of the throwing spears. Because it was a throwing weapon, the weight of the weapon must be controlled, which directly determined the range of the weapon. So the new spearhead was very sharp and thin, only 15 centimeters long, and less than 3 centimeters at the widest point, in a three-pronged structure. As for the reason for making it into a three-pronged shape, of course, it was not to think of any bloodletting artifacts as rumored. It was actually just a three-pronged shape to maximize structural strength and strive for the smallest amount of weight when the strength of the material could not be guaranteed. This time the material is also copper-tin ratio of 4:1 bronze. Did not use the cumbersome lost wax method pouring mold. This time directly with the wood to cut out a spearhead model. In the clay block a pit. In the direct casting on the good. The spear shaft is 2 meters and 4 meters long. Plus the spearhead too. 55 meters. And modern sports with a javelin similar, and because of the addition of a metal spearhead at one end, the center of gravity should also be shifted forward. Luochong also special in the spear shaft to mark the optimal position of the handheld, easy to power up, and to play the farthest range. Metallurgy group, carpentry group, assembly line operation. The finished product out of the very fast, coupled with the three-pronged spikes of the spearhead does not need to be polished at all to open the blade, as long as it is sharp enough and hard enough. So it also saves a lot of polishing time. Until the 4th day of the rat's great departure, the new type of throwing spears have been produced 260, and then stopped production. The copper plate tin plate together still left more than 100 pounds. Before the storage of cannibal saplings are also used almost, Luochong even thinking, next year, whether to plant a batch of cannibal trees, specifically used to provide the wooden poles for the production of weapons. With the fence and throwing spears, Luochong finally had some confidence. This time, as long as the people who came were no more than 20, the 60 or so adults of the Nahan tribe, with just one round of throwing spears, they would be able to wipe out all the enemies. The last time Mauste came to the Han tribe was 4 days ago, when the brick kiln happened to be closed for irrigation, and Mauste prepared for 2 days at home, and once again embarked on the journey to the Han tribe. From the Black Rat tribe to the Han tribe, the way was mostly jungle, and it would take most of the day if they traveled fast, but this time, they had brought the older rat witch, as well as the women and boys they used to trade, and a lot of peanuts and rations, so it slowed down the traveling speed, and caused them to have to rest for a night on the road, and by the time Rat Da's party arrived at the creek, it was already the morning of the 4th day. It happened to be another day when the brick kiln was closed for irrigation, and there was not a soul outside the enclosure. When the wall was built, the barn was also enclosed in the wall, so the door of the barn is never closed now, so Meat and Grey Mountain can play inside the wall all day long. That morning, Luochong again held language and math exams in the cave, and the clansmen all cried and watched Luochong take the sugared chestnuts from their bowls, and their hearts were overwhelmed with nostalgia for the days of work in the previous days. And Mauste, who had just arrived at the creek, was a bit confused. Yesterday he could still see smoke rising from this side of the creek from afar, and now that little mound was cold, and that long-nosed monster wasn't here, and there was no one around. Mauste led his clan across the creek, but couldn't find the Han tribe's cave. And Mouse Witch and those who hadn't been here were a bit expectant, urging Mauste to hurry up and lead the way. The straight, deep ditch in the ground was still there, and Mauste looked westward along it, only to see a wall of ice, in white and green appearing suddenly there. Mouse Big and Small ran up, quickly rushed to the ice wall in front of the heel, went up to shoot a few times. The ice wall is frozen very strong, solid and incomparable. The Mouse Big hand shocked raw pain. Inside that layer of transparent ice shell on the wall, a layer of large green bricks are neatly stacked. Very neat, can be called a masterpiece. What kind of power can polish the big lapis lazuli so neatly? Just like a mold carved out of the same. And this wall was not there a few days ago. This is from the ground inside the drill out of it. The Rat Big shocked guessed. The Rat Witch in the back followed, walked up to the ice wall, stroked the solid ice, looked at the large lapis lazuli of the Yin twins inside, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is surely a miracle! Ah, please, 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 seriously, please, comrades who have a recommendation top ah." Chapter 054 Shock without end, seeking favorites and recommendations. The noise of Mausta and the others was heard by Meat inside the enclosure, and as soon as Meat was out of the way, he ran behind the refusal horse at the entrance and looked out. And when he saw that the group that had stabbed him with a spear last time had come again, he stuck his nose out and roared. It was then that Mouse's attention shifted in the direction of the doorway, and seeing that the long-nosed beast was hiding behind a wooden shelf, the outward-facing side of which was full of hard wooden spears, Mouse led the way, cocking his head to look into the wall, and catching a glimpse of the entrance to the cave. Meat looked at the group of people coming over and ran to the cave entrance to call Luo Chong, but as a result, just as Meat left, Grey Mountain went back to guard the entrance, his gaze curiously looking at the people outside. The Black Rat Tribe people standing outside the doorway were also curiously sizing up Grey Mountain, and Rat Big and Rat Which touched the doorway's rejecting horse, pondering the usefulness of this thing, and brainstorming the scenario of the enemy rushing over, only to be all stabbed to death by the spikes on it, and they couldn't help but TSK. The woman and the boy, on the other hand, pondered why the Han tribe hadn't eaten the Grey Mountain. How much meat it must have been. One boy even tried to reach out and touch Greyhill's nose, only for Greyhill to twist his head and turn his butt toward him, turning and running toward Lokhan, who had just stepped out. Following Luochong out were a dozen men, each holding a new-style throwing spear. Luochong still had his own golden spear, and the group headed for the door. Did not walk a few steps, Luochong has seen outside the Rat Big, accompanied by an old man. Cannot help but frowned. Bring an old man to do. I do not change the old man. Is it to help count? Luochong led the people to the door and swept a glance at the crowd outside. Mausta hurriedly indicated that he was here to exchange pottery this time, and also pulled the women and children in the back to the front for Luochong to see. Luochong nodded, and then asked the elder to translate for himself. Tell them to surrender their weapons, and then they can only come in. The elder made a gesture, but as a result, Mausta hesitated, handing over the weapon. What if the Han tribe was plotting against him? Mausta turned his solicitous gaze to Mouse Witch. The Rat Witch sized up Luochong for a moment, and seeing that he was indeed not unlike what Ratte had described, he thought about it and agreed that he was still eager to take a look inside. Only then did Mausta pass the stone spear in his hand through the gap in the rejecting horse. This time there were only 10 adult men who came with Mausta. The rest stayed at home to watch the family, so there weren't a lot of weapons, and those women and children didn't have any weapons with them either. Only after handing over the weapons did Luochong let his junior brother move the rejecting horse away, and only then did Mausta and his party come in, only to be shocked and dumbfounded again after coming in. The neatly yards of green bricks in the enclosure were arranged in stepped rows inside the wall, 30 identical carts were parked beside the corral, and 50 bronze shovels and more than 200 throwing spears stood beside the entrance to the cave, the neat rows of spearheads glittering with gold. To the location of the cave entrance, the gate of the corral is still open. Inside is eating grass. Wudai and Simon saw the stranger came. Lead throat call? The Rat Big crowd startled, have turned back to look at the corral. The result of the Grey Mountain went over to roar. Wudai they immediately shut up. The crowd of the Black Rat tribe was amazed that the Han tribe had more than just 2 monsters. There were actually so many of them, and they all lived in houses. Until they reached the inside of the cave, Mausta and the others didn't come back to their senses. Instead, they were even more surprised. Today, the Han tribe was at home, and there were a lot of people. A casual glance knew that there were more people than the Black Mouse tribe. The Han tribe's clansmen are sizing up Mausta in them, while Mausta is looking at the 180 clay pots by the fireplace and is dumbfounded. How many does it have to be? It can change all of their tribes back, right? A few women from the Black Rat tribe, however, were concerned about the styling of the Han tribe women. The adults all had coiled hair with hairpins on their heads and beautiful wooden combs. Their faces were rosy, and they didn't look like they had ever been hungry. And each of them had animal skins to wear, and all of them also had good-looking boots, unlike the ones they all had, which were wrapped around a piece of animal skin directly on their feet, and then tied to their feet with a rope. Only the Rat Witch of the Black Rat tribe was the most discerning, and kept staring at the hundreds of Chinese characters on the rock wall as if he could read them. Luochong saw that this old man was interested in Chinese characters, so he didn't bother him and told the elder to go ahead and make a deal with Ratte. Hearing the voice of the elder speaking, Mausta came back to his senses as the elder said, "How many clay pots do you intend to exchange this time?" Mausta huffed and looked at the people he had brought with him. Yeah, change a few. That's all he could change, but people had so many. This time Mausta brought 7 women and 6 boys of 11 or 12 years of age, and 4 baskets of peanuts, but only one of them, the others were still in animal skin bags. They had wanted to imitate the rattan basket, but they couldn't find the right materials, and now the rattan that they could find was frozen and brittle, and broke when they bent it, but they had already seen how to make it, and they could try again next year when they had the materials. And this time the rat-brought women are also 12 or 13 years old, just adult girls. These girls, even if not used for pottery pots, in the future also want to go to other tribes. This point is considered to be the black rat tribe to take advantage of. But those young girls are not pessimistic. Married to which tribe is not married to the Han tribe looked very strong. They do not feel the loss. Let's exchange 10 clay pots and 4 clay bowls. Mausta breaks his fingers and calculates the number that needs to be exchanged. This time, 13 people were exchanged. The black rat tribe will still have more than 130 people, an average of 13 people with 1 pot, although it is still not enough, but they can't take so many people anymore. The Han tribe doesn't want children. They only want adult women and boys that will come of age. If all of them are given to the Han tribe, they will only have exceptionally large and exceptionally small ones, which will directly break the middle of the tribe's strength. Luo Chong nodded and both sides started inspecting the goods. Feather and Beasttooth carry 10 clay pots and 4 clay bowls with 10 spoons attached. Mausta was very happy. The people of the black rat tribe have nothing to test, just walked all the way in. No crippled, no blind, no deaf. This is enough. Luo Chong is most concerned about or those peanuts, so they are all he personally viewed. He took a few rattan baskets and dumped the peanuts in them, and returned the animal skin bags to the rats. Luo Chong grabbed a few peanuts sampling, to determine that there is no shell broken before nodding, and then let the elders put these peanuts and rice together. These things are not allowed to eat. Whoever steals to eat, will be served by the family law. Those who just came from the black rat tribe are all in a state of disbelief. Change back for what not to eat. Then what do you want peanuts for? Luo Chong naturally wouldn't tell them. They wouldn't understand even if he said it. Not to mention them, even the elder didn't understand. But he knew that what Luo Chong had asked to be done was definitely the right thing to do. Seeing that Luo Chong and the others had finished their transaction, the rat witch hurriedly walked to Luo Chang's side and asked what those Chinese characters were. He had been holding this question for half a day. His intuition told him that those Chinese characters were advanced, like neurals but not, and he had been looking at them for a long time, seeming to understand something, but confused as to what he actually understood. Seeing that he was interested, Luo Chong took a small stick and pointed to the Han at the top, then pointed to the word above his own gold crown and pronounced Han in Mandarin pronunciation. The rat witch listened to Luo Chang's pronunciation and followed suit a few times before getting the pronunciation correct. Now the rat witch was even more surprised. This symbol turned out to have pronunciation. Then what is the other? A strong desire to know instantly occupied the rat witch's brain. Ask for a recommendation, comment, snack or something. Look at my serious eyes. Chapter 055, do you have a calendar? Seeking favorites and recommendations. The rat witch kept pointing at the Chinese characters and asking questions. So Luo Chong taught him one by one. Each character on the wall had a different pronunciation and a different meaning. The rat witch pointed to the character wood, and Luo Chong first taught him how to pronounce it, then pointed to the round wood outside, and the rat witch's wooden staff, then pronounced wood again. The rat witch was amazed that the symbols were different, but each one represented the same thing, and there just didn't seem to be anything that couldn't be expressed in Chinese characters. Luo Chong pointed to car again and pronounced it first, then pointed to the cart outside, and Mouse Witch followed suit. Later on, Mouse Witch didn't look at those words anymore and just pointed at things and asked what they were, but all of them, Luo Chong was able to name them. It was then that the rat witch realized that those symbols were another form of expression of the Han tribe's language, which could be spoken as well as drawn on the walls. But the black rat tribe had no such symbols, and their vernacular couldn't name various things, usually this, that, making it easy to confuse things. So what is the use of these symbols? Asking around, the rat witch got into thinking. If everyone learns these symbols, is it possible to write some symbols for yourself to show to others and they will know what you are talking about? Luo Chong does not know what this old man is thinking, but see him thinking, also did not disturb. If let Luo Chong know that the rat witch has been enlightened by the text can be used to convey information, afraid not to praise him genius. Don't look at the Han tribal people learn Chinese characters every day, but the use of Chinese characters they never thought about. On this point, let Luo Chong incomparable disappointment. Still not good at thinking. How human beings progress, is not because of constant thinking to progress, day after day. Facing a group of students who could only be coerced to learn Chinese characters, suddenly came a person who took the initiative to learn and also liked to think. Although it was an old man, Luo Chong was still very happy, so he took the initiative to invite Mouse Witch and Mouse Big to stay the night, and could leave again tomorrow. The rat witch heard Luo Chang's invitation and agreed very painfully. He also had a lot of questions he wanted to exchange with Luo Chong. With that, the black rat tribe people stayed as guests, and Luo Chong announced that they could have an extra lunch today, and the tribesmen were happy. But the inside of the cave was a bit crowded. Standing and sitting was fine. If they all lay down and slept, then there was definitely not enough room. So Luo Chong was ready to move the rabbit pens out and free up some space in the cave. Said to do. The new rabbit pen is placed in the corner of the corral. Luo Chong selected the location. Let the people start work. The ground first paved a layer of bricks. Not paved. Rabbits love to drill holes. In case of running is not good. Then the wall was built with green bricks, without adhesive. It was just directly piled up with green bricks, but with a wall that thick, it was impossible for rabbits to knock it down. On top of that, a few logs were erected as beams. Then hay was laid for the roof, and some wooden bricks were pressed on top of it, and it was a complete job. Thick hay was laid inside, and a few pieces of wood were thrown in for the rabbits to sharpen their teeth. Luo Chong let those women carry the 50 or so rabbits to the outside pens, and then carried the grass from the rabbit pens in the caves in as well. Those grasses had their scent, and it would keep them from being so unfamiliar. Luo Chong also looked at those rabbits and 16 pregnant. Not only the 9 big rabbits inside, there is a part of the first batch of small back, which makes Luo Chong very happy. 16 times 5 is how much to come. This is still the most conservative estimate. The last time but a nest of 6 or 7 The Black Rat Tribe crowd was also visiting the corral, looking at the 16 blue horse antelope, and the 2 Dinobots, and the dozens of rabbits that had just been moved in, and the Han tribe people were still being especially nice to the animals, and wondered what they were doing. Seeing Luo Chong giggling at the rabbits, the mouse witch took the initiative to ask why Luo Chong didn't kill them. These could be food. As a result, before Luo Chong could answer, Dashu first explained cheerfully, telling Luo Chong the purpose of breeding rabbits, and pointing to those rabbits and proudly saying that he had caught them. In fact, Dashu couldn't figure out Luo Chang's purpose for wanting these rabbits at first, until he witnessed the rabbits breeding for the first time, and it almost doubled from 30 or so directly to more than 50, and now so many rabbits were pregnant. But he didn't know how many would be born this time, and Luo Chong told him that the bunnies born this time would be a lot more than all the rabbits now, and Dashu directly went crazy with joy. Now raising rabbits can be easier than catching rabbits in the past, and thinking that the rabbits will more than double each time they go up in the future, Dashu directly fell into a state of dementia. The Black Rat Tribe people are also surprised. The reasoning of farming is very simple. They understand. This is the same as their own tribal people. Men and women have children, and then more and more people a meaning. I just didn't realize there was actually a way to store food like this. Wouldn't it be easier and safer than going hunting? Mousta looked at those rabbits and thought about whether his tribe could learn to farm them, while Mousewitch had a secret speculation about all the wonders of the Han tribe, and then he quietly pulled Luo Chong to one side and asked in a whisper, Han tribe chief, who told you all these things? Is it your tribe's god? And why doesn't your tribe have a wizard? Or is it just that you're the wizard? Luo Chong at first felt that this old man was inexplicable, and it took a whole lot of time to figure out what he meant, but in the face of this problem, he hesitated again. Was there a god in this world? If it was his previous life, he would have said no without hesitation. But what about now? If there was no god, then how did he get here? So this question is really not good to answer. Say there is no god. Luo Chong himself do not believe, but say there is a god, and he has not seen. After thinking for half a day, Luo Chong said, I'm not a sorcerer, and our tribe doesn't have any sorcerers. I was born knowing these things. Maybe there really is a god in this world, but I haven't seen him. The rat witch is also trying to understand the meaning of Luo Chong. There is no witch, and have not seen God. You were born knowing so much. You think you are God. Hey, maybe it's actually possible. Otherwise how would he know so many things that humans don't understand? Especially something as advanced as Chinese characters and Chinese language. This thought took over the rat witch's brain in an instant, causing him to look at Luo Chong in a way that was abnormal. Eyes that were filled with awe and reverence. Luo Chong was furious at the rat witch's look, so he asked a question to interrupt him. You're the witch of the Black Rat Tribe, so have you seen your tribe's god? How did you know that this year's winter would be longer, and made your chief come out to look for food? Waiting for the rat witch to understand Luo Chang's question. The whole person is not good. Directly by Luo Chong a knife into his heart. I damn if I have seen God. I come to you here for what? We will still be not enough to put together the food for the winter? The mouse witch sighed softly and shook her head, looking around to see that no one was looking this way before she said to Luo Chong, I've never seen a god either, and I've never been guided by one. For this answer, Luo Chong both felt normal and a little disappointed. He also wanted to see what the god looked like. Could he help himself back to the god? The two of them were silent for half a moment, and it occurred to Luo Chong that the mouse witch had only answered half of the question he had just asked, so he continued to press the question. How did you know that winter would be longer this year? The mouse witch thought about it for a moment, but told Luo Chong anyway, breaking his fingers with Luo Chang's and saying, every 14 winters, one of them will become longer, and there will be 14 more sunsets than a normal winter. Luo Chong looked at the two put together 14 fingers are stunned. What is the meaning of this? Every 14 years more than 14 days. What is the law of the world's leap year? You have a calendar? Luo Chong asked to the rat witch with great surprise. Thanks to my friend Asilo Fly. Book friend 20180913115233701. Thank you for your support. In addition, I would like to thank the book friend Good Boy book list included. You have a book list of friends. If you think the book is not bad to add a book list, so that more people can see, and all of you who voted for the recommendation. Thank you for your long-term support. Qingshu will work together with everyone to make the book better and better. Don't forget your recommendations for tomorrow. Chapter 056, Remembering the Day with a Knotted Rope, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. The mouse witch looked at Luo Chong with a dumbfounded expression, indicating that he couldn't understand what a calendar was. Luo Chong patted his head and asked in a different way, how do you calculate sunrise and sunset? This time the rat witch understood and fumbled to take out a triangular-shaped piece of bone from his own bosom. Luo Chong recognized that it should be the shoulder blade of some large animal. That piece of bone looks old. The surface is yellowish-brown. Should be often play. Shiny and oily, all play out the feeling of cultural play pulp. One of the edges was punched with 15 holes, and the holes wore a rope made of some unknown material with many knots, and some symbols were carved on the bone. The rat witch handed the piece of bone to Luo Chong and told him to look at it himself. Only the top of the bone was engraved with 14 circles, but the difference was that the first 13 were concentric circles, or rings, and the last one had only one circle and was slightly larger than the previous ones. On the lower edge are carved 4 trees. The first with leaves growing on it, and corresponding below are 3 round holes, through each of which is threaded a rope, each tied with 30 knots. What is this? A season of 3 months. 30 days a month? Who made this? So awesome. Luo Chong was so surprised that he looked at the rat witch, and then continued to look down. The second tree had not only leaves on it, but also flowers, although the flowers didn't quite look like them, but it didn't prevent Luo Chong from understanding. This time the corresponding holes became 4. Or each hole a rope 30 knots. The third tree has no more flowers and a lot less leaves, but it has a lot of round things on it, which would be fruit. Underneath are 3 more holes, each with 30 knots. The fourth tree is straight up bald, all leaves, flowers, and fruit gone, and the bottom is opposite 4 round holes with 30 knots in each hole. There is another hole at the end, but there is no pattern on it and there are only 14 knots on the string for this hole. Luo Chong frowned and analyzed the law inside. The long leaves should be spring. The blossom is summer, the long fruit is autumn, nothing grows that is winter. But according to this record sheet of the rat witch, spring and fall are both 3 months with 30 days per month, while summer and winter are 4 months per season with 30 days per month. So does that mean there are 14 months in a year here? No, could it be that the person who recorded it made a mistake and repeated the days? Luo Chong is still a bit unable to accept the matter of 14 months in a year. Luo Chong frowned and asked the rat witch, what are you guys observing to determine these times? Is it accurate? For his part, the rat witch pointed calmly to the 14 circles above him, then to the sky. Look at the sun? Luo Chong asked suspiciously. No, it's night, 2 circles in the sky. The mouse witch explained. Then he stroked one of the knots underneath, then pointed to the circle above, then looked up at the sky and compared with Luo Chong. Every 30 sunsets, there will be a full moon. When 2 full moons in the sky intersect, they will form a circle, and every 13 circle moons, there will be a big moon. Using modern scientific explanations, it is actually a lunar eclipse phenomenon formed by the larger one blocking the smaller moon, so only a large full moon can be seen. In other words, on the 14th full moon day, there will be only one big moon left in the sky, week after week. The appearance of a big moon counts as one cycle, that is, 1 year, and the 4 seasons will rotate for 1 week, and then every 14 years, when the big moon appears, there will be 14 more nights of the full moon. And you can see the full moon every night for those 14 days. Rat witch also said he's seen this happen 4 times. That is to say, this old guy is already over 50 years old. But looking at the time of this bone, it should have been passed down for I don't know how many generations of rat witches, Luo Chong secretly said in his heart. However, how idle would one have to be to stay up every night and climb up to look at the moon, and for decades at a time? Luo Chong knew very well that trying to summarize such a complete lunar calendar was definitely not something that could be done in one cycle of 14 years. It required a minimum of a lifetime of time to observe and verify. So this winter is the 14th great winter and there will be 14 extra days? Luo Chong asked, pointing at the piece of bone. The rat witch nodded. then put the bone calendar away again. Looking precious, Luo Chong secretly despised him. You put away the old man will not know it. The old man look once to remember. Cut. However, as a newcomer who had only come to this world for less than half a year, it was unlikely that he would want to summarize a complete set of calendars on his own. And at this point, Luo Chong also had to thank the rat witch for that. After moving the rabbits outside and the rat witch finished visiting the corral, the group went back inside the enclosure, where the Black Rat Tribe crowd was interested in everything. Carts, various bronzes, bricks, pottery, farming, and the Han tribe's lunch, fish soup. Mausta sipped his fish soup and looked at Luo Chong with a look of wanting to say something, and after holding his tongue, he still couldn't hold it back. Han tribe chief, can we, the Black Rat Tribe, learn to farm? As soon as Rat-Da finished speaking, the rest of the Black Rat Tribe, including the Rat Witch, also looked at Luo Chong. Luo Chong laughed lightly for a moment, then shook his head and said, "You guys can't learn, only I can breed animals." Mausta was a little upset. Why can't we? First of all, you have to catch a live animal. You also have to know what it eats and provide it with food all the time. Feed it less and they won't reproduce. Feed it more and they'll get sick. And when that happens, not only will the animal die, but all of you in the entire tribe will die as well. Luo Chong explained. This is not to say that Luo Chong alarmist. Modern farming has such a sentence, the family wealth of 10,000, with hair does not count. In other words, those who raise live animals, even if they are rich, if they don't get one vaccination right, it's all over. For example, raising rabbits, small scale, dozens of them, breeding no more than 5 generations will be genetically degraded. You must catch rabbits from the wild every year to optimize the genes. Otherwise it will be all inbreeding, and it will take less than a year for all of them to be finished. If the scale is large, then the hygiene of the rabbit pens, the feed situation, the slightest sloppiness will lead to an epidemic, and then not only the rabbits are finished, may raise rabbits of people are also infected, and then followed by the end. The size of the Sokahan tribe is not too big, and when there are thousands of rabbits later on you have to be careful. First of all, you have to have clean rabbit hutches, and you have to have someone to clean and feed them every day. And you also have to disinfect and inspect them from time to time. And Luo Chong can only use the simplest way to do these. Sprinkle quicklime disinfection. Feed andrographis powder to kill parasites. Other than he has no good way. In a word, farming is risky. Investment should be cautious now. Mausti thought of all the people in the tribe who had gotten sick and died, and sighed in disbelief as he fantasized about the animals that had been raised to get sick and die as well, piece by piece. And in the end the people had all died as well. And why it was so hard. And the clever mouse which obviously had a different brain circuit than the others, as he suddenly asked Luo Chong, chief of the Han tribe, you know how to heal people? It will be a little bit. There are diseases that can be cured, but it's best if you can't get sick. Luo Chong said with a slight nod. This time the rat witch can be completely stunned. This Han tribal leader is simply omnipotent. This if others say he is not God. He rat witch the first not to do. In fact, where does he know? Luo Chong just knows some battlefield first aid and other simple operations. And then there is the time to go to college. The chemistry teacher taught those. A plea for support, please automatically apply the melody from that night. I want to collect. Would also like to recommend. This is a petition from Hyanshu to all of you. Some more comments. A little bit more. Thank you all for your good wishes. I've been thinking, hoping, looking forward to receiving lots of recommendations every day. I looked and looked and looked. Looking forward to doubling my collection tomorrow. You voted for me that night. That night, I was so happy I lost sleep. That night, you gave me a reward. That night, I had a full face. Chapter 057 Solicitation and Intimidation, Seeking Collections and Recommendations. The Black Rat Tribe people are very surprised. Did not expect the Han tribe's leader will be so many things. And then look at their own tribes. People have their own do not have. Even pottery pots can only be exchanged with the population and the Han tribe. After lunch, Luo Chong again took people to the brick kiln to move bricks. The brick kiln has been cooled for a day and a night. This time should also be out of the kiln. All the adults, even those who just exchanged today, were out in force, pushing 30 carts, moving out the green bricks one by one, before loading the kiln with the new brick blanks. As a result, the rat they let follow their 10 little brother also go to help. The beautiful name, cannot eat the Han tribe's food for nothing. They can also help work, not just want to steal to learn. Luo Chong does not care about the rat's little mind. If this is loaded once the kiln can learn to burn bricks, I put Luo word upside down. Why not use the labor for nothing? So Luo Chong did not refuse. Mausta and Mouse which stood beside Luo Chong, marveling at the magical tool that was the cart. But they couldn't even imitate the Rat Town baskets right now. And Mausta asked, Han tribe chief, can you trade your carts with us? Luo Chong froze at his words and thought for a moment. Yes, but what are you exchanging with us? This. Mausta instantly had no words. Yes, they couldn't even afford to exchange pottery pots. They could only exchange 10 even with the population. Such a small cart is so powerful. It must be worth more than pottery pots. Right. They still have to exchange the whole fallback. There are so many good things in the Han tribe that it's clearly unrealistic to trade one of each for all of the Black Rat tribe. The mouse witch watched the crowd pushing bricks with a cart, but she had other ideas. Chief Han, you can't live in your cave anymore. Why do you need so many people? Will you migrate elsewhere in the future? No, this place is great. There is water here in such a big open space. We will have endless food, enough to feed 30 tribes like us, so we won't move. Luo Chong stretched out his two palms and gestured back and forth 3 times. 30 tribes of 200 people. Aha! Mausta and Mousewitch's eyes were going wide. Really? Although they couldn't count exactly how many people there were, but there must be many, many more, and they Black Rat tribe altogether are not a Han tribe people, so, Rat Big and Rat Witch are not enough to get together for the winter food. In front of this young man is God, where he got so much food, actually dare to say feed so many people. Is there a water source and lots of open space for endless food? Where is that food? The Rat Witch looked around blankly, puzzled. Luo Chong stomped the ground with his foot and smiled confidently. It's right underneath our feet. As long as everyone labors hard, I'll be able to make endless food grow out of the earth. The Rat Big and the Rat Witch do not understand too well, but also know that Luo Chong said the food in the soil under their feet. The Rat Big face of disbelief, squatting down and began to plow the soil, but dug half a day in addition to the soil is still the soil, where there is what food? Is it possible that you are planning to eat the soil? Luo Chong looked straight, shake his head. This Black Rat leader is really real. You so can dig out hairline Although the Rat Witch didn't know what Luo Chong wanted to do, but looking at the way he swore, he couldn't help but believe in 8 points. After all, this was a godlike figure. If he could really get endless food from the earth, it must be a miracle, and only this young man could do it. When Mausta saw Mousewitch's look of certainty, he was immediately nonplussed. Han tribe chief, but your tribe doesn't have that many people, so what will you do with the extra food? MMP finally got to the point after all that beating around the bush. Luo Chong cursed in his heart and smiled as he said to Mausta, I will invite other tribes to join us, so that more people can live a good life. As long as they become my people, they will have endless food, a safe place to live. They can use the same things as us and enjoy the same treatment, and they will never starve to death or freeze to death again. Mausta expressed his dismay at this reply. He had originally thought that Luo Chong would use that food as a trade, so he immediately shook his head. No tribe will join you directly. I think you can use that food as a trade. How do you know that no tribe is willing? Look over there. Luo Chong let out a faint laugh and pointed at the big tree that was pushing a cart over by the brick kiln. The one with the silver crown on his head is the leader of the other tribe. His tribe has a smaller population than ours and can't protect themselves. Before their tribe was attacked by cannibals and even their elders were killed. Then I invited their tribe to join us and he agreed immediately. Now they are all my people and are living as well as we are. Luo Chong knocked his golden crown and pointed to the big tree over there again. Mausta looked at the big tree glittering with silver light above his head, and realized that he was indeed not quite the same as the Han tribesmen. The original tree tribesmen all had paler skin because they had not been exposed to the sun for a long period of time, and even though they had already come over for more than a month, they could still see the difference. This is because they were attacked. So Mausta thought about it and immediately started to retort. Luo Chong raised his hand and immediately interrupted. Even if I trade with food, but I only trade with population, isn't that the same as joining my tribe? Mausta opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Yeah, swapping people to the Han tribe. Wouldn't that be the same as joining the Han tribe? Luo Chong saw that the time was ripe, so he let out another heavy news. That tribe of cannibals is on the other side of the river. They have a lot of adult men. Every time they show up there won't be less than 50 adult men, and there are also a lot of long-nosed monsters that are as big as Grey Mountain. They might not be far away from your tribe, so I hope you'll be careful. After saying this, Luo Chong patted Mausta's shoulder, turned around and went back inside the enclosure. Luo Chong was sallying away, but Mousewitch and Mausta were horrified by the news, and Mausta wanted to go after him, but saw that Luo Chong had already gone far away. Rat Witch, on the other hand, was more resourceful. He wanted to ask not Luo Chong, and he was also worried if Luo Chong deliberately lied to them, so he took Rat Day to ask Big Tree. Big Tree was originally the one who experienced the matter. Naturally he could describe it clearly, so he described how he found Luo Chong fighting the strange fish, and then went to a very far place to capture the four-legged beast alone, and then how he led them to fight with the cannibals, and finally even abducted back the 2 mounts of the cannibals in a colorful way, and bluffed the 2 of the Mouse Big and the Mouse Witch. But Mouse Did and Mouse Witch 2 people are not in the mood to listen to the story now. Sure that the cannibals are near their own tribe, how can they still peacefully in the Han tribe as a guest? Immediately went to look for Luo Chong resignation, said to go back to do a good job of defense. Since he was leaving, there was no need for Luo Chong to keep them. He just gave them 10 big fishes as food for the road. On his way out, Luo Chong also said to the Rat Witch, "If you are in danger, you can come here for help." Rat Witch and Rat Big said that they were very grateful to Luo Chong for telling them about this, and that they would come back to make deals in the future. Make a deal, Luo Chong of course like. Naturally the more people the better. Otherwise built the city and let who live. Thank you for the book, friend. Sinking into the Abyss, half of the moon reward. Thank you for your support. I hope that you will continue to work hard. Throw some more recommended votes. Collections and comments, do not be stingy. Even if to sign to a water experience is also good, for not for. So let's work together to make the results of this book a little bit better. Next week cannot be on the mobile appliance, the next week can be on the mobile appliance. Recommendation depends on all of you. Chapter 058, White Knight Battle Royale, seeking favorites and recommendations. The visit of the 2 top executives of the Black Rat tribe was over, and not only had they seen the might of the Han tribe, but they had also taken away important news. Luo Chong also got the 4 baskets of peanut seeds he wanted, and also accidentally learned about the lunar calendar of this world, but the accuracy remained to be seen. So every night these days, he would go outside to look at the moon. According to the Rat Witch, this is a leap year, and winter will last 14 days longer than usual, but it's only just been almost 3 months now, and there's still a month and a half of winter left, and it's turned out to be even colder these past few days instead. On the day before the 3rd full moon in winter, it snowed heavily for 1 day and 1 night, and the snow on the empty land that no one had stepped on had a thickness of 30 centimeters, and when blown by the wind, it rolled up a layer of white snow, fluttering and fluttering, like under the fog, and the visible distance became not much farther away, and the work of burning bricks was also forced to stop. At the end of the 3rd month of winter, on this day during the day, Luo Chong led the men to clear all the snow on the corral to prevent it from being crushed. The baby rabbits in the hutch were also born. This time, 16 rabbits were born together, and 98 were born at once, which is a surge in numbers, and together with the previous number, there are now 156 rabbits. The clansmen were overjoyed, and Luo Chong, in order to keep the rabbits warm, even contributed the skins of the 2 roan antelopes that had been killed earlier, in the hope that these newborn little beings would not freeze to death. However, Luo Chang's worry is obviously redundant. These are originally wild rabbits. Even without Luo Chong, they can still live well, just need to guard against natural enemies. Toward evening time, while the white-haired wind was still blowing and the flying snow was still raging, not a shadow of cloud could be seen high in the sky, and the 2 full moons in the east and north directions rose on time and intersected each other. The 2 full moons reflected the bright moonlight, spilling over the white sky and earth, the white moon and white snow, revealing everything around them as clear and bright as day. Luo Chong is lying on the haystack of the barn peeling chestnuts, meat and Gray Mountain on both sides of Luo Chong. Luo Chong eat a chestnut, meat and Gray Mountain will eat one's chestnut skin. Chestnut skin is also sweet, chewing taste is good. After all, this kind of dinosaur animal is even eat the bark of the tree. Luo Chong fed Gray Mountain a chestnut skin. Meat then took advantage of Luo Chong, turned his head, with his nose secretly took a few chestnuts directly into his mouth, snickering and wagging his little tail, and so on. Luo Chong turned back, was still chewing, the big mouth immediately did not move, puffing small fan-like eyelashes looking at Luo Chong. Stealing food is not shameful. Stealing food and then being cute afterward is the most shameful. You know what meat. Luo Chong knew what it had done as soon as he took a look at it and grabbed its big ears and shook them. It was at this moment that Gray Mountain suddenly raised his head and fanned his large ears to listen for movement in the distance. Luo Chong thought that there was a situation outside, and also listened carefully to the movement outside. But the only thing that entered his ears was the sound of the whistling wind. But it was only after less than a minute that a fierce tremor came from the ground. Gripes. This isn't an earthquake. Luo Chong lay on the ground, carefully distinguishing the direction from which the tremor came. The result was that before he could hear it, there was a rumbling in the jungle to the west, and a strong tremor came from there. Luo Chong quickly rushed out of the corral and climbed behind the west fence to observe the situation. Only a white flood was rushing out of the forest at the forest trace line in the west, accompanied by the roar of wild beasts rising and falling here and there. Ow, 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 ga, ga, eor, yo, yo. A hunting army consisting of numerous carnivorous ferocious beasts was chasing a group of herbivores in the snow in a deadly chase. In the front of the road to take the road wildly running not only have Luocheng never seen the bison herd, and once can only be seen in the museum of the bighorn deer, mixed in the middle of the team and even dozens of legendary beasts, grass mudhorse, ahem, it's the alpaca, and in the back chasing the hunters, not only tall dingoes, there are hordes of one-toothed pigs, but they are in this hunting army, can only be regarded as a miscellaneous mixed lively side goods, and the real main force in this army, but a total of more than 200 gray wolves pack. The gray wolf is a top predator born of nature, sitting firmly on the throne of supremacy at the top of the food chain in any geographic ecosystem. This is not because of how powerful they are individually, but in the rigorous social system of the gray wolf. Gray wolves are the largest animals in the early canine family, with an average shoulder height of about 1 meter and a body length of 1.5 to 2 meters, and live in family groups in spring, summer, and fall, ranging from 5 to a dozen in each group. But in the winter when food is scarce, they will spontaneously gather hundreds of large packs, led by a wolf king, to hunt large groups of herbivores, mainly targeting forest bison and bighorn deer, etc. Like Luocheng in front of this number of more than 200 dozens of wolves, that is really rare. Maybe because the ecological environment is now good, the number of wolves is relatively large. Luocheng lying behind the wall secretly guessed. The gray wolf's hunger tolerance is so strong that it can go up to 3 weeks without eating, but it can also eat about 20 kilograms of meat in one meal, from which the term wolf swallowing is derived. And if it is targeted by a pack of hungry wolves, it will be dismantled into a skeleton in minutes. Moreover, the endurance of gray wolves is extremely good. They can even spend half a month in order to track their prey, long distance running hundreds of kilometers, always hanging firmly behind their prey. Just play tracking can play the prey to collapse, days behind the butt followed by hundreds of hungry wolves. A follow is half a month. Just ask you afraid of. Do not dare to sleep, do not dare to eat grass, do not dare to drink water. The slightest slack is to surround and beat, divide it and eat. Even such as the bison herd, this powerful forces can only avoid its front. Han tribal settlement is a plain in the mountains, where there are not only no tall trees, but on the contrary, weeds and low shrubs but a strange number. In previous years are herbivores in winter as an important staging area for food supply area, which is close to the water source. Food is sufficient, but this year, where's the old grass? Where's the old bush? Moo, the leading bull with a confused face led the team from the west rushed out of the forest, stepped on this piece of mountain plains in the past years of lush water and grass. Wide-eyed bulls only see a white blanket, not to mention shrubs and weeds, even hair. There is not a single hair. Wolves howled behind them. More than 50 one-toothed hogs joined the assisting party, and more than a dozen dingoes roamed the periphery, constantly walking the field and driving inward the alpacas and bighorns that try to escape, with a large number of pursuers right behind them, waiting to eat their sinews and bones and drink their blood and flesh. The leading bull could no longer care about the food that was nowhere to be found, and led more than 100 bull minions to fight their way out to the northeast. The most vulnerable group in the escape party were the 30 or so alpacas, who, unlike the bison and bighorns, had sturdy horns, and the only thing on their bodies that could be considered a weapon were the 3-centimeter-long incisors in their mouths, which at best allowed them to spit at the enemy one more time. The head wolf leading the group at the back also looked at this small plain and prepared to launch a general attack. Nay, after following for half a month, it was time to harvest. The head wolf looked up at the moon and wailed, and more than 100 hungry wolves quickly sprang out of the army of gray wolves, winding their way towards the two flanks of the herd, ready to surround and annihilate the herd on this plain. Feeling the impending disaster, the alpaca in the fleeing army ran especially fast. A camel first rushed out of the herd. In this life and death of the great escape as a leader, more than 60 bighorn deer are also not willing to show weakness, throwing out 4 long legs closely behind the alpaca, vaguely have overtaken the trend. The leading bull quit. This half-month, if not relying on the protection of the herd, it is estimated that dozens of alpacas early ing killed, and now they are in the face of a major disaster, but they run away first. Old Iron. You are not righteous. Just in the nick of time, the head cow was about to yell at the alpaca for not being righteous, but suddenly, the alpaca in front of him was gone. The one-horse alpacas disappeared over the horizon. Then the bighorns, and the ones running ahead disappeared by 20 or so. The head cow was still running, and just as it was about to catch up with the bighorn, the scene before it made the cow's hair explode all over its body. Sigma, degree winky face, MMP, when the hell did this deep and long ditch come out? At the moment, see in front of the eyes has not been flooded artificial river. The head of the cow's heart is like a dark cloud cover. The heart side, this dam is going to be cool. Quiz, ask for a cow's psyche? Thank you for the book friend Sad Shin reward. Thank you for the support, but also thank you every day in the book to vote for friends. Thank you. Nearly a month after the book, Yesterday's number of recommended votes is the second highest in history. I hope that all the friends continue to work hard to see if you cannot break the record. We have to continue to surpass themselves. Chapter 059, Fortunes and Woes, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Han tribe on the eastern fence. Two big and one small, 3 heads exposed wall. Dumbfounded watching the beasts forward and backward jumped into the artificial river has not yet been filled with water. Luo Chong is simply overjoyed. Did not think that the original in order to transform the paddy fields and dug the artificial river? There is actually such a wonderful use. This is really unintentional willow into a shade. The sky fell a big pie ah. Ha 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 ha. This side of the Luochong in the secret joy. But over there to lead the head of the cattle are going crazy. Running in the forefront of the more than 30 alpacas have been completely wiped out. Bighorn deer also fell into more than 20. The remaining more than 30 have accelerated forward sprint. There are also timid want to turn back. A young stag looked at the front more than 10 meters in the deep ditch. Suddenly began to accelerate to the edge of the ditch, stretched his head to leap, but that nearly 3.5 meters wide. Usually look at the mighty and domineering huge antlers. At this time, but it has become a fatal burden. Heavy antlers so that its airborne body to lose balance. Flopped into the 4-meter wide deep ditch. A young deer, whose horns were not yet fully grown, followed close behind, and in the nick of time, it miraculously stepped on the back of a deer in the pit, and was able to use its strength again to break out of the heavy siege. But this did not happen much, and in the end fewer than 20 managed to cross the deep ditch, leaving a dozen or so adult stags who knew they could not jump across and turned to run down the long ditch towards the river in an attempt to flank the encirclement. But the wolves' encirclement had been formed long ago. How could they allow the prey in their mouths to escape? A stag was about to break out. On the face of a hungry wolf, the bighorn deer stretched out his horns and swung his head, big horns swinging in the air, and at once swept the wolf into the river ditch. But that's not all. Followed by 3 more hungry wolves pounced on the stag. The stag would like to do the same as just now, but the long neck can no longer support the heavy horns, plus the weight of the 3 wolves, was pounced on the ground. A crazy bite, completely ended its young life. The dozen or so bighorn deer that had intended to break out all died in the wolfpack siege, and only 100 or so bison remained standing on the ground within the encirclement. The bison herd was still running wildly forward, and the group at the front had already realized the danger. But the bison, which were 2 meters tall at the shoulder and weighed more than a ton themselves, could not possibly jump over the 4-meter wide deep ditch like the bighorns did, not to mention that the bighorns didn't jump over it by much either. The head cow was getting closer and closer to the deep ditch, and it wanted to break immediately, turn around, big deal, and fight the wolves hard. However, the cattle in the back that were constantly chased and bitten by the wolves did not know what was going on in front of them. The cattle in front stagnated. The ones in the back wanted to run away as soon as possible. There was an instant confusion in the formation, and dozens of bison were very unwillingly squeezed by their own kind into the deep ditch, letting out an earth-shattering mournful cry MMP. The large force behind them finally realized the situation in front of them. A deep ditch more than a mile long blocked their way. Now forward is also dead. Backward is also dead. This is God does not give them a way to live. An aura of grief and indignation filled the entire herd, and a sad cow roar shook the sky as they stopped and formed a defensive formation. Cattle back against the deep ditch. Sharp horns unanimously outward, forming a neatly organized attack formation, which is to be the rhythm of a duel to the death. The wolves wrinkled their noses and sizzled their fangs as they pressed on, gradually closing the circle. The cows panted, their thick nostrils ejecting white smoke, their front hooves pawing at the snow on the ground one at a time. Blah blah blah. Just at this tense moment when the great battle was on the verge of breaking out, an unholy farting sound broke the pre-battle calm. The cattle and wolves froze, hundreds of eyes full of curiosity looking in unison at the western wall. All that could be seen was a 2-legged beast with a golden crown on its head on the wall, slapping the head of a dingo next to it. Naya, I told you to steal chestnuts. I told you to steal them. You foodie. Farting when you shouldn't. You're killing us. MMP. Luochong, won by one fan of the meat of the big head, venting the heart of the depression, had intended to quietly pick up a cheap, this is good, a fart on the target exposed. Really no free lunch. The eyes of the cattle staring this way lit up at once, a gleam of hope, for there was no ditch in the neighborhood of that fence. The wolves' eyes also lit up with a greedy gleam, for they had found better food to catch than the cattle. The humans. Luochong suddenly realized the dissimilarity in their eyes, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, and smiled awkwardly. He, that what? You guys continue you guys continue, don't care about me. He, fast ing run. The cattle didn't even understand what Luochong was saying and took the lead in launching a breakout, aiming in the exact direction of Luochong. Luochong quickly jumped down the steps behind the fence and ran back to the cave as fast as he could. shouting as he ran, "Get a weapon! Get a weapon! Guard the cave entrance!" Luo Chong loudly greeted the clansmen ready to rely on the cave for defense. The wall is now counting on it. Half a meter thick, 3 meters high brick wall used to defend the human attack is no problem. But if a group of crazy bison it, Luo Chong really do not dare to gamble. The pack's leader wolf saw the herd break out and hurriedly ordered his minions to drive the wannabe hogs to organize the first wave of the countercharge. The pigs also have a hard time. Although they are bigger than the gray wolves, also more ferocious than the gray wolves, but the good man can't resist the fist. Want to get a piece of this killing feast? We'll have to yield to the wolves that are even bigger than their team, and become the fodder pawns of the wolves. The hogs were very envious of the dingoes that walked around playing the field, taking advantage of any bargains and running away when they didn't. But they couldn't. They had to prove their worth or else they wouldn't be the ones to say what they wanted when it came to dividing up the peaches. More than 51 toothed pigs ran wildly on all 4 hooves and ran to the front of the fence to form a blockade, attempting to completely block the only way out of the herd. But by now, a way of life is right in front of us. How can the cattle be willing to compromise? An unprecedented collision, just like Mars collided with the Earth happened. More than 100 bison that were more than 2 meters tall and weighed more than a ton charged collectively, and the usually formidable and invincible-looking one-tooth hogs were nothing more than a layer of paper in front of the bayonet. More than half a meter-long bull's horn picked the one-tooth pig open. Just a photo. The pigs were knocked away dozens of heads, ruthlessly smashed in the back of the Han tribe's enclosure wall, sending out a continuous dull ringing sound. The brick fence, which had been frozen with ice water, could no longer withstand the continuous and violent blows and fell down with a crash. Meat and Grey Mountain were so scared that they rushed to the entrance of the cave and kept backing up, their asses blocking the opening. The remaining dozen or so one-tooth pigs, scared Liver and Gall, actually turned around and stepped on the body of his companions to run in the fence. The cattle behind in the confusion also rushed in. More than 10. Both sides of photo on the battle instantly broke down the fence of the corral. 2 antelopes that were in the shed, shivering with fear, were struck by the bull's horns and killed on the spot. To fight. The old rabbit, the old horse antelope, express, thanks, the royal way of the wind and the cloud, the boy who bluffed the tiger, rewarded for support, Krabby Mudbud. Other book lovers recommend vote. Thank you all /. Chapter 060 Formation. Long lances like forests, seeking favorites and recommendations. The Han tribe's enclosure was also vulnerable to the onslaught of bison and one-toothed hogs. No better than the sheet of paper in front of the bayonet, Luo Chong did not go forward too hard. Can only watch his hard-saved family business destroyed? Such a prehistoric beasts of war is not personal force can be swayed. He can only barely do to preserve themselves and their clansmen. In the chaotic rush, the barn collapsed. More than a dozen tethered horse antelope was pressed under the collapsed barn, and was panicked by the one-tooth pig and crazy bison a trampling. Below the horse antelope do not know how many can still survive. See Luo Chong a heartache. This is all he took great pains to personally bring back. What an unmitigated disaster. On the outside of the enclosure, hundreds of bison had literally broken through the encirclement and had already bypassed the man-made river, running toward the northeast of the Han tribe's backcountry. The scene of the pigs being knocked away just now was still fresh in their minds. The wolves didn't dare to block them head-on at all. They could only attack around the periphery. Several gray wolves simultaneously tore into the peripheral single bison from the back, and also put down more than 20 bison. The head wolf also gave the order to stop the pursuit, and began to prepare to enjoy the big meal. However, Luo Chong in the enclosure is anxious red eyes. They get back the horse antelope all hung. Now do not take advantage of the opportunity to get some benefits. That can be blood money. The wolves of the cake Luo Chong also want to share a share. Rashan pushed Grey Mountain's big ass out of the way and called out all the adults in the tribe. Throw spears and kill all the bison and one-toothed hogs in the enclosure. This is meat brought to our mouths, and we have no reason not to take it. 70 to 80 people lined up in order at the entrance of the cave, each with 3 bronze spears, and at Luo Chang's command, a rain of spears instantly covered the wannabe-toothed hogs and bison that were still wreaking havoc in the enclosure. The sound of copper spears entering the flesh rang out, and more than 20 beasts died on the spot, each with several spears hit on their bodies, and they fell to the ground. The elders take the children to defend the cave entrance, and the others will follow me out. Luo Chong, carrying a long bow and arrow pot, holding a golden spear, was the first to run toward the collapse of the enclosure, where there were still dozens of half-dead one-toothed hogs that had been hit. Formation. Men first row for defense, women behind to fill in. Kill all the one-toothed hogs and drag them into the enclosure. Luo Chong took a step forward, holding his golden spear horizontally and staring vigilantly at the wolves in front of him. A dozen or so men from the Han tribe stood on both sides of Luo Chong, lined up in a horizontal formation and raised their spears for defense. People like steaks, guns like forests. The women at the back were holding copper spears to kill the collapsed one-tooth pig. The sound of poking and stabbing, the wailing of the one-tooth pig, and the shouts of the women's courage were endless. This side of the situation quickly attracted the attention of the wolves. Just now, when organizing the roundup, the wolves left the pigs as cannon fodder, so that they could greatly consume the number of pigs. After the war, not only can they share some of the trophies to the pigs less, but also if the luck is good enough, even the pigs will become the food of the wolves. But to my surprise, the hogs are gone and a bunch of humans come to fight for the fruits of victory. The head wolf watched as dozens of women dragged the wannabe-toothed pig into the enclosure, and Meat, realizing that he had just made a mistake, now consciously came to help, joining Grey Mountain in dragging the pig's legs toward the enclosure with his snout curled around them. A hissing roar rang out from the head wolf, and the surrounding wolves that were partaking of the bison stopped their movements and looked towards Luo Chang's side with their mouths full of blood, then slowly converged. Fall back, block the broken wall, stay in formation, don't disorganize, don't throw spears for a while, we don't have many spears left, wait for them to get closer before we kill them, don't be afraid, everyone, look at the rich fur on them, as long as we kill them, we will have an endless supply of wolfskins. In a moment listen to my order, kill one head and reward a wolfskin, kill 2 heads and reward a copper buckle, kill 5 or more heads and reward a longbow. Luo Chong shouted and ordered to contract the formation, and used the high reward to stimulate the morale of the clansmen. The so-called heavy reward will be courageous. Originally looking at hundreds of wolves, the clansmen were still scared in their hearts. Saying that they were not afraid at all was bull ********. But now, their eyes were only left with fanaticism. Historically, during the Ming dynasty, Japanese invaders often attacked the coast of the Ming dynasty, but only the Qi family army could beat the Japanese invaders. Why? Because within the Qi army, a Japanese head can be exchanged for 100 taels of silver. The Japanese are ferocious, but the Qi family army is even more ferocious. The soldiers see not at all the teeth and claws of the Japanese, but a pile of white silver. This was now the case with the men of the Han tribe, who looked at the hideous and horrible wolves in front of them, as if they saw a mountain of pelts coming toward them, wrapped in beautiful, warm wolfskins, with gilded bronze ornaments on their heads, and holding in their hands the kind of longbows they regarded as sacred weapons. The men's breathing grew rapid, and their eyes grew red with a bloodthirsty glow. The wolves converged in charging formation at the call of the head wolf and quickly darted towards the broken wall here. The encounter between the two sides happening in the next second. First platoon, raise your spears and kill. Luo Chong was the first one to take the lead to raise his lance. Looking at a vicious wolf that lunged at him, the golden lance in his hand fiercely stabbed forward. With a poof sound, blood splashed everywhere. The lance recovered, and the vicious wolf that was so ferocious a moment ago could only fall softly to the ground at this moment. The men on both sides also completed their first round of thrusts, and the front of the lance formation was left with a dozen gray wolf corpses. The wolves in the back were still lunging forward and backward. A man from the Xia Ding tribe had just completed a sudden thrust. Before he had time to retrieve his spear, he was pounced on the ground by another gray wolf that came later. Fortunately, the woman in the back reacted in time, and several spears were thrust together, which directly stabbed that wolf into a bloody gourd. In the enclosure, because of the help of Meat and Grey Mountain, more than 51 tooth pigs had been completely wiped out, all dragged together. The women who had their hands free also rushed to join the battle, standing between the gaps in the first row of men, and the number of spears in the first line steeply doubled. The rest of the women also took their spears and stood in the second row, ready to respond to emergencies and to prevent any more people from being pounced upon because of mistakes. The man who had just been pounced on was scared to death. The sharp teeth full of blood were right in front of him. He had already despaired, closed his eyes and waited for death, but he didn't expect to be saved by the women behind him. Looking at the women who also rushed to the front, he also rushed to get up, picked up a spear and stood in the second row. Those rewards, the chief said. There must be a part of him as well. Both sides of the encounter but a few moments. Lance formation in front of the no less than 40 wolves have been piled up. Three-pronged thorn-shaped copper spears piercing the gray wolf's fur is simply no sense of obstruction. The gun kills. Every thrust will be captured, especially the first row, and added double the women. The front battlefield. The Han tribe has been no longer under pressure. But how could an animal as cunning as a gray wolf easily admit defeat? Right where the crowd couldn't see it, the head wolf commanded another batch of dozens of gray wolves, quietly encircling from the south side of the enclosure, ready to deal a fatal blow to these humans in front of them. Guess what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say. Squints. Chapter 061, Counting the Harvest, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. But this could not be hidden from Luo Chong, who had been paying attention to the movements of the head wolf. This was an exchange of force and wisdom between the two chiefs. Seeing the head of the wolf's strange movements, Luo Chong knew that the wolves must be playing tricks again, only to withdraw from the first platoon of the array, a few steps to climb to the side of the wall, condescending to observe the battlefield situation. The front battlefield at the broken wall had already piled up more than 50 gray wolf corpses, blocking the front of the broken wall like a short wall. It was now the coldest time of the winter. The wounds on the body bled out, and being stabbed by the three-pronged stabbing spearhead that could be called a bloodletting artifact, basically it wouldn't take more than a minute for them to be incapacitated and faint to death. Losing a lot of blood can cause your body temperature to plummet, and on a cold winter night, the head wolf realized that Luo Chong had suddenly climbed onto the wall, and fearing that his ploy of sounding out the east and attacking the west had been recognized, he hissed again and ordered the charge on the frontal battlefield to change their attack. A large-sized elite gray wolf ran wildly to the front of the Han tribe's broken wall defense line, and instead of pouncing directly, they stepped on the corpses of their companions and leapt, attempting to cross directly over the first layer of the lance formation and pounce directly on the second row behind them. This sudden situation instantly attracted Luo Chang's attention, frightening him so much that he hurriedly shouted, "The first platoon take a step forward and raise their spears flat. The second platoon defend the first platoon's heads. Don't let them jump over." Just as Luo Chong was urgently commanding his clan to change formation, a miserable howl of a gray wolf suddenly came from the southern enclosure, and Luo Chong turned his head to look at it, unable to help but widen his eyes. Meat, the old man forgives you. Well done. Only to see the inside of the southern fence. Meat curled a spear with his nose and kept whipping the gray wolves that tried to scurry up the fence, and Gray Mountain saw this and also rushed to pull down a spear from the bison that had been stabbed to death, and fought side by side with Meat. It's just that the two of them don't know how to thrust. They can only swing their spears around like sticks, but they can't effectively annihilate the enemy. The frontal battlefield stabilized, and the head wolf, seeing that the attack was ineffective, simply let the wolves attack frontal, no longer continuing to charge the formation to avoid more casualties, and now hoped that the group sneaking in from the flanks would be able to make a gain. The head wolf's gaze turned to the south side of the enclosure, watching a robust gray wolf stepping on his companion's back and leaping violently, seeing that he was about to scamper over the 3-meter-high wall, but a feathered arrow suddenly flew out from under the slant, hitting the gray wolf squarely in the neck, and the powerful penetrating force directly sent the wolf flying, startling the gray wolf behind him who was still preparing to climb over the wall. It was a feathered arrow shot by Luo Chong. Luo Chong quickly climbed up to the south wall and aimed several arrows at the wolves below from a high position, directly defeating this sneak attack by the wolves. The head of the wolf to see the two directions are hopeless to break through, but instead of losing troops and dropping dozens of corpses, no longer dare to continue the attack, let out an earth-shaking howl, hastily closed the troops, but not to fight. Anyway, less companions, just a few less to share the spoils of war. The wolves wanted to close up and retreat, but how could Luo Chong let them go, knowing that the biggest gain now was not the dozens of zapped one-tooth hogs and bison in the enclosure, nor the wolf corpses piled up into a short wall in front of the broken wall, but those living creatures outside that had fallen into the man-made river. With so many dead gazelles, if there are no living animals to replenish them, what will the Han tribes use to plow the land and pull the wagons with next spring? Seeing the wolves retreating, the clansmen breathed a huge sigh of relief, but Luo Chong didn't let them be idle. Now was the time to fight for every second to take food from the wolves' mouths, and not to allow a hint of slackness. The retreating wolves went back to continue to share the slain bison, while vigilantly watching this side of the enclosure. The humans here were not to be messed with, as they now knew. Luo Chong also began to give a series of orders, telling the men to remain on guard, the women to drag all the gray wolf carcasses in front of the broken wall into the enclosure, dividing a few more women to make torches from firewood and lard, and asking the elders to bring out all the feathered arrows in stock. The entire Han tribe moved into action, and 10 minutes later, 30 adult clansmen led by Luo Chong walked out of the enclosure and launched a counterattack on the wolves. Meat rolled a spear with his nose and carried all the ropes the tribe could use on his back, and Gray Mountain, also holding a spear with his nose and Luo Chang's pot of arrows around his neck, carried Luo Chong on his back, followed by 30 adult clansmen armed with torches and spears, made their way to those fallen bison. There were many bison carcasses scattered on the small plain outside, and because the bison were so heavy, the wolves didn't move those carcasses, so they spread out and began to gnaw on the bison. Arriving near a bison carcass, Luo Chong first shot arrows more than 30 meters away, and after killing a few wolves, the other gray wolves didn't dare to remain there and fled. Luo Chong took the opportunity to bring people over to occupy a cow carcass, let the clansmen use a rope to put on the cow's head, as well as the gray wolf that was killed by arrows, and then let Meat and Gray Mountain drag it back, and in this way carried it in a single trip, and dragged out a large bundle of firewood along the way when they came out of the enclosure. The wolves, because they had seen the power of the copper spears and bows and arrows, and because each of the clansmen still had torches in their hands, could only hold back and bare their teeth at the people, but did not dare to lean forward, and could only watch as these humans dragged their prey away. Even the dingoes pecking at the bison in the distance were killed by Luochong with his bow and arrow from a long distance. All of them became the prey of the Han tribe, dragged back into the enclosure one by Meat and Grey Mountain. The wolves were forced to turn their attention back to the living creatures that had fallen into the ditch, but before they could attack again, the entire bank of the artificial river was ablaze with fire. Luochong let the people every time to bring out the firewood or piled up along the artificial river. The top and dripping a lot of wild boar oil. Lit the fire burned very fierce. Stock of 5 or 6 cylinders of wild boar oil are all burned to the ground, but now was not the time to be stingy. As long as we could get all this harvest back safely, it would be more than a few vats of lard by then. Looking at the burning fire, the last bit of hope of the wolves is also destroyed. They know. These humans are telling them to hurry up and get out of the way. Those prey in the ditch also do not have their share, and come back only to leave behind a few more carcasses. The head of the wolves can only be reluctant to lead the wolves back to the forest, and on the bank of the artificial river, Luochong also held a torch with his clan to test the harvest this time. The 700-meter-long riffle, with 36 draft horses, 28 bighorn deer, and 47 bison of all sizes, wounded, fallen, and alive, as well as 7 or 8 trampled gray wolves, and a dingo with a broken leg, is a great harvest, and now it's up to you to get them out of there. Thank you for the book reward support. Ching Book, thank you. The following is today's reward list, in no particular order. Start reading. The Boy Who Bluffed the Tiger, Brave Little Rat, My Friend, Monster's Dream, Sito Kondo, QQ Reader, The Swastika is Cold. Thank you for your reward and support, as well as the comments on the book of encouragement to the secretary. Nonsense will not say more. The only good writing to repay you. Nothing else, and then finally ask for a recommendation. We do not forget to vote O. Chapter 062, come on, let's do it. It would take a lot of time to get all these living livestock out. But Luochong was still worried about the wolves that were hidden in the forest. Who knew when they would take advantage of people's defenses and come out to do a sneak attack? In order to solve this hidden danger, Luochong took Meat in Grey Mountain and dragged 2 wannabe pigs to the edge of the forest, which is also considered to ease the relationship with the wolves. I'll let you eat your fill. You can't still fight with me. Of course, this was not a long-term solution. Luochong was just temporarily compromising as a way to buy time. As long as he was given a day, when he got all these livestock back, he wouldn't mind having another fight with the wolves then. After more than an hour of tossing and turning, all of the beasts' corpses scattered outside were dragged back into the enclosure, and the time had reached midnight. But today happened to be the night of the full moon at the end of the month, so it didn't feel like the surrounding area was much darker. Half of the night time and is killing and work, before the nerves are taut. Now relaxed, the clansmen are also tired. Luochong first arranged a shift sentry, and let a few women slaughtered a 1-tooth pig to everyone to do the midnight snack. Each person a large piece of roasted meat. Broth is not limited to, and so eat full. There are still quite a lot of work to do it. At the edge of the forest in the west, the wolves were holding back on the food Luochong had given them, while in the Han tribe's enclosure, the clansmen were eating a delicious snack. 3 months into the winter, every day is either jerky or meat soup. Finally eat a fresh roasted meat. Looking at the mountains of meat in the enclosure, everyone's face is full of smiles. The men also proudly bragged about how many gray wolves they just killed, how many rewards they can exchange for clouds. After finishing the meal, the sky is also almost bright. Luochong divided more than 70 adults into 4 teams. One team of 10 people stand in shifts on the fence is responsible for guarding and patrolling. The other team of 20 people is responsible for repairing the fence and corral. The remaining 40 people with tools followed Luochong to the outside of the fence. The copper shovel used for digging, and a lot of ropes, the handsaw used to saw the horns of the oxen, and the 2 thin copper rods previously used to punch holes in the wheels, which were now bent into 2 copper hooks by Luochong. First, 6 people were arranged to dig an upward slope with copper shovels on the north side of the artificial river, which was very narrow, only about 70 centimeters in width, and only able to accommodate the passage of a single animal, so that as long as one went up the slope, there was no possibility of even turning around. The other 30 or so people are under the command of Luochong to build wooden fences, stakes up to 4 meters long. Half of the sturdy and thick tree trunks are buried into the ground. The ground is only exposed for 2 meters, and then 3 layers of horizontal fences are tied horizontally, and the 2 wooden fences form an aisle facing the earth slope by the river, so that as soon as the livestock below come up, they will enter into this narrow wooden fences passage. After spending nearly 3 hours doing this, the sky was already bright. Luochong let the clansmen take a rest. He himself carried another basket of charcoal, built a makeshift stove with red bricks, lit charcoal in it, and inserted 2 copper hooks into the charcoal stove to heat it up. After making the preparations, Luo Chong had a man hold a bundle of grass, and dangled it by a rope to seduce the animals in the river towards the ramp here. These herbivores were originally migrating around in search of food. The Han tribal settlement was also one of their important feeding points in previous years, coupled with last night's desperate run, and fell into this long ditch like a cage. Cold, hungry, and frightened, has long been exhausted. At this time a bundle of exquisite hay hanging in front of them swaying around, even if they are the Lu Shixianhui body, cannot resist the temptation of such a delicacy. The first to be caught was an alpaca as long as a stuffed animal, with long tan hair, a mess of killer-looking hair on the top of its head, and diagonal bangs on the front of its head, nearly 2 meters in length, about 1 meter 2 at the shoulder, as long as a donkey, with a thin and long neck, but very light in weight, weighing only 150 or so pounds, and underneath its rounded sweater, there is really only a long, skinny body, so that an adult can easily pick it up. Alpaca. This animal nature is timid, relatively docile, easy to domesticate, usually encounter danger will be the first time to escape, but this alpaca stupidly followed the grass to the wooden fence access time, and then want to run has been unable to run away. Luo Chong specialized in arranging 6 people to stand on both sides of the wooden fence with arm-thick wooden sticks. As long as they wait until the alpaca comes up, they will immediately use the wooden sticks to plug the front and back of the alpaca's 2 heads to death, so that it is trapped in the passageway and can't move, and even turn around can't be done, and then let the people use the rope circle to set on its neck, and lead it directly to the enclosure. This alpaca was scared, but with its neck bolted down and unable to run away, and with someone feeding it grass to eat, it didn't resist violently. The second one that came up was not caught on grass at all, but a bull that ran up by itself, ran all the way into the passage, and crashed into the thick stumps that were used to stop it in front of it. Fortunately, the uprights of these fences were buried so deep that they did not knock down the wooden fence. Luo Chong didn't give it a chance to charge a second time and directly gave it a big punishment. Have it sealed front and back with wooden sticks as thick as your arm, and then bolt 2 ropes to each of the 2 huge horns on top of its head, each rope being pulled tightly to either side by 3 grown men, so that it can't turn its head. The bull kept struggling and shaking his body. His wide-eyed bull looked fearfully at Luo Chong, who was holding a red-hot copper hook and approaching Luo Chong step by step. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his huge nostrils kept spraying white smoke. Giggle. Moo. In the next second, an earth-shattering bull roar spread out in all directions, and the red-hot copper hook in Luo Chang's hand had also scalded through the diaphragm between the bull's 2 nostrils, and a stream of white smoke emerged from the bull's nose, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of burnt roasted meat. The diaphragm in the middle of the bull's nose has the most developed nerves, and a heavy blow can produce a strong stimulus, not to mention using a red-hot copper hook to directly scald through a hole out of the bull, and the intense pain makes the bull nearly fainted to death. This cannot blame Luo Chong cruel. He is no way want to tame these already adult bison, can only use the bull nose ring. This one method, not to mention the bull nose ring. This thing is not Luo Chong invented, to blame the ancient people it. If it was in modern times, it would not have to be so cruel to punch a cow's nose ring, but it would have to be pierced with a steel nail when the cow was still small, but that was if there was a medical condition. Luo Chong didn't have anti-inflammatory medicine. If he wanted to keep Nubizi's wounds from becoming inflamed, he could only use this cruel method. While there was still a month of winter, he hoped that their wounds could heal themselves. This season was the season with the least bacteria, coupled with high-temperature disinfection. There shouldn't be any problem. Historically, nose rings were invented as early as the spring and autumn period, and humans tamed the bison even earlier, so early that it is no longer possible to verify. There is a story in Lu Shi Chunxiu, the spring and autumn annals of Lu Shi, that an old domesticated ox lost his temper, and a Hercules named Wu Wu went up to wrestle with the ox, and ended up pulling the ox's tail off. But the old ox did not move at all, but a child was able to take the ox by the nose and lead the ox away. Cattle are huge and have sharp horns, and are foul and hard-tempered, and often violently attack people. As you can see from this story, even domesticated cattle are so disobedient, not to mention directly captured wild oxen, that the toughest means must be used to tame them. Requesting tickets. Requesting votes. Tickets. It's important to say it 3 times. Chapter 063, Unable to Save. Scalded through the bull's nose, Luo Chong turned to insert the copper hook again into the charcoal stove to heat up, with a thin hemp rope on the bull's nose. Now there is no time to do the bull's nose ring, can only temporarily use the rope instead of a little. When the bull calmed down completely, Luo Chong had 2 more people use handsaws to saw off the horns. In fact, domesticated cows also keep their horns, but this is a just captured bison, fierce and wild. In order not to cause accidental casualties, Luo Chong can only do so. Besides, cow horns are also very useful. They are essential materials used to make recurve compound bows. Luo Chong also needs these, so this batch of bison's cow horns Luo Chong will saw down. The bull that was tortured once again no longer dared to lose his temper, and was led by the nose honestly into the enclosure. And now the nose wound is still very painful. The slightest touch hurts, so it can only follow the rope, not daring to have the slightest resistance. A raw 2 times familiar. The order of operation of the clansmen have been skillfully mastered. The latter thing is good. Tearing the lungs of the cattle roar from time to time echoed in the mountains and forests. A head of unruly and untamed wild cattle all turned into an honest quail. Look at those alpacas. They are more cooperative. As long as they are collared, immediately and honestly follow to graze. It is those big horned deer. It is more difficult to get. One is uncooperative and the other is. It grows too tall. Adult male bighorn deer shoulder height can reach more than 2 meters. Then the world's largest pulling horse pulling a cart, Shire horse but also a little taller. Head height of nearly 3 meters. A pair of huge antlers can grow to 3.5 to 4 meters in width. The weight of dozens of pounds. This is definitely a pair of tired. Don't look at this pair of antlers, long, mighty and domineering, but nothing. Bighorn deer basically won't use antlers to fight with each other. And wide antlers are very unfavorable for them to walk in the forest. And they may get hung up by the branches of the trees. And its antlers are all calcium. That is to say, and bone composition. Young deer in the growth period of the bighorn, in order to provide nutrition for the antlers, will be extracted from the bones of calcium supply antler growth. So this period of the bighorn deer basically have osteoporosis symptoms. In the running and jumping and the leg break is also a common thing. The most important thing is, long so wide horns. 2 deer how side by side to stand together to Luo Chong pull car. MMP. First trap the bighorn deer in the passage of the wooden fence, before tying its antlers with a rope. Then Luo Chong commanded the 2 people, beast tooth and 1 ear, to climb up the railing from both sides, sawed off its antlers with a handsaw, and put a cage head made of hemp rope on it, before leading it away. Bighorn deer in Shire horse size is almost big. Used to ride is also good. Is a little high. Climb to the back of the deer is not too easy. Want to see when the Lord of the Rings and the King of the Elves rode a bighorn deer, or to stay with the antlers of the... At that time Luo Chong would like to say that he loaded forks to come to the antlers to have a fart. Purely cumbersome. This work was kept busy until the afternoon, and the whole river got out, even the dead and the living, and the half-dead were all killed by the clansmen, for they could not cure them at all. During yesterday's melee, a number of animals fell in during the panic. 36 alpacas, because of their relatively light weight and the half-meter thick snow cushion in the pit, survived without a single fall. Bighorn deer is more miserable. Fell down a total of 28 bighorn deer, and finally survived only 19. The remaining 9 have broken necks, died on the spot. There are also broken legs lying there waiting for death. The most tragic is the several wolves to bite to death. It was then that a bighorn took several gray wolves down in the melee, and then there was some more fighting in the slough, and in the end several of the bighorns died, but those that fell did not live, and were finally trampled to death by the bison. There were 8 dead wolves picked up from inside the ditch alone, and a dingo with a broken leg that was now being pulled away after being killed. The 47 bison that fell were not casualties, and 42 survived, and those 5 had broken necks, broken legs, and the unluckiest was the one that fell first, and then was pierced through the stomach by the horns of his falling companion. How unlucky is that? TSK. After cleaning up all the harvest, Luo Chong counted the total again, and the 3 kinds of living livestock totaled 97 head seized, dead bison carcasses, including those gored by wolves and then snatched back, and those that fell in the ditch and died, plus those killed by spear throwing in the enclosure, totaled 45 dead bison, which is more than those that survived. MMP. The dead wannabe hogs were run over by cattle and killed by spear throwing, and minus the 2 given to the wolves and the 1 eaten yesterday, 52 remain. There were also as many as 17 bighorn carcasses retrieved from outside and 14 dingoes killed by bow and arrow. The number of dead gray wolves, 113, among whom were speared in the great battle, picked by the horns of the bison, and shot at the end when the Han tribes took the initiative to scramble for the bison, was enormous, together with the blue horse antelope in the barn that was affected by the disaster. There are only 3 left alive, but they are all injured. Luo Chong directly ordered to kill all of them. Anyway, they can't be cured. Even if they survive, they will be handicapped, and there is no way to work for Luo Chong, so there is only one way to die. This time in the great melee, the rabbit pen is miraculously saved. When the rabbits from the cave moved out of the time, it did not put together with the livestock shed. It is really unfortunate in the fortunate Luo Chong still count on them to reproduce. In Luo Chong heart, these rabbits are even more important than the 90 or so head of livestock, mainly because The rabbits are born fast. After a busy day, by the evening, the collapsed section of the fence had been repaired, and 5 more layers of bricks had been added to the 3 walls, directly raising the fence to 4 meters, preventing those gray wolves from repeating their old trick of jumping in from the outside. The collapsed corral was also re-erected, only now there were only fence walls made of wood and no roof. But that wasn't a problem. The ones captured were supposed to be wild animals. They could live just as well outside in the freezing cold, and now at the very least it was good enough to have something to eat, something to drink, and a safe shelter to rest in. The open space in the enclosure resounded with the crackle of burning firewood and the laughter of the Han tribe as hundreds of people worked hard around the campfire. Some of the women bragging to the others that they had skinned wolves before and asked her to come and show them how to do it herself. Beryl was sawing the horns of those dead cows with a handsaw, signaling the few boys who had traded over from the Black Rat tribe to keep a good eye on them, and to let them try the same in a little while. The little children were holding up large chunks of roasted meat in their hands, singing songs Luo Chong couldn't understand, and running around the yard full of dead cows and deer. They were very happy because today's food was unlimited, and Luo Chong is holding a torch and directing everywhere. That's how this cowhide should be skinned. Yes, cut the hoof right off from the ankle there. Hey, Da Shu, be careful. You have to pull out the whole big tendon from the cow's leg. That can be made into a bow and arrow. Don't break it. That who? You come down. Yes, just you. What's the point of riding a dead bull? Go ride a live bull if you can. Yes, you've done a good job. All this lard needs to be refined first. Go, prepare a few more large water tanks. Hey meat, no more spitting on each other with the alpaca or the sweet tree roots won't be there for you. Luo Chong stood in the center of the clearing, looking at the clansmen who had been busy for a day and a night and were still tireless. The clansmen only thought of having an endless supply of food, but they didn't realize that there was only a month or so left of winter, and when the weather warmed up, what would happen to all the meat that they couldn't eat? There was no way to preserve it. First of all, thanks to the book friend Harry King ABC book list included 2 days ago. Sorry I thank you a little late. The key is the author of the background here, no prompt. Sorry. In addition, I would like to thank the starting point of the bookfriend Sit to Empty Netherworld and QQ reading of the bookfriend language leaf reward. Thank you for the successive reward. The book of the secretary is very touched. This is the affirmation of your book, but also to the affirmation of the book of the secretary. The book of the secretary will be good. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. In addition, the book today also posted a chapter related to the background of the book, a more detailed explanation of the definition of civilization, as well as a short story to introduce the historical background of the primitive era of pantheism, but also from the side of the book why there are so many strange tribes. It also explains why there are so many strange tribes in the book. Lastly, I'd like to ask for a recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 064, Where is the salt? Peeling and cutting meat work has been busy until midnight, but the clansmen's simmering eyes are red and do not know rest. They are really happy. These people have grown so big, have not seen so much meat. Finally, really no way. Luo Chong can only force them to go to rest. Meat in the yard and will not run. What is the hurry? Arranging for several clansmen who had already rested to take shifts on sentry duty, Luo Chong also went to rest. Having not rested for 2 nights and 1 day, he really couldn't hold out any longer. At the dawn of the next day, the clansmen who had only rested for half the night climbed up with vigor, and Luo Chong was helpless, so he could only rearrange the work for them. First of all, let the cripple with big mouth and monkey to open the furnace refining copper. First go to build 42 bullnose ring, then let the men dug 2 small pools, in which laying bricks, poured grass ash water used to nitrate animal skins, cow hide, pig skin, deer skin, antelope skin, wolf skin, a total of more than 200, divided into 2 kinds of with hair and tanning, soaked in 2 pools respectively. The rest of the people were still breaking down the meat. Dashu led a few people in sorting out the cow horns and tendons, while Luo Chong called the 3 adult men from the original Xie Ding tribe over. Where did you get the salted stone you used to trade with us? The salt we eat now. Chief, the salty stone is in our cave, but I haven't seen it. One of the men replied. Never seen it? Didn't you say it's in the cave? You guys live there every day. How could you not have seen it? What about you two? Have you seen it? Luo Chong asked strangely. Chief, I know where it is, but I haven't seen it either. Chief, both of them are wrong. In the innermost part of the cave we used to be in, there's a hole there that leads underground, and the salty stone came out of that hole, but it's so small that it only lets 3 or 4-year-olds go in, so none of us grown-ups have ever seen it. The last man doggedly explained to Luo Chong that now that the Han tribe had such a good life and endless meat, he didn't want to upset the chief and get kicked out. Oh, it would make sense if that were the case. Salt exists in nature in the form of mineral salts in addition to saltwater salt, but salt is a water-soluble substance, so very few surface salt mines exist. Even if there really were surface salt mines, a heavy rainfall would dissolve the salts on the surface by water and then seep into the ground. So surface salt mines are almost impossible to exist in theory. Well, you answered very well. Then can you still remember the exact location? And if you were to find it again, would you be able to find that cave entrance? Luo Chong nodded and continued to ask. The man hurriedly nodded his head and said fawningly, yes, I can find the hole. Chief, shall we go today? Luo Chong frowned at him. How did he feel, this guy? So like a traitor who couldn't wait to lead the way to the ghosts. Luo Chong didn't say anything, turned around and climbed up the wall to look to the west for a while, then said, no, there's no hurry now. Those wolves are still lurking in the jungle in the west. It's too dangerous for fewer people to go there. Let's go for some more time. Yes, 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 or the chief is right. It is not safe to go now. I am really not as good as the chief. Mala, is kissing as such a high level of behavior that even primitive people know how to do? If you were more educated, would you have to say my king is wise? We are ashamed to be inferior. What the hell? Shut up and get back to work. Luo Chong glared at him and sent all three away. Now that we know where there are salt mines, we don't have to worry about the lack of salt, and when to mine it is just a matter of time. Luo Chong let the stock of salt out, began to teach them how to do cured meat, so that these meats are stored. By the way, there are sausages, this time, but the harvest is a lot of pig intestines, cow intestines, cleaned and used to make sausages just right. Speaking of both ends of the spectrum, the Han tribe side was winding down to deal with the harvest, while the Black Rat tribe that had previously come to the Han tribe as guests had long since returned. The Black Rat tribe and the original Tree tribe are both on the east bank of the creek. The two places are only half a day's journey apart. The Rat Witch and the Rat Big heard Luo Chang's warning and both took it very seriously. There is actually a powerful cannibal infestation in the vicinity of their tribes, and this situation is very dangerous. The two executives discussed the matter and finally decided that Mouse Big would take a hunting party of 20 people and explore a bit to the west to see if there were any traces to prove that it was really like Luo Chong and Big Tree said. While in the Black Rat tribe settlement consisting of several huge tents, the Rat Witch was directing the women to build a fence enclosure for defense, and even followed the Han tribe's example of using wooden stakes and stone spears to make a rejecting horse as a gate, this time to go to the Han tribe as a guest so that the Rat Witch has a lot of feelings, but also learned a lot. The Han tribe's tall and sturdy walls, and brick burning, pottery, breeding, he wanted to learn, but simply cannot do. Now is to imitate, but also imitation of the unlike. Watching the clansmen use the pottery they had traded for to cook their broth. While they ate they discussed how powerful a tribe that could make stone pots of that high quality would be, and that according to those who had returned, the Han tribe had even more goodies. If only we could be exchanged to the Han tribe as well. These words were not spoken, but they were the heartfelt words of many of the Black Rat tribe clansmen. Mouse Witch took a woman from her own tribe to weave a basket. Crooked, not symmetrical at all. The lattice is not the same size, and even the basket edge of the closure is not done well. Very solid. Cannot help but sigh. The gap is so big. Cannot even learn to learn. The Rat Witch closed his eyes. His head kept flashing on the golden crown on top of Luo Chang's head. The word Han with the dazzling golden light. Was that their god? Luo Chang's words also kept echoing in his ears. God may exist, but I've never seen him. I was born knowing so many things. No one ever told me. This land can support 30 tribes of 200 people. We are not going to move away. I will invite other tribes to join us. One sentence after another kept hitting the Rat Witch's brain. Join the Han tribe. Just join them and you'll have endless food, animal skins to wear, and a safe place to live. Don't you really want to follow that godlike boy? Then what are you still hesitating for? To give up the happiness of your entire clan for the sake of your own petty power? How dare you want to learn about the Han tribe? Do you think you're really a witch? Have you ever seen a god or not? Don't you have a little bit of bee in your heart? Wake up, kid, stop dreaming. A voice kept rising out of the bottom of the Rat Witch's heart, noisily making his head spin, and he snapped his eyes open, suddenly looking agitated. No, no, our tribe is not smaller than the Han tribe. Why should we join it? Didn't that Han chief say that he could make the soil grow more food than we could eat? Wait, just in case what he said wasn't true. Just wait a while longer. The Rat Witch rushed to give himself an excuse to comfort himself. At that moment a child of 8 or 9 years of age suddenly ran in at the door of the tent, and just as he came in he exclaimed, "Witch, our chief has returned. Just now I saw a message from a book lover asking if there is a book friend group. There is. Knife Booker family, group chat number, 496, 982, 595. Want to chat with yourself to add a bit? Don't forget the recommendations." Chapter 065, The Second-Hand Dealer, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Soon, Mausta returned with the hunting party and entered the tent with a large bunch of stuff in his hands. Woo! You see, it turns out that what they say about the Han tribe is true. Mausta frowned with an ugly expression and put a large string of necklaces in front of Mouse Witch. Mouse Witch picked it up and scrutinized it for a while. His face was also a bit ugly. This is a necklace made of human bones. Where did you find it? It was in that dark forest just north of our tribe. We first found the tree tribe settlement but it had burned down. Then we searched a little further east and ended up in the forest where we found a lot of frozen corpses with gruesome drawings on their faces and all adult males. And it was from those corpses that these necklaces of human bones were recovered. Mousty heard the Mouse Witch's question and hurriedly told him all about this outing to explore. The Mouse Witch nodded repeatedly as he listened. Right on, all right on. It seems that what they said is true. We are really in danger. For a moment the Rat Witch and the Rat Metropolis fell silent, not knowing what to do. After a long time, the Rat Witch asked Mausta, if those cannibals really come to attack us, do you think you can hold it? I've also had the clan build a fence in the past 2 days. Mausta looked at the fence enclosure outside the tent, obviously with little confidence. Not to mention the cannibal army. It is estimated that a child can easily go over that wall. The Rat Witch could see the expression on Rat Da's face, and pursued the question undauntedly. Then what if all the fences were replaced with those rejecting horses? Then you can also climb over. Then let's also make that kind of brick wall, okay? We don't know how to make green bricks, we can always make earth bricks. And there are quite a few of us. Mouse Witch was still undeterred in his argument. We don't have one of those shovels that shines gold. It's slow to dig. They use 100 men. We can't make a fence with 1,000 men. And also, if all the men go to work on the fence, what are we going to eat? Moreover, even if we make an enclosure with earth bricks, but those cannibals have those big monsters with long noses, so they'll collapse upon impact. Mausta said analytically. Put. The Rat Witch almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Child, you are so damn good at splashing cold water. Does your family know? Mouse Witch nodded helplessly. In fact, he knew all this in his heart, and knew that Mausta was telling the truth. In the end, he could only say helplessly, let's try to make more rejects, and arrange for more people to stand sentry. Also, have the women and children make more weapons, even if it means picking up more rocks. If there really is that day when we can't beat them. Hey, let's talk about it then. If only there were more of us. Mausta nodded and was about to get up and go out to arrange the work, but then suddenly he seemed to think of something and turned back to Mouse Witch. Witch, I have a bold idea. We can actually have more people. The Rat Witch sniffed. Oh, come on, what's the idea? Do you remember the chestnut tribe to the south of our tribe? The one that guards the chestnut forest. They must need these potteries as well. What if we use them to trade with them for population? The Han tribe trades with us, trading a clay pot for 2 underage boys, or an adult woman, and a clay bowl for an underage boy. Then we double it for him. We'll trade the pottery pots for 2 women or 4 boys from the chestnut tribe, and then we'll use those exchanges to trade with the Han tribe again, and we'll keep the extra people for ourselves, so that we'll have more and more people and more pottery. Mausta said with suppressed excitement. The Mouse Witch also brightened up after hearing this. Oh, the original transaction can also be like this? You kid is really a talent. Even Luo Chong, who was far away from the west bank of the creek, didn't expect that the first two-way dealer in the primitive society who wanted to be a middleman and poured out the difference in price was born like this, and it seems that he himself facilitated it, which is damn. Simply. Well, this method is good. Just use this method. You take your men and go to the chestnut tribe right away. Just use the pottery pots that we exchanged for them and trade with them first. Take 5 over first. This thing should be urgent. Winter is just more than a month away. If it's late again, the ice of the river will thaw out. Then we won't be able to go to the Han tribe. Mouse Witch hurriedly explained. Alright, I'll go right away. Mausta promised and rushed out to make arrangements. On the Han tribe side, Luochong was thinking of ways to finish off those wolves. Those wolves kept hiding in the forest and didn't come out. It was always a hidden danger. In the last battle, inside the enclosure, the Han tribe had a high wall to defend, so the wolves couldn't jump in. And even if a section of the enclosure collapsed, Luochong had a lance formation that could be defended by relying on the favorable terrain. No matter what war, the defense side can always take advantage. The last big battle can prove this. Although the number of wolves is large, but still failed to break through the Han tribe's lance formation, the wolves also know that they are not rivals, so now they have been hiding. It is not possible to hold back what is bad, but the two sides just like this has been confronted is not a thing. The stock of salt basically used to pickle meat, leaving only 200 people a month's worth of use. But after this winter how to do? Sooner or later or to go to the Xieding tribe of the cave to visit. Then it cannot be avoided and the wolves will encounter. Luochong thought left and right. Go out to fight is impossible. People with less simply useless, but he can only take out a maximum of 50 adults, but to the forest to fight the encounter. 50 people face hundreds of grey wolves, that is only when the share of vegetables. Pia, I'll let you disobey me. Be honest and don't move. Next to the barn, the crippled man and vigorously is to the bison wearing a bull nose ring, bent into a ring of copper through the bull's nose, and then screwed the two ends of the copper together, and finally the excess part of the respectively towards the two sides screwed into a small circle. Modeling is like the supreme treasure of the tightly banded spell. The bison was a bit dishonest because of the pain, so little Go Sick took a cane and foxed the bull's butt in the back, watching Luo Chang's eyes light up. Yeah, use that. Family law. Ha ha ha, I'm so talented. Luo Chong laughed and ran back to the cave. Eating grass next to the grey mountain and meat feel inexplicable. The master is crazy again. Elder, is there any more of that thorn vine we use as a family law? I need a lot of it. Luo Chong asked the elder as soon as he entered the cave. Oh, that thing has there are quite a few of them growing just above the entrance of our cave. The elder answered honestly even though he didn't know what Luo Chong wanted that thing for. Okay, I got it. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he went outside to collect thorn vines. These vines were very hard, about as thick as a finger, and covered with spikes, just right for making deadly traps. First use an axe to cut it into sections according to the length of your thumb, then soak it in cool water to freeze it. Wait for a layer of ice shell to freeze on top to enclose all the thorns inside, and finally smear a thick layer of lard on the outside. As long as this thing is swallowed by the wolves to the stomach, the ice shell on top melts in the stomach. By then those thorn vines, even if they can't penetrate the stomach, but also can hang rotten intestines, at least the internal bleeding is proper. By then it is a certain death but also pick up a complete wolf skin for nothing. Thank you for the book friend Night Yu Chen reward and encouragement. Thank you for the support of the book friends, as well as every day to vote for everyone. Thank you. Everyone give more support, even if there is no reward. As long as the daily free recommendation vote to me on the good. Before the shelf recommendation is too important to me. The secretary of the book to beg. Chapter 066 Rewarding Merit, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Luo Chong made a whole bunch of life-taking gift packs and went to deliver them to the wolves. At noon that day, he first rode Grey Mountain to the edge of the forest to throw in some of the animal downers, such as cow hooves, roan hooves, lungs, and the remains of some dingoes, the meatless, discarded chicken ribs used to paralyze the wolves' precautions. By the time evening rolled around, it was time to feed again with the real life grabber. Thorn vines wrapped in ice shells and lard, several large baskets of them, sprinkled all over the western edge of the forest to make sure that it would be possible for the vast majority of the grey wolves to be struck. With that done, Luo Chong told the clansmen standing guard on the wall to keep an eye out for any movement at the edge of the forest before heading back to the cave. Spring is coming. The Han tribe has a lot of things to do. The most important thing in front of them is spring plowing and salt harvesting. Before the Han tribe's livestock is only 16 blue horse antelope, but among them, only Wuda and Shiman can be used to plow the land, and the others are either too small, or the female antelope that is already pregnant. And because the strength of the horse antelope is small, Luo Chong at that time designed and produced plows are single head, and relatively small. Now pulling the plow animal has become a bison. The output power is not the same, so the plow also need to be changed. A wooden frame mechanism installed with two plows, and gradually in Luo Chang's mind to take shape. Just when Luo Chong was researching the new bronze plow, Mao Ste, who wanted to be a middleman to earn the difference in price and eat benefits from both sides, also started his business journey. The Chestnut tribe is a tribe with a population of 230, and there is a large chestnut forest in their tribal territory. And although these chestnuts cannot be used as a staple food for the entire population of the tribe, they are considered a relatively stable source of food, so that they don't starve when the results of the hunt are scarce, and their days are not too bad at all. The Chestnut tribe settlement was just south of the Black Rat tribe, and the two sides were a day's walk apart, a distance that was also the distance between most primitive tribes. In the times when there was no transportation and you could only measure with your legs when you went out, the distance that the average human could control was the range of half a day's walk because they had to get back to their settlements before sunset. And now at this time of the year the wild beasts were still plentiful, and the night was still very dangerous for the humans. It took Mao Ste a day to get to the Chestnut tribe with 10 grown men, and by the time they got to the place it was late in the evening, just in time for the Chestnut tribe to prepare dinner. The leaders of the Chestnut tribe, Maori and Chestnut Witch, were both puzzled and at the same time a little angry at the arrival of Mao Ste. At least you are a tribal leader. What time is it now, don't you know? Winter has already passed 3 months. The various tribes have reached the most difficult time. Little food left in storage. Maintaining the needs of their own tribes are still difficult. Uing actually came to the door. Want to dilly-dally is it? No door, not even the window. Mouse Big can see that the other party expression is not good. Also know that people this is not welcome themselves. So snorted and said to the furry chestnut that they are not here to dilly-dally. They brought their own food. The furry chestnut's expression then relaxed a little bit. The rat big line led to the living place. The settlement of the chestnut tribe consisted of a dozen or so earthen huts of semi-subterranean construction, similar to the brick kills of the Han tribe, half underground, the surface portion of which was first built out of twigs in the form of a hemispherical dome, and then plastered with a thick layer of mud, with a smoky hole at the very top. As soon as Mousty came in, he stared at the fire in the center, and the clansmen of the chestnut tribe were roasting chestnuts and jerky on the stone slabs, and seeing this, Mousta's heart was in the right place, and he turned his head and was ready to recommend the ceramic pots to Mowgli, but what came into his eyes was Mowgli's gloomy face. MMP also said not to rub the rice. As soon as you come in, you first look at what people cooking. What do you mean? Facing Mowgli's black face, Mousta didn't get angry and hurriedly asked his little brother to bring out the clay pots and dried meat, and also got together at the fire to make dinner. Mowgli's face softened when he saw that Mousta really had brought his own food, and fine pottery, and focused his attention on the clay pots as well, especially this way of cooking by heating meat and water together. Seeing that he was interested, Mousta took the opportunity to introduce to him the various benefits of the clay pot. Cooking meat into broth not only can drive away the cold, but also can save food, as well as what he had heard Luo Chong say before. What boiled food will not be easy to get sick when eaten and other excuses. In any case, it was just to talk about everything that could be thought of. Mori didn't listen to anything else, but he was satisfied with the advantage of saving food. What he lacked most now was food to survive this winter off. As for anything else, it didn't matter now. However, he couldn't accept the offer from Mouste, because Mouste only brought clay pots, and without water tanks and clay bowls to make comparisons, he couldn't visualize the size and value of the clay pots, and in the end, after both sides bargained, the deal was made at the price of 1 clay pot for 3 boys or 1 woman plus 1 boy, but the rat begged to engage in this transaction the biggest purpose, or in order to increase the fighting force of their own tribes, so he as long as the boys do not want women. These 10 to 11-year-old boys in fact is not small, and then a year or two will be able to become adults, if it is not because they do not have the experience of hunting. In fact, now pick up a weapon as much as you can fight. After all, at 14 months a year here, their actual size is already equivalent to a middle schooler on Earth. Mowgli expressed dissatisfaction with this. A transaction so much middle power, even if his tribe has more than 230 people cannot afford a little. The two sides agreed that this is only this time. The next time there is such a transaction, never as long as the boy. The rat big also rushed to promise. Early the next morning, Mousta left 5 clay pots, took 10 minions and the 15 boys from the trade and headed back to the Black Mouse tribe. Winter was getting shorter and shorter, and the trade with the Han tribe had to be carried out quickly. And on the Han tribe side, every clan member's face is full of smiles, because their chief is giving them rewards for their achievements. Every clan member had performed valiantly in the defense of the tribe this time, and the rewards Luo Chong had promised before were now going to be taken out. Wolfskin was something that every adult had, and there was no shortage of this anyway, and copper jewelry wasn't much of a problem. And although there wasn't a lot of copper stock on hand, Luo Chong didn't skimp on it. On the matter of decorating the hairbands, Luo Chong was not only not impatient, on the contrary, he was willing to support it, and for the small thing of hair binding Luo Chong was very important. The Han tribe started out too small, with just over 50 people at the beginning, and now the largest percentage are outsiders, which is a very dangerous thing to do, and it's by unifying hairstyles that Luo Chong is able to rally these people. When all people are doing something at the same time, then these people subconsciously consider the kindred spirits around them as their own, which is a wonderful psychological phenomenon. Take the army for example. Soldiers come from all over the world and don't know each other, but when they wear uniforms and carry the same weapons, they naturally coalesce into a collective. Just like when Luo Chong had just enlisted in the army in his previous life, a group of new recruits in new uniforms stood together. Comrade in arms, that's a nice uniform. Look at those pants. Ha! These boots. Ha! This hat. I'll be the most durable person in the future. Rashan, hey, 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 hey. This hat is green. Comrade in arms, you're talking. Luo Chong, oh. I said I am also the most tolerable person. We are soldiers. What is different? That said, it's really just that everyone is wearing the same clothes, but the psychological changes are just so marvelous. Just like this scene in the Han tribe right now. Dolly pointed to the copper buckles on his head and said to Wood Dolphin, see, I'm the man with the greatest strength in the Han tribe, and this time I killed 5 wolves, and the chief gave me all the biggest copper buckles. Wooden Dolphin also pointed to the copper clasp on top of his head. I've also tied my hair now. I'm also a member of the Han tribe, and I've been given credit for defending the tribe this time. In order to create cohesion in a tribe with complex members, Luo Chong was also sparing no effort to create common ground for the clansmen as a way to maintain his dominance and not let the tribe fall apart. Thank you to my friend, the little boy who bluffed. Bookfriend 20180913115233701. The rewarding support of the crab. Don't forget to recommend the tickets, everyone. And if you have a book list, help include it so we can get this book to more people. And help recommend the book. Thank you. Chapter 067, Bo saw an inked thread, seeking favorites and recommendations. The copper buckle of this reward was about the same as a dollar coin. Not too big. In the style of a wolf's head. Every adult man had it. Although it was not something practical, but its commemorative significance was much greater, because it was awarded for meritorious fighting with the wolves. And more than a little bit of a medal. The women who participated in the battle were given a copper hairpin, and they were more than satisfied. Last but not least is the longbow promised by Rashan, also available to every adult, and to both men and women. Really? Everyone has a bow and arrow. Great. Is it the same as the chief one? Can I be rewarded with a bow and arrow even though I only killed 3 wolves? The clansmen were very happy to hear this news and were all discussing it with each other. They had seen the power of the bow and arrow a long time ago, and they all dreamed of getting a bow and arrow like Luo Chang's. Compared to the close combat in the former hunting, the long-range attack is quite important for one's own safety. Both sides are separated by a certain distance. You can attack the target, but the target can't counterattack you. This is the advantage of the long-range weapon, especially after the clansmen are accustomed to the use of the throwing spears. They have a deeper understanding of this. The damage value of the throwing spear was very high. Basically, if you shot it, you would surely die. But the throwing spear was too big, and each person in the hunting team could only carry 3 of them, and the power of the arrows was slightly smaller than the spear gun, but the number of arrows that could be carried was much more, and that was exactly the reason why Luo Chong was ready to promote the bows and arrows. At first, Luo Chong said that he would reward the bow and arrow only if he killed more than 5 wolves, but in the end, the gray wolves that died in front of the position were only more than 70, and dozens of people stood there, and no matter how much they divided it, they couldn't divide it up to 5 per person, and he was only using this as an excuse to push the bow and arrow out. As could be seen from this defensive battle, although the Han tribe's copper spears had nearly 300 rods, they were still a bit inadequate when they ran into a herd of several hundred beasts. Take this time against the wolves. The total number of wolves is more than 200. The copper spears are also more than 200, but can you throw all the copper spears out? Not to mention the question of whether you can hit the target or not. Let's just say that after all the copper spears are thrown out, what else can you hold in your hand for defense? But this time would have been different with a bow and arrow. In medieval Europe, the standard for English archers was 25 arrows per man, which was the maximum number of times most soldiers could draw their bows in succession. But now is the primitive era. The human body quality is amazingly good. Just from the recipe comparison, it is far from the medieval those half a year cannot eat once meat. Every day can only nibble dry bread. See an egg can be happy for 2 days of bitter big head of soldiers can be compared. Think about it. It doesn't take much, as long as each person can shoot 30 arrows, even if they can't aim well, they can wipe out the wolves with a covering rain of arrows alone. The advantage of the bow and arrow is that outstanding. Therefore, taking advantage of this remaining month of winter, Luo Chong was prepared to equip as many bows and arrows as possible. The new standard bow is still a single longbow made of cedar wood, with a bowstring made of unstretchable and super-resistant sisal fibers, all of which are 1 meter and 75 in length, a length that can accommodate most adults. And the power won't be too small. And now that there are readily available wood and sets of carpentry tools, it's not impossible to make them in bulk. The real operation, however, encountered many difficulties, not the least of which was the opening of the wood. The selection of longbow must use hardwood, but also have a certain elasticity, preferably with fir, and must be close to the bark of the sapwood and the core material 1 to 2 best. The core of the heart of the tree cannot be used, because the toughness is not good. It is easy to fatigue the bough body, reducing the service life. The most important thing is that the whole strip of wood should be straight throughout, which is easier said than done. First of all, there is no proper saw. The Han tribe now only has 2 kinds of saws. One is the big saw used for felling wood. That thing is too big. It needs 2 people to pull it, and surely it can't do such fine work as making bows and arrows. The smaller ones are hand saws with only 1 handle, which are fine for clearing branches, but struggle to saw round logs. Carpenter things Luo Chong contact really not much. He lives in the 21st century. Even if there are carpenters around, people use are also power tools. The ancient people are using what saw to open the roundwood it, and it must be the conditions of the Han tribe now can be made. Thinking for a long time, Luo Chong finally had an answer. Bao saw, or called work saw, is the kind of work frame. One side is a saw blade, one side is the kind of rope. This thing Luo Chong has some impression, but it is also a childhood thing. This type of saw relies on the frame to keep the blade taut and at an angle to the wood frame, and is specifically designed for sawing boards or strips of wood that require a strict straight line. It's good to have a goal. The design plan Luo Chong to come out. The new saw blade with holes at both ends will be done by the cripples. The wooden iframe will be done by the barrels. They all have some experience. It's still no problem to make a small tool. As for Luo Chong himself, he went to work on another puzzle. How to draw a very long straight line on a round log. Carpentry delineation. Luo Chong's first thought is to play the ink line, which is the great invention of the old Chinese ancestors. 2 points to determine a straight line. Line. The Han tribe has ready-made, directly with twine on the line. The key is where the ink from. Han tribe now cannot make paper. Luo Chong teach the progress of the text also only stay in the recognition of words, do not require to be able to write. So the pen, ink, paper and ink, this thing is not yet an urgent need, but now it seems that it must be the first to get out of the ink. Ancient Chinese people write with ink stick and water grinding together to blend and use. And ink in the end, what is it? In fact, that is just not fully burned soot residue. In ancient times, people used most of the pine smoke ink. Pine tree, this tree contains a lot of oil, is oily wood. Oil-bearing pine wood burning will produce a large number of unburnable soot residue, which is the main raw material of the ink. Collecting these soot is also very simple. Usually build a kiln, and then get a very long flue. Put the pine wood in the kiln and light it. A lot of black soot will go out along the flue, but this process, the soot will also be attached to the flue, so that the accumulation of small amounts of soot will be more than enough, and then finally collect it. But Luo Chong just wanted to play an ink line. He hadn't thought of getting that large scale yet, so he just used green bricks to temporarily build a stove-like contraption with no pots on it, just covered with a few bricks. A pile of pine boughs was lighted underneath, and in a short time there was a great deal of black smoke, and it was only for an hour that the bricks above it were blackened, and the black stuff that adhered to the green bricks was pine smoke. Luo Chong carefully scraped these pine smoke into a ceramic bowl, and then mixed with water. You get a bowl of pitch black ink, and then rolled fine twine soaked in ink soaked. You can pull out the bullet ink line, but since I don't have a dedicated inkwell, I'll have to just go ahead and play it by hand. The selection and delineation of the bow and arrows were all done by Luo Chong himself, and Wooden Dolphin was beside him to give Luo Chong a hand, and in no time at all, the hands of the two were as black as if they had just come back from digging charcoal. Chief, the new saw is ready. Just as Luo Chong and Wooden Dolphin were getting the lines drawn, the first I saw that Cripple and Barrel had built together came out, and the two men came running in a flurry of activity, ready to test out the new tool. Request for votes. Request for votes. Seriously, request for votes. Say it 3 times. It seems important, /omega. In addition to the recommendations there are also comments. Oh, and that character then the heart. People reach out and point a little. Chapter 068 Routing, wood for boats, seeking favorites and recommendations. Try this new saw. It doesn't work and we'll change it. Yeah, I'll try. Luo Chong copied a handful of white snow from the ground and rubbed his black hands. Took this nearly 70 centimeters long bow saw. I shaped wooden frame on one side of the saw blade, the other side of the twine. The use of leverage. The tighter the twine, the more taut the saw blade will be taut. The brass saw blade with holes at both ends was hung on 2 brass nails of the saw frame at a certain angle of inclination to the wooden frame, and Luo Chong hitched the saw to the line just drawn by the log and pulled it quickly. Between the streaks of sawdust, a clear slit quickly engulfed the inked line, moving rapidly along the length of the log. Okay, that's it. Make 20 more according to this. We still have enough copper, right? Luo Chong put down the saw in his hand and asked. The cripple broke his fingers and thought carefully. Well, it's enough. The saw blade doesn't use much material. Then go ahead and do it. And don't be afraid to waste materials. Han tribe's copper material has been used almost. All kinds of tools, weapons, household items need metal. Need copper is still a lot of places. At least now the Han tribe does not even have a copper pot. After the beginning of spring, in addition to the spring plowing, salt mining, copper mines also need to be mined once again. Speaking of mining, Luo Chong remembered another important thing. The ship, or should I call it a boat? Ancient clouds have it. There is a roof for the boat. No roof for the boat. The meaning is that there is a roof or deck is called a boat. No roof and deck. Only a shell can only be called a boat. And Luo Chong want to do is a boat. After the spring Han tried to do too many things, but the copper mine is certainly to continue mining. From the Han tribe here down the creek against the current. Walking, it will take most of the day's journey, if you want to pull the mine back, but also need a lot of livestock pack transport, time-consuming and exhausting grain and grass. If you use ox carts to pull it, you still have to build roads, and now in this primitive ecological environment, there are places where even ox carts can't pass through, and the ox carts won't be much faster, only in terms of carrying capacity than the pack transportation to load some more. But if you load a boat directly downstream from the location of the original tree tribe, it is estimated that the majority of this journey will take only an hour to reach, and the boat transportation is much more loaded than land transportation, so the Han tribe must have a small boat, since it was a boat to be used in an inland river, and for the primary purpose of carrying cargo, the boat would have been a slightly cocked, square, flat-bottomed vessel at both ends. Flat-bottomed boats have a shallow draft, which makes them ideal for traveling in inland rivers, because you simply don't know how deep the water level is in each section of the river, and if the water level is shallow, a boat with a pointed or rounded bottom can easily hit bottom. However, if the boat is made with a flat bottom, even if the river is only 1 meter deep, the boat will still be able to float on the water surface like a wooden basin, and it will never touch the bottom, so the safety and passability will definitely be much higher. Considering that the widest part of this section of the river is just a little more than 10 meters, Luo Chong set the width of the boat at 3 meters, and the length of the boat at 8 meters, so that the aspect ratio of the boat reaches 2:7, which can obtain a relatively good speed, and at the same time can take into account a good lateral stability, and for the primitive people who have never been in the water, the maneuverability is a little more powerful. Generally, the larger the aspect ratio of the boat, the longer and leaner the boat is, which is what we often refer to as streamlined, and according to the theory of hydrodynamics, the less resistance the boat will be subjected to, so the larger the ratio of the aspect ratio is, the faster the speed will be. The middle part of the ship's side is 3 meters wide, the bottom of the ship is 2 meters wide, the two ends are 1 meter 8 wide and slightly upturned. The ship's side is 1 meter high, because it is a flat bottom. It is estimated that the maximum draft will not be more than half a meter, so it can be said that it is just a big wooden basin in the shape of a long strip. Such a boat would have a large carrying capacity, at least 20 to 30 adults at a time if it was only loaded with people, and for transporting or at least 2 to 3 tons at a time, and could also carry 4 or 5 people for steering the boat. The Han tribesmen were too few. Luo Chong didn't have the time to put all his people on mining. That wasn't realistic, so it was necessary to transport a sufficient amount at once, at the very least for a period of time. Now that the Han tribe has a bow saw, opening round logs to saw planks is no longer a problem for shipboards. The 8-meter-long flat-bottomed hull used 2 chins, and 7 U-shaped keels, averaging 1 for 1 meter. The keels were made of pine, and the outer planks were made of cedar core material. The layer against the outer skin was taken for the longbow, and the inner core material was just right for the planks. As for the oars, you don't need them, just use a copper shovel, and it can be used as an oar as well as a weapon and a tool. Everyone was curious about what the new thing the chief made was. Only the people from the original tree tribe probably guessed some of it. They had seen Luo Chang's kayak made from tree branches and fish skins before, and in principle it was actually the same as this flat-bottomed wooden boat, only it was replaced with a wooden keel and wooden planks of boat skin. Another day towards evening, Luo Chong was directing the crowd to work when Feather, who was standing on guard on the wall, shouted, "Chief, there are more than 20 people coming from the creek to the east. They look like they are from the Black Rat tribe. They are coming towards us." Oh, Luo Chong froze, hurriedly climbed up the wall. From afar he saw the rat big with 10 adults and 10 boys coming this way. In his heart he was still a little strange. So soon they came to trade again, and all of them are boys. Isn't the Black Rat tribe only 150 or so people? Can they come up with so many boys who are about to come of age? The 13 people who had been traded from the Black Rat tribe before heard Feathers shout and thought that the Black Rat tribe had come to trade pottery again, and rushed over to look around, to see if any of the ones who had been traded this time were their own relatives. The 10 Chestnut tribe teenagers who followed behind Mausta were also dumbfounded, their heads full of question marks. They know that they were traded to the Black Rat tribe by their own chief, just for 5 red stone pots. Just change it, after all. They also know the value of the stone pots. There is no complaint about this matter. Besides, even if they were traded to the Black Rat tribe, that and the Chestnut tribe are also neighbors, and they will still have the opportunity to see their loved ones in the future. But what I didn't expect was that they just stayed in the Black Rat tribe for one night, and early the next morning, the Rat Big only left 5 stronger boys, and the rest of them, the 10 weaklings, were taken away again, and it was said that they still had to take them in exchange for the stone pots, and they hadn't straightened out what was going on up to now. Within a few minutes, Mausta led the men to the gate, first tilting his head to look at the wall that seemed to have grown another chunk taller. and then glancing into the enclosure through the doorway's rejects, also with a look of shock and dumbfoundedness, looking at the 180 large livestock that were grazing in the enclosure, as well as the dried cured meats that were hung as densely as a forest, and the hundreds of various animal skins that were drying. His eyes fell out, and if he hadn't seen Luo Chong with a golden crown, he almost thought he was on the wrong road. Gollum, this is the Han tribe? I'm Mouse Day, and I'm here to trade pottery. Mouse Day unconsciously gulped and asked in a false voice with very little substance. Please vote, recommend, comment, character Bishop Poke. Chapter 069, The landlord's household has no food left, seeking favorites and recommendations. Luo Chong looked at the rat outside the door, and then looked at the 10 weaklings behind him, teenagers. There is no dissatisfaction. As long as it is not a disability, how weak it does not matter. The Han tribe has plenty of food, even if it is skin and bones, malnourished weaklings. If you can eat every day, coupled with labor every day, it won't be long before you can raise a strong young man. The usual rules apply. Hand over your weapons before entering the enclosure, and when Rat and his party come in, the deal is on. Han tribe chief, I'm here to trade pottery. These are the people I brought with me. This time it's still only for pottery pots. While pointing at the 10 teenagers he brought, Rat-D kept sizing up the changes in the Han tribe. No problem. These tooth, stone, you guys go get 5 clay pots. Oh, I didn't realize your tribe had quite a few boys. While arranging for someone to get the clay pot, Luo Chong looked at Mausta suspiciously. Mausta is not very familiar with the language of the Han tribe. Listening is also plausible, but he is a thief, very afraid of Luo Chong to see that these boys are not the people of the Black Mouse tribe, and then do not give him a deal on pottery will be troublesome. So even if he understands it, he also pretends not to understand. Just focus on the mess around to look around. But he didn't know Luo Chang's thoughts. In fact, even if Luo Chong knew it, he wouldn't object. He couldn't wait for the rat to mostly send him some people. How long does it take a child to grow into a teenager? And how long does it take to make a clay pot? It's a good deal any way you look at it. I don't care where you get people from. These teeth and stone quickly took 5 pottery pots out to the rat big. This transaction is very simple. The price of both sides are clear. 10 boys for 5 pottery pots. And nothing else. The day is also to the evening. Soon to be dark. There are still wolves outside. Luo Chong is ready to let the rat big to stay the night. Such a solid customer. Luo Chong still wanted him to live for a few more days. If he was eaten by wolves halfway, he would lose a lot of money. It's going to be dark soon. You'd better leave tomorrow. There are a lot of wolves coming from the neighborhood these days. Luo Chong said while gesturing and pointing at the wolf skins again. Many wolves? No wonder there are so many wolf skins. It can't be one of those big packs of hundreds. Mouse Big Heart shocked. Hundreds of gray wolf packs he also saw when he was a child. The impression is very deep. That time the Black Rat tribe is not a lot of dead people. Although later he grew up also killed a few wolves. But that and hundreds of head is not the same. Mouse Big originally also wanted to go back overnight. But now let him go, he also dare not go. But he is still very difficult. But we didn't bring much food. Mouse awkwardly rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. It doesn't matter. If you trade with us, then we are friends. Well, you can eat with us. Luo Chong waved his hand and said generously. It's not a big deal to have a meal when you can send me people on a regular basis. That's great. Thanks. Mouse said gratefully. Well, let's not work today. Go make some good food for the guests. Stew today. Luo Chong yelled. Pulling the rat big then advanced into the cave. The children also cheered and prepared to eat. The 10 teenagers of the Chestnut tribe were dumbfounded looking at Mousted and Luo Chong to complete the transaction. They didn't understand a single word, so they were sold to the Han tribe in a confused manner. And looking at the situation just now, Mausta was taking them and this tribe to exchange 5 more clay pots. Turns out those red stone pots weren't made by the Black Rat tribe themselves. I didn't quite understand what was going on, but this tribe that had just joined looked powerful, and it was unbelievable that they still had so much food, and all of it meat, so long after winter had passed. They were even more horrified by the herd of bison, bighorn deer and dingoes that were taller than a man, and they were still alive. Oh my god, this is all meat. I really hope that this is the last place they belong to. After 2 days of traveling, they really don't want to be traded to other tribes anymore. But what they were worried about was obviously impossible to happen. Luo Chong soon let the elders lead them into the cave. First do a little personal hygiene. Each person to change a clean and sturdy animal skin. Then it is to change the hairstyle. And then teach them to recognize people. Who is the chief? Who is the elders? And what does each person do? And finally arrange a place for them to live. These newcomers will not be assigned jobs. Their first task is to learn Chinese language and Chinese characters, to recognize every single thing in the tribe, and the other is to eat. flinging their cheeks and eating unlimited amounts of food. There is no shortage of food in the Han tribe. The teenagers were simply happy beyond words, and during the time of the Kuru tribe, because of the scarcity of food, only adult men could be supplied as a priority, then adult women, and then only down the line could these children take their turn, and lastly, the elderly and the handicapped. And that's not all. Even if they were all children, they would be divided into 3 or 6 classes, and the strongest and fittest children would always get more food than they did because the fittest children had a greater survival rate. It's just like a group of cubs grabbing for milk. The weak ones are always pushed to the side and can't grab the milk, and if they can't eat the milk, they get weaker, and then they continue to grab the milk. It's a vicious cycle of the weak and the strong, and the law of elimination set by nature, which is why they became trading goods. But now luck has fallen on their heads and their fate has taken a turn for the worse. A large circle of clay pots was set up around the fire in the center of the cave. The broth in the pots was still bubbling. The aroma of the broth with salt and chili peppers filled the entire cave. All the people were focused on wiping their harumps, especially the 10 Chestnut Tribe teenagers who had just joined. When had they ever seen cooking like this? Usually they just ate roasted chestnuts. Roasted meat? When was it their turn? About an hour later. The meat is also almost stewed. Everyone is carrying a large bowl in line to receive food. Such a scene is even more 10 teenagers a shock. No matter men and women, or adults and children, everyone has a bowl of broth. The bowl also has a large piece of stewed meat. Is it surprising that they don't differentiate between their meals? Not to mention them, even the rats have never seen this way of eating. Looking at all the people are eating large chunks of meat, big bowls of soup. He just want to silently beep a sentence, too damn luxury. 10 teenagers ate with their mouths full of oil, ate from the bowl and looked at the pot, and couldn't wait to lick the bowl in their hands. After seeing someone eat the first bowl and go to get the second bowl, they cannot sit still. So the second bowl, the third bowl, treating their stomachs like bottomless pits, they stuffed food into them, rolling their eyes. Only the rat big and black rat tribal people eat still more reserved. The 10 teenagers didn't know if this was a newcomer's treatment, and they didn't know how many more meals they could have with this kind of food. So why don't they just have a good meal first, even if they die now? It's worth it. Luo Chon looked at the corner of the mouth straight twitching. This is the landlord's home, is not spare food to let them so spoil so out of the voice to stop them. This Nima don't just change back to hold up eat a meal to hold up their own death. That is too bad. MMP. When the 10 people were all looking at him with hiccups, Luo Chon told them with even gestures. In the future, there will be at least 2 meals of this kind of food every day, and it's not limited, but you must not eat to the fullest, because eating to the fullest is a waste. Although the Han tribe has a lot of food, but not so much that it can be wasted. Don't eat more than you can eat and still stuff it into your mouth, and put your own little life on a meal, and the days of eating in the future are still long. Thanks to my friend, Stupid Human Yo, Bibliophile Splendid China, Book Club member Night Yuchen, the reward support. Thank you all, and thank you to all of you who voted for the recommendation. Thank you for your support and recognition. Without further ado, let's continue tomorrow. Chapter 070 Purge the Wolves, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. The people had eaten, and when it was time to rest for the night, because there were more and more people, the cave was already very crowded, but there were still 12 people who had been living outside. All of them had to take shifts in the night to keep watch at night, and Luochon had let the people build a green brick shed with a backdrop in the enclosure a couple of days ago to use as a place for them to live. Mausta and his group were also placed here, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he stood guard on the fence with Luochon. Luochon kept his eyes on the outside, wanting to see if the wolves still came out of the forest to move around at night, while Mausta was looking inside the fence. He couldn't figure out what the Han tribe had gone through in these few short days to have such a big change, especially the hundreds of wolf skins that were drying. He could see what kind of beast's skin it was, and he knew even better how ferocious this kind of beast was, and so many of the wolf skins could be fresh. Han tribe actually killed so many gray wolves, and their fighting strength was actually so strong. Mausta secretly made a comparison. If he changed to his own tribe, he was absolutely not confident that he could beat hundreds of gray wolves. And today's deal, the Han tribe didn't have to go anywhere. Sitting at home roasting a fire and drinking broth, they collected 10 minions. While they had been running around tiredly for a few days, their toes were freezing off, and their tribe had only increased by 5. It would be nice if their tribe could make pottery as well, but it was simply impossible to do so. Hey, the gap between the Han tribe and the Han tribe is really too big. The rat Big Heart cannot help but sigh again and go back to sleep. Towards the latter part of the night, when it was time to change the guard, Big Tree and Beast Tooth got up, and Luochon called them both over and asked about the situation of the wolves in the past few days. Chief, the night before last there were still large groups of wolves moving around the edge of the forest. I saw many green eyes. Last night there were very few. Big Tree was the first to answer. Well, I saw maybe only a dozen last night, Beast Tooth added. Luo Chong smiled and nodded. I've been on guard for half a night. So far I haven't seen any wolves come out and move around. The edge of the forest is very quiet. It seems that the wolves should have been hit. When it's light we'll go out and take a look. We might be able to harvest quite a lot of wolf skins and wolf meat. Ha ha ha. Yes. Beast Tooth and Big Tree also responded with smiles on their faces. They admired Luo Chong. The chief actually could still come up with such a powerful way to deal with the wolves. Without risking their lives, they could let the wolves die out on their own. They asked themselves that they could not come up with such a good way. Compared to Luo Chong, their IQ was simply 20 centuries worse. Early the next morning, after sending off Mouse Day and his party, Luo Chong gathered 30 adults, had an early breakfast, and set off for the jungle to the west. Neat and Grey Mountain also followed out. The two of them hadn't been out and about for a long time these days because of the wolf siege, wiggling their big butts and following behind with their little tails wagging, sniffing and looking everywhere. Luo Chong first went to the edge of the forest and checked the place where he had scattered the thorn vines the other day. The thorn vines were basically gone, and there were still traces of rummaging on the surrounding snow, and many footprints of grey wolves. Seeing this, Luo Chong breathed a sigh of relief. He could already be sure that the wolves had been hit. Now it was just that he still didn't know how the outcome of the battle was. How many grey wolves had eaten the thorn vines? Luo Chong waved his hand. Everyone didn't say anything, silently formed a formation. Each person holding 3 spears then followed Luo Chong into the forest. It was still Luo Chong who took the lead in the front. He wanted to carefully observe the traces left by the wolves. The group walked quietly through the forest sprinkled with snow. None of them speaking, only the creaking sound of the soles of their shoes on the snow. Grey Mountain and Meat were also very honest today. They didn't run around and scream. They honestly followed behind. The quiet intense atmosphere made them think that this was some kind of game. The two of them watched as Luo Chong kept looking at the ground as if he was searching for something, and the two of them followed to look for something. Not a moment later, Luo Chong found the remains of 2 grey wolves under a tree. There were many bite marks on the head. The meat on the body had been gnawed through, and the fur had been bitten into pieces. This should be the wolves had infighting, or they were starving, and actually started to eat their own kind. Continued to walk forward for another 3 hours, until the valley where the sisal was first collected. Still did not find the gathering place of the wolves. The footprints on the ground are getting more and more messy. And look at the direction. Actually went to the original Xiading tribe of that hill. Which, this can't be running into that cave in Xiading. It's very possible. To know that the wolf this kind of animal likes to do is to dove into the magpie's nest. They usually don't dig their own burrows. Most of them just grab the foxes or rabbits' burrows and then expand them a little to take over. But the only thing nearby that can hold that many grey wolves is probably that cave. As expected by Luo Chong, when the crowd followed the footprints and climbed up the hill this side of Xiading, they really found several frozen wolf corpses, and they looked like they had bulging stomachs, and there were bloodstains in their mouths and asses, and it definitely looked like they had been hit, which were all symptoms of internal bleeding or intestinal bleeding. The marks on the floor were also messy, so they should have struggled in pain before dying. Luo Chong had the men put several bodies together, marking them well, and taking them away when they went back in a while. The team continued to move west. On the road from time to time can also find a few grey wolf carcasses, until almost at noon, only to come to the cave 1 kilometer range. The surrounding is still very quiet, but the ground grey wolf footprints are dense. It seems that they really hid in the cave. Luo Chong carefully led his men towards the cave and surrounded it, but there was still no reaction around. It was reasonable to say that a grey wolf's sense of smell was very developed. It didn't make sense that his own group of people had gotten that close and hadn't reacted. Probably all dead. Vigor muttered in a low voice as he walked away. Stay alert and never let up. The wolf is a very cunning animal. Luo Chong whispered a warning, and everyone stopped talking. A few minutes later, when the group of people really stood at the mouth of the cave, it was only then that they realized that it was full of fallen grey wolves, most of them dead, and the ones that weren't dead were lingering on the ground, wrinkling their noses and growling lowly at the people. But there was not much ability to move around, and it was obvious that the internal injuries were not light. Be careful. Don't go over there alone. Work in groups of 2 and get them all killed. Luo Chong couldn't help but feel relieved when he looked at the situation. Everyone had teamed up to clean up the loot. These were food and animal skins picked up for nothing, because the thorn bait used were all non-poisonous, so these wolf meat was also edible, although it was not as good as beef or pork, but the clansmen didn't mind it at all. As long as it was food they wouldn't waste a single bit of it. There was no need to be reminded by Luo Chong at all on this point. And Luo Chong had already brought the 3 men from the original Xiading tribe to the innermost part of the cave, the underground cave entrance. At this moment, Is there a salty rock right down here? My 3 requests and 3 calls of the day. Long live the vote, long live the review, long live the bishop, and long live the reward. Chapter 071, Put away your compassion, seeking favorites and recommendations. Luo Chong pointed to a very inconspicuous dim corner, where a millstone-sized stone was placed on the ground, the material and color of the stone almost blending in with the surrounding rock wall. Yes, Chief, that hole is under the rock. So this is it, but also hidden quite tight. No wonder the last time I came did not find. Still froze for what? Move the stone. Luo Chong glared at the 3 people, blaming them for not actually saying the salt mine thing out when they first came. The 3 did not dare to talk nonsense, and sold their efforts to move the boulders. In a burst of clicking and clacking friction sound, a slanting downward hole appeared on the ground. The hole was very small. It was a naturally formed irregular flat circle, and it was indeed just as they said. It could only let children under 5 years old to pass through. Gee, what can we do? If we're going to be mining salt in large quantities, surely we can't have little kids working on it. Luo Chong lit a torch and lay on the ground while knocking, scrutinizing the rock material of the cave entrance to see if there was any possibility of using copper to excavate the cave entrance. Symbiotic tissue of quartz and granite. This stuff is too hard to work with. Just as Luo Chong was muttering to himself in a low voice, a flash of light suddenly swung across the roof of the cave under the torchlight, drawing his attention immediately. Luo Chong held up his torch and looked, only to see a lot of inverted conical minerals hanging from the roof of the cave above his head. This is stalactites? It doesn't look like it. The color is not right. Is this yellowish-white translucent and reflective salt? Would salt naturally crystallize upside down on the roof of a cave? Obviously not. So what is this yellowish-white translucent stuff? Luo Chong drew out a feathered arrow to try to shoot down some of the stone cones on the roof of the cave, but after trying twice with little effect, he could only call in vigor. Power. Get a fist-sized rock over here and try to see if you can knock that thing off the top of the hole. Okay, let me try. I'm strong. He. Dolly, who was carrying the wolf corpse, ran to help with gusto. In the light of the torch in Luo Chang's hand, vigorously aiming at the roof of the cave, he swung his arm and hit a stone. Boom. Ka-ching. Wow. The fist-sized rock child accurately hit a stone cone hanging from the ceiling of the cave, clicking and snapping with a sound, falling to the ground and shattering. Dolly looked at the translucent crystallized crumbs all over the ground and asked excitedly, Chief, is this salty stone? There are actually so many of them. We no longer need to be afraid of running out of salt to eat. And Luo Chong obviously didn't believe that the salt would grow on the roof of the cave. He picked up a small piece of crystallization and smelled it first, then put it in his mouth and tasted it. All of a sudden, a bitter and astringent flavor filled his mouth. Bah! Cough cough. Ha! Yuck! This thing isn't a salty stone. It's not salty, Luo Chong said while spitting. It's not ing salt. It's clearly natural alkali. Natural alkali is a kind of evaporated salt minerals. Generally are salt brine or salt mine evaporated gas condensation. Generally as long as there is salt there will be alkali, which is why we say salt and alkali this word, but never salt, alkali, because the two have always been symbiotic. Moreover, when broken down from a chemical point of view, natural alkali, sodium carbonate, is also an inorganic salt, but it is called alkali only because it is strongly alkaline when dissolved in water and produces hydroxide ions, while in fact, it is a salt. Knowing that the stuff at the top of the cave was not salt, Dolly immediately lost interest and went back to his work, while Luo Chong made a new guess and then immediately asked the 3 men from the original Xie Ding tribe, is there water in that hole in the ground down there? Well, the tree is leafy and will bloom when there's water in the hole, and when it's hot, the rocks will sweat. Still sweating Pete. That is a lot of rainfall in the summer. Rich groundwater. Do not know where to seep out of it. Right. Then how do you guys know that there are salty stones down there? And how do you normally quarry salty stones? Luo Chong resisted the urge to spray people and continued to ask. A child used to accidentally fall in and we heard a noise and pulled him up with a rope and he brought this up. Since then, we've been picking it once every time before the water freezes, and again after the ice melts. Well, I know. You guys go to work too. Luo Chong nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that there was water in this cave in the summer. So before, Xie Ding and the others had only collected salt twice in the spring and fall. But the Han tribe wouldn't be like that, because Luo Chong was trying to figure out how to get this hole in the ground. Just as Luo Chong was thinking of a way out, the barrels that had finished cleaning the gray wolf's corpse came over to report. Chief, those gray wolves are getting killed. There are 78 of them, and 8 pups, but they are still alive. Should we get them? And the cubs? How old are they? Where is it? Show me. Wooden Barrel, the guy with a lively mind, knew that Luo Chong was good at breeding all kinds of animals, and when he saw that there were still living coyote pups when he was cleaning, He immediately thought that Luo Cheng would not want these, and then he might be able to fish for some rewards or something. Sure enough, when he heard that there were still living wolf cubs, Luo Cheng immediately became interested and hurried over to check. 8 little wolf cubs were born to 2 female wolves, all not big, looks like it was born not even a week ago. At this time the eyes have not opened, the size is just like a large mineral water bottle about the same, respectively, snuggled up in the arms of the 2 female wolves, greedily sucking on the milk juice. Only their mothers were long dead. The thorn baits scattered on the ground announced the cause of their deaths. The cold carcasses couldn't provide a single bit of milk juice at all, and anxiously these wolf pups wailed. Only their voices sounded weak, probably weaned for more than a day already. These little cubs are so pitiful, so young and without a mother. A woman who had just given birth muttered in a low voice. When Luo Cheng heard this, he gave the woman a stern look and said coldly, "There's no such thing as pity or not. This world is just like this. The weak are just the strong. If we don't kill them, then the one who loses his mother right now will be your child. Think about that night the other day. If we had lost, it would be just a pack of gray wolves standing in front of your child right now, contemplating how to eat him, and those wouldn't feel sorry for your child." Luo Cheng's tone was a bit morose. He was angry. What kind of era is this? Today it is either you eat me or tomorrow I will eat you era. How can you have sympathy for these man-eating beasts? The people who had some pity for these wolf cubs were also stunned. Yes, the chief was right. If they lost that night, would those gray wolves pity their children? Obviously. It's impossible. There was some coldness in the cave for a moment, and Wooden Barrel hurriedly rounded up and said, "Chief, then should these wolf cubs be killed as well?" "No, keep them, wrap them in animal skins so we can raise them. But what are we going to feed these cubs with? They're still breastfeeding? Just feed them broth. Wolves aren't strong for no reason. They're so well adapted that they can eat raw meat in 7 days of birth. Now these cubs are still small. None of them have opened their eyes. If they open their eyes they can only be killed. Wolves with their eyes open can't be fed," Luo Cheng said indifferently. The clansman nodded as well, not sure why the chief knew so much, but it was as if it was par for the course. "We are not hesitating," quickly wrapped up a few cubs into the basket and ready to return home. But Luo Cheng always feel as if something is missing. Thank you for the book friend Bluffing Tiger Boy. Book friend the end of the name of the reward support. Thank you to vote for the recommendation of the old iron. Shing book to you bowed. Keep up the good work tomorrow everyone. Chapter 072 Extreme Rescue, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Barrel, how many gray wolves did you just say there were in total? 78. Why? The barrel answered without hesitation. That's not right. It should total more than 100. There are 78 of them here, and the ones we picked up on the road don't add up to more than 10. So where did the remaining dozens of them go? Luo Cheng asked suspiciously. The barrel was also stunned after hearing this. He was originally the best in the Han tribe in terms of counting besides Luo Cheng, and immediately understood this as well. Moo. It was at this time that a wild beast's wail suddenly came from further west in the direction of the cave, startling the crowd in the cave. Everyone on alert, guard the cave entrance. I'm going out to take a look. Arranging for the clan to rely on the cave entrance for defense, Luo Cheng, carrying a bow and arrow and holding a spear, turned around and stalked over like the source of the sound. About a kilometer further west of the cave, on a sunny hillside, the remaining 27 gray wolves appeared there. They were the remnants that survived. According to Luo Cheng's deduction, the wolves might have had an internal struggle before, causing them to kill each other and then split into 2 groups. In fact, this was a very normal phenomenon. This kind of large-scale wolf pack was originally a motley crew that gathered temporarily in winter, and if the head wolf didn't bring enough benefits to the pack, then splitting and infighting would all happen sooner or later. And right now, on this sunny slope, this small wolf pack was surrounding a large thunder beast. Thunder beast is a close relative of the lance rhinoceros and plate-toothed rhinoceros, is also a kind of ancient rhinoceros, covered with light gray, like armor like thick skin. Adult height can reach more than 3 meters tall, weighing tons. Appearance and rhinoceros is almost no difference. The only difference is that the big horn that grows on the top of the nose. The average rhinoceros grows a long, sharp, unicorn horn above its nose, and most of this horn is horny, which is the same material as human fingernails. But the thunder beasts were different. Their horns were not pointed, but capital T-shaped, and the material was the same calcium composition as bone, very huge and sturdy, and have always been known as siege hammers. But in Luo Cheng's opinion, it was just a kind of rhinoceros with oddly long horns. As for why it was called a thunder beast, it was unknown. The single thunder beast in front of him could only struggle under the siege of the group of wolves. Although its skin was very thick, it wasn't all without weaknesses. In the leg sockets and the abdominal part was still very weak. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant. Not to mention the wolves, This thunder beast tried its best to dodge and resist, but it looked like its body was very weak and appeared to be a bit overwhelmed, but it still desperately dodged and tried its best to protect its abdomen. Even if its limbs were torn by more bites as a result, it would not mind doing so, but even that didn't make it last much longer, and the wounds in the limbs were bleeding profusely, which was especially bad in the cold winter months. The desperate thunder beast seemed to be ready to resign itself to its fate, but just at this time, it suddenly discovered Luo Chong hiding behind a bush, and a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in its deathly gray eyes, which was not a desire to survive, but more like a plea, and its eyes were very complicated. Luo Chong also noticed its eyes, but there was still some hesitation. He could see that this thunder beast was asking for help, but it wasn't for himself yet. Who was it asking for help for? Could it even sacrifice its own life? The thunder beast could see Luo Chang's hesitation, but it didn't have much time left. The non-stop flow of blood was taking away its life. As it dodged the wolf's bites, it raised its head once more, still looking at Luo Chong with that pleading gaze, and letting out a sad roar. The besieging wolves also followed the thunder beast's gaze and discovered Luo Chong. Instantly 2 vicious wolves scurried out to show their teeth at Luo Chong warily, as if to say don't disturb their good deed. Now that he was discovered, Luo Chong couldn't hide anymore. He simply lit up his bow and arrow directly. Whoosh, 2 arrows flew out. The 2 gray wolves in charge of guarding were shot in the eyes of one and in the neck of the other, killing them on the spot. The other gray wolves suddenly froze, looking at their companions who had fallen to the ground from the arrows, as if they were having flashbacks to that snowy night when many of their companions had died under such strange weapons. At that moment the wolves had a commotion, seemed to want to escape, but when they turned their heads and realized that Luo Chong was the only one, they immediately exploded with anger. This is a naked provocation. In an instant, all the hate values were pulled over by Luo Chong. 25 gray wolves all rushed towards Luo Chong, less than 100 meters away. Luo Chong only had time to shoot 4 arrows before the wolves had rushed to his front. Oh my god! Luo Chong screamed in fear, and at that moment, he flung his longbow away, smashing it into a gray wolf that pounced on him, using the momentum to make a lazy donkey roll on the ground, and picking up the golden spear that was placed at his side in the meantime. A golden gun in hand. Luo Chang's confidence increased greatly. Many years of martial arts and the previous life of the base is still there. The golden gun in the hands of Luo Chong was dance tiger wind, or pick, or stab, or chop, or sweep. Fully play the gun, pick a line, stick, sweep, a large area of martial arts routines. Holding his golden spear, Luo Chong broke out in the direction of the thunder beast while killing the gray wolves that surrounded him, so that he was always facing the enemy head-on, preventing him from being caught in a back-and-forth attack by the wolves. The short distance of 100 meters was killed by Luo Chong. Blood stained the white snow, and the gray wolves that were picked to death by the golden spear were spread all over the ground, 11 or 12 of them. Luo Chong is also not good. The back of the animal skin robe was also torn, revealing 2 bright red blood inside. The right calf wrapped in the animal skin was also bitten off a piece, so fortunately did not hurt the flesh. The remaining dozen or so gray wolves were still in hot pursuit, but Luo Chong had already run to the thunder beast's side and continued to wield his golden spear to harvest the wolves' lives. The thunder beast also knew Luo Chang's difficulties alone and consciously guarded Luo Chang's back. Although it was no longer capable of attacking, it still used its huge body to block the sneak attack from behind for Luo Chong. 5 short minutes passed. 27 gray wolves only left 6, of which there were 2 more were broken by Luo Chang's gun pull. At this time the gray wolves no longer dared to continue to attack. They have been killed by Luo Chang's golden gun broke the guts. Covered with blood, Luo Chong is like a demon god. Scared them to turn their heads and run away. Run, run, nasty legs, all leave the old man behind. Luo Chong was also killed out of blood by the wolf siege at this time. The 2 newly added wounds on his arms kept stimulating his nerves. Raising his golden spear with one hand and aiming at the fleeing gray wolf with a hard throw, with a muffled plop into the flesh, a gray wolf was instantly nailed to the snow by the flying golden spear, scaring the other 5 companions to death. Hurrying like a lost dog, unwillingly, Luo Chong picked up the longbow thrown on the ground again and shot 2 arrows again, killing the 2 gray wolves that had fallen off. Just as Luo Chong was about to continue his pursuit, the thunder beast behind him let out a weak roar and called out to Luo Chong, "Dear book lovers, stretch out your lovely fingers. Recommend, comments, then heart, reward, go a wave. Crab everyone. /carrot. Chapter 073, Talgoy Ridge, seeking favorites and recommendations." Hearing the roar of the thunder beast, Luo Chong turned his head to look. The thunder beast was still trembling and supporting its huge body with its bitten and bloodied limbs, but there was not a single wound on that bulging abdomen under the protection of the 4 rotten legs. Under Luo Chang's gaze, the thunder beast roared up to the sky, seemingly using up all its strength as its body trembled slightly. Plop! A heavy object landed on the ground. and the thunder beast's bulging abdomen deflated. Luo Chong stared in disbelief at this scene. That thunder beast spared no limbs to be bitten and fought for its life to protect its stomach. Actually, for the child in its stomach. The icy cold wind blew, but Luo Chong felt warm in his heart, and the wounds on his body didn't seem to hurt so much, as if it was worth it to shed as much blood as possible for this moment. The sky did not rain, but Luo Chang's eyes were moist. In the blurred vision, the thunder beast with all its strength slowly moved its body and turned its head towards the newly born cub, with eyes full of love. It extended its tongue and licked the cub's fetal clothing one bite at a time and wiped the dirt from this baby's body. The little thunder beast closed its eyes, its tender body twisting slightly as if it was enjoying its mother's soothing touch, its mouth emitting a moan similar to a dreamy murmur, not knowing in the slightest that its mother was about to leave it forever. But at the moment when the fetal clothing was licked clean, the mother beast suddenly looked up at Luo Chong. Her eyes were full of pleading. 2 lines of blood tears suddenly seeped out of her bloodshot eyes, flowing down the corners of her eyes, and falling drop by drop on the body of her cubs. The tears were full of love and pity and unwillingness to give up, but more than that, they were resolute. The mother beast lowered her head, gently pushed the cub toward Luo Chong with the large horn in front of her nose, and the legs that were bitten in front of her suddenly knelt toward Luo Chong, a pair of crimson eyes looking tightly at Luo Chong, the eyes full of pleading, and a hint of unrefusable perseverance. Okay, I promise. I'll take it away and raise it. Don't worry. Luo Chong wiped the teardrops that had formed into ice crystals at the corners of his eyes, took off his tattered beastskin robe and wrapped the little thunder beast up, retrieved his longbow and golden spear, picked up the little thunder beast, and turned around and walked in the direction of the cave. The mother beast also closed her eyes forever the moment Luo Chong picked up the little thunder beast. On this mountainside, which was later called the Tolu Ridge by Luo Chong, a teenager with 2 bloodstains hanging from his back staggered towards the east treading through the snow, leaving a line of deep footprints on the mountainside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so damn heavy. It's over 100 pounds since it was first born. Can I return it? MMP. Luo Chong held the little thunder beast, while walking in his mind while madly spitting out the weight of this little guy. Finally, after 20 minutes of holding this more than 100 pounds of small meatballs walked back to the cave. The person is also tired. Just now a fierce battle, coupled with the wounds on the body, so that his originally unadult body is also a little bit unable to eat. The open space at the entrance of the cave in front of them was also sprinkled with fresh blood. 3 gray wolves that had been stabbed with many holes were lying there, and the clansmen of the Han tribe were all vigilantly looking around with their spears raised. The clansmen who were looking around rushed over to meet the chief when they saw that he had actually returned naked and wounded. Chief, are you alright? Why are you still injured? Is there an enemy? We will go with you to take revenge. Feather was the first to run to Luo Chang's side, and unclasped the beastskin robe he was wearing as well to give it to Luo Chong to drape over his body. I'm fine. Just ran into the rest of the pack of grey wolves just now and fought those guys, but unfortunately let them run away a few. By the way, you too, keep an eye on this little thing. Don't give it a kill. It's an animal we're going to keep. Luo Chong waved his hand somewhat feebly at the feather and sat down on his butt on the ground, putting the little thunder beast aside and handing it over to the 2 women to take care of, and grabbing a handful of clean snow on the ground and holding it in his mouth. Chief, those wolves didn't run away. Just now we heard wolves barking on your side. Not a moment later 3 wolves came running. All of them were killed by us, and now they are bleeding there. Stone also rushed over at this time, took a snakeskin water bag and handed it to Luo Chong, pointing at the 3 gray wolves over there while giving Luo Chong a report. Luo Chong sipped the water and listened to the stone's narration. Then he realized that just as he was welcoming the birth of the little thunder beast alone, the few escaping grey wolves just now actually ran back here to the cave and were killed by the clan's combined efforts. Understanding what happened, he was also relieved for a long time. This group of wolves was finally wiped out clean, and in the future, the clan's range of activities could be a bit larger. At least they didn't have to live their lives in fear every day. After drinking water and resting for a while, Luo Chong also told everyone what had just happened, especially the origin of the little thunder beast, and the story of the mother beast's ambush. The clansmen were silent after hearing this. The men didn't seem to have much of a reaction. They participated in hunts every day, facing life and death all the time, and they all seemed a bit indifferent to feelings and such. Some of the women were sobbing in a small voice, wiping their tears non-stop. The licking of the mother and the beast could easily resonate with them, especially these adult women who had already experienced the difficulties of life and death and had given birth to 1 or 2 children. Perhaps they could better understand the feelings of despair as a mother at that time. Right away Luo Chong made a decision. He wanted to bury that female thunder beast on that hillside, to keep it as a memorial for future generations. For this decision, the women are unanimously supported. The men are because the tribe has enough food, and did not oppose Luo Chong this waste of food practice. The female thunder beast is so big. How much meat? The next thing is simple. The purpose of this outing has been achieved, and the salt mine has been explored. Luo Chong first filled a small bag of natural alkali crystals, and then had the mouth of the cavern sealed with stones to prevent it from being occupied by any more wild beasts. Then he led 10 people to go to the Togo Ridge to bring back the wolf carcass on the ground, and had people pick up some branches and stones to hastily cover up the body of the female thunder beast, preparing to come over the next day with a copper shovel to dig a pit for it to be buried again. A group of 30 people finally met at the mouth of the cave, cut branches to make 2 simple wooden rows of plows, and used meat in Grey Mountain to drag all the hundreds of grey wolves back to the tribe. Along with the return of the clansmen, the story of the thunder beast's trust was told by the women to their own children, and the little children, sympathetic to the little thunder beast who had lost his mother, came running over to watch. Most of the herbivores are very tenacious, like cattle, horses, sheep and other animals. The cubs were born in an hour, or even 10 minutes, and so on the body of the fetus hair is dry on their own to stand up and skate, but also find their own mother to eat milk. Almost a month or so can be a small amount of forage grass. The rhinoceros was in a similar situation, but the little thunder beast's situation was more special. It should have been born prematurely in the month of insufficiency. According to the breeding habits of herbivores, they usually give birth en masse in the spring and summer seasons, when the plants are growing luxuriantly, because the weather is warm at that time of the year, and there is enough food, so that the pups have a high survival rate. But the little thunder beast was obviously born a month earlier, and now that it had been born for half a day, it still wouldn't be able to open its eyes, and if it weren't for the fact that it would still be gasping for air and still be able to move, everyone would have thought that it was already dead. Thank you to the book friend Glazed Wood can reward support. Thank you. Thank you also thank you to vote for the recommendation of the book friends. With your company Ching Book Power full can never abandon me Tomorrow the recommendation of the vote to hand over. Let me see who are in. Chapter 074 End of Winter, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. That night, the little thunder beast and the 8 little wolf cubs all lived in the cave. Now the weather is too cold, and these guys are all just born not long ago. Outside is really afraid of not being able to hold out. In order to solve their food problem, Luo Chong also found 2 lactating cows from the herd, but their cubs had gotten separated on that snowy night, and now they were both in the state of having no cubs to feed, so Luo Chong was going to use them to feed those little ones, but both sides are still very uncooperative. The wolf cubs are too small to reach, the little thunder beasts are born prematurely and don't move at all except to sleep, and the 2 cows don't want to feed them. Being forced to have no choice, Luo Chong can only force milking. In a dozen big men with the help of pulling and dragging, Luo Chong 2 lives for the first time successfully milked the milk. Yes, he did not do this in his last life. Of course, there was a price to pay. 2 cows howled in pain in their enclosure for half the night. The few little guys who managed to drink the fresh milk were tenacious enough to survive, especially the little thunder beast. Luo Chong could only break open the mouth of this guy who couldn't move, so that Go Sick could hold the milk and pour it down. The effect of the milking was also remarkable, as the little rhino, whose skin was milky white and a little reddish, went from sleeping quietly to snoring and sleeping. Going Sick loved this little guy so much that he slept with this meatball by himself that night. On the next day, Luo Chong brought 20 people to Togoling again according to the previous plan, and dug a big pit with a shovel to bury the mother thunder beast in, and piled up a bunch of stones on top of it as a grave, which would henceforth become the landmark of Togoling. The last month of winter has also been uneventful and busy for the Han tribe. A week passed and the wolf pups and the little thunder beasts opened their eyes. 2 weeks had passed, and the 8 wolf pups had begun to eat broth and cooked food, the best way to weaken their feral nature. Small fluffy flocks of them, long as a freshly minted Allah, skulk around the enclosure all day long. The light red color on the little thunder beast has also faded to a pure milky white color, and a small packet has bulged above its nose where its horns should be, and it can now stand up and scoot around on its own, and it will also go to the cow on its own every day to get milk, but it's still very lethargic. The cow was reluctant at first, but remembering Luo Chang's cruel torture, she finally gave in and honestly served as a nurse to the little thunder beast. 3rd week, run, 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 catch up to those dogs, come on, you can do it. Going Sick led the little thunder beasts in the enclosure and soldiered after a few young wolf cubs, and the little rhinoceros, which had not yet reached its full moon, was already panting with exhaustion. What do you call it? Running? That's a bad name. When Go Sick brought the little thunder beast past Luo Chong, who was nailing the ship's boards, Luo Chong suddenly said this. What do you call it then? Go Sick asked, stopping to pull the little thunder beast that was still jogging. Well, let me teach you a word. Prancing. It means running very fast. You can call it prancing from now on. It's better than running. Run, run, run. You have a new name. From now on you'll be called Run. Run, run, run. Going Sick announced the new name to the dumbfounded little thunder beast and spread his legs again to chase the wolf cubs. Fourth week. As for woodworking, 70 standard longbows have been completed, which is a lot to say, but in fact less than 1 cedar wood was used. A longbow with material 1 meter 8 long. 5 thick section of round wood can be cut more than 10 longbow material. 70 longbows are only more than 10 meters high in a tree only. Each longbow was finally corrected and tested by Luo Chong. The quality is absolutely no problem. With saws, planes and these woodworking tools, the made standard longbow is even better than Luo Chang's one. Finally, the bowstring of sisal fiber was installed, and a layer of insect wax was applied, and it was ready for use. For the rest of the time, the women were making feathered arrows, but they were all arrow shafts without arrowheads mounted on them. They just glued the tail feathers in advance, because Luo Chong planned to wait for the next time after the next mining to start building bronze material arrow tufts, also known as arrowheads. And the arrows that the clansmen were using for training right now were still the same 200-odd arrows that Luo Chong had stocked up on before. One morning in the 4th week, all the adults of the Han tribe, each with a longbow in hand, formed 3 rows for shooting practice. First platoon, target hay bales 100 meters away. Raise your bows. Ready, fire. Whoosh. More than 20 feathered arrows broke through the air and flew. The short 100 meters came in an instant. Some arrows hit the haystacks, some flew up into the sky, and others didn't even shoot the arrows and fell directly in front of their own feet. Stone, why are you raising your bow so high? This is a flat shot, not a parry. Just like when you're hunting with a stone, aim directly at the target and smash it, not into the sky. One ear, your arrow didn't go out again. As I said, don't pinch the end of the arrow with your fingers. It's to pull the bowstring with the 3 fingers of your index, middle and ring fingers, and hold the end of the arrow between your fingers. But don't pinch it. Yes, Luo Chong was teaching the clansmen how to shoot, and it was still at the most basic stage of scattering. As for shooting at the right target, it couldn't be said that no one was able to do it, but only that the ones who could do it were very talented in archery. Luo Chong taught them the Mediterranean string pulling method, which is the 3-finger string pulling method, and is also the standard way of pulling the Olympic competitive recurve bow. And this kind of pulling method is most suitable for tall longbows. And that legendary way of pulling the string with the thumb is the way of pulling the string used by the Mongols when they specialized in mounted archery, and it usually has to be operated with the trigger finger, or else the fingers are very easy to be injured. The clansmen shot arrows row by row, while Luo Chong kept correcting their mistakes and instructing them on some archery essentials in the meantime. Time passes day by day. Winter is coming to an end. Just at the end of the 4th week, the rat big came over to do another trade, a total of 6 pottery pots, but this time it is not only boys, but 3 women, 6 boys, also all of the Chestnut tribe. The boy who was traded by the rat big before was also surprised, did not think that there are still their own people were traded to here. Luo Chong's heart is also very clear. Such a deal will not be much more. After all, pottery pots, this thing is not a consumable, although the various tribes have the need, but there will always be enough of a day. And again, each tribe can come up with, the population is also limited. No, we need to think of something else if we want to continue to grow. Finally, at the end of the month, after another full moon, sure enough, the consecutive days afterward had seen what the rat witch had said was a circular moon, which was actually a lunar eclipse phenomenon, and Luo Chong had been keeping track of the number of days of the circular moon, these 14 days during the day. The work of shipbuilding has come to the assembly of the closing period, with copper nails to the planks on the keel. This work is simple to say, is the first wood to make a skeleton, and then nail the layer of planks only, but it is this to do the planks are a big project. There are no electric saws here, only dozens of people with frame saws, sawing nearly a month to finally come up with the shipbuilding planks. Finally, all the board seams are wiped over again with a filler mixture of fish bladder, antlers, sisal fibers, and cow hair boiled down for a final caulking and waterproofing treatment. Looking at the finished product of this huge wooden boat, the clansmen were very happy. They all participated in the construction process. They heard that this thing was used to walk on the water. It was called a boat. It could hold people and also a lot of things, although they didn't see how to use it with their own eyes, but they were still very proud. Chief, this wooden boat is so big, how are we going to move it into the river? And it's a heavy one. It takes quite a few people to move it piece by piece. Beast Tooth asked suspiciously when his hands moved the wooden boat side and lifted it upward with force, but the wooden boat did not move. Thank you for the book friend, the last name reward support. Crab, thank you, have been recommended to vote for the book friends. Thank you for your support. To continue to work hard. Chapter 075, the water diversion river passes through, seeking recommendations and favorites. In fact, we don't need to move it that far. Let's just move the boat directly there. Luo Chong let out a faint smile and pointed at the artificial river not far away and said, "There? It's not like there's water there. Didn't they say that wooden boats float on water?" Dolly couldn't figure out what Luo Chong meant and directly asked out loud, "Well, there's no water right now, but we'll have it if we just draw it in." "What? Bring the water here. Does the water even listen to people?" The surrounding clansmen stared incredulously, their jaws dropping, simply unable to believe what the chief had just said. "Grab a shovel and push a couple of small wheelbarrows and rattan baskets and follow me. I'll show you how to draw the water over." Luo Chong picked up a bronze shovel and took the lead towards the creek. It's been a beautiful couple of days, still chilly in the morning and evening, but the daytime temperatures have been high, basically staying above freezing during the middle of the day. There had been another moderate snowfall 2 days before, but it hadn't stayed on the ground at all and had melted within a day. The 2 consecutive sunny days that followed have thinned the ice on the creek, and a line of water has melted away near the middle of the river. Spring has crept up on us and it's time to divert water to the man-made river. Luo Chong led more than 30 people with various tools to the end of the artificial river, and those clansmen who hadn't been out of the enclosure for a long time ran to see the fun. A group of small children drove 8 just full-month wolf cubs also ran out. Go to the sick also went to the just finished milk is not willing to move Ben led over. Meat in Grey Mountain also ran to find the shadow. Can only hear the distant sound of the elephant tweeting. The spring is coming. Nested in the cave and the winter of the people cannot help but come out of the activities. At the end of the artificial river, there is only a 2-meter wide strip of land left to be dug up here and in the creek. And now all that is needed is to dig up this final barrier so that the water can flow through. The digging was done from the side of the artificial river in the direction of the creek, with a few men inside the ditch, a few on the ground, and the rest tying rattan baskets to ropes to use as hanging baskets, and carrying the earth out of the ditch one basket at a time. A morning passed, and by the time the soil was dug down to about only 30 centimeters thick, water seepage was already occurring on this side of the artificial river. Luo Chong let the clansmen below hurry to grab the rope and climb up. On the bank first raised a large bonfire ready to be used for warmth in a while. Then he himself took off his animal skin robe, tied a rope around his waist for the clansmen to pull, and took a shovel to the bottom to do the final work of breaking through. The bottom of the ditch was already oozing with standing water, and Luo Chong, with his feet in the cold mud, aimed his shovel at the lowest layer of soil, and plowed the last barrier of the river one by one. After continuously swinging the shovel to dig a dozen times, at the moment Luo Chong pulled out the shovel, a strong water flow also sprayed out from the opening, like a fountain spraying a water column horizontally. The gushing river water directly topped Luo Chong and flew out. Fortunately, the rope on his waist pulled him in time. Asterisk 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 this water is too damn cold. Pull me up. Luo Chong was washed by the icy water. Under the clansmen's efforts to pull a few seconds on the shore, the clansmen who had already prepared hurriedly wrapped Luo Chong with animal skins and let him stand by the campfire to keep warm. The water that kept gushing out kept eroding the soil around the gap, and the huge pressure forced the gap to punch out a big hole with a diameter of 1 meter. Luo Chong, also shivering and wrapped in his animal skin robe, stood on the bank and watched the raging river gushing into the artificial river. The water in the creek because of the strong pumping force formed a whirlpool. The thin ice on the surface of the river can no longer withstand. Click 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 crack sound endless. Those broken ice slag is also a brain gushing to the bottom of the river at the big hole. The big hole around the soil layer also impacted the earth collapsed, clattering in the rapids. Countless sizes of swimming fish are also rolled into this torrent, and together with the water diversion of the river channel, the rushing river rushed furiously all the way to the end of the diversion river near the fence, and the current slammed into the end of the river, stirring up countless fine waves. And the 700-meter-long river was instantly flooded by icy water, and the water level of the diversion river rose at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The coyote cubs wailed in fear, and Go Sick and Ben ran behind Luo Chong in fear. Not only is it safe here but there is also a campfire. It's more comfortable than any other place, under the watchful eyes of all the clansmen. After 10 minutes or so, the water flow once again returned to calm, and that natural creek had been connected to the diversion river, only that the water was still a bit muddy now, and the mud at the bottom of the river had been swept up. On the chaotic surface of the water, those broken ice floes were also slowly swimming, and some swimming fish that had just been dazed by the impact of the water current also flipped their white bellies and floated up. Fish, there's fish, lots of fish. Go get the baskets and get those fish. A woman holding a child screamed with excitement at the sight of the swimming fish turning their bellies in the river, pointing at the fish and yelling over and over. And the clansmen, who had just been fretting about how to lift the wooden boat into the water, were all wide-eyed at the moment. The river, literally led over. How is it? Now the water is close to us, right? In the future, we won't have to run so far to fetch water. Luo Chong looked at the gradually clarifying river water and said to the clansmen, regarding the matter of digging a river to divert water, it was still a great shock to the minds of the clansmen, especially those who had come from the original Xie Ding tribe. They used to get their normal water from the natural pool in the cave, but in the late fall and winter, when the spring stopped flowing, they had to use stone basins to get water from a small river 3 kilometers away. At that time, the people of the Xie tribe were very envious of the Han tribe who owned pottery, and in their opinion, perhaps one more pottery could store more water, but Luo Chang's behavior refreshed their perception of water. This is so violent that it's arbitrary to divert the river water directly to your doorstep in order to take 2 less steps to fetch water. Instead, the clansmen who had been living in the Han tribe had a sense of dawning realization. At the very beginning, Luo Chong didn't let everyone continue to store food, but mobilized all the clansmen to dig the river to make bricks. At that time, the clansmen thought that Luo Chong dug this ditch just to ask for those bricks, and when that artificial river accidentally captured the beast a month ago, the clan again assumed that digging this ditch was just a trap, and it was then when they saw the river filling this long ditch that the clan finally realized the ultimate purpose of digging the river in the first place. Of course, this is only the first step in the purpose of digging the diversion river, and digging ditches and cultivating land along the banks of the diversion river is the ultimate purpose. When all is said and done, spring has arrived and plans for plowing the land need to get on the schedule right away. After all, the time of year waits for no one. At noon, after the Han tribes celebrated the passage of the diversion river at a get-together, in the afternoon, taking advantage of the midday warmth, Luo Chong took a bundle of thin ropes and planned the layout of the rice paddies with the clansmen. Thank you for your support and encouragement. The following is the list of today's rewards. Bibliophile last name, book lover Xiaowen Ruoshi, book club member Bino Yoyan, bibliophile roadrunner, passerby B, the boy who bluffed the tiger. Thank you, and thanks to my friend Demons of the Abyss for the book list. Finally, it is to vote for the recommendation of all of you. Ching book cannot be separated from you. Welcome to comment on the message. More active atmosphere. Finally, please, don't stop asking for votes, and don't stop asking for recommendations. Keep throwing them at me. Chapter 076 Cropland Planning, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. Planning arable land is mainly to determine the location of aqueducts, because the cultivation of rice requires that the paddy fields be covered by water for a long time, so only diffuse irrigation can be used, and at the same time to take care of the rational use of the land area. And this, in turn, pulls out another key issue. How much rice does the Han tribe need to grow? How much acreage is needed? The wild rice that Luo Chong brought back from the swamp was originally more than 60 pounds, but it was all fresh rice, and after bringing it back and drying it out, it weighed almost only 70% of what was left, but now it was only more than 40 pounds. The head of this wild rice is slightly larger than the rice Luo Chong had eaten in his previous life, about twice as big. The ordinary rice he had eaten in his previous life was about 26,000 grains a caddy, and this wild rice in Luo Chang's hand, a caddy is almost 12,000 grains or so, but Luo Chong is not ready to plant all the seeds. Luo Chong in his previous life had no experience at all in planting food. At most, he fed pigs for 2 days in the army and planted green vegetables for a few days, and he was still punished after making a mistake, so he couldn't possibly sow all the seeds at once, and in case they didn't grow, wouldn't it be like crying to death? So he was only going to use 1/2 of the rice seed, about 22 pounds, 264,000 seeds. So the question arises, how many rice plants can be planted on an acre of land? And how much arable land is needed for the Han tribe? As you can see from the mother wild rice plant seen in the swamp, this rice plant is tall, nearly 2 meters or so, and all of the individual rice plants can grow to a minimum of 15 years or more, or even double that. This can be seen that the single plant of this rice covers an area that is still quite large. So Luo Chong is ready to use 40 centimeters row spacing to plant this kind of rice. An acre of land of 667 square meters, if calculated according to the length of the side of the 25 meters times 27 meters, then an acre of land can be planted on about 156 plants of rice. Then you want to plant 22 pounds of seed, about the need for 64 acres of arable land. This area is not too big, not too small. 64 acres of land. If there is 400 meters long, then only 107 meters wide is enough, nearly 6 soccer fields. This 400-meter-long piece of cultivated land was spread out vertically along the southern line of the diversion river, with the entire plot near this end of the fence and almost 300 meters away from the edge of the creek. And then 20 drains were dug horizontally in the cultivated land, each less than a meter wide and probably less than half a meter deep, extending 110 meters to the south. Such an aqueduct, each time using 50 adults to dig. After all, The Han tribe now only a total of 50 shovels. Each person each time only need to dig a little more than 2 meters will be enough. Such a speed is still very fast. Basically half an hour can be dug a good 20 aqueducts is also just a day's time all dug up. Everything was ready. Just after the day of the 14th full moon, the first day of the new year, a light rain came unexpectedly. All the primitive tribes living in this great land breathed a long sigh of relief. It rained in the sky, and what fell was no longer snowflakes, and that damned winter was finally over. The tribes were also taking stock of what this winter had cost them, how much food had been consumed, how many clansmen had frozen to death, how many had starved to death, how many males had been sacrificed in the winter hunts, and how many clansmen had been able to reach adulthood this year. On closer inspection, it's basically a gruesome sight, with tribes of less than 100 people basically attritioned by 10 or more, and most of these dead humans are small children and adult males. The winter that lasted 4.5 months was too long. And many tribes didn't have enough food to last until spring, so they had to give up a portion of their children first and watch them starve to death. Does it seem like these adults are cruel? Maybe so, but they live a tough life too. These adults ate the food that should have been used to feed their children, but they were not satisfied with the status quo. They also had to go out hunting in the cold and snowstorms with the guilt and grief in their hearts for those children, because they also had to feed the women of the tribe. As long as there are still women in the tribe, the children can be regenerated. The tribe can continue to reproduce, and the human race will not become extinct, and the reason why they gave up those children is also all forced to do nothing. Who does not feel sorry for their own flesh and blood? But they have no choice. Teams of grown men braved the wind and snow to go out hunting. Some of them were lucky enough to gather a few nuts. Others got nothing and disappeared into the blizzard. Others ran into herds of beasts that were all but wiped out, and the luckiest of all were the ones that managed to come across a lone beast. The men would fight tooth and nail to bring the food back, no matter what the cost, and if they couldn't, then they were more than likely all dead. A triumphant hunting party brought fresh beasts back to the tribe, and no one was happy, for the price paid was too great. Basically, no tribe's hunting party came home in full force, and the men who came back alive had their ears frozen off, their fingers and toes frozen off, and various injuries sustained on the hunt that more or less left them with disabilities. In contrast to them, the Han tribe was something to celebrate. And it was also the fastest growing year in the year with the most food for the entire Han tribe. So the elders decided to hold a grand opening of the spring festival in the hope that the Han tribe could have a better year in the new year. For this matter, Luo Chong did not oppose. Sacrifice. Human spiritual support. Understandable. But the elders of a question but Luo Chong asked, Chief, what god has blessed our tribe? How do we need to worship him? What gods? What do I know about any gods? Of course, it is only so think about it. It is impossible to say this. Luo Chong thought for a long time about the problem of faith. Luo Chong is not ready to engage in gods and goddesses. He is ready to promote the spirit of worship as ancestor worship and tribal worship, also on the cultivation of clansmen's concept of the country. Our Han tribe doesn't believe in gods. After thinking for a while, Luo Chong said, then what do we believe in and who will bless us? The elder's mouth opened in disbelief at this. We don't believe in gods, but we can honor our ancestors. Without our ancestors reproducing, there would be no us. It is the ancestors of the Han tribe people who have given us life, taught us knowledge, so that we know how to live, and continue to pass on our Han tribe. So it is not the gods that we should worship, but the ancestors of our Han tribe. Luo Chong looked at the elder and said seriously word by word. The elder froze in thought for half a day. Hey, it's kind of interesting. This worship of ancestors is really fresh, and the explanation is very reasonable. No parents to give birth to where we are. No elders to teach hunting skills, teach us a variety of life skills. Then how do we live? Well, is to thank our ancestors. But how are we supposed to worship our ancestors? We've never done it before? The more the elder thought about it, the more right he was, but he didn't know how to make a sacrifice. After all, he was just an elder, not a witch. You don't need to worry about this, leave it to me. Luo Chong waved his hand. He had already figured out what to sacrifice. Please vote. Have a recommended vote. Do not forget to vote for the book of the secretary. By the way, leave some comments, even if to leave a paw prints or thank you. Chapter 077 An Unusual Sacrifice, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations? Sacrifices. Sacrifices to what? The tribes that sacrificed to the gods usually had totems and such. They either carved the totems on stones, or painted them directly on their bodies and faces, or carved them on wood and made them into something like totem poles, while the Han tribe didn't have any totems. So Luo Chong could only sacrifice something else, and that was sacrificing flags. Yes, the thing Luo Chong came up with for spiritual support is the flag. Modern countries have national flags, And the Han tribe is not yet a country, but they need to get one. Of course, the flag won't say acting on behalf of heaven, killing the rich and giving to the poor. Ahem. The Han tribe's flag has just one word on it, Han. The Han tribe now has no cloth, and can only use animal skins to make a flag. But the good thing is that the Han tribe now has no shortage of animal skins, and the materials to make a flag are still available. Luochong chose a complete skin of a large antlered deer, on which the hair had been scraped off, and cut it into a rectangle according to the maximum area, on which the lettering was sewn on with boiled bones, twisted to form the word Han. As for why use bones, it's simple, because there's nothing else. Although now Luochong can burn out the pine smoke ink, but directly with the ink to write. It is estimated that after a rain, the word is gone. Other dyes Luochong has not developed for the time being. Thinking about it is still good to use the bones, and boiled bones can be antiseptic. The flag made of bone sewn on the animal skin of course can't float horizontally, so this flag Luochong made a vertical version. A vertical strip-shaped flag, the upper edge of a few holes, and then threaded with a stick, like curtains, and then find with the flagpole to hang it up on the OK. The location of the flagpole was set by Luochong in the center of the city site, where it was not a residential area. Think about getting a small plaza in the future. There is nothing wrong with inserting a flagpole on it. Flagpole material is also used in the cedar. No other, long straight just, thickness is also appropriate. China in the 70s and 80s when also used this thing as a utility pole. Spiritual support is there. Of course, the ceremony should also be engaged in. So serious things. No sense of ceremony how to do. But the Han tribes do not have anyone who understands this. When the Han tribesmen were still small there was not much faith at all, and there had never been any sacrifices. Everyone was groping, and only Luochong had seen more things. Ceremonies of course need rituals and other things. What bells, tripods, trumpets, drums and so on. Bells and tripods do not have to think about. That thing is too laborious to do. Not only consume a lot of metal materials, but also has little practical significance. So Luochong only want to do a drum. The drum is different. This is a good thing. Only need some wood. 2 animal skins can be made. And this thing knocked up the sound of a thief. Shocking. It is easy to let people resonate. The sense of unity. Usually even when not holding rituals. It is also very useful. Such as alarms. Encountering enemy attacks can be drummed to warn. But also in the evening drumming to call everyone back to dinner. And can even be used in military training formation or formation. In short, its practical use is great. And easy to make. To make a drum you first have to make a flat barrel without a base, designed by Luochong himself. Calculate the circumference to count the size. Then have the 2 men, the wooden dolphin and the barrel. Saw some oak planks that are wide in the center and slightly narrower at the ends, and use these planks to enclose a round barrel. The fixing material is 2 flat copper rings, cast directly from the Han tribe's current surplus of copper, incidentally making some more copper nails, and the Han tribe's metal reserves are completely exhausted. Put the planks into a circle. First surrounded by a copper hoop fixed, and then to the planks dripping with water on the fire on the grill to set, the other end of the barrel with wet twine constantly twisted, and then the other copper hoop set up, and then smashed the 2 copper hoops on the line. 2 bison hides were used for the 2 sides of the drum, and the hides were tightly stretched over the ends of the drum with copper nails, and then the seams were glued down with fish bladder glue. So far, a diameter of 1 meter 2 cowhide drum on the completion. To stand there, then the child is taller. Ahem. Sacrificial things, of course, to be a little bigger. Followed Luochong busy wooden dolphin, crippled and barrel. They do not know what this thing is for. Han tribal clansmen are also very curious. There are naughty children ran over to pat. The result is a thud loud sound. The child was startled. Chief, what is this drum you speak of for, and why does it sound so loud when you beat it? The cripple was also startled when he heard the sound coming from the drum, and asked directly out of the blue. Ha ha, that's what this thing is for. But not with your hands, it's better to use a wooden hammer. By the way, wooden dolphin, have you finished those 2 drum hammers I asked you to make? Luochong smiled and introduced them, and then asked after the progress of the drum hammers. It'll be ready in a minute. I've made it and I'm sanding it now. Otherwise there'll be splinters and they'll stick in my hands. Well, you polish it carefully. No need to rush. If you zap the cowhide when you beat the drum you won't be able to beat it. Wooden dolphin answered as he worked. 2 drum hammers in his hands, sanding for a while before stopping and running his palms over it to feel where it wasn't smooth enough before continuing. The first day of spring just passed. A small rain pattered all day. They say that spring rain is as expensive as oil. This spring rain is very cheap. Endless. The flag, which had been given to the women to sew, was ready, and strung up on a stick, Dali also led the men to put up the flagpole at the position marked by Luo Chong, and at the top of the flagpole was fitted a wooden pulley, which was made by Luo Chong himself, and on which a very long hemp rope was threaded for hoisting the flag. The barrels had taken 4 boys to build the stand on which the cowhide drums were to be placed, and it was now done, and for the time being was placed inside the enclosure. Until before dinner, the wooden dolphin's drum hammer is also finally completed. Luo Chong checked, no problem, and finally wrapped 2 pieces of snakeskin on the hammerhead. All work, just wait for the weather to clear. The sacrifice can begin. On the 2nd day of spring, along with the first rays of sunlight in the east, the sky finally cleared of clouds, revealing a blue sky after the rain, and a 7-colored rainbow connecting heaven and earth. After breakfast, Luo Chong led his subjects, a pair of elephants, and brought the entire Han tribe, from the aged elders down to the breastfeeding children, all to the barren land designated as the site of the city. Beneath the towering flagpole, on a makeshift raised platform of green bricks, neatly laid out were spears, bows and arrows, a large fish, a bull's head, and the remaining 20 pounds of rice. Elder and Luo Chong stood under the high platform to preside over the sacrificial ceremony, with the big cowhide drum resting on the wooden frame on the side, the bare-bladed Dali standing aside holding 2 drum hammers, and more than 200 Han tribe clansmen standing neatly in a square formation in front of the high platform, with their gazes all on Luo Chong. Begin the ritual, sound the drums and raise the flag. Along with Luo Chang's shout, Vigor began to beat the big drum with vigor. Dang, 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 knock. Shocking drums resounded through the wilderness, and to the rhythm of the drums, a formation of 7 men came neatly through the crowd toward the flagpole. The large tree at the front of the group held up a bronze spear, behind him followed Beast Tooth and One Ear, who were carrying pots of arrows on their backs and longbows in their hands, feathers, stones, wooden dolphins, wooden barrels, each holding a corner of the large Han flag, one hand holding a bronze spear, one hand holding the flag high above their heads, a line of 7 people walking towards the flagpole to the beat of the drums. Thank you, dear bookworms, for giving your reward support to Emily's book. Here's the list of today's rewards. Book lover Xiaowen Ruoshi, book club member Bino Yoyan, Sito Kondo, the boy who bluffed the tiger, friend of the book, Ruriki Suga. Thank you, guys, for feeding the Book of Qing manual slip, and thank you for all the book club members who voted for the recommendation. Today is the day with the most recommendation votes since the release of Primal. More than 150 votes. Ah, my god, this is the best Lantern Festival gift you gave me. Finally, Qing Book is also here to wish you all a happy Lantern Festival. I hope you can also find their own fun in this book. Thank you for your support. Do not forget to recommend tomorrow's votes. Oh, Chapter 078, Invoking the Blessings of the Ancestors, Request for Recommendations. The clan flag escort brought the flag to the bottom of the flagpole with the sound of drums, and Luo Chong tied the flag to the rope with his own hands. Raise the flag and sight the clan flag. With Luo Chang's cry, all the clansmen stared at the flag as if they could see some ancestral revelation on it, and the rhythm of vigorously beating the drums got faster and faster. Following the sound of his drums, Luo Chong raised the flag to the top of the flagpole one by one. After securing the flag, Luo Chong turned to face the clansmen, raised his right hand to the sky with a clenched fist, and shouted, "My Han Yongxing! My Han Yongxing! My Han Yongxing!" The clansmen below chimed in with their voices, performed the kneeling ceremony and prayed to the ancestors. Luo Chong took the lead and knelt down under the flagpole, and the clansmen followed suit. Even the unidentified meat and gray mountain on the sidelines plopped down on the ground together, shaking their big heads and looking left and right to see what the clansmen were going to do next. My generation of great Han children, inheriting the will of our forefathers, and teaching our ancestors the ability to extract gold and stone in the precious mountains, casting copper plows in the caverns, reclaiming good fields in the wilderness, building strong cities in the fields, practicing bows and vectors to guard themselves, and practicing spears and guns to guard the border towns. We have worked diligently to cultivate the fields, multiply the population, and make our troops and horses so that Han will prosper. I ask for the blessing of the ancestors to protect the children and grandchildren of Dahan who have food for the hungry, clothes for the cold, a prosperous population, 6 animals, and a good harvest of rice. 1 kowtow, another kowtow, 3 kowtows, salute, rise, all ing go plow the field. The kneeling ended. The clansmen listened to Luo Chang's prayer in confusion. Only the last sentence was not quite understandable. The front was still said to be okay, mining copper, casting plows, cultivating the land, building the city, practicing the longbow and throwing spears to defend the tribe. Pray for the blessing of the ancestors that there will be food for the hungry, animal skins to wear when it is cold, that everyone will have more children, that the 6 animals will have more young, and that there will be a good rice harvest. As for what the hell are the 6 beasts, The Han tribe has cattle, grass mud horses, bighorn deer, rabbits, dingoes, and thunder beasts, which is barely 6 beasts. Sacrifice is over. The whole process is Luocheng in the show. Other people follow the kneeling kowtow on the right, and then everyone should do what to do. All were arranged by Luocheng to plow the land. Because of the lack of materials, the Han tribe now only had 2 double-headed plows, and Luocheng personally selected 2 bulls that had recently behaved honestly and put them on the double-headed plows to start plowing the fields. Since these wild oxen are not yet trained and do not walk in a straight line on their own, they can only be plowed by one person in the front holding the nose of the ox to guide them, and one person in the back holding the plow frame. A double-headed plow with 2 bronze heads can plow a half-meter wide area of land at a time and turn the soil up to a depth of 30 centimeters. This is still fast enough that the paddy fields can be plowed in 3 days at the most, and the ground is finally leveled and ready to be irrigated. Rows and rows of land were turned over, from their original light green color to brownish crumbly soil, and the new soil turned up underneath was nourished by the sun. A group of teenagers just bought in the winter, each carrying a rattan basket, picking up grass roots and other debris on the ground on the land that had been tilled by the oxen, all of which had been grubbed out during the tilling and had to be picked up first, or else they would continue to sprout and compete with the rice for nutrients in the future. Of course, there are grasses that would not have survived, and as soon as the rice paddies begin to be covered with water for a long period of time, most of the dry grasses will drown, and not all plants are as water tolerant as rice and reeds. As for the fertilizer thing, there is no arrangement for the time being. Firstly, there is no preparation, and secondly, because Luocheng feels that he can't use it. Fertilizers are applied because the land has been continuously cultivated for too long, resulting in nutrient loss and reduced fertility, which is why artificial intervention is made to add fertility to the land. But now the land is being cultivated for the first time ever. A brand new piece of good land. Fertilized. Is that totally unnecessary? There is still fertility to grow a crop of grain. Spent 3 days plowing, leveling, but Luocheng still do not dare to sow. Why? Because one morning and one night the weather is still very cold. The night temperature is still below 0. The night water will also freeze, which if the seeds are sown, it is estimated that a night are frozen to death. But there are other hardy seeds that can be sown. That is, the grass seeds that Luocheng brought back. These wheatgrass and alfalfa should also be sown. The future breeding of livestock depends on these. West of the Han tribe's city site, this place is planned by Luocheng is from the grass field. At present first plant grass, wait for the expansion of the farmland later. A group of teenagers lined up in a horizontal formation, lined up along the grass field, while walking and throwing grass seeds. Do not doubt that this can grow out. To know that the grass is very tenacious and just after a spring rain, the ground is still a little muddy. Those grass seeds fall to the ground will be quickly absorbed moisture and nutrients inside the soil, and begin to germinate and take root. Grass seeds scattered on the line. Rice temporarily and cannot be planted. The Han tribe and not a lack of food. That should do something it. Luocheng thought about it or remodeling equipment is good. Change shoes. Yes, change your shoes. Get rid of the big leather boots and wear straw shoes instead. There is no cloth. There is no socks. Bare feet wearing leather boots. And each person only a pair. A wear is 4 months. 4 months without changing shoes, can you imagine? And there is no socks. The winter weather when the cold weather is a little better. And now the day is warm. Some clansmen feel that the leather boots smother the feet to take their feet out. The smell is simply able to smoke dead elephants. So the elephants ran away from home. And Meat and Grey Mountain couldn't stand the smell. So they all ran off to live in the brick kiln outside the enclosure, which they wouldn't have gotten very far from. Luocheng called the women of the tribe, personally give them a demonstration of how to weave grass shoes. In fact, the weaving method of grass shoes is very simple. Put it this way, you only need to cross the horizontal and vertical to weave a sole, the top of a few thin grass rope to tie this sole on the foot on the line. Just like the slingback sandals that we see now. Along with the birth of the straw shoe, the clan begins spring cleaning, going in groups to the creek to bathe, brush their shoes, and clean their animal skins. There is no way, not to say that leather things cannot be washed, it is really not wash cannot be. Now there is not much dry cleaning technology, even if the wash bad to clean up, otherwise it is almost rancid. Some men who were not afraid of the cold had already taken off their animal skins and directly wore grass skirts. Yes, it was grass skirts. In Luocheng's memory of the original owner of this body, they wore grass skirts in the spring and summer, or even directly naked, and only in the fall would they wear thicker animal skin skirts. After taking a bath that day, Luocheng was also excited to follow the clansmen to weave grass skirts together, but when he put it on for a short while, he no longer dared to wear it. Meat and Grey Mountain chased Luocheng all over the place, until they used their noses to pull all the grass skirts on his body. and the grass on the skirts were all eaten by the two of them. MMP. Just as Luo Chong was changing into his beastskin clothes with a grimace, the elder also ran to tell Luo Chong something big. Chief, we're running out of salt. Forgot to set the timer to post. Thought it had already been posted in the background. Blunder. A bit late, but still asking for a vote. Can't help it. Who made Ching Shu so thick-skinned? Chapter 079, Quarrying the Salt, Recommendations and Rewards. Out of salt? Then let's eat those cured meats first. Cured meats have a lot of salt in them. That one is salty. Eat the cured meats first, and you can replenish the salt for the time being. Luo Chong said after thinking for a while. Then we don't go to pick salt? I heard Stone and the others say that they saw that cave with the salty stone and that cave in the West Mountain last time. We can't just pick it back directly. Elder asked doubtfully. I've seen that hole. The hole is too small. Only 3 or 4-year-old children can drill into it. We can't let the children go down to mine salt, not to mention that they are too young to do heavy work. What if they can't get up? No, it's too dangerous. We have to find a way to open that hole. Luo Chong spread his hands helplessly and explained to the elder. Open it? That's a hole in the rock. How do you open it? Didn't the tribes of Shitu use children to harvest salt in the past? The elder continued to pursue the question in disbelief. No, I strongly disagree with letting children go down the mine. Xie Ding is Xie Ding. I am me. He is willing to let children do it, but I can't let the children of the Han tribe get killed. There's no need to discuss this matter. I won't agree. Luo Chong frowned and said seriously. So, what then? Can the stone hole really be opened? The elder saw that Luo Chang's attitude was resolute, so there was only one way left to open the hole. But he still couldn't figure out how to open the stone hole. Of course I can. I have a way to make something that opens mountains. It's just that right now there's a lack of materials. I need to go to the 8 treasure mountain to dig some mines and come back. So let's just eat the cured meat for the time being. Luo Chong explained with a clear mind. That's fine then. I'll go and explain that they'll eat cured meat for the time being. The elder heard the affirmative answer and let go of his heart. Since Luo Chong said that he had a solution, there was no need for him to worry anymore. Well, that's it. We'll go digging when we finish plowing the land in the next few days. And you'll guard your home and the tribe then. Luo Chong instructed. The elders left to go back and arrange for future changes in the clan's meals, while Luo Chong went to instruct the clan on how to plow the land. The 400-meter-long cultivated area next to the diversion river is divided into 20 paddy fields of equal size by 20 canals, each covering an area of 2 acres. In the rice paddies, a man in front of him was leading the oxen. A man behind him was holding the plow, and then there were a few teenagers with baskets behind them, constantly picking up grass roots and other debris in the soil. And at the end there were a few men following them with wooden rakes to smooth out the soil. Luo Chong walked in the tilled and very loose soil, squatting down and plunging his hand into the soil to feel the temperature. The temperature now is not the time to sow seeds. At least the temperature of the soil layer should not be lower than 10 degrees before sowing. Then it will be better to wait until the digging comes back to sow seeds. 3 days later, all 64 acres of rice paddies were tilled, and the Han tribe was ready to go digging. Make it hard. It's coming. It's coming. Don't stop. Don't stop. It's coming. Geez, why are you making so much effort? I'm all wet from you. Who told you to let go first? I'm wet too. Stop arguing. You guys, look. This wooden boat is so heavy, it can actually really float on the water. It's amazing. Luo Chong led a group of men to join forces to carry the wooden boat to the west end of the diversion of the river. To the place do not know who first let go of the hand. The wooden boat directly shot on the water. Splashing water splash everyone drenched. The 3-meter-wide wooden boat looked large when placed in the 4-meter-wide river, and the clansmen were amazed to see the wooden boat floating on the water. Something so heavy that it could still float. Can this boat really seat people? It won't fall into the water as soon as we get on it, Dolly said doubtfully. Of course it can sit on people. That is, we all go up and won't fall into the water. Give me the rope. I'll go first, Luo Chong said with certainty. The wooden boat is definitely able to sit on people, and the quality will not be a problem. But the clansmen are not assured. This time it is necessary for Luo Chong to set an example. He must be the first to go on. The edge of the boat is less than a meter wide from the riverbank. Luo Chong took one step and stepped on it. The wooden boat swayed in the water, but it always floated on the water, and Luo Chong was safe and sound. How is it? There is no problem. Who still come up? Do not come up a moment to pull the boat on the shore. Want to come up to hurry up, Luo Chong said while tying the 2 ropes on both sides of the bow of the boat. The river is too narrow. Rowing the boat is definitely laborious. Can only be on the bank as a fiberglass man to pull the boat, and so on the small boat out of the artificial river can be rowed. Puff, puff. As soon as Luo Chang's words were finished, Several clansmen jumped onto the boat. They saw that Luo Chon was fine on the boat, and this time they had more guts, plus the fact that this wooden boat took up almost the entire width of the water, and visually it didn't cause them any fear in their hearts. You guys haven't seen the vastness of the ocean yet. Luo Chon looked at them and shook his head with a bitter smile, then flung the rope to the people standing on the bank and asked them to pull the boat into the creek. Another parting. This time it was no longer Luo Chon going out alone, but with more than 20 men. 4 men from the original Tree tribe, 3 men from the Xie Ding tribe, 6 men from the Han tribe, and the teenagers traded in by the Black Mouse tribe. Together with Luo Chon, a total of 26 people. The men who were about to set out each had a spear, a longbow, a copper shovel, a pot of arrows, 50 feathered arrows each, and each of the 4 men of the big tree had a short-handled copper axe. Basically, the adult male labor force of the Han tribe is here, and those teenagers from the Li tribe are left behind in the tribe, who have not yet learned Chinese well enough to communicate. More people came to see them off, and all the adults and children of the tribe came to the river to see them off. The women led their children to the wooden boats loaded with jerky, clay pots, bales of hay, and large baskets on the backs of 20 bison. The little children holding 8 little wolf cubs also came to the shore, watching how the adults rowed the boat. They came to watch the fun and freshness, only to go to the sick is to come specially to send Luo Chon. Go Sick led Ben to the creek and handed Luo Chon a snakeskin water bag. Chief, what else will you bring back this time? Oh, don't you have Ben? What else do you want me to bring you? I'm just going to dig up some rocks this time. I'll be back soon. Luo Chon rubbed Go Sick's head, and then Ben's big head, which already had a little protrusion of the horn on its nose. I don't want anything. I love Penumbra. I have him enough, but I want to go with you too. I haven't been that far yet, Go Sick said as he wrapped his arms around Ben's neck. You are still too young. When you grow up and are able to protect yourself, you will be able to go out with me. The outside world is still very dangerous. Be good and obedient at home. Help your mom more. And don't forget to keep learning Chinese characters. Luo Chon kept instructing Go Sick something. Well, I'll be home when you guys get back. Going Sick nodded honestly. Luo Chon bid farewell to a group of clansmen and boarded a wooden boat to row upstream with everyone else. Big Tree and Wooden Dolphin rode Grey Mountain in meat and followed along upstream with 20 head of cattle on a rope on the bank of the river. Thank you all for your reward support. And thank you for feeding us. Here is today's list of rewards. The Boy Who Bluffed the Tiger. Book Lover Xiaowen Ruoshi. Friend of the Book Sad Shino. Friend of the Book Roadrunner 2. Bibliophile Solitary. Stand Up and Jerk Off. Sincerely thank you, but also thank you to vote for the recommendation of the book friends, or the same sentence. The Ching book is not picky. Recommendation. Comments. Then the heart. Reward. Please feel free to feed. The breeder does not give food. It is pointing to you to get through the day. Chapter 080, Re-entering the Dark Forest, Seeking Tickets and Rewards. Brothers step it up yo. Hey Shu. Hey Shu. Let's go digging yo. Hey Shu. Hey. 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 Mining can make copper yo. Hey Shu. Hey. 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 Refining copper for bows and arrows yo. Hey Shu. Hey. Shu. Bows and arrows can hunt yo. Hey Shu. Hey Shu. Hunting can eat meat yo. Hey Shu. Hey. 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 The clarion call resounded through the mountains and forests, and on the surface of the creek, Luo Chon beat a rhythm to instruct the men to row. It can't be helped if they don't. These primitive people are all rowing for the first time. They don't know the skill of rowing at all. There is a row of people sitting on each side of the wooden boat, and they can't move forward if the rhythm of rowing is not synchronized on both sides. For example, if the left side rows fast and the right side rows slow, and at the same time the left side rows 3 times but the right side only rows once, then the wooden boat will be deflected to the right side, or even spinning in place. So the technique you want to master rowing quickly is to beat the rhythm and synchronize your rowing movements to keep both sides in line. Rivers are highways in mountain forests, though going against the flow is obviously slower, but it's a lot faster than walking. It would take most of the day to walk to the dark forest from the Han tribe, but this time it only took more than 3 hours to paddle against the current to the place where Luo Chon had first met the big tree at that time, and it was expected that if he returned, it would only take about an hour to go downstream to reach home. However, the waterway is only so far. This one from the original tree tribe to Babao Mountain needs to take 2 or 3 days by land, and also use oxen to hump the or back, which is why Luo Chon brought 20 oxen with him. Chief, what about the boat if we leave? It's a good thing. It can't be taken by someone else. Everyone went ashore at the edge of the dark forest, this way rowing over, also let them really realize the benefits of the boat. This thing is loaded, can sit 20 or so people at a time, and go so fast, then the car is even better. So the big tree just went ashore and asked what to do with the wooden boat. Everyone has been tired all morning. Let's cook and rest first. When we finish eating we will load the tools and supplies onto the backs of the oxen. Together we will tow the boat to the woods, leaving the wooden dolphin who is familiar with the terrain and the 4 teenagers from the Black Rat tribe to watch over it. And the rest of the 20 people will each take an ox and follow me to the mine. Luo Chong made the arrangements without thinking. He had planned these things long ago. Wood dolphin, you're okay with this? I'll leave some food for the 5 of you in a few minutes. You'll be here for about 7 sunsets to watch over. If you find the enemy, and you are still unable to fight them, then abandon the wooden boat and run away, in the direction of Babao Mountain, and meet us there, and never lead them back to the tribe, which still has your women and children in it. Remember, if you encounter danger and still can't beat it, abandon the boat and run away. We can rebuild the wooden boat if it's gone. At most 1 month we can do it right, but if people are gone, they're gone forever. Protect yourself. Luo Chong made the arrangements and gave Wooden Dolphin some more detailed instructions. Yes, Chief, I have no problem with that. The few of us will definitely guard the wooden boat, and if enemies come, I will bring them to Mount Babao. Wooden Dolphin repeated Luo Chang's order and replied affirmatively. Well, that's good. Go pick out some of your favorite food. Leave some more. We can still hunt on our own on the way. Don't worry about us, Luo Chong said as he pointed to the supplies being unloaded from the ship. At noon, a group of men cooked a few pots of wild vegetables and salted meat soup and had a good meal. This is the benefit of spring. Although the temperature is still a little low, but some edible wild vegetables are showing their heads early. After lunch, we all worked together to drag the wooden boat to a hidden jungle not far from the river, and cut down some branches and bushes to cover it, while Wood Dolphin took the 4 boys to familiarize themselves with a tree hole as a stationing place, not far from the wooden boat. This was also the reason why Luo Chong wanted to leave Wooden Dolphin behind, because the people of the original tree tribe were familiar with the surroundings. Wooden Dolphin was not talkative, and his character was relatively stable, and his body was not the kind of person that was particularly strong, so by leaving him behind to guard the wooden boat, even if there was an accident, he would be able to escape to go to Luo Chong to give him a message. Luo Chong with the remaining 20 men, 2 dingoes and 20 large oxen continued on their way again. Dashu and Luo Chong riding Meat and Grey Mountain in front to lead the way, while the others rode behind on their oxen. The markers Luo Chong left on the road the last time he passed through here were still there, pointing all the way to the east to Mount Babao. Chief, you suspect that there are still enemies here? Dashu and Luo Chong walked at the front. Remembering those arrangements Luo Chong made at noon, he couldn't help but ask. I don't know if there are any, but we always have to be prepared in advance, in case an enemy comes and we're not prepared. Wouldn't that be a loss? Also, you're so familiar with this place, did you find anything special? Luo Chong turned his head to explain to Big Tree. Something special? Dashu turned his head around and looked around, scrutinizing his environment. I don't feel like anything's changed. I remember when I brought you guys back and fought with the cannibals. The corpses left behind we didn't even clean up. We just stripped them of their animal skins and weapons. So where did those corpses get to? But I clearly remember there was a place where there should have been corpses but I didn't see them just now. Luo Chong voiced his observations and suspicions. The body is gone? Could it have been eaten by a wild animal? Dasuki guessed. You're familiar with this place. Are there any of those beasts in this forest that love to eat corpses? Luo Chong asked rhetorically. There doesn't really seem to be any. There's just more rabbits, pythons, wood rats, and a beast that cries like a child. Could it be that thing ate the corpse? Dashu thought for a moment and replied. What the hell? There are beasts that cry like children? That's a cat-calling spring, right? It's not likely to be some small to medium-sized feline. Luo Chong analyzed. I don't know what a cat calls spring, but that animal does cry in the spring, Big Tree said after listening and thinking for a moment. Well, whatever. Arrangements have been made anyway. Let's hope it'll be alright. And let's hope my feelings are wrong. Luo Chong concluded. The group walked until late afternoon, when Big Tree led the group to find a 1-meter wide stream in the forest as a campsite for the night's rest. A place with water is usually very dangerous, but they are many, and all adult males. Weapons are also very good. Really not afraid of any enemy. Really if there is a beast in the middle of the night to come out to drink the water, most likely will also be the end of the next dish of wine. Everyone made a dinner with the icy water of the creek. According to the account of the Big Tree, this kind of creek are all converged by the melting of ice and snow in the spring, only when the spring has just begun, and after a month, it will disappear. The seasonal characteristics are very obvious. That's the benefit of having local natives as guides. Otherwise they might not even be able to find water. 20 cows were tethered together in a circle. Stone and Feather gave them for the sake of grass. Luo Chong also got some food for Meat and Grey Mountain, and the 2 of them were free to move around, but they weren't tied up. The crowd rushed all day, the night early around the fire to rest. Luo Chong arranged for everyone to take turns in a group of 2 to keep watch. Feel sleepy to call the next group up. Just like this until the latter part of the night. A sizzling sound of rubbing leaves reached Luo Chang's ears. Luo Chang looked around, and then the whole person was bad. What the hell is that? Request for votes. Serious request for votes. Super serious request for votes. Important thing to say 3 times. Chapter 081 The Beast Attacks, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. Luo Chong sat up from the ground and looked dazedly at the north side of the forest, where a huge dark red shadow was jumping up and down and weaving quickly between the branches. Countless branches and leaves were broken, whistling all the way straight to the Han tribe's campsite. Wow. Oh. Moo. Both Meat and Grey Mountain gave a great roar at the north, and 20 bulls yelled wildly, but did not yet dare to break free from the ropes through their noses, and could only howl nervously and blindly in their places. Asterisk 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 get a weapon. Get a weapon. There's a monster. Luo Chang's eyes stared dead at the forest in the north, nervously stretching out his hand to scratch blindly on the ground. And when he touched his golden gun he finally got some confidence, but he was still very weak in the legs, and he hadn't stood up until now. The clansmen didn't need prompting at this point, and had long since tightened their grip on their copper spears, shivering as they gathered together, their legs unable to stand up straight. What is that? Is that a person? Stone stammered with wide eyes as well. Gollum. But no one answered his question. Everyone's mouths were frantically producing saliva and gulping. Yeah. Nobody knows what the hell that is. Only to see that one jumping up and down among the tree branches was a primate with long golden red hair all over its body, long and slender limbs, huge in size, more than 3 meters tall, muscular to the point of explosion, the muscles on its limbs and the pectoral muscles in front of its body bulging like a string of basketballs. That could be a giant ape. It shouldn't be that bad for everyone. It's just a physiological reaction it can't control. If it was a bear of even greater size, then the 20 men holding spears might not really be afraid of it. But what if they were facing a kindred spirit that looked about the same as them, was 2 or 3 times their size, was so strong that it was perverted, and completely crushed them in every aspect? Then I'm afraid that everyone would have to pee in fear. It's totally ing heart pressure. Formation. Quick formation. Stand in a circle for defense. Don't be afraid. That monster isn't human. He's not our kind. Let's kill him together. Luo Chong kept shouting at his clansmen, commanding them to form a formation. In fact, he was also bracing himself. Wow. Oh. Looking at the red-haired giant ape that was rapidly coming at them head-on, Grey Mountain and Meat were as if they had seen their undying enemies, and were very agitated, constantly yelling at the giant ape, and Grey Mountain even directly rushed up. Boom. Boom. In just a split second, the huge ape that came in a hurry swooped down from the tree, landing with a loud rumble that felt like the earth was trembling, arms crossed in front of his body, and with a bang, he knocked Grey Mountain out of the way in a single shot. Quickly tell Lousy this is not real. 2 meters tall dingoes of photo and ing dislike. This is fake, right? Luo Chang's heart was screaming madly, but the fact was right in front of his eyes. Less than 2.5 meters tall Grey Mountain and the red-haired giant ape stood together, less than the other party's shoulders, only barely enough to reach the chest. The red-haired giant ape's weight was also not light, with explosive muscles all over his body, and with that figure, it had to be more than 500 kilograms, to say the least. Add to that the fact that the giant ape was still leaping down from the tree in a flutter, and a flying dachshund to dislike the Grey Mountain was a basic operation. But how the hell can you win? Grey Mountain was disliked and tumbled to the ground, and Meat roared and rushed forward, but it only blocked Grey Mountain's body and confronted the giant ape, and didn't dare to come forward to fight hard. The bison tied up next to him kept backing up, and blood was already flowing out of his nostrils that were spewing white air. The diaphragm in the middle of his nostrils was about to be broken open. The giant ape landed on the ground and ate over the Grey Mountain, turned his head towards the Han tribe's crowd and opened his large mouth hung with sticky saliva. 4-inch-long canine teeth sprouted a chilling white light, and with a deafening roar he rushed forward. The men who stood close to the front had a headache. Their eardrums were being torn out, their heads were buzzing from the shock, and they couldn't hold their spears steady. Raise your spear and kill. Luo Chong forced himself to endure the headache and shouted, taking the lead and thrusting his golden spear out towards the giant ape's chest. Along with the spear was Dolly, the fiercest man in the Han tribe's long line of men. However, the expected sound of copper spears entering the flesh did not come. The great ape swung his arm horizontally, grabbed the wooden handles of the 2 spears, and together with Luo Chong and Dolly, who were holding the spears in their hands, directly threw them out. Plop, plop. Both Dolly and Luo Chong were smashed into the trunk of a tree not far away and slid down to the ground again, so close that they didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. The 2 sides exchanged hands for just an instant. and before the other clansmen who didn't react in time could stab out their spears, the giant ape backhandedly grabbed a teenager from the black rat tribe, and swung him around by grabbing his head in one of his huge palms. With a crisp fracture sound, the teenager's neck was directly broken on the spot, and was used as a weapon by the giant ape as it grabbed his head and slammed it into the Han tribe's circle formation. Poo poo poo. After a sound of falling, 7 or 8 were directly smashed down in the crowd, and the defense formation instantly disintegrated. Run, cough cough, spread out, don't fight it head on, run away from it, use throwing spears and bows, run fast. Luo Chong covered the chest of the fall and climbed up, loudly commanded the clansmen to spread out the attack. There is no way, the enemy is too damned powerful. Hard Kong is not an opponent at all, can only sneak attack from a distance. One Ear, who had just been slammed to the ground by the corpse, climbed up on a roll and gripped the copper spear in his hand and stabbed it towards the giant ape's chest. The great ape had just flung the body away. Both arms had not yet retracted. At this time the empty door in front of his chest was wide open, and he was stabbed by One Ear's blow, but it did not penetrate much deeper, and only penetrated into half of the spear head, which was only 7 or 8 centimeters, and then it was grabbed by the great ape and the spear shaft, and there was a clicking sound, and the spear was pinched and snapped into 2. Another backhanded slap whizzed One Ear away, the giant ape's sharp claws leaving 5 deep claw marks on his chest. In one shot, mutual damage was 5-1, and One Ear lost miserably. The Grey Mountain that had just been disliked and flipped over also got back up this time, roaring angrily and charging towards the back of the giant ape once again. Everyone, get out of the way, Luo Chong shouted when he saw this, so that the clansmen wouldn't be affected. The clansmen dodged when they heard the shouts, and in the blink of an eye there was another loud boom as Grey Mountain managed to sneak up on the great ape from behind and send it flying again. The giant ape was knocked into a dog's and flew out 5 or 6 meters away, and a teenager who had just run not more than a few steps was directly crushed underneath the giant ape. As the saying goes, take advantage of your illness. Grey Mountain see the giant ape was hit on the street on the spot, fuming like crazy again rushed up. The front legs ruthlessly stepped on the back of the giant ape, the big head down a low. 2 scythe-like tusks on the chin ruthlessly stabbed into the shoulder of the giant ape. The head flung, subla sound, directly tore off the giant ape an arm. Ow! The red-haired giant ape howled miserably, flipped over to escape from Grey Mountain's elephant leg, backhandedly grabbed one of Grey Mountain's tusks, clicked, and directly broke it off, and Grey Mountain also screamed miserably, and bright red blood flowed out from the root of the broken tusk. With a whooshing sound, a long spear glistening with metallic luster flew through the heavy obstacles and instantly stuck on the other shoulder of the great ape. The head of the gun entered the flesh by half a foot, but was pulled down by the great ape. Brothers kill, he's wounded, he's going to die. Throw the spear. Luo Chong threw a spear and shouted loudly to the scattered clansmen. Thank you for the book friends Solo a Life Passerby a 2 reward support. Also thank the book friend Love Bush Life Floating Life as a Dream, the book list included. Thank you for helping to publicize Ha. Also thank you for all the friends who voted for the recommendation. Remember to vote for the Qing book every day. Chapter 082, One Wave Rises Before It Settles, Request for Recommendation. Just as Grey Mountain bravely exchanged one of the giant ape's arms with a piece of ivory, Luo Chong also took the opportunity to aim at the giant ape's chest to throw a fatal blow with his spear, but unfortunately the giant ape dodged it and only stabbed it in the shoulder, so he hurriedly called for his clansmen to make up for it. The giant ape was also seriously injured at this time. By the Grey Mountain hard to tear off an arm, shoulder by Luo Chong stabbed a shot, chest was also One Ear stabbed a spear. At this time it is the pain is unbearable. Ferocious, grabbed the head of the teenager who was pressed under the body, opened his bloody mouth, to the neck of a bite on the neck. A time of blood splattered all over the place, directly tore off a piece of meat. Dry rye measure, all of you, we can't let him eat our people. Kill. Luo Chong looked at the bastard actually gnawing on human flesh in front of him, and instantly became furious, copied a stone from the ground and rushed up. Luo Chong in his previous life has been in the combat troops, once fought side by side with the sacrifice of comrades. Even if they were bombed missing arms and legs, the remains must find a way to bring back intact, sometimes for a thigh. Can trigger a battle to grab the body? This is the troops left behind in the tradition of the death of the body, so as to give an explanation to the family. At this moment, letting him watch his own people being gnawed on by wild beasts, how could Luo Chong still hold back? Hearing the chief's call, and then watching the chief charge ahead with a rock in his hand, the clansmen also rushed up from all sides with spears raised. Dolly, who was thrown away together with Luo Chong, also climbed up at this time, and with both hands gripping the spear, he rushed ahead of Luo Chong. When he was about to get close to the great ape, Luo Chong smashed a stone first, hitting the great ape's big face, directly smashing one of his eyes blind. Dolly also rushed to the front of the giant ape at this time, and while the giant ape's head was confused, he exerted all his strength, and with a poof sound, he stabbed a spear into the giant ape's chest, directly poking it through the heart. Ow! The giant ape howled miserably, and a slap called out to Vigor's head, directly slapping it away. Vigor's face was hit hard, spraying out a mouthful of old blood, along with 3 large grooved teeth flying out. Just then, the other clansman also took advantage of Vigor being beaten to launch an attack. 7 spears pierced into the giant ape's chest from all sides. The giant ape spewed out a mouthful of blood and flopped to the ground, and began to twitch in place. A large amount of blood broke through his body, and the giant ape gradually lost its voice. Seeing that the giant ape was completely dead, the clansman breathed a sigh of relief and sat down limply on the ground. In less than 5 minutes, the battle began suddenly and ended quickly. Though the Han tribe's losses were heavy, killed in action 2 teenagers who just learned Chinese not long ago. The Han tribe's 2 great generals. One ear was slapped into a serious injury. Chest was clawed out of 5 large mouths. Vigorously hit in the head. Lost 3 large grooved teeth, but also slapped into a concussion, and now still in the dry vomiting and spitting blood. The other minor injuries to the clan plus Luochong no less than 10. The most seriously injured is still Grey Mountain. This baby dingo was directly broken off a large ivory tusk, and now it is still bleeding on the chin. It is the biggest contributor to this battle. If not for Grey Mountain heavily hitting the giant ape and directly tearing off one of its arms, then even if the Han tribe can win the battle, it is estimated that in the end, it is almost the end of all the troops. What kind of monster is this? Without giving Luochong time to think, De Shu, who hadn't suffered any injuries just now, came over to ask Luochong, "Chief, what to do now?" "First, pull out your spears. From now on your weapons must not leave your hands, and your bows and arrows are always ready to fire. Carry power in one ear on the back of the oxen, and the bodies of the clansmen with them, and we'll set out for the 8 treasures now. It's no longer safe to be here, so let's get ready now. By the way, you find something along the way that can clean up the wounds and treat the wounds of one ear in Grey Mountain," Luochong said after thinking for a while. "Yes, I'll get ready. I know where there is a blood tree nearby. The sap of the blood tree can wash wounds." "You've drunk that one before," Big Tree answered. "Well, do it now." Big Tree turned around and went to arrange for the clansmen to make preparations for the transfer. The crowd pulled out their spears from the corpses of the great apes, and some of the teenagers who didn't have the guts to go forward just now also poked a few times at the corpses of the great apes with their spears at this moment. They were all underage boys who had just traded to the Han tribe in the winter, and had never been involved in hunting, let alone a bloody and brutal battle such as this one, and from the moment the giant ape appeared just now, they had been scared silly, which was why they had failed to react in time, and ended up causing tragic casualties, and both of the 2 who had been killed had been teenagers like this. The clansman lifted Vigor onto the back of the ox. One ear was more seriously injured and was placed on Meat's back. Grey Mountain did not have any weight to carry. At this time Luochong was comforting it with the sweet tree roots he had brought with him, except that his mouth was still in pain, and he looked at the snacks that he usually loved to eat and had little interest in them. With the team ready, Big Tree leads the way and continues to the east towards Mt. Bobeo, stopping by the blood tree along the way to clean up everyone's wounds. Drink, 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 drink. Just at this time, a burst of human hoots and hollers once again came from the direction of the incoming giant apes, and vaguely one could see silhouettes swaying in the woods, accompanied by the hoots and hollers of the crowd, which was estimated to number at least several dozens of people. Not good. There is still a large number of enemies. Everyone prepare to fight. That giant ape just now might be a cannibalistic war beast. Luochong combined the situation at the scene and guessed a conclusion after just a little analysis. The man-eating giant ape just now was most likely with the cannibals. After all, the last time they encountered the cannibals, they had brought Grey Mountain and Meat with them. From this it could be seen that the cannibals were very good at taming beasts, and that man-eating giant ape might have been tamed by them as well. It was only because the great apes acted faster that they pulled the large force far behind, so the battle over here was all over, and the large force had only just rushed over. No, we can't fight this time. The clansmen have just been tossed around and exhausted, and this time, they haven't prepared shields. If they are entangled by an enemy that is several times their size, they will end up in a terrible situation. After only a few breaths of time had passed, Luochong thought quickly and immediately made a decision in his head. He was ready to implement a diabolical plan that would maximize his side's benefits in a disadvantageous situation. Yes, absolutely damaging approach. Da Shu, take 5 teenagers, take all the oxen, and run at once in the direction of the 8 treasure mountains with the wounded and the corpses. Leave now. Don't delay on the way. Go faster. After arriving at 8 treasure mountain, first find a place to station yourself. If you can't find food, kill the oxen. Luo Chong quickly arranged. Chief, what about you? Where are you going? Big Tree asked suspiciously. We'll stay here to block the enemy and attract their attention, buying you guys time to escape. Luo Chong explained. No, Chief, I'm not leaving. I can fight too. I'm familiar with the terrain here. I can show everyone the way. Just let me stay. Big Tree hurriedly objected. It's because you're familiar with the terrain. That's why I'm letting you take them with you. Make sure to bring them to 8 Treasure Mountain alive. Cure Dolly and One Ear. And also, bring Gray Mountain and meat with you. Luo Chong spoke extremely fast. But, shut up. Are you the chief or am I the chief? I am ordering you to take them away. Right now. The enemy shouts were getting closer and closer. The situation was very critical, where there was still time to dawdle here. Luo Chong directly yelled at the Big Tree. Yes, Chief, I'll make sure to bring them to Babel Mountain alive. You 5. Take the oxen and follow me immediately. Deshu's eyes were red and he shed hot tears as he assured Luo Chong. Watching the figure of the Big Tree leading to the east gradually disappearing in the forest, Luo Chong turned his head to look in the direction of the incoming enemy and yelled at the only 10 remaining clansmen around him. Brothers, take your bows and arrows and follow me. Ask for a recommendation. The serious kind. Beeping quietly. Chapter 083, The Wasted Water Leads to the East, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Everyone, each person draws a torch from the bonfire and throws it to the front, so that it's easy for us to aim when the enemy comes over later. Luo Chong said as he looked at the campfire not far from his side. Yes. The clansmen listened and did as they were told. Sporadic torches were thrown to the north. The firelight was weak, but it illuminated the surroundings clearly in the darkness of the night, while the Han tribe side of the campsite was pitch black. Luo Chong and the remaining 10 clansmen were hidden in the darkness. Everyone don't make a sound. Wait for a while when the enemy is near. Listen to my command to release arrows. After releasing an arrow, don't care whether it is shot or not. Run at once. Our purpose is not to kill or injure the enemy, but to attract their attention and lead them to other places. Luo Chong saw that everyone had taken out their longbows, and their arrows were on the strings. All of them were ready, so he carefully told everyone the precautions to be taken in the battle in a while. Chief, why don't we kill or injure them? Last time we only had 4 people and only 1 bow, but we still ended up winning the fight. Beryl, who had fought alongside Luo Chong last time, asked. Last time we had shields and could slightly block the enemy's attacks, but this time we don't have them. Before we cause unnecessary damage, there's no need for us to go into a hard fight. We just need to lure them away. Luo Chong explained in a small voice. Chief, then which direction are we going to run in later? Beasttooth was still fighting with the cannibals for the first time and didn't understand the last battle. Anyway, as long as he listened to Luo Chong, he was right. In a moment, everyone will run together to the south after releasing the first arrow. Not only do we have to run, we also have to shout as we run, so that the enemy can hear our voices and make them follow us all the way. Luo Chong explained as he explained. Chief, isn't the Black Rat tribe settlement south from here? Why are we running to them? Stump asked in confusion. Go and give them a message. Tell them that there are cannibal hunting parties in large numbers around here. Tell them to be careful. After all, they are also the ones who have done so many deals with us. We should go and tell them. The corners of Luo Chang's mouth in the darkness gradually curled up, revealing an evil smile. Hey, that's not right. Those cannibals came to fight us. They don't know about the Black Rat tribe either. So how could they fight the Black Rat tribe? Wooden Barrel also asked in confusion. Right now it's unknown. When we bring the cannibals over, won't they know? Luo Chang's smile gradually grew sinister. Oh, the clansmen gave an O of understanding, as if they understood something, but still felt as if something was wrong. But since the chief had arranged it this way, it would be fine. They weren't the chief. They didn't have to think about so many things, but with their IQ and zero culture, it was really hard to get them to understand Luo Chang's mischievous plan of drawing water from the east. Yes, Luo Chang was trying to draw the cannibals towards the Black Rat tribe, to threaten the Black Rat tribe by the hands of others, and to take the opportunity to annex the entire rat great their 100 or so people. Didn't you say that you won't join the Han tribe if no one beats you up? Well then, I'll lead the men to beat you up this time and see if you'll compromise this time. Han tribes need to develop, but human life is limited. Want to develop the population through normal means. Do not know how long it will take. Luo Chang is not a good man. As long as the result is favorable to their own, the process of what means used in his heart is not important. This world was a world of the weak and the strong, and a saintly whore could not live long here. Drink, 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 drink. The enemy was getting closer and closer. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, and when the enemy approached to more than 100 meters, Their appearance could already be seen vaguely through the faint firelight on the ground. The total number of the enemy was about 60, all adult males, and they were naked, some with skirts of animal skins around them, some with only a hitch for crotch covering, with weird and hideous totemic designs painted all over their bodies in white paint, and ding-dongs of human bone jewelry hanging from their bodies, which made them look very hideous and gruesome. As the enemy approached, the clansmen tensed up, raising their bows and arrows to find their targets. Of waiting for Luo Chang's order to be given, they would attack. With the distance close, the cannibal hunting team suddenly stopped shouting. They also seemed to find we're wrong. As if, to quiet it, the great apes have come to the front. How can it be so quiet? Could it be that those prey are dead? That is not right. If the prey are dead, then the great apes where to go? The captain of the cannibal hunting party signaled his minions to be silent, and then slowly approached the campsite with a bone spear raised. The surrounding area was unusually quiet, which made him walk with great vigilance, walking with a small voice and looking around carefully with each step. It was just too dark around him, but the firelight around him was a bit shaky, making him unable to see anything clearly. And when he walked to a distance of 100 meters from the campsite, the body of the great ape was found by him. The corpse of the gruesome dead giant ape startled that captain. His expression was horrified as if he had seen a ghost, and he hurriedly greeted his junior in their language. Come on everyone, our master has been killed. At this moment, if Luo Chong, who was hiding not far away, could understand their language, he would definitely be shocked. He originally thought that the giant ape was a domesticated animal of the cannibal tribes, just like Meat and Grey Mountain in the beginning, but he would never have imagined that these cannibals would actually call that giant ape their master. Who the hell is taming who? And who the hell is human and who the hell is? But if you think carefully, it is not difficult to explain. How can a species as powerful as the cannibalistic great apes be so easy to be domesticated by humans for them to drive? Then there is only one answer. These cannibalistic human beings are the great apes domesticated. Not only do they have to help them to work, but also act as a roll of food from time to time. This also explained Luo Chang's initial doubts. The first time he encountered the cannibal in Grey Mountain, Meat, he was doubting the origins of these two dread elephants. You know, the dingo is a giant monster that grows like a small building. Even though Meat and Grey Mountain are smaller, the baby elephants never move with the adult elephants. So how did these cannibalistic humans snatch the baby dingo away from its parents? It's hard for a human to do something like that, isn't it? But if it was replaced with a red-haired great ape, then it was possible. Just not long ago we saw the scene where the great ape pounced on Grey Mountain, coupled with the fact that Grey Mountain suddenly lost control of his emotions when he was facing the great ape and attacked the great ape like a madman. So maybe there really was some kind of deep-seated hatred between them. For example, a group of great apes killed Flesh and Grey Mountain's parents, and captured the still young Flesh Grey Mountain back into slavery, which is why Grey Mountain rushed up to take revenge. It was a pity that Luo Chong couldn't understand what he was saying and didn't know the real relationship between the cannibals and the great apes. At that moment he was hiding in the darkness. He had already drawn the bowstring full and the feathered arrow was aiming accurately and unerringly at that captain's thigh. Release the arrow. Thank you for the book, friend. I owe you cloud reward. Thank you for the support of the old iron. Shing book to you bowed. And to all of you who voted for recommendations. Thank you. Please keep up the good work tomorrow, and please leave all your recommendations for Qin Shu. Chapter 084 Hidden Soldier Tactics, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. The leader of the enemy is panicking and calling his minions to gather around the corpse of the great ape. They are all very alarmed. Their master is dead. So what will the other great apes do to them when they go back? The consequences are unimaginable. Who killed our master? No one among his juniors could answer his query, and only Luo Chong stepped forward and shouted to release the arrows. In the next moment, with the sound of clang, clang, clang releasing the bowstring, 11 arrows raced in, hitting their respective targets. I was stabbed by the thin spears of those meat apes. Those meat apes are still here. Everyone hurry up and kill them. The leader whose thigh was shot by Luo Chong shouted. Yes, Luo Chong didn't shoot him to death. This guy was the leader at first glance. If he was killed directly, maybe his minions would just retreat after having no one to lead them. But Luo Chong only shot him in the thigh. This wound is not fatal, but very additive, because the Han tribe's arrows are all made of spikes and do not have arrowheads. Shooting the body will only leave a very deep and thin wound. If not shot in the vitals, basically will not cause death. But the thigh is a part of the body that often needs to be active. And now when you walk, it hurts. You say angry. So as long as that leader still has a bit of temper, he will die chasing Luo Chong, and then Luo Chang's purpose will be achieved. The clan's first arrow haul was also pleasing, with most of them hitting their targets. It's not that their archery skills are so powerful, but just now the enemies are not far away, less than 100 meters away, and they are all fixed targets, and aiming for a very long time, so most of them are shot. just fewer are shot in the vitals. The first round of arrows passed. Only 2 enemies died, but that was what Luo Chong wanted to see, to kill as few enemies as possible. Everyone run, there are too many enemies, we can't beat them. After shooting the first round, Luo Chong shouted at the top of his voice, reminding the clansmen to retreat while telling the enemy where he was. The enemy's leader was really attracted by Luo Chong. At this time, he angrily pulled the arrow from his leg and wanted to break it directly, but after thinking about it, he put that arrow away again and shouted angrily, "Those meat apes are over there. They're the ones who killed our master. Let's charge up and kill them. Take their weapons and offer them to our master. Otherwise we'll be dead even if we go back. Everyone charge, charge, kill the meat apes and take their weapons." The enemies who hadn't been hit by arrows took out their stone axes and bone spears and chased after the Han tribe in the direction they had fled. And the enemy leader who had been hit by an arrow in his thigh had a tall warrior carry him on his back as he chased after him. "Run! There are too many enemies. Let's run to the south." Luo Chong was still running while yelling. The distance between the two sides was always kept at a distance of more than 100 meters. The enemy could clearly see the clansmen of the Han tribe, but this distance was far from enough whether it was a throwing spear or throwing stone axe range, making the enemy leader quite angry. "Attention everyone, prepare your bows and arrows. See that small clearing in front of us. Wait until we run there. Shoot another round at the back then run on." Luo Chong saw a forest clearing in front of him from afar and immediately ordered. It was really too difficult to shoot a moving target in the woods, with both sides on the move and so many trees in the way, so you could only attack in a slightly more open area. Yes, soon everyone ran to the end of the clearing not far away, adjusted their breathing, raised their bows and arrows, and shot a round of arrows just as the enemy entered the edge range of the clearing. Instantly 3 more people were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. "Everyone run, conserve your arrows and don't fire them yourself." Luo Chong shouted again and once again spread his legs and ran. "Damn, catch up with the meat apes in front of us and finish them off. We must snatch back their weapons. Their weapons are too powerful. As long as we offer this kind of weapons to the master will surely be able to spare our lives. Everyone run faster." The enemy leader also shouted in the back of the annoyance. "This range advantage is really too suffocating. The other side can easily hang you. You take the other side can do nothing. The key is, your weapon is so powerful. You run what we all pull open the position to do a fight is not good. In this way, the two sides you chase me." Everyone in the forest spread out to run to the south. The distance between the two sides has not been pulled apart. Ran into the trees a little sparse open space. Luo Chong let people put a round of arrows, but also did not shoot a few people, purely for the sake of gas a little bit of the other side, to the other side of the fire picking. It ran from the latter part of the night until the sky was white with fishbelly and the tall, thick black ironwood trees were becoming more and more scarce. At the fringe of the dark forest, everyone had come to the foot of a densely wooded, but not very high elevation hill, and over that mountain beam in front of them, they could see where the Black Rat tribe lived. "Everyone hold on, listen to my orders. In a moment the one running at the front will find a chance to go up the tree, then hide in the tree and don't move. We all shoot a few arrows to give you cover. Everyone else get ready." Luo Chong shouted as he ran. "Aha! Yes, monkey, you go first, run to the front up a tree and hide. The others shoot an arrow to the back." For a while, on the densely wooded hillside, Luo Chong again led the group to fire arrows towards the back, but after half a night's chase, the enemies had all learned their lesson, and when they saw arrows about to be fired in front of them, they immediately looked for a place to hide, and so they weren't shotted by a few people. What they didn't realize, however, was that one of the Han tribe had already taken advantage of the opportunity to climb the tree, which they hadn't noticed, and had passed under the tree where the monkey had been hiding, before continuing to pursue the rest of the Han tribe. The people of the Han tribe were very surprised to see that this method really worked, and at the same time, they were also very happy that they could finally take a rest for a while, and then they would find a place to get up a tree and hide, so that the enemy would continue to chase them to the front. "Da Mao, Mao, you two come together this time. Find a place to get up a tree while the others release arrows for cover." Another round of arrows passed, the enemy fell 1, and the Han tribe disappeared 2 more, but the woods were so dense that the sight was often blocked by the trees, and it wasn't quite clear how many people were in front of them, so the enemy hadn't yet noticed anything unusual. In this way, chasing from the foot of the mountain to the mountain beam, the Han tribe's clansmen were getting fewer and fewer, and had all climbed up into the trees to rest up, leaving only Luo Chong and Beast Tooth still shouting in front of them to attract the enemy. "Beast Tooth, you go up the tree, I'll give you cover." Luo Chong drew a feathered arrow and hitched it to his longbow. "Chief, you go first, I'll hold it off for you. Where's the bull? Execute the order." "Yes, Beast Tooth picked up his longbow and spear on his back and ran quickly to a large, hidden tree, scampered up a tree with a few stomps and pulls, and hid among the thick branches without moving. And Luo Chongfrom was standing sideways behind a tree, shot 4 or 5 arrows in a row, and did not care whether the enemy behind could understand, opened his mouth and shouted, "You can follow up if you have the ability to do so. Laozi's horde is right in front of me, and I will get you killed in a while." Then spread his legs and ran forward, finding a tree to climb and hide in as well. "Quick, chase after them, don't let them run away. Damn it, it's so infuriating, we must grab their weapons or we won't be able to live even if we go back." The enemy leader also shouted in a depressed manner. By this time the enemy had all run up the mountain beams, and far away, a tribal settlement consisting of several large tents came into the enemy sight. "Chief, those meat apes seem to have run back to the tribe. Shall we go over?" "Go over there? Of course, but first observe and see how many of those meat apes there are in total." Chapter 085, The Rat Witch's Prayer, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. The sun had just risen in the sky at this time, and the warm sunlight dispelled the cold and darkness of the earth. But this day was destined to be a gloomy day for the Black Rat Tribe. The clansmen of the Black Rat Tribe were cooking breakfast. Spring had come and the Black Rat Tribe had ended their hibernation and started their normal hunting operations. A woman from the Black Rat Tribe took a clay pot and went to the creek not far away to fetch water as usual, preparing to stew a pot of broth for today's breakfast. Just as she was carrying the water back to her tribe, she suddenly realized that not far away, there were a lot of foreign men with hideous white totems painted on their bodies, weapons in their hands, lurking furtively towards their tribe. The woman was so startled that she barely managed to throw the clay pot she was holding on the ground. She was panicked but also reacted quickly. She immediately realized that these Fae were the enemy. Not having the heart to continue cooking, she poured the water in the pot onto the ground, turned around and ran toward the tribe holding the clay pot, shouting as she ran, "There are enemies! There are enemies! There are a lot of enemies! Everyone hurry up and get your weapons! All of you go back to the tribe." The cannibal hunting party had wanted to quietly feel their way to the edge of the Black Rat Tribe settlement, to observe first how many men there were in this various tribes, and whether the meat apes with the strange weapons from last night were hiding in the tribe. As a result, they didn't expect that they would just be bumped into by a woman who went out to fetch water, which directly exposed their target. They no longer hid their figures. Taking their bone spears and stone axes, they flew towards the Black Rat Tribe settlement. The Black Rat Tribe's reaction was also swift. They were ready to respond at any time as early as when Luochong told them that there were cannibals near their tribe. Mouse De stepped out of the tent, 2 crude, not so straight stone spears in his hands, and shouted quickly. The men get their weapons and prepare to fight. The women bring out the rocks they prepared in advance and stand behind them. The children all go back to their tents and hide. And everyone be quick. The clansmen of the Black Rat Tribe acted quickly, and there were others who joined forces to move all the rejecting horses to block the gap in the enclosure. Trying to block the enemy's attack in this way, the aged rat, which also came out on his crutches, and seeing the great number of enemies running in the distance, was very much concerned for the safety of the tribe on this occasion. Would the Black Rat Tribe be destroyed because of this? If only he had agreed to Luo Chang's invitation to join the Han tribe in the first place. At this moment, thoughts of regret suddenly arose in the Rat Witch's psyche. The enemy came rapidly up the rear of the Black Rat Tribe, where there were no strong according horses, but only a fence enclosure of sticks and vines woven together. The Black Rat Tribe was so lacking in tools that they hadn't even made the circle of rejects that the Rat Witch had asked for in the first place. The cannibal leader frowned at the sight of the settlement surrounded by a hedge in front of him, and then he quickly assessed the sturdiness of the hedge wall and whether it could hold off his attack. But it was clear that something like this could easily be tipped over, or even just pushed over. The 20 or so adult men of the Black Rat Tribe, plus the boys of their tribe who were coming of age, and the less than 10 boys traded in from the Chestnut Tribe, totaled nearly 40, but that was still a huge disadvantage compared to the cannibal hunting parties. The cannibals didn't suffer many casualties as they chased them all the way over, but this was also due to the fact that there was a reason why Luochong deliberately let the water out of the water. At this time, their numbers still remained around 50, and they often attacked other people's tribes, so they had a lot of combat experience, which was also an advantage. Mousty and 20 grown men took stone spears and prepared to launch an attack on the enemy first, but due to their inexperience, they did not know exactly how far the throwing spears had a range. The cannibal hunting party, however, often fought others, and they were the first to attack when they were about 50 meters from the enclosure, all of them throwing a stone axe. It smashed into the men of the Black Rat Tribe. The Black Rat Tribe had no shields, and the men looked at the dozens of stone axes that suddenly flew at them and panicked to avoid them, but their dodging exposed the women and boys standing behind them, and several of the teenagers were hit by flying stone axes, splattering their blood on the ground. Mouse De, his eyes wide with rage, shouted to his clansmen, throw spears, attack the enemy in front of you, don't let them get over the fence. In an instant, 20 spears had come off, but the army of cannibals was also around 40 meters at this point. The Black Rat Tribe's stone spears were not stable in the air due to their poor quality and were not even straight enough. Only a few of them had a range of more than 40 meters and flew into the enemy's crowd. After a round of more than 20 stone spear attacks, it had only just killed 6 enemies, but that still didn't stop the enemy from attacking. In the blink of an eye the cannibals had rushed to 30 meters and their counterattack began. The remaining 40 or so enemies threw their bone spears together. The clansmen of the Black Rat Tribe panicked and dodged, but the number of bone spears was too much. The dense bone spears still caused them a considerable amount of casualties. Among them, 3 women, 5 boys, and 4 adult men were shot by the bone spears and fell to the ground on the spot, seriously injured on the spot. What awaited them would basically not have a second possibility except death. By now the cannibal army had rushed to a range of 20 meters from the fence. The clansmen of the Black Rat Tribe didn't have time to grieve as Moustache shouted at the top of his voice, counterattack, throw rocks. The men, women, and boys who had just survived the rain of spears came together with pre-prepared stones and hurled them viciously at the enemy. The dense stones flew past. The enemies instantly scattered. They no longer stood in a pile, but began to run back and forth horizontally while charging forward, so that they could effectively dodge the strikes of the stones, and even if they were accidentally smashed, as long as they didn't smash into the vitals, they wouldn't be fatal. But at this time the cannibal leader was very puzzled as to why these meat apes did not attack them with those delicate little sticks that were very tiny and had feathers stuck to them, but instead used these most primitive stone attacks. But he didn't make the intention to stop the attack. Since the battle had already started, it had to be divided into results, and he was confident that he would win this battle. The 40 or so warriors of the cannibals ran and dodged the blows of the stones as they rushed towards the enclosure of the Black Rat Tribe. Press it up, that piece of isn't strong, we can push it over. The leader of the cannibals shouted from behind. He had been lagging behind because he was slow to run due to an arrow wound in his leg. Soon, a short 20 meters had arrived, and the cannibal warriors had rushed to the edge of the enclosure. There were still 37 of them at this point. The rest had fallen to the ground because they had been hit in the vitals by the stones. The men of the Black Rat Tribe with their spears also rushed to the edge of the enclosure, and they extended their spears outward through the gaps in the hedge enclosure, ready to impale the enemies who were ready to go over the wall. However, the cannibals didn't just go over the wall as they expected. Instead they went around to the sides, and dozens of them combined their efforts to push hard against these not-so-sturdy fence walls. The fence enclosure was brought down with a few clicks and cracks of broken sticks. The cannibal warriors, armed with bone spears or stone axes, began a short fight with the clansmen of the Black Rat Tribe. Both sides instantly entangled together, and the women of the Black Rat Tribe gathered together in 2s and 3s, some of them with spears, some with stones, also fighting against the enemy. They had to win the battle in order to protect their own children from being harmed. The aged rat which kept kowtowing to the clearing, praying that their god, the great Black Rat God, would bless them, but it was obvious that it was of no use. Deep down in his heart, he actually hoped more that the ones who came to their rescue would be the clansmen of the Han tribe. The Han tribe had fine weapons, the kind that glittered with gold and were very sharp, and they also had tall brick enclosures, the kind of bricks that were harder than stone, and could be built very tall to protect their tribe from enemy attacks. The rat which was very regretful at this time, if they had joined the Han tribe, perhaps, at this time, they could also live in that kind of enclosure. It would not have happened today's tragic incident of being pushed down by the enemy's enclosure. He knew the current situation very clearly. This battle, even if the Black Rat Tribe was able to win, they would be greatly wounded, or even die with the enemy. How he now hoped that the Han tribe would suddenly appear to save them. However, just as this hope of the rat witch had risen, sure enough a miracle happened. In the view of the rat witch and the many clansmen of the Black Rat Tribe, 11 Hans with bundled hair and strange weapons suddenly rushed up from behind the enemy, and the leading one was none other than Luochong with a golden crown and a golden hairpin. They attacked before their people arrived, and the 11 arrows were like the last weight to break the balance, pressing down hard on the enemy, preempting the Black Rat Tribe's victory. Thank you to my friend Jungu, bookfriend 20190202233428476, friend of the book Roadrunner 2, book club member Bino Yoyan, the reward support. Thank you. In addition, thank you to the comrades who voted every day. Thank you for your support all the time, a guardian. I hope to continue tomorrow. Chapter 086, Long Distance First. Then Charge, seeking recommendations and rewards. It turned out that as early as half an hour ago, the cannibal hunting party had arrived at the periphery of the Black Rat Tribe, but those cannibals didn't attack right away. Instead, they rested on the periphery while observing. Really, After chasing for almost 3 hours, they didn't have much stamina left. As for Luo Chong, he was also at the mountain beam observing the situation south of the beam, and seeing that those cannibals indeed did not discover themselves, he hurriedly went down the mountain to gather his own people, and after 10 minutes or so, the Han tribesmen regrouped together. Everyone split the jerky and just eat some. Whoever still has water, give me some, I'm dying of thirst, Luo Chong whispered as he gathered everyone into a hiding place. Beast Tooth handed Luo Chong a snakeskin water bag and asked, "Chief, where did all those enemies run off to? They won't find us. It's fine, just keep your voices down. Those enemies are now on the other side of the mountain beam. They're also resting, and they'll be ready to attack in a while," Luo Chong explained as he took a drink of water. Attack? Attacking who? Isn't that the Black Rat tribe over there? Could it be that they are attacking the Black Rat tribe? Wooden Barrel gnawed on his jerky and wondered. Luo Chong didn't say anything as he chewed on the jerky in his mouth, but only nodded silently. Then we don't go to report the news? In a while. It should be a fight. Stump said with some anxiety. Those enemies are also hiding in a place to rest right now. We go to report now, and as a result, the enemies don't even have a shadow. Will they believe us? Luo Chong explained. So, what do we do then? We go and help with their defense? Stone asked. Going to defense now we are at a disadvantage, and the Black Rat tribe won't believe us. When they fight we will go to help. When that time we sneak away from the back. The effect is definitely better than a hard frontal fight. Everyone rest here first. I will go to the front to see what's going on. Luo Chong held jerky in his mouth and carefully touched over to the mountain beam. Half an hour later, the cannibals launched their attack, and Luo Chong quietly followed them with 10 people. As the cannibals rushed to 100 meters, Beast Tooth asked, "Chief, aren't we going to help yet? Don't go. Wait until they fight. If we strike now, the enemy will give up their offense and turn back to fight us. Do you want to be chased for another half day?" Luo Chong said nonchalantly with a blade of grass in his mouth. Oh. The crowd nodded at the same time. By the time the enemies had all hit the fence enclosure of the Black Rat tribe, Luo Chong and the others were still on the hillside 400 meters away. Everyone line up. Target the fence wall at the bottom of the hill. 45 degrees full bow throw. Luo Chong suddenly gave the order to shoot. Ha? Can you shoot from that far? The crowd was shocked. Nonsense. Of course you can. Execute the order first. Come back and I'll explain it to you. Don't miss the opportunity, Luo Chong said loudly, then bent his bow and pulled the bowstring full to be the first to shoot an arrow. Joking. As a former professional soldier, the most important thing is to understand the characteristics of their own weapons. Longbow, this kind of thing. The longest range of light arrow parry is 350 meters. The longest range of heavy arrow parry is about 200 meters. And Luo Chong, their feather arrows are all arrows without additional metal arrowheads. Should be categorized in the category of light arrows, so parrying 350 meters is absolutely no problem. Coupled with the fact that at this time the Han tribe people are on the mountain, to hit low with high, the height difference will extend the parabola of the ballistic trajectory. Such a combination of circumstances, it is not surprising to be able to shoot 400 meters. Clang! A quivering sound of a released bowstring rang out. A feathered arrow quickly flew out from Luo Chang's hand, slanting straight into the sky, and when it flew past the highest point of the parabola it began to slide down sharply, aiming right at the enemy who was trying to push up to the fence wall. Whoosh! Poof! Ah! An enemy who was pushing against the wall was hit by an arrow in the back and was shot right then and there, directly flopping to the ground, and the surrounding enemies were all collectively shocked. The clansmen of the Black Rat tribe were also surprised. Who was helping them? Looking at the direction this weapon flew, it should be behind the enemy, and then they looked behind the enemy. There was nothing. Where did this weapon come from? On the mountain. On the mountain. It's the leader of the Han tribe. He's come to save us. Everyone don't give up. We'll definitely be able to win the fight. Hold on. Hold on. Mousewitch shouted with an agitated expression. It couldn't be helped if they weren't excited. It was just too sudden. Just when the Rat Witch had placed all his hopes on Luo Chong, he had indeed appeared in a divine form to save their tribe. The crowd of the Black Rat tribe also looked up at the mountain to the north, and they saw a young boy whose head was shining with golden light. It was only in this days that the enemy had pushed up to the fence enclosure and tangled with them, and the Han tribesmen on the hill were collectively dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, can you shoot from so far away? So they all followed Luo Chang's example just now, raising their bows and arrows in preparation for a parry to try and see if they could shoot that far as well. Hey hey hey, what are you doing? Put down the arrow. Just now let you shoot, you do not shoot. Now all fight together. You now shoot arrows, are not afraid of accidentally killing friendly troops. All with me to charge down. Luo Chong saw that they actually wanted to parry from that far away now and immediately stopped it. To know the battlefield situation are rapidly changing. perhaps delayed a few seconds. The war opportunity has been missed, so the military personnel will take the implementation of orders as the first military rule, for fear of affecting the commander's play, resulting in missed opportunities. Unfortunately, they are not soldiers and do not have this sense of resolute execution of orders. As soon as the clansmen heard this, they also realized that they had just missed a good opportunity and regretted it. Brothers, charge down with me. Free fire at a distance of 100 meters. Luo Chong shouted and led the charge down. Kill that group of people, avenge the dead clansmen. The clansmen also shouted and ran down after Luo Chong. The distance of 300 meters was reached in less than a minute, and as the Han tribesmen watched the chief stop and start shooting arrows, they also stopped to look for their targets. The target was too well identified. The enemies were painted with white totem patterns and could be distinguished at a glance. 11 archers joined the battlefield. They didn't go for close combat. Instead they hung on to the cannibal tribes from afar, 100 meters away, no matter if it was a throwing spear or a stone axe. They couldn't throw it that far. Whoosh! An arrow representing death poured into the battlefield, and the number of enemies was decreasing sharply. A round of 11 arrows went by and 8 enemies fell. Another round of flurry went by and another 6 enemies fell. A few enemies even had more than 2 arrows sticking out of their bodies. That was the result of everyone picking the same target. 3 rounds of flanking shots passed. The enemy are going crazy, but the clansmen of the Black Rat tribe are fighting more and more bravely. It has turned into a situation where 2 or 3 people deal with one person. The enemy can't retreat even if they want to, and the enemy's leader has long since died under the flanking shots of the Han tribe. Stop shooting. Brothers, take the copper spears and charge down with me. Luo Chong picked up his longbow and removed the copper spear slung behind his back, shouting for everyone to charge down together. Bayonet melee began. Kill. With the addition of the Han tribe's army, the scene became even more unfavorable to the cannibals, basically turning into a situation of 3 against 1, or even 5 against 1. Coupled with the Han tribe's sharp and pointed bronze spears, the scene instantly turned into a one-sided massacre. After 2 minutes had passed, the last enemy was also stuck into a sieve by 7 or 8 spears, covered in holes, and collapsed to the ground unwillingly. Chapter 087, Building a High Wall Together, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. Chief of the Han tribe, thank you for helping my tribe defeat the enemy. How did you know we were in danger here? The battle had just ended, and Mausta pulled his own spear from the enemy's corpse and said gratefully to Luo Chong, how do I know? If I tell you that I was the one who led the enemy over, would you believe me? Luo Chong said in his heart. Of course, he would not say these words. We went far away to gather things, and on the way we passed through the dark forest north of you, where we encountered the cannibal tribe, who sent a red-furred, cannibalistic great ape to attack us, but we killed it. Then those cannibals continued to come over in the direction of your tribe. We originally wanted to come over to give you a message, but we didn't expect the enemy to go too fast and run ahead of us. That's why we appeared here. Luo Chong explained to Mausta, blind words coming out of his mouth, not knowing in the slightest what cheek is. Piranha. What's a piranha? Ratwitch asked in disbelief. It's a giant ape that looks a lot like a man, but is much taller than we are, with lots of long hairs like the color of fire growing all over its body. An ape man, as tall as 2 of you. Beast Tooth, who was on the sidelines, interjected, and compared him to Ratwitch's height. Oh my god, that's the devil that lives on the Black Mountains. Our ancestors have seen them before and he will bring disaster to our tribe. The Mousewitch stumbled in fear and panic. What? Your ancestors have seen great apes? How do you know that? Do you know where they came from? And what kind of mountain is Black Mountain? Luo Chong asked in surprise, not realizing that there was actually a windfall. That's a stone painting recorded by the ancestors of the Black Rat tribe. Please follow me to the tent. With that, the Ratwitch led Luo Chong to the tent and pointed to a large stone slab that stood in the corner of the tent. The drawing on the slate was crude and abstract. It was a charcoal drawing of a dark mountain from which many very tall apes walked. Well, it does look tall when compared to the human painted next to it. The great apes went to the tribes of men and took many of them. They killed the men of the tribes, took the women and children, and brought these back to the Black Mountain. The great apes enslaved these humans and made these humans catch other people for them. And if they couldn't, they were used as food for the great apes. Many years ago they came, and now these enemies are all those children they took back then. And those children's children, who turned out to be like the great apes who like to eat people. The Ratwitch pointed to those paintings while narrating to Luo Chong. The stone painting is very rough. If there is no Mousewitch's explanation, Luo Chong simply can't see what is the meaning of the above. And look at the time of this stone painting. I am afraid that it is not a few hundred years of history. Luo Chong was very surprised at the story told by the Ratwitch. It turned out that those giant apes were not tamed by cannibals, but rather, the giant apes tamed the humans, and trained those humans to become cannibals who loved to eat people. Luo Chong was still analyzing the relationship between the great apes and the cannibals, while Rat Big and Rat House frowned in fretfulness. They were very worried. Now they couldn't even beat the cannibals. What would they do if a more powerful giant ape came along? Han Tribe Chief, please make sure you help us and teach us how to defeat the great apes. Mousta remembered what Luo Chong had just said, that they had defeated a great ape, and thought that Luo Chong had some good ideas, so he hurriedly asked, I don't know how to defeat that monster. We don't have much to go on right now. We can only rely on sturdy brick walls for defense. We defeated the great ape this time around, or because of Grey Mountain's help. Oh, the two four-legged beasts with long noses you've seen before, and with a few of our clan members dead or wounded. We're no match for the great ape right now either, Luo Chong explained, stating that he couldn't beat the giant ape either. What are we gonna do? What should we do? Once Rat Big and Rat Witch heard that they couldn't even beat the Han tribe, then they panicked even more. Han Tribe Chief, can your wall block the attack of the giant ape? Rat Witch asked uncertainly. Not yet, but we will build a taller wall to block them. We call that kind of tall wall a city wall. In the future, we will live inside that wall, and we can block any enemy attack. No one can push down that wall, not even a giant ape. Luo Chong didn't pack his bags right away, but said matter-of-factly, then can we, the Black Rat Tribe, build walls like that too? Mousta wasn't interested in how the Han Tribe could do it. He only wanted to know what the Black Rat Tribe could use to keep the enemy at bay. No, even for us, the Han Tribe, to build a wall that tall and strong, it would take a lot of time and population, and a lot of food, to get the wall up. But you could build that wall with us. That wall would be big enough for us to live together, and all of us could labor together, and defend ourselves against all those enemies together, and no enemy would be able to hurt us. We will have endless food and the best weapons. Luo Chong tried to invite to Mousta. Then if we join the Han tribe, will you treat our people as well as the Han tribe people? Mouse Witch asked with some hesitation. Of course, our tribe has a lot of clansmen from other tribes, and they're all doing well now. And, if you join the Han tribe and build that wall with us, it will be built faster. None of us know when those cannibals and great apes will come back. The sooner we build a tall city, the sooner we'll be safe. Luo Chong continued to swim. Mouse Witch thought it was right. It was the truth. After all, there is strength in numbers. Mouse Witch turned around in disgust with Mousta, and after both of them thought for a long time, they both decided that it would be better to join the Han tribe. First of all, they thought that the Han tribe was very friendly, and would actively run over to help when they encountered an enemy attack. And this time, if it wasn't for Luo Chong, perhaps their tribe would have disappeared in this battle. Moreover, Mousta was very interested in the weapons Luo Chong and the others had just used, bows and arrows. This kind of thing is something that Mousta has never seen before. He has been to the Han tribe a few times, but every time he saw only bronze spears and bronze shovels, bronze axes and these things. Although these weapons were nice to look at, none of them could hit far. But that thing called a bow and arrow could hit very far. And if all the clansmen of the Black Rat tribe could also be equipped with this kind of powerful weapon, they would no longer be afraid of their enemies. Han Tribe Chief, we agree to join your tribe, and we hope that you will be as kind to our people. Mouse Witch and Mouse Big agreed to join the Han tribe. Then the two found Luo Chong and said it in person. Of course, you are welcome to join the Han tribe, so that from now on you will all be my people. I will treat all my people equally and equally. You will be given the same weapons and eat as much food as we do. Luo Chong happily welcomed them. So when do we move and start building that tall wall? Thanks to the book friend passerby 2 students reward. Thank you old iron. Ow. Make squawking sound for referrals. Chapter 088 Moving Matters, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Of course the faster the better. This place just went through a battle. Although the enemies are all dead, we don't know if they will come back for more. So it's better to move as early as possible. Luo Chong said. So where do we stay first when we get to the Han tribe? As I recall, your cave is no longer habitable. Mouse Day inquired. And how do we get across that river? Mouse Witch followed suit and asked. When we get to the Han tribe, we can start by putting up some tents in the enclosure for you to live in. And now that it's warm enough to live out there without much problem, we can build better houses before winter. That river we can also swim across, or build a simple wooden bridge, or we can also take a wooden boat across. But we have to wait until our boat carrying the stones comes back. Luo Chong solved various problems for them. A wooden boat? What's a wooden boat? The Rat Witch was very confused. It's a kind of thing that can float on the water. It can hold people or other things inside. It's made of trees. The barrels on the side explained. The guy's words were especially abundant whenever he talked about carpentry. Really? That amazing? Then where are we going to take the wooden boat? Mousta voiced out a question. He was also very curious. Go to where you walked in the winter. If you don't want to swim there or build a bridge, You can first set up camp by the river there and wait for a few days, and then when we come back from gathering things we'll take you back with us, Luo Chong arranged. Well, then, otherwise, let's do this. Let Beast Tooth and Stone stay with you. Let the two of them lead you to the creek to stay and set up first. The rest of us still have to go and collect things, and we can only come back to meet up with you after we've finished collecting, Luo Chong said uneasily. Chief, what are you collecting? To actually have to travel so far? The rat witch asked after him, probably not even noticing himself that his address to Luo Chong had directly changed to Chief. Luo Chong pondered a little, and felt that there was no need to hide this matter from them any longer. Anyway, they were now their own clan members. Sooner or later they would know about the copper refining matter. If they were not told now, it would rather appear that they were treating them differently, and did not treat them as their own people. He then explained, we're going to gather a kind of stone that has metal inside it that can be used to make sharp weapons and more tools. The kind we're using right now. Luo Chong tapped his bronze spear as he spoke, as well as the golden hair crown he wore on his head. What? This thing is actually made out of stone. It's unbelievable. This is amazing. Chief Khan, can I go with you to check it out? The rat witch said in surprise. It's better to wait for us to get the stuff back before you look at it. Right now the black rat tribe needs to move. You need to lead the clan over there. If you're not there, the clan will not feel at ease. You're their witch. Luo Chong politely refused. This old man is a big old man, but also followed to go digging? You were traveling at the time. The rat witch thought that it was right. There was still business to be done now, so he stopped asking to follow Luo Chong to mine, but he was still very curious about the stone that could be practiced to produce metal, cleaning up the battlefield, dismantling the tents, taking down all the fence walls and piling them up to use as firewood for burning the bodies. Rolling black smoke shot up into the sky, the bodies of the enemies, the clansmen of the Black Rat tribe who died in battle, all accompanied by this rolling thick smoke drifted in the air. Mausta took his clan, grabbed some of the only animal skins and pottery they had, and set out on a journey to move. Food? It didn't exist. The hard winter had only just passed. They had long since run out of food stocks and now had to hunt while walking. Fortunately, Luo Chong had left behind the two people, Beast Tooth and Stone, as well as the bows and arrows in their hands, plus the men of the Black Rat tribe, who had caught quite a few animals along the way, and didn't let these more than 100 people starve. Mausta and Mouse which were very curious about the bow and arrow. Mausta even took the initiative to ask Beast Tooth for advice. But Mouse which was intentional. He was already too old to even draw the bow. Luo Chang's side also bid farewell to the clansmen of the Black Rat tribe for the time being, and took the remaining 8 people to continue his digging journey. There were no more accidents on the road this time. Everyone was rushing along in a bored manner, and by the time Luo Chong and his group rejoined the big tree again, it was already 2 days later. Big Tree and the others were stationed on the east side of Babel Hill, on the fringe of that wetland, where there was plenty of water and grass, both for the bison and the meat and gray mountains, and for human food. When Luo Chong saw them, Deshu and the 8 of them were roasting a dwarf horse. Although Luo Chong had said at the time that they could kill the cow if there was no food, they had several bows and arrows, and there was no reason why they couldn't hunt where there was plenty of prey. One ear's injuries have improved a bit, but it is still difficult to move, presumably due to internal injuries, and the wound on his chest has been decontaminated and is currently healing well. Vigor's concussion had survived and he wasn't dry heaving now, but his face had been knocked out with 3 large groove teeth, and now his entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and if it weren't for his tall stature, Luo Chong wouldn't have recognized him. Gray Mountain's tusks are no longer bleeding at the gums, and there is no localized necrosis at the moment, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem. It's just that the tusk that fell out is probably never going to grow back. The 2 baby elephants are very happy to see Luo Chong again, and they follow Luo Chong around for a while. Chief, Beast Tooth and Stone, them too? Big Tree asked sadly as he watched 2 more people missing from the group. He thought Luo Chong and the others had sacrificed 2 more clansmen in order to cover their evacuation. Oh no, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Those enemies chased us all the way south and hit the Black Rat tribe. We killed those enemies together with the Black Rat tribe, and now the Black Rat tribe agreed to join our Han tribe in order to protect themselves, and from now on, we'll be a family. Luo Chong fed fresh grass to Gray Mountain and turned his head to talk to Big Tree. Really? Our tribes have all joined the Han tribe. This is great. I can see my family again. A few teenagers from the former Black Rat tribe who were brought by Dashu said excitedly, if you guys have anything you want to know, ask them. Everyone eat more, rest up and go digging in the afternoon. If we get this done early, we'll go home earlier. Luo Chong washed his hands in the stream, tore off a piece of horse meat from the campfire and shouted to everyone. The group had a full barbecue and began collecting various minerals in the afternoon. The most important ones are still copper and tin, And the Staghorn collection also has some, but not much. But this time Luo Chong also focused on mining some lime and iron sulfide, which is also known as flaky pyrite. This place, Mt. Bobeo, is just too high in sulfur, arsenic sulfide, andrographis, iron sulfide, pyrite, blue copper or purple copper or copper sulfide. Most everything contains sulfur, and the lower the elevation, the higher the sulfur content. And Luo Chong collected a lot of iron sulfide this time, and he didn't intend to use it to make iron, but he was going to use its high sulfur content to refine sulfuric acid, to solve the purpose of opening that small hole in the salt mine. Chapter 089 Return, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. 8 Treasure Mountain. Luo Chong led the crowd to the 2 war-dead teenagers held a cremation. The only ear is still recuperating from injuries. Vigorously can already work. In addition to the face is still relatively swollen. The other is not a big problem. But Luo Chong didn't let him do any heavy work. Just let him take care of one ear. By the way, to cook for everyone. In addition to looking after those bison, Luo Chong with the rest of the 16 people, holding a bronze shovel digging the ore, chalcopyrite and tin ore collected the most. Enough to load 24 large baskets, with 12 oxen to carry back. Each ox weighed 2 baskets. Another 10 baskets of pyrite. The rest of the load are kaolin and limestone. Due to the larger number of people, and the fact that there were copper shovels to work more efficiently this time around, it actually only took a day to gather these things, with most of the rest of the time wasted in the middle of the transportation road. On the afternoon of the 7th day from when everyone set out, Luo Chong returned to the creek with his clan and the ox team loaded with ore, where he met up with the 5 wooden dolphins who had stayed behind to guard the wooden boat. Wooden dolphins saw that the clansmen who came back were all dusty, and there were also people who were injured, and the number of people was too less. So he quickly inquired what had happened. After traveling for a day and a half, everyone was also exhausted. Luo Chong let the people rest in place, and unloaded the ore off the backs of the cows, so that the cows could also take a rest. Over the course of an afternoon, the clan caught some hares nearby, gathered together for a meal, and shared with each other the conditions that had occurred over the past few days. The 5 wooden dolphins were very surprised, but they were also somewhat secretly lucky that they had not encountered the enemy because they had stayed behind to guard the wooden boat. The 5 men had only been hunting in the neighborhood for the past few days, not to mention the enemy, but they had not even encountered a single human figure. Early the next morning, the group pushed the hidden wooden boat back into the water and began loading the ore. One by one, large baskets were placed directly into the hopper. Luckily the wooden boat was long enough or it wouldn't have been able to hold as much as it did. 20 large baskets of ore had stretched the load of the wooden boat a little, and now only 5 or 6 more men could be fitted to man the boat, or Luo Chong on board the boat command, and called vigorously and 1 ear 2 wounded on board, and barrels and stumps, feathers 3 people, the other people all ride home on oxen, by the big tree riding meat for the time being to lead the team. Wooden boat downstream, the speed is still very fast, basically do not need to paddle. With a few people to manipulate the boat is only to adjust the boat's sailing attitude and forward direction, if to which side of the bias, the other side of the slightly paddle a few times. The wooden boat had been drifting on the creek for less than 2 hours, and Luo Chong, who was sitting at the bow of the boat, had already seen the crowd of the Black Rat tribe stationed on the east bank, as well as the Han tribe women fishing for fish on the other side of the creek. The clansmen of the Black Rat tribe really didn't try to cross the river, but waited for Luo Chong to come back on the bank, and they were all very curious to watch what kind of magical thing the wooden boat was. The elders of the tribe that stayed behind had also been informed of what had happened and of the Black Rat tribe's decision to want to join the Han tribe. The elders and the other clansmen were very happy, and some of the clansmen who had traded in from the Black Rat tribe were all standing by the river, looking at their loved ones who had been away for more than a month, and who would now be able to see each other every day again. When the wooden boat was less than 500 meters away from them, the beast Tooth on the bank had already spotted the wooden boat drifting on the river and immediately waved his hand and shouted to Luo Chong, "The chief is back! The chief is back! The chief, we're here!" As soon as the crowd of the Black Rat tribe heard that the chief had returned, they also hurriedly looked upstream to the river, and indeed saw a strange thing made of wood floating on the water, which was going downstream along the creek, and then they followed suit by waving their hands and shouting, and they didn't know exactly what they were excited about. "Chief, chief, we're here! We're here! Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you shouting for? Why are you screaming? Such a big group of people, can't I see them?" Luo Chong breathlessly covered his face and sighed. A few others on the boat, however, were very excited and waved their arms in response to the crowd on shore, greeting them happily. A minute later, the wooden boat arrived at the intersection of the creek and the artificial river. Luo Chong stood at the bow of the boat and flung the rope tied to the boat to the women of the Han tribe, so that they could pull on the rope, while Luo Chong paddled on the boat. cooperating with the women's pulling on the bank, and drove the wooden boat into the artificial river channel. Chief, we're here, don't leave us behind. Stone shouted anxiously as he watched Luo Chong sail away in his boat from the east side of the creek. What's the hurry? Can't you see that the wooden boat is full now? We'll come back for you when we've unloaded all those rocks. Tell me about you guys. How long have you all been here? And you're actually still on the other side of the river. Why don't you think of a way to come over by yourselves? Can't you just swim over in such a narrow creek? Luo Chong got off the boat, stood on the bank in a bad mood and said to the stone, Chief, it's not that we don't want to swim over. It's Mousta and Mouse Witch. They both want to see what a wooden boat looks like, and neither of them know how to swim, and there are a lot of little kids, so they haven't been able to swim over. Beast Tooth hurriedly explained. Well, alright then, you guys just wait a little while longer, and then we'll come back and get you once we've unloaded all this ore. Just when Luo Chong and Beast Tooth shouted, Gosik also led Ben came to Luo Chang's side at the first time. From the moment Luo Chong was on the shore, surrounded him and chattered non-stop, the white Ben looked much better spirit, no longer initially sleepy all day, just follow the Gosik around, lowered his head on the ground to look for the tender grass that just showed its head. Chief, those long-necked alpacas have lost their hair, and the bison have lost their hair, and those rabbits, they've all lost their hair, but Ben didn't lose his hair. By the way, Chief, why didn't Ben grow hair? Is it because he hasn't grown up yet? Going to the sick little mouthbard stating all the things that happen these days. Ben, this kind of rhinoceros would not have grown long hair. It is not a cloaked rhinoceros. Ben will only grow some sweat hair. Even if it grows up, it will not grow hair. Remember? Luo Chong gave to go to the sick science. Chief, is it good out there? Why do you bring so many clansmen every time you come back? Going Sick continued to pursue the question. Of course it's not fun out there. This time we met a very powerful enemy. We almost died out there and never came back. So you have to grow up quickly, so you can protect yourself and our tribe when you grow up. Well, when I grow up, I'm going to learn archery too, so I can protect the tribe and hunt lots of prey for everyone to eat. Gosik clenched his small fists and said firmly. Very well said. Grow up quickly then. Now go ahead and play by yourself. We have a lot to do. Aha! Gosik nodded and led Ben to the bank of the creek again. The women dragged the ropes of the wooden boat along the shore and pulled it to the far west end of the artificial river, where several men carried a basket with all the ore on it. Luo Chong again commanded the 4 men on the boat to row the wooden boat to the creek and pick up all the clansmen of the Black Rat tribe. The clansmen of the Black Rat tribe were all new to riding a wooden boat for the first time, and some of the adults and children even sat on the side of the boat and rattled the water inside the river with their hands. 8-meter-long wooden boat, tied with ropes at both ends, was pulled directly across the river by people, almost filling up the less than 10-meter-wide river, which can be directly used as a bridge. One by one, the clansmen of the Black Rat tribe climbed into the wooden boat, and from the other end of the wooden boat to the other side of the creek directly on the west bank, and from then on, there was no more Black Rat tribe. They were all clansmen of the Han tribe. Thank you for the book friend by Oyen book friend passerby 2 reward support. Crab. But also thank you to vote for the recommendation of everyone. Please leave me all the recommendations for tomorrow as well. Chapter 090 Luo Chong who dug a thatched pit, seeking favorites and recommendations. The current population of the Black Rat tribe is 137 people. This is after several transactions with the Han and Chestnut tribes, plus the number of people after the attrition of this battle. People are not small, equivalent to 2/3 of the current population of the Han tribe. So many people all of a sudden flooded into the Han tribe. The settlement is also a problem. The caves had long since been out of habitation, so everyone had to put up some tents in the open space inside the enclosure to use for living. And the clansmen of the Black Rat tribe didn't mind anything. They were originally tent dwellers, and didn't have any objections to such an arrangement. Plus after they came, they saw all kinds of good things of Han tribe, not to mention other things. Just the storage of meat and animal skins is enough for them to steal joy. In addition, there are so many living large animals, not to mention let them live in tents now. Even sleep in the barn they don't mind, so they do their own hands to put up the tents, and it's set up right next to the corrals. Stop, 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 all wait. When Luo Chong saw the place they had chosen, he panicked and shouted to stop them. Chief, what's wrong? What's wrong with these places? Mausta was directing everyone to work and asked strangely when he heard Luo Chong shouting to stop. The place where people live should not be too close to the corral, otherwise they will easily get sick, and they are afraid that small children will be kicked by the big livestock. In addition, there are other uses for those places, so everyone can just set up their tents on this side against the cave. Luo Chong explained. Oh, so, then, what else are those places for? Mausta nodded in understanding, then asked again in confusion. Don't worry about this now. You won't understand even if I say it. What I need is not that piece of land, but the soil on that piece of land. And also, in the future, you all have to go there too and pee. Don't settle anywhere. Luo Chong didn't want to explain too much. This fact just couldn't be understood with them. Oh, Mauston nodded confusedly. He didn't know what the dirt next to the corral was for, but he did understand the latter one. Don't poop and pee in the settlement. Everyone did the same thing when they were in the Black Mouse tribe before, even though he didn't understand what maintaining hygiene was yet. But this way the settlement wouldn't be too smelly at the very least. The tent pitching changed places, and Luo Chong was relieved to start preparing for something else. Cripple, you burn some more pottery these days for the new clansmen, and also burn some more water tanks. That one I'm going to use. Luo Chong turned his head to Cripple and arranged it. Oh, Chief, we got back so many copper mines. Are we not refining copper now? Cripple asked rhetorically. Compared to firing pottery, he now preferred refining copper, and was a little disappointed to hear that Luo Chong didn't ask him to refine copper, and couldn't help but remind Luo Chong of this. Let Big Mouth and the others do the copper refining first. You'll do it when it's finally purified. Now go and burn the pottery first. You're the best at burning pottery in the tribe. That's why you're allowed to do it. I can't see anyone else doing it. Luo Chong complimented the cripple a few times as if he was coaxing a child. Yes, Chief, I promise to burn the pottery well. When the cripple heard Luo Chang's praise, he was indeed greatly flattered, and hastily assured him. Everyone was busy in their own way, and by evening, a piece of simple thatched hut with a rounded pointed roof was erected, and in the evening, the new clansmen tied their hair again under the direction of the old people, and pottery bowls and chopsticks were distributed to everyone, and all of them ate their first dinner together, and the clansmen became closer to each other. After the meal, everyone gathered around a few campfires and exchanged ideas together, the men studying the weapons and tools of the Han tribes, while the women exchanged ideas together about how to make straw shoes and rattan baskets, mainly with the old men teaching and the newcomers learning, and slowly infiltrating the vocabulary of the Chinese language into these newcomers in the process. Just as the evening's afterglow was about to fade, a man carrying a copper shovel and pushing a cart got busy. Chief, what are you digging the thatched pit for? Are the things in there still of any use? Elder asked suspiciously. I'm digging your asshole's latrine. Which I did you see me digging the latrine? I'm digging the soil next to the latrine. When Luo Chong heard the elder's question, he was so angry in his heart that he said in a bad mood, what I dug wasn't a turd. It was the soil next to the latrine. Chief, what's the use of having all that soil? It's not useful for pottery burning. You'd better hurry up and think of a way to harvest salt. So many more clansmen have come. The salt we've stored won't last much longer. The elder continued to nag. Can't you see I'm getting ready? What do you think I'm digging up all this dirt for? It's for a salt mine. Okay, you stay out of it. I know what to do. Luo Chong had been enduring the stench and working there, all the time holding his breath, not even daring to take a big breath, and now that he was disturbed by the elders, he immediately became impatient. Digging earth can still open salt mines? The elder was very skeptical that Luo Chong was covering up his true purpose of digging out the latrine. If Luo Chong knew that the elder thought that way, he would definitely spray him to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Well, if there was salt vapor, what is in the soil next to the pit? The answer is nitrate. Then what is the use of nitrate? Of course, is to make explosives to open salt mines. The best way to get something like saltpeter, if you can't find the natural mineral, is to look for it near toilets, as it's contained in animal feces. Some people may have seen, in some rural dry toilets, or pigsties barns these places, and even some of the years of adobe houses at the root of the wall. To the spring and fall, the morning and evening when the temperature is low, the ground will be a layer of white frost. In fact, that is the soil inside the saltpeter and condensation of the dew to react, the heat absorption phenomenon, so that the dew on the ground near the ground will condense into a frost. There are also times when the content is higher, and saltpeter will precipitate directly into crusty, or salt flour-like crystals in these areas, also known as ground frost. It is estimated that Li Bai's line bright moonlight in front of the bed is suspected to be frost on the ground is to drink too much wine to see the ground nitrate frost blindly made up. Who knows? The purification and use of saltpeter as early as 1,000 years ago. The ancients are very familiar with. The ancient people have skillfully mastered the preparation of saltpeter and saltpeter ice production methods, usually for the enjoyment of the aristocracy. After all, in the ancient times is not what people can enjoy ice in the summer, this kind of thing. In addition, saltpeter is also known to the ancients as the elimination of stone, is said to be able to eliminate all things, so it is also loved by a variety of alchemy of the fengshi. No matter what the contraption, like and saltpeter thrown into the furnace together to refine a refining, and then blew themselves up. But thanks to them, the four great inventions in the gunpowder, The preparation of saltpeter is easy and not a secret. Put the soil containing saltpeter into a tank and dilute it with water. Clarify and filter the dissolved muddy water, and then heat and boil the resulting filtrate dry or dry it directly in the sun, and you will get pure saltpeter crystals, similar to the method of refining salt. These are refined into crystals, also known as nitroacid potassium. Please, seriously, I'm begging for votes. I haven't been asking for much lately. Even recommendations are low? Woo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 091 Dry Distillation of Acids. That evening, Luo Chong used a wheelbarrow and a copper shovel to cut down a layer of the entire ground around the corral and outhouse, collecting enough dirt to pile up a small mound, piled up next to the hole like a tomb. The next morning, Luo Chong found 4 women to do the work of saltpeter purification. Get a few large tanks of water to dissolve the soil, and then filtered with hay after clarification, and then get the filtrate with a clay pot on the fire to boil dry. And finally the clay pot will precipitate saltpeter crystals. It looks like some of the yellowish salt. Chief, is this salt? How could there be salt in the soil next to the pit? The elder and the cripple said in surprise. They had watched Luo Chong ask people to burn things again, thinking that something new was about to appear. But they didn't realize that what they ended up getting was actually salt. This is not salt. This is saltpeter. It can't be eaten. This thing is poisonous. Don't even touch this thing. Luo Chong was afraid that they would meddle blindly and hurriedly warned. Ha! It's not salt and it's poisonous. So what's the point of getting this stuff? It's a waste of so much firewood. I need a lot of firewood to burn pottery too. The cripple asked suspiciously. Since I'm getting it, of course it's useful. Why do you care so much? You go ahead and use those white clay living mud to go. I'm going to pinch something out later. Luo Chong arranged for the cripple. Is it necessary to do that crucible again? Crucible? That I learned. I'll just get it for you. The cripple immediately confidently patted his chest. It's a crucible, but not the same kind as before. So go ahead and make mud. I'll get it myself later. Oh, a new crucible? Then I'll go prepare it. The cripple immediately ran away happily upon hearing that he could learn something new again. This guy was now interested in burning anything. Speaking of fire, this kind of thing is really magical. Mankind is from the way to learn to use fire to be able to rule the whole planet. No fire cannot eat cooked food. No eat cooked food. The brain will not be evolved. No fire. There is no way to burn pottery, bricks, glass. No fire. There is no way to smelt metal. No fire. There is no way to burn the land to cultivate the field. No fire. Man is still just a monkey eating leaves on the trees. Without fire, human beings would still be monkeys eating leaves on trees. Rashan knew how to use fire, and was still the person on the planet who knew the most about it. After demonstrating the process of cooking nitro twice to a few women, Luo Chong completely left it alone. He had other things to do. It certainly wasn't black powder that could blow up the granite, not to mention how much black powder it would take to blow up that hole. And right now, they couldn't even come up with all the materials to make black powder. Nitrate is available. Charcoal can be burned. Sulfur is available. In fact, there is, right in the pyrite. But the content is limited. Refining is also very troublesome. And even if you get it out, the power is also not enough. So Luo Chong used another way, using limited resources, to make the most powerful explosives, glycerin oil. Glycerin can be separated from fats and oils, and because of that wolf incident in the winter, the Han tribes have acquired a lot of animal oils, and there is no shortage of this, so all that is missing is nitric acid. Nitric acid can be prepared by reacting saltpeter with dry distillation of sulfuric acid, but there is no sulfuric acid available, so we will have to think of something from pyrite. Pyrite is not actually pure iron sulfide. Its main components are carbon, silica, bauxite and iron sulfide. If you want to prepare sulfuric acid from pyrite, you have to turn them into metal sulfates first, so you have to make them do a reduction reaction before you can do that. Reducing pyrite is easy, just heat it directly, but not in a stove. That might blow up. Luo Chong in the usual charcoal burning place chose a piece of flat land, piled up a pile of firewood on the ground, and then the piece of pyrite in the shape of a well stacked around the firewood, and finally piled up directly into a small mountain to bury the firewood, only to leave a few holes at the bottom of the ignition. Then cover the outside of the ore pile with a layer of hay, and finally paste a layer of wet mud, just like charcoal, but leave a few ventilation holes underneath and on top, not completely smothered, as oxygen is needed for the reduction reaction. Finally, a thin twig was clamped with flint, and the wood was lighted through the vent below, and as pyrite contains carbon and sulfur, these ores soon burned in the mud shell. This heating reduction reaction takes a long time, about half a month. In the end, the iron sulfide inside the ore will turn into iron sulfate, and the bauxite will turn into aluminum sulfate, which is metal sulfate, so that sulfuric acid can be produced. Taking advantage of this time of the reduction reaction, Luo Chong happens to make some special equipment. What equipment is needed to refine sulfuric acid? Mainly distillation pots and condensation tubes, or as the saying goes, whatever you do, you can't do it without fire. Cripple and the refractory clay has been made. Luo Chong directly began the work of plasticity. The cripple is on the side of the careful watch. In fact, he simply do not know. Luo Chong only need to make a set of such equipment. There is no opportunity for him to make in the future. Learning is also learning in vain. Who will make sulfuric acid every day to play? And now simply cannot be used so much. It is the same old method of pottery making. First knead a round clay cake as the bottom. Roll some clay strips and coil them on the top to make a cylindrical straight cylinder. And then smooth all the seams with water. The most important thing is that there is no closure on the top edge. And the other key thing is the lid of the pot. Crucibles for metallurgy don't need lids, but this distillation pot does, and it has a lid with a chimney growing out of it. The lid of the pot is also first pinched a mud cake, slightly larger in diameter than the crucible, so that it can be just over the crucible. When in use, the lid of the pot, and the joints with wet mud paste to make it sealed, only from the lid of the chimney out of the pot. Well, the shape is like one of those aluminum pressure cookers you use at home, the kind with a gravity air valve, except this one doesn't have one. The condenser pipe is also pinched clay pipe. The joints are just the right size to fit over that chimney on the lid of the pot, and then a few elbow tubes are pinched to save for the connecting fittings, and the most important part is a double condenser. It is a thin tube with another layer of thick tube over it, and this thick tube is open at the top, so that cool water can be added to it from the top when it is in use, so that the vapor passing through the thin layer of tube from the inside will condense into a liquid, and finally flow out of the other end of the tube. Modeling words can be understood as a straw that penetrates the beverage bottle. The straw is that vent pipe. The outer layer of the beverage bottle is used to fill the cool water to cool the steam in the vent pipe. The principle is very simple. Junior high school physics and passwords will be. But Luo Chong is a person who has been to a military university. Such equipment, according to the same size, made a total of 3 sets. 1 set of purification of sulfuric acid. 1 set of purification of nitric acid. The other set used to purify soda. That is, soda ash. Although previously obtained some natural alkali, but the ore is no way to use directly, so it is still necessary to purify it. Once the stuff was pinched, it was time to dry and fire it, leaving the rest of the work to the cripples, who would just fire it directly along with the earthenware vessels that were used for living. With all the preparations done, Luo Chong was also freed up to inspect the farmed animals. The bison is shedding its hair. It looks like it has lost a lot of hair on its body, like a bald spot, revealing a patch of skin. This is a forest cow. It doesn't grow no hair like the buffalo. In the winter when it's cold they grow a thick layer of hair and then shed it in the spring when the weather warms up. A lot of animals do this. What a marvelous way to keep out the cold. If only human beings could grow a down jacket by themselves in winter. Luo Chong couldn't help but lament. Alpacas are shedding too, but they're not bald. They just don't have as thick a coat on them as they do in the winter. But they still look round and cuddly like stuffed animals. The rabbits are also shedding, and there is a batch of 20 or so rabbits that are pregnant again. They are really fertile. The animals are shedding their fur, which means it's warm enough and the nighttime temperatures are now above freezing. So it's time to start planting. Luo Chong even felt that in the future, the time when the animals shed their hair could be set as the time of spring plowing every year. As long as the animals shed their hair, it means that the temperature is high enough, and their perception of the environment is much more powerful than human beings. Luo Chong didn't have a temperature table, so he could only use this primitive way to determine the time of spring plowing. Thank you to book friend Sit to Empty Mind. Book friend 20180913115233701. Bookworm 20180913122908427. Bookworm, fill in the blank. The reward of the book. Thank you for your support. And also want to thank the book friends who give the Book of the Qing book to vote for the recommendation. Thank you. Please continue to vote for the Book of the Qing book tomorrow. Finally, and you notice a campaign news. This book is now soliciting characters, supporting characters and dragon sets. Can be a person, to write the name, origin, characteristics, can also be a tribe, survival environment, name, characteristics, population and power composition, or even an animal. The more detailed the information set the better. The chances of being adopted by the Qing book is very high. You can directly in the book review area to submit a manuscript. Welcome to participate in the enthusiastic. Chapter 092, Sowing Hope, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. Luo Chong judged from the phenomenon of animals shedding their hair that the temperature had already reached a temperature suitable for sowing. That night, he began to look up the various seeds he had stocked last year, mainly wild rice, peanuts, and chili peppers, and the other things that needed to be planted were sisal and cannibalistic trees, but that stuff wouldn't be planted in the fields, but in the mountains. Inside these seeds, peanuts need to be shelled, and then the seeds are soaked in advance, and all 4 baskets of peanut seeds from the Han tribe need to be processed first, and that afternoon, Luo Chong took a few girls to sit in the clearing to peel the peanuts, and the peeled peanuts were all placed in a large water tank. The mouse which looks puzzled, wondering what Luo Chong is doing, why the peanut is peeled and not eaten, but also put aside. This thing is not just for eating. Chief, what are you doing and why aren't you eating these nuts? Mouse Witch asked as he came over and crouched down next to him. Oh, so it's a witch. We're going to plant this nut now. And also, this thing is called a peanut. It's going to be called a peanut from now on, Luo Chong said while working. Watson, peanut, and what's that called planting again? The Mouse Witch whispered a few times before continuing to ask. Planting is, we bury this nut in the soil in the spring, pour some water on it, and it will grow a plant, and by the time we get to the fall, 1 peanut buried in it will grow dozens or hundreds of peanuts. In that case, if we plant 4 baskets, it will turn into 400 baskets at the very least by then, or even thousands of baskets. Luo Chong broke his fingers and explained to the Mouse Witch. This is real? The Rat Witch's jaw nearly hit the top of his foot in surprise. Of course, as soon as we can grow them, just these 4 baskets of peanuts will turn out to be hundreds of baskets at the very least. And not only do we have to plant peanuts, we also have to plant rice. That stuff not only tastes good, but also grows more and faster. Plant a grain of rice in the spring, and at least 10,000 times as much in the fall. That's what I used to say. Using this piece of land to feed 6,000 people, Luo Chong said with certainty. Rice, 10,000 times. Chief, how much is 10,000 times? Mouse Witch asked as he recited the few keywords Luo Chong had said. 100, you know it. Aha, 1000 is 1,000. Luo Chong said as he stretched out his 2 palms. What about 10,000? 10,000 is 10,000, or 100. Luo Chong still said with 2 palms outstretched. Gollum. A gulping sound rang out around them. Chief, you see what else we need to do? I think we should do that planting properly. It's much more important than hunting, said Mouse Day, who had been eavesdropping from the side with his ears perked up. Mouse Big used to be a chief. It has been proved that those who can be a chief are not fools, although he just listened to it once, and immediately understood the importance of planting 10,000 times the food. That is, it is worthwhile to work even harder when planting, and this is true, Luo Chong, but there is no exaggeration. A grain of rice after maturity will grow 20 to 40 spikes. Each spike can knot 400 to 600 rice. Then according to a conservative estimate, 25 spikes, each spike 500 rice, which is 12,500. Luo Chong said 10,000 times or the most conservative statement. Chief, I remembered that when we moved we also brought a few bags of flowers. Peanuts, can that one be planted as well? We are not short of food now. I think we can plant those as well. The Rat Witch suddenly remembered something and asked Luo Chong excitedly. Oh, really? That's great. This way, you immediately let people sort out those peanuts. Pick out all the intact peanuts inside. Remember, they have to be intact or they won't grow. Luo Chong also said with some surprise. Yes, I'll have someone do it right away. I'm on my way. Leaning on his crutches, the Rat Witch flew to his former clanmates and asked where the stored peanuts were. Chief, what about me? What do? I can help too. Mousta said with some anxiety as he watched Mouse Witch leave with gusto. But he himself was not given a task. You call up a few people to plow the fields with me. Luo Chong had only let people plow the rice fields before and then went mining. The peanut and pepper fields hadn't really been plowed yet, and now since he had the manpower, it was just the right time to make up for it now. Oh, then I'll go call someone. Mousta also left in a huff. Before dark that day, Luo Chong set aside another 100 acres of peanut fields, and 36 acres of chili peppers, for a total of 200 acres of 3 crops. South of the rice fields, early the next morning, Mousta learned to put the bronze plow on the oxen with the clansmen. A woman from the Han tribe who had participated in plowing before led the oxen in the front, and Mousta held the plow at the back, and watched the soil on the ground turn over with the advance of the bronze plow, which was a great surprise and novelty. With 2 oxen and 4 plows working together, progress is still fast. Luo Chong early in the morning to 22 pounds of rice seed soaked in the tank, to remove the floating in the water surface of the empty grain, deflated grain. The remaining grain full of rice seed needs to be soaked for 24 hours. Taking advantage of the time to soak the seeds, Luo Chong chose the westernmost piece of the rice field and began to release water to irrigate it, treating this field as a field for seedlings. As we all know, Rice is not a sowing crop, it has seedling management. From the germination of the seed to the growth of a few leaves, this period is called the seedling stage, about 20 days, and when the seedlings grow to a certain size, and then they will be taken up from the seedling field, transplanted and planted in the field. This step is called transplanting. After sorting, the peanut seeds were also soaked. Peanuts are a staple crop and can be sown directly in the field, but the field must be plowed first. In order for rice and peanuts and chili peppers to be sown at the same time, Mao still led the men to keep plowing the land to catch up with the progress. The workload of 136 acres of land, from dawn to dusk, plowing, picking up debris, plot leveling, people rest, oxen do not rest, oxen rest, plow does not rest, people tired to change people, oxen tired to change oxen, 2 bronze plows constantly in the soil to fly, everyone planting the enthusiasm of an unprecedented high. In all, it took less than 2 days for all the plant plots to be turned over, the soil to become loose and permeable, and the weeds to be cleared, and it is now the best of the best. The soaked seeds were fished out, covered with thatch, drenched with water and placed beside the charcoal kiln to germinate, the one that burns pyrite in a mud shell that is still burning to this day, with just the right temperature around it to germinate the rice seeds. On the 3rd day, they began to spread these sprouted rice seeds evenly over the field, then covered it with a thin layer of soil, and finally dug a gap in the water channel and released water into the field for flooding. Peanut seeds, on the other hand, are dug and sown in a large field. Each row is half a meter wide, and the distance between each plant is 15 centimeters. The person sowing peanuts holds a bowl of peanuts in his left hand, and in his right hand, he takes a 15-centimeter long shovel made of a pointed piece of wood, and sows the seeds by first comparing them to the ground with the wooden piece of shovel, and then digs a small pit, puts 2 peanuts on it, and buries them in the soil, and then moves on to the next, and finally concentrates on watering. The reason for burying 2 in each pit is that I'm afraid some of the seeds won't germinate, so that if you plant 2 at least 1 will grow, and if 1 doesn't come out, then transplanting 1 over from another pit where 2 have grown will make the field look very neat. The rest of the peppers are also similar to peanuts planting method, half a meter a ridge, long, that is, each row spacing, each plant spacing is 30 centimeters, are also digging a pit to sprinkle a few seeds, mulch, watering. The process is the same as peanuts. During the entire sowing period, the Han tribe were ever 8 years of age or older, a total of nearly 200 people, all in the field sowing, even Luochong is no exception. Sowing speed is of course also very fast, 140 acres of farm work, only half a day to finish, an average of more than 1 person per acre of land. Everyone is not very tired. I'm begging for votes. I'd like to get a couple of recommendation tickets. Chapter 093 Red-tailed woolly grouse, seeking favorites and recommendations. The day after the sowing, the Han tribe returned to the normal order of life in Masaga. The cripple was still firing pottery, and Luochong picked a few more older children from the new tribe to give the cripple a hand. And this newly fired pottery should not only be enough for the new tribe to use, but also set aside enough stock for the Han tribe to continue trading with other tribes. Monkey and Big Mouth and Big Hair, two brothers also in non-stop refining copper. They are 12 years old this year, barely adult. Luochong also intends to give them more refining copper manpower. These days are picking people. The men of the hunting party now had bows and arrows and bronze throwing spears. Hunting was no longer a problem. Usually any prey that was found was killed. Sometimes even the prey that was found could not be eaten on the same day. And because the weather was getting hotter and hotter and it was feared that the food could not be preserved, the hunting party had to stop hunting the next day and stay in the tribe. But a group of people can't just be idle. So Luochong found other tasks for them. Part of the people went to the back of the mountain to collect the spikes of the cannibal tree, one in order to make more feathered arrows. After all, this is a strategic material, put in the era of cold weapons that is equivalent to the same thing as ammunitions, and it is necessary to have a large number of reserves, and the other is to plant a cannibal tree. The spikes of the cannibal tree would take root and grow after being taken away by the animal, growing to a thickness of 3 or 4 centimeters, just enough to be used for the wooden handle of the spear. But the saplings that could be used for the wooden handle within the confines of the backcountry had all been collected, and could now only be planted. Luochong told them to stick all the collected spikes near the creek, and watered them with the blood and guts of fresh fish every day, believing that they could grow very fast this way. Some others were assigned to continue cutting down trees, with the trunks kept for lumber to build things and the branches dried and used for firewood. The remaining part of the group continued to hunt in the jungle, but their main task was to catch chickens. Yes, Luochong wanted to expand the scale of the Han tribe's farming. The best item was poultry. Firstly, the Han tribe didn't have poultry at the moment. Secondly, the feathers of poultry could be used to make arrow feathers for bows and arrows, which was also a strategic reserve. At present, What affects the Han tribe to make arrows is not the arrow shaft, nor is it the metal arrow, but the feathers. It can't be every time you make an arrow to catch pheasants to use. It's too unreliable. Sustainable farming is the right way. Luo Chong had seen quite a few birds that could be farmed in the woods on the mountain, such as the flightless dodo bird. This thing was good to catch, but the meat wasn't very tasty. But for primitive people, they wouldn't mind any meat. The other is the grouse and the pearl chicken. There is a kind of bird that looks like a turkey. Is Luo Chong most concerned about? This bird is very big. Stand up can be up to a person's knee so high. Will fly but not high. Can only glide at low altitude. The food is also very varied. Fresh grass, weeds, nuts, small berries on the shrubs, and worms are within its recipe. The eggs are light green, the size of the duck eggs and goose eggs between. Luo Chong gave it the name called red-tailed crow chicken. The name is very imaginative. The name is very good. The name was red-tailed woolly grouse, and the name was very graphic. This kind of chicken has a red crown. There are 2 drooping red meat pendants on both sides of the beak. There is no hair on the neck. It looks like a vulture, covered with black feathers, but its tail feathers and plumes on the wings are bright red, and it will also open the screen like a peacock, but its tail feathers are not as big as a peacock's, and are only about 20 centimeters long, which makes it especially suitable for making arrow feathers. And the meat is very tasty, and the meat is more than enough, and it is very suitable for artificial breeding. This is the main species Luo Chong is prepared to raise. In order to catch them, Luo Chong also let the women use the bark strip from the arrow shaft to weave into a round net, tied around some small stones as counterweights. When they see this kind of chickens, they will directly spread the net to cover them, which greatly improves the probability of capture. The other is for these red-tailed crow chicken preparation of the new home. Luo Chong carved a place in the rabbit pen next to the first with bricks, sticks and thatched grass built into a row of chicken nests, the periphery of the tree branches into a person-high, dense fence. The top is not capped, because the chickens will be captured back to the first plucked plume and tail feathers, so that they can not fly up. For the time being, the feed is to collect wild vegetables and grass to feed them. Now the number is not much, only less than 20. The demand for feed is not very big. At present, the collection of feed is the small children are doing. The scope of activities is in the grass field on the west side of the tribe. Luo Chong has spread a lot of grass seeds here. Now those alfalfa grass and ryegrass have grown up quite high, just right to feed the chickens and rabbits. On the 3rd day after sowing the seeds, just after getting up in the morning, the 2 old men, the rat witch and the elder, were excitedly talking about something. Older people always sleep less, and the 2 old men got up so early. Luo Chong went out of the enclosure and was about to go to the artificial river to wash up, and before he could get to the place, the elder and the mouse witch shouted at Luo Chong, "Chief, come and see. That rice you were talking about has grown." Rice is growing? Really? Originally still a little confused, Luo Chong suddenly came to the spirit, spread his legs and ran to the paddy field, only to see that a nursery field densely drilled out a lot of tender green head. Those seeds sprouted and broke the ground. Good, good, good. It's really grown. I can eat rice again. Luo Chong looked at those seedlings in the rice field and said with a somewhat choked voice, "Chief, what's wrong with you?" The elder asked strangely as he saw that Luo Chong looked like he was about to burst into tears. No, it's fine. I'm just happy. Right. You 2 go and tell all the clansmen not to walk from the fields. Whoever steps on these seedlings will be punished by not being allowed to eat for a day. Tell the little children to keep an eye on those animals and wolf cubs. Don't come to the fields. Whoever commits the offense will be starved for a day. And whoever dares to destroy this food will be punished by me for the food I'm giving them. Go and tell all the clansmen. Luo Chong stabilized his emotions and turned his head to the 2 old men and arranged, "Well, we'll talk to everyone at breakfast later." The elder nodded. "Chief, why don't we fence the area with branches?" Mouse Witch came up with the idea. "No need. That would be too much of a waste of manpower and time. Just tell everyone about my ban." Luo Chong waved his hand in disagreement. And so it was that the clansmen at breakfast heard the injunction laid down by the chief, and did not object to it. Everyone knew that it was something to eat, and it was too late to protect it, so how could they destroy it? Never underestimate these primitive people's obsession with food. In the old days, they were often hungry. That is, after Luo Chong became the chief, the days were a little bit better. If they let them see the modern people wasting food in this way, they will certainly be killed alive by them, to see whose bowls still dare not to eat the rice clean. By the 7th day, the peanuts and peppers had also sprouted and broken through the ground, and by this time the rice had grown its first leaves, and the field was green and full of vigorous life. The red-tailed crow chicken in the chicken coop also has more than 30. Rabbits are also about to lay. Luo Chong looked at the livestock in the corral, once again remembered the 4-wheeled big car that has not yet been built. Thank you for the book, friend passerby. To reward. Thank you for your support. Please let Ching Shu for you to dedicate a song. Ahem. Please take my song. Bring it back to your home and please leave your recommendations. Chapter 094, Forming a Barrel Around a Log. The production of metals directly determined the development of the Han tribe. Due to the previous copper reserves were too low, resulting in Luocheng many things were not implemented. But this time, enough ore was shipped. Many plans could be restarted again. Among the most important things are saddles, four-wheeled wagons, and oak barrels. The saddles and four-wheeled vehicles were for the bighorn deer, the bison. The bighorn deer's size was similar to that of a horse. It was very suitable for riding, but because there were no such things as stirrups and saddles, Luocheng didn't dare to try it out easily in case of a fall or injury. Saddle and stirrup production is very simple. Stirrups is actually two semicircular bronze ring only. Saddle is made of wood and rabbit skin. Saddle before and after also have bronze handles, and then do a few small bronze ring as a bronze buckle, with cowhide braided set of chew and cage head. A set of saddle is done. And since bighorns are of the even-toed family and have two toes on their hooves, the hoof irons are simply omitted, and such hooves can't be fitted with iron palms. Looking at the well-built saddle, Luocheng couldn't wait to bring in a male bighorn deer in its prime, mounted the whole set of saddle, and rode the deer in circles on the grassy field west of the tribe. Giddy up, giddy up. Luocheng stepped on the stirrups with his feet, held the reins in his left hand, and took a section of rattan man as a whip in his right hand, and kept waving the whip. This bighorn deer was still the first time to be ridden by a person, and was very uncooperative, so he could only use the whip to tame it. Chief is so powerful. I also want to ride that deer. If I ride that deer, I can run very fast, right? A newly joined man who had just returned from catching chickens looked at Luocheng and said, "Of course the chief is the best." The chief invented many things in the tribe: burning pottery, burning stones to make copper, raising animals, and growing peanuts. And I heard yesterday that the chief is going to open a mountain. A companion on the side whispered, "Open the mountain." Open what mountain? Can the mountain still be opened? The man from earlier asked in surprise. Hush, keep your voice down. I heard it's about opening up the mountains to dig for salt. The salty stuff we're eating these days. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if the chief is cheating. Don't say anything to anyone else. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. And I'd like to see how he started the mountain. And why he's a chief for a little kid. What? You still want to be a chief? Have you seen the bows and arrows those old men use? They are so powerful that they can shoot people to death from a long distance away. That's the chief's invention. And I want one especially. And I hear those carpenters are making them. Alright, let's send this crow chicken back. Without this chicken feather, even if you have a longbow, you have no arrows to use. A few of the men chatted as they made their way to the tribe's chicken coop, where they were going to take all the chickens they had caught. Rashan rode for a while and then came down, retook the deer to the corral to rest, and began to do something else. Han tribe is now very lack of an easy to transport water storage containers. At present there is pottery can be used, but pottery transportation is very inconvenient. One is fragile, the second is unable to seal, even if the lid is covered, filled with water. It is still very easy to spill. So Luocheng decided to make a wooden barrel. The idea of making wooden barrels has actually been with Luocheng for a long time, but because the barrels need copper hoops to hold them in place, and the Han tribe doesn't have a lot of copper and tin reserves, so it has been delayed. Many people may have a misunderstanding of the production of wooden barrels. Think a circle of wooden boards around a barrel, but also want to make it does not leak if you can only use glue. In fact, it is not. The method of sealing the wooden barrels, in fact there is no mysterious technology, but all rely on the violence of the hard squeeze together. Each piece of wood boards are tightly squeezed together, so that there are no gaps in its center, to achieve the effect of sealing. Luocheng production of this bucket is a standard 100-liter capacity of the barrel height of 67 centimeters.